Chapter 601, The Indignant Alchemy Guild. A few days passed, and the potion alchemy city was still functioning as normal. But those with high enough authority were not calm at all, because just 5 days ago they all received personal letters from none other than the city lord himself to help me buy as much Titian iron of unique rank as possible using their own private channels, and the price will be paid after they delivered it. No one doubts the credibility of Kareem's words, and no one would dare to use his name like this. So, they all quickly search for and buy Titan iron using their contacts. These people were mostly merchants who directly dealt with the Alchemy Guild. Some of them were even members of the Alchemy Guild and unearth or rear materials of the Alchemy Guild. There were many rich mines and huge herb guards within the alchemy region, and it wasn't a problem for a great elder alchemist to buy as much as they wanted. Those people quickly sent huge quantities of unique ranked Titan iron within 7 more days. Since Titan iron can only be used within forging and there were many other more valuable materials, it wasn't overly precious or hard to get as long as you knew where to look for it. But with words from a great elder alchemist, almost all the Titan iron was bought, causing its price to rise sharply. Some spies of other factions even begin to notice this, and they all suspect that something is amiss, and the Alchemy Guild is up to something. After all, only 12 great elder alchemists were present in the unique planes and others in the Alchemy Guild territory, a number unknown. Kareem was one of the formers, and because of his race he was even more well known, and his position was quite high. That's why, even at a higher cost, people bought it and quickly offered it to Kareem to curry favor with him. In 10 days, over 100 tons of unique rank, including the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels Titan iron, was in Kareem's hands. Then, on the 15th night after this Titan iron mayhem occurred, a piece of huge news spread. Kareem suddenly vanished from the Alchemy Guild. This news wouldn't have drawn too much attention before, but Kareem had drawn huge attention to himself these past few days, so many were still looking for Titan iron to please him. But he then just vanished, and not only that, but he vanished with the entire treasury of the Potion Alchemy City, the guild included, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, he vanished with the massive debt that he accumulated from taking the Titan iron. Since everyone knows about his reputation, they didn't directly demand the payment and were willing to overlook it as long as Kareem agreed to refine a potion or two. But now that he vanished while cleaning everything, even an idiot could tell that Kareem had played everyone like a bitch. He intended to steal everyone in one go and then vanish with the enormous wealth. After all, just the Titan iron he had accumulated these past few days probably cost over 1 trillion ZC. Unique rank materials were never cheap, and if you include the wealth of the Alchemy Guild and the city, just the entry fee of 1 low unique magic gem, or equivalent value magic gems, was enough to turn anyone's eyes green with greed. The guild would take inventory every 5 years, and before that, all the wealth would remain safe in the treasury of the guild. But there was still a little over 1 year left before the Potion Alchemy City emptied its treasury. Yet now, all that over 3 years of wealth was plundered by the Alchemy Guild's honorary member, and not just any random member, but an extremely high-level one. No one had expected it, and this became a huge scandal, putting the Alchemy Guild in the spotlight and also turning them into the laughingstock of the whole unique planes. How could an organization like Alchemy Guild swallow such a humiliation? Not only was this a breach of trust with the organization, but also with the loyal customers, and it also would affect the guild's integrity because no one would be willing to leave behind their materials if people began to suspect the moral conduct of the alchemists. So, this matter can't be handled too lightly or too slowly. Within 6 hours, the Alchemy Guild finally responded with a star post, posted by none other than the guild president Bronte, also the second leader of the Life faction and known as the Queen of Witches. In her posts, she condemned Kareem and publicly apologized to everyone for this disgraceful incident. Not only that, but she also promised to compensate all those who give Titan iron to Kareem on credit with 3 times their purchasing price and a limited time 5% discount on all alchemy products and services. Afterward, she promised to capture Kareem and publicly put him on trial for his crime against the public trust. She even put a huge bounty of 10 billion ZC, an advanced unique rank treasure of one choice, and an advanced unique tier breaker pill. This pill caused a huge commotion because it wasn't some random pill. It wasn't even available in the market of unique planes, and people only heard rumors about it. This pill can help anyone below Tier 9 unique rank achieve an instant breakthrough by a whole tire. If a Tier 8 unique rank consumes this pill, they can instantly become Tier 9 unique, and one can only consume 2 pills in their lifetime. That's why this caused a sensation, and by the next day, everyone was praising the Alchemy Guild and President Bronte for their righteousness and fairness. At the same time, Kareem became public enemy number 1, a greedy fiend, traitor of life, etc. Most importantly, every signal personnel was looking for Kareem's whereabouts like a mad freaking dog. Everyone wanted the tier breaker pill either by hook or crook. The neutral region was a few tens of millions of miles away from the alchemy region, and the Dark City was also located in this place. At this moment, Jacob's figure appeared within the teleportation hall of the Dark City. 602, Chapter 602, Identity Exposed? In the inner dark city, the domain of dark nobles, Jacob was sitting in a luxurious room, and a goblin in a suit was going through a device. After dealing with Kareem, he instantly came here to avoid any scrutiny as well as to begin the process of creating the Titan tiers for Autark. He had already seen the commotion Kareem's betrayal had caused, which was quite larger than he had anticipated, but he was extremely discreet and didn't leave any clues of his involvement behind, so there was nothing to worry about. After checking something, the goblin looked at Jacob and smilingly said, "Your Highness, Dark Viscount, I've confirmed you have completed your secret dark mission. Congratulations. You have acquired the Dark Viscount estate in the Viscount sector of the inner city. You need to pay 10 million ZC rent for a year, and the time can be increased as much as you like. Then sign here to complete the process, and I'll send someone to escort you to your new estate." "I still need to pay the rent?" Jacob asked impassively. He was under the impression that he would be given a free Dark Viscount estate after he acquired this rank. Since he had already completed the secret dark mission of ascending the plane, he could get a personal member's benefits that even those outer members of the same dark noble rank couldn't. The goblin replied while nodding, "It's just a formality. Trust me, not even an outer dark duke can get such a mansion, especially with all the special functions, especially the dark room, that the personal members of above upper dark noble rank can enjoy. I don't think 10 million is anything for a character like your Highness." Jacob thought it made sense since 10 million for a year's rent in the inner dark city was nothing at all. Many people want to stay in this place, but they can only do so by becoming personal members or becoming the vessel of a personal member. With Jacob's current dark noble rank, many people will be looking for him to become his henchman so that they can live in his estate. The unique dark city's inner region was extremely rich with magic energy, and the estate given to the personal members of the dark city was installed with many exotic functions, such as a workshop, training area, meditation area, and even a special dark room, which was the specialty of the dark city. The dark room was a very mysterious existence with almost no information about it. Every personal member kept a lid on it, and no one was allowed to reveal the true function of the dark room, or the punishment was certain death. Since nothing was wrong, Jacob placed his hand on the device, confirmed the registration, and paid rent for a year. He wasn't planning on staying in this place for too long. Sophie and Zoe had already gone to the Dark City territory, and he'd leave the unique planes after making sure he could handle the 3 steps of legend experts. Afterward, the goblin called another goblin who escorted Jacob to a carriage, and then they left towards the west of the city where Jacob's estate was located. In the Dark City in the unique plains, only the Dark Marquis ranked Dark Noble overseeing it, while the Dark Duke that ruled over the Dark City as a whole was in the territory of Dark City. He's heading in the direction of the personal sector, where only the personal members of the Dark City can enter their vessels. It seemed he had joined the Dark City when he was cast down by the 3 hegemonies in the Epic Plains. A few hundred meters away, in a restaurant's private room, an elf with dark skin stated, 5 more people were in this room wearing cloaks, and only their faces were revealed. They followed Jacob since he entered the Potion Alchemy City, and Jacob still didn't know about it. One could only imagine how skilled they were in their craft. Furthermore, after acquiring Jacob's Star ID, they gathered all the information available on him, including his past ventures and his infamy in the Epic Plains. When they found that Jacob was a plane ascender, they were astounded, and after investigating some more, they were shocked. This guy is enshrouded with mystery. Not only did he seem to be connected with Captain Freesword, but his background didn't match his association with him. How in the world did he acquire his offender ring, and his current prowess is even more senseless? A goblin coldly stated with a hint of greed in his eyes. Not only that, but this guy was also very popular in the Epic Plains, and he literally championed the Epic trial within a few months despite the Federation's tight leash over it. 2 new members have also ascended from the Epic Plains, and they seem to have business dealing with him as well, and he was also the reason they were able to achieve the impossible and able to ascend. A midget with runic marks on his face stated, "All in all, this guy's achievement is nothing short of legendary. Maybe the Dark City was behind him from the start, but we can't deny that there is some secret on his body that allowed him to acquire his current status and prowess." The second goblin said, "Not only that, but don't you guys find it strange that right after he left the Potion Alchemy City, the scandal of Kareem happened? Although we don't have any concrete proof that it is related to him, he had paid a visit to the Alchemy Guild that day, and after a few hours, Kareem began to search for Titan iron like mad. I don't know how he did it. There is something fishy about all this." Everyone's eyes shimmered as they all knew about the matters of Potion Alchemy City, and because of the past events regarding Jacob, they couldn't help but suspect him. Even if there was very little chance that their suspicion began to correct, it was a huge matter, making Jacob even more unfathomable. That made them even more interested in Jacob to the point that they wanted to pry open his body. The higher-ups wanted to recruit him and get his secrets, but now it seemed it's impossible since no one leaves the Dark City once they joined. Even if he agreed to become our spy, he might not be willing to share his secret with us. A barbarian with a black horn on his forehead sneered as his eyes shimmered with killing intent. So, all that is left is to capture him before he becomes someone out of our reach. There are strict orders that we need to subdue him no matter the price quickly. The Dark Elf finally stated, "It's not going to be easy now. If his personal member rank is above Upper Dark Noble, then the security he'll get from the Dark City's AI is at least at the level of a 2-star privileged star account, and he can't hack into it without getting screwed first. So, we need the help of our sleeper agents within the personal sector, which means they will be exposed and become useless. Not only then, we have to smuggle Faceless Ancient, but also them before the Dark City rains down slaughter upon us." The barbarian thought momentarily before revealing his sharp crimson teeth and coldly scoffed, "Who cares about those pawns? We can leave them to appease the Dark City's anger. Faceless Ancient is far more important than those freeloader idiots. We'll start the excavating mission in 7 days. Make preparations." Everyone nodded in unison. "Yes, sir." 603, Chapter 603, Dark Room. The large carriage stopped outside a huge door of a luxurious mansion where elven maids wearing black and white maid uniforms were lined in 2 rows, waiting for Jacob's arrival. Standing at the very front was a 3-meter-tall barbarian wearing a black butler suit, and his long black hair was tied with a metal pin. He appeared very refined and scholarly, but behind his refined appearance was the hidden aura of a Tier 6 unique aura user. But he was still a mere butler of this mansion, and his name was Casper. Casper gracefully moved to open the large door of the carriage as he had already been informed about the arrival of the new lord. Jacob stepped outside and looked at the lineup impassively. As a Dark Marquis, he was given his own service staff with the estate, and on his way here, he found that this estate was like a small palace spreading over 10 miles, and there were many people working here. "Your Highness, Casper is at your service." Casper was respectfully greeted with a graceful bow. After seeing Jacob, Casper was astounded since he didn't expect the new lord to be a giant, and he clearly wasn't an ordinary giant either. Jacob looked at Casper and nodded. "I'll be in your care. Bring me to the dark room, and I'm going into seclusion. If someone comes to meet me, decline them all. I don't want to be disturbed, or I'll blame you." Casper didn't find this command unreasonable at all since he knew the Dark Nobles, especially the personal members, lived in the Dark City for the Dark Rooms. "Please, follow me, your highness." He quickly led Jacob inside the mansion. The elven maids quickly bowed toward Jacob as some of them were blushing, and expectation shone in their eyes as they all wanted to draw his attention. They were mere servants, and if they could catch the attention of someone like Jacob, they could rise in one fell swoop. Even though they were all beauties, Jacob didn't even glance at them. After seeing Nyx's appearance for many years, his standards were extremely high. Even if he wanted a woman, he could have as many as wants, but his carnal desires were completely suppressed, especially as he grew stronger. Now all he desired was power and more power until he achieved immortality. Casper led Jacob to the most hidden part of the mansion, which was actually protected by a powerful array of locks. Soon they were ungrounded and standing in front of a black door. Casper respectfully said, "Your Highness, this is the dark room, and if you want to enter it, you have to scan it with your star watch. Servants like us can't open his door, and only the dark nobles like my lord can enter." "All right, I'll take it from here." Jacob nodded before Casper excused himself, and he left Jacob alone. Jacob then closed his star watch towards the runic symbol engraved at the door, and the next moment, Dark Rose's voice rang in his mind. "Welcome to Dark Room, Dark Viscount. Do you want to activate the Dark Room? Please select your activation plan." The next moment, an interface opened right in front of the dark room with rows of words. 10 days activation cost, 10 dark credits, 30 days activation cost, 25 dark credits, 50 days activation cost, 40 dark credits, 100 days activation cost, 85 dark credits, your total dark credits 1100. Jacob was surprised to see the menu. So, did it require dark credits to operate this dark room? "This is peculiar, but I still don't know what this dark room is. Dark Rose, can you describe this dark room's function?" he asked with a frown. The dark credits were the currency of the Dark City allocated to only the personal members, and it was very precious. The DC can only be earned through the secret dark mission or by directly trading materials, medicines, pills, potions, etc. to the Dark City or personal members. They were not transferable or tradable between outer members. Jacob only had 100 of them, 100 from joining the Dark City, while he got 1,000 after he completed the Ascending Secret Dark Mission. This mysterious dark room also required DC to activate, so how could he spend them without knowing the benefits? Furthermore, there were many things in the Dark City shop of personal members that were quite useful for Jacob, like the knowledge of professions. If he begins to buy it, then 100 DC was far from enough. Dark Room has 2 functions. The Dark Room has 2 functions. The first function is magic density, which is 10 times greater than the outside, and you can also select specific elements of magic energy that could help you in your magic cultivation or magic practice. The second and the main function is Dark Battle Arena, a virtual battle arena where you can fight with other personal members of the Dark City from all over the unique planes and beyond. Jacob's eyes widened slightly when he heard the functions of the Dark Room, especially about the Dark Battle Arena. Jacob's attention was caught by the final words as he quickly asked for confirmation. "You just said that I can fight with Dark City personal members from all over the unique planes and beyond. Explain beyond to me. Are you hinting at people from other galaxies?" "Affirmative." Dark Marquis can indeed come in contact with people of the other lesser galaxies. But please keep in mind that you can't divulge this information to anyone under any circumstances. The Dark Room is the core secret of the Dark City, and since Dark Marquis now comes in contact with it, you have to sign on the Zodiac Oath contract. The next moment, a virtual Zodiac Oath contract appeared in front of Jacob with all the clauses. But Jacob didn't care about it at all, as he was far more interested in knowing about these lesser galaxies. He already knew about the structure of the Zodiac Planes from Captain Free Sword. He thought it was a well-guarded or some mythical secret, but the Dark City seemed to be completely aware of it, and they even managed to connect their people with other galaxies. Jacob quickly signed the other oath contract before he asked, "Can you tell me more about these galaxies, especially the middle galaxies?" According to his assumption, the common, rare, epic, and unique planes were made the whole of a lesser galaxy, which means that the middle galaxy should be where the legendary planes are. As for the upper galaxy, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of place that was or what kind of terrifying existence resides there. "I don't have the authority to divulge knowledge about the middle galaxies." Dark Rose statically replied. Jacob frowned. "Well, I guess I was being too optimistic. If the Dark City could come in contact with the middle galaxies, then why would they be hunting Captain Freesword with everyone else like rabid dogs? Still, just the knowledge about the other lesser galaxies is worth paying DC. I want to know if the other galaxies are the same as the Taurus galaxy, or if they are different. I might even find some clues about the middle galaxies from them." Thinking at this moment, Jacob felt his choice of coming here was correct, so he quickly selected the 100-day deal, and right after that, the closed door of the Dark Room began to open. 604, Chapter 604, Dark Battle Arena, 1. Jacob entered the Dark Room. It was 500 square feet large and brightly lit. There was a small area for alchemy practice and another area for magic training with unfamiliar equipment. But what Jacob was focusing on was a dark crystalline pod attached to the western wall. It was 25 meters long, and tiny runes were embedded in its shell. At this moment, Jacob felt a vibration on his wrist, and a control virtual menu appeared on his star watch. This control menu was used to adjust the dark room settings, like the unique magic elements setting, training sequels, and finally, the operating information of the dark pod. After reading the information, Jacob confirmed that the Dark Pod was indeed the equipment to connect him to the Dark Battle Arena, the true specialty of the Dark Room. But he wasn't in a hurry to try it. Despite his curiosity, he didn't forget his true purpose here, so he arranged the setting of the room, making it adjust for alchemy. The next moment, he waved his sleeve, and Kareem appeared in front of him. "I'm going to teach you how to make Titan tears. Afterward, you will continue the refinement." Jacob coldly commands Autark, "I understand." Autark sounded in acknowledgement. Before, Jacob was planning to use Kareem to refine the materials while he would be in charge of creating the Titan tears. But now, after finding out about the Dark Battle Arena, he has decided to leave it all to Kareem while he explores the battle arena. Without wasting any time, he took out alchemy equipment that belonged to Kareem. Since he was going to flee, why would he leave his equipment behind? These pieces of equipment were far more precious than the equipment he got from Masha, so Jacob naturally wouldn't abandon them, and they would also make the process easier and faster. Jacob quickly began to teach Autark step by step, and Autark was an extremely fast learner, especially since he already had memories and could emulate them almost perfectly. Although it was a pity that he didn't get Kareem's memories, it was enough to refine the Titan's tears since the process wasn't too hard. After half an hour, Jacob collected 3 drops of inky black liquid into a glass bottle from the furnace. "Did you get it all?" Jacob inquired. "Yes." "All right, refine a batch for me." Jacob didn't just leave directly and wait for Autark to show him the exact process. Autark controlled Kareem and began to refine the Titan tears like a robot. The entire process was exactly the same as Jacob's, without missing anything. The crux of the Titan tears was to control the flames, and Autark emulates it perfectly. Seeing the finished product, Jacob nodded in satisfaction before handing everything to Autark, and he finally headed towards the dark pod. Jacob opened the large pod, and inside was filled with runes. It was completely empty except for some tiny holes in the pod walls. There was nothing there, but he could tell that those runes were of extremely high level even though he couldn't understand them. Without hesitation, Jacob laid down following the instruction, and just as his body lay bare, the runes on the dark pod lit up, and Jacob felt his star watch vibrate. The Dark Rose voice rang in his head. "Do you want to start the dark pod?" "Yes," Jacob acknowledged. The next moment, the dark pod began to close before sealing entirely as the runes on its surface shimmered brightly. Dark pod has been activated, releasing the virtual liquid. Please note that you can only stay in the Dark Battle Arena for 7 days and 7 nights before you will have to leave for a 24-hour break. The exit time can be lessened depending on the enumeration of your deaths in the Dark Battle Arena. Jacob was surprised by this, but didn't say anything since he was new to this. Suddenly, a milky white liquid shimmering with tiny stars begins to pour out from the tiny holes in the dark pod, and it wasn't cold but warm. This was the virtual liquid. The moment the liquid began to fill the pod, Jacob sensed a strange, warm current entering his body, and a sleepy sensation washed over him as he wanted to sleep all of a sudden. But that sensation was instantly gone as Nyx's playful voice sounded. Do you really want to be effective with this substance? It might be detrimental to your mind. Jacob was surprised since he didn't think this liquid could put him to sleep. But before he could reply, Dark Rose's voice rang. Detecting the user's mind defense is above the level of virtual liquid. Please don't resist if you want to continue. Your staying time in the Dark Battle Arena has been readjusted from 7 to 30 days. Jacob hesitates for a moment. Stop blocking it. But if you sense something amiss, I'm giving you permission to wake me. All right. Nyx obeyed Jacob's command, and the same sensation returned before he was completely submerged in the virtual liquid, and his eyes began to close. But the strange thing was, despite the darkness, he seemed to be wide awake, and at this moment a dark voice rang again, and an interface appeared before him. 3-star privilege, star ID connected. The strength limit of the Dark Battle Arena is Epic, Tier 9 Advanced Epic Ran. Detecting dual element magic core, body fire and magic. Your body has been emulated up to 95%. You can readjust it up to 91%. Please create your advanced epic rank weapon. Please choose a Dark Battle Arena name. Jacob was surprised as his own body appeared in the interface, which was exactly the same as his current body. But he can readjust it as he wishes, as long as he doesn't change the core of his body. But he didn't readjust the size since he knew doing it would only harm his own fighting style, so he adjusted the facial features and hair color. His strength would also be limited to Epic Tier 9, which was probably done for fairness. But he was surprised about the dual element magic core body detected by the Dark Rose. This could only mean that the dual cores might not be unique at all. Furthermore, his hex core wasn't detected, or it would be a triple element magic core body, which means it was most likely because Immortica or his hex core was just too rare. Whichever the case was, he continued since his hex core was special, and not being detected wasn't a bad thing. Afterward, he created the weapons, which were naturally dual swords, and he had the freedom to design the swords since they would be at advanced epic rank no matter what. Lastly, he entered his Dark Battle Arena name. After thinking about it, he didn't enter any of the aliases that he had already used, especially the Faceless Ancient, Jack, and Viper, so he chooses another one, which was also the alias in his previous life when he once entered another fighting area when he was still young and wanted to learn martial arts. This name also mirrored his ambition and resolve in the past, present, and future. Your Dark Battle Arena name has been selected, starting the process of constructing the virtual body of the user, Dictator. 605, Chapter 605, Dark Battle Arena. 2. The darkness in front of Jacob suddenly breaks into a blinding light. Yee, fuck him, bastard. I bet on display 4, and that guy was on a winning streak, yet now he lost. Jacob was shocked when loud noises buzzed around him like a thunderclap and found himself standing in an enormous lobby. In the center of this lobby were 10 gigantic displays showing 10 different pairs of people fighting, and there were different numbers showing on each screen. The most shocking thing was the entire place was packed with people, and their exact number was impossible to imagine. The even more strange part was that despite standing quite far from the display when Jacob focused on a fighting scene, he felt like he was looking right at it from a very close distance. He could even feel the magic flowing in the air. Welcome to Dark Battle Arena Lobby, Iron Warrior Dictator. You can check your status and search for battle by thinking of Dark Arena statuses. You can place bets with Dark Credit on different dueling participants in Dark Prestige displays through a betting platform during a Dark League ranking match or Dark League promotion match. Dark Rose's voice sounded in his head, and although the bustling crowd around, he could hear her clear as day. Jacob was astounded as he quickly opened the Dark Arena status. Dark Arena name, Dictator, Dark Arena rank, Iron Warrior, no specific rank, allocated yet, next Dark Arena rank, 10 Iron League ranking matches, and 1 Iron League promotion match. Fight win, 0 fight lost, 0 win streak, 0 Dark Credit, 10-15, Dark Battle Arena League, Iron League, start battle, time reaming before break, 719H, 5 exit Dark Battle Arena. Jacob didn't press on to start the battle as he then opened the batting platform. He didn't expect he could earn Dark Credit in Battle Arena. But looking at the 10 screens, he finally noticed that the Battle Arena ranks displayed Silver League ranking match. As Dark Rose notified, those screens were called Dark Prestige displays, and only ranking or promotion matches could be displayed on them, and only then could people place bets by using the betting platform. Everyone here was a Dark City personal member, so they all knew how precious the Dark Credits were, so many took part in these bets. Betting platform, current fight on Dark Prestige display number 1, Deathclaw vs Magi. G ranking match, betting odds, 1-4 place bet, current fight on Dark Prestige display number 2, Jaggy White vs Victorious Hammer, ranking match, betting odds, 1-1 place bet, current fight on Dark Prestige display number 3, Blue Spark vs Sword of Lake, ranking match, betting odds, 3002 place bet. Jacob saw all the 10 matches participants begin to display there, and he could place bets on them as much as he wanted, but he wasn't a fan of putting his money in someone else's hands. Furthermore, there were still too many things he was uncertain about, so he tries asking the Dark Rose, but he doesn't get any response, making him frown. He then looked around and spotted a riled man sticking like a sore thumb, just like himself, because he was a giant, about a few inches taller than Jacob. Moreover, his skin was like a rock surface, a huge black club was attached to his back, and he was wearing light white armor. Furthermore, Jacob only noticed that there was a bronze color name hovering atop his head, Lord Club, and he was the only one, but everyone around him had a name on top of their heads with the only difference of colors. Jacob suddenly looked up and saw Dictator in iron color hovering above his head. Is this some kind of game? What is the purpose of all this? I don't understand, since just fighting each other didn't make sense, he thought grimly. Still, he quickly approaches Mega Club and just happens to hear his crass roar. You fucking moron, smashes balls like Lord Club here. Fuck, I'll kill this moron if I ever find him. His face flashed with rage as the pain of losing money shone in his eyes. Huffing and puffing, he suddenly turned his head and saw Jacob wearing a long, dark windbreaker and two black swords with strange ring-like hilts hanging around his waist. His face was handsome and angular, with a thick black beard, long black hair, and menacing tattoo lines on his fair face, making him look like some Viking. Jacob debatably chose these facial features and tattoos, so it would be even more hard to find him. The only thing that can give him away is his unique style of weapons. Seeing another giant like him, Lord Club was surprised before he narrowed his eyes since Jacob was coming in his way, and seeing the iron color name, a hint of disdain flashed past his eyes. You want something, boyo? Although people can't fight in the lobby, they can interact with each other like in real life, and the most hateful thing about all this was people can talk however they like since they have to worry about dying or other party retaliation as long as they won't reveal their true identities. Some people directly provoked people like this, especially those weak guys with no real ability or gamblers who had lost their fortune. Lord Club was the latter, but such a thing was quite unusual since everyone here was someone with status, and people like Lord Club were rare. Boyo? Jacob's eyes shot up lightly and shake his head before turning around and leaving. He could tell this was a waste of time. He only approached him because he thought he might reveal the information he wanted as a giant, but he had forgotten that giants were inherently arrogant. Lord Club was startled, seeing Jacob didn't even bother to reply and directly turned around and left, disregarding him. He was also seething in anger, and now he erupted. Stop right there, you piece of shit. His voice was like a thunderclap, drawing many people's attention. Jacob stiffed a little as his eyes turned ghastly cold, but he didn't turn around and continued walking like he hadn't heard anything. Lord Club snorted, and he quickly blocked Jacob's way. 606. Chapter 606, A Fearsome Discovery. Jacob coldly looked at Lord Club, and if this weren't just a virtual space, he would have already started to skin him alive. The onlookers were also watching with great interest as they knew a great show was coming, but those guys were very few in number since there were still matches going on in the Dark Prestige display. Are you deaf? You think you can walk away while I'm talking to you? The Lord Club smirked coldly without any fear of Jacob whatsoever. Search for battle. Jacob didn't want to waste time on this maniac, so the only way to get rid of him was to enter the arena. Although he still wanted to do some research first, it was his own fault for selecting an idiot so that he could do nothing about it. Lord Club was about to flare again since Jacob was still disregarding him when Jacob's figure suddenly vanished with a beam, leaving everyone bewildered. Slippery coward. Lord Club knew that Jacob had directly entered the arena, and just like Jacob couldn't do anything about him, he was the same. Furthermore, the chances of bumping into Jacob again were very slim since this entire place was always crowded, so he could do nothing but grit his teeth and give up. Instead of releasing his frustration, it added to the injury, and those onlookers quickly mind their own business in case this mad dog comes to bite them. Dictator, humph, don't let me catch you. Lord Club jolted this name in his memory before he opened the gambling platform again with bloodshot eyes. As for entering a battle himself, he didn't dare to, since, at his level, the opponents were not easy to deal with, and if he lost 3 matches of strength, he would be demoted. At this moment, Jacob suddenly appeared in a stony field with a dim sky. A new challenger has entered the Iron League arena. Battle arena rules, Iron League. You'll earn 1 dark credit if you win a match in Iron League, 10 dark credit if you win a ranking match, and 100 dark credit if you win the promotion match. Please note that if you lose, there will be a match penalty. In a normal match, you will lose 2 DC. If you lose in a ranking match, the penalty will be 20 DC and 200 DC penalty in a promotion match. If you lose a match, you have to rest for 30 minutes, while there will not be any resting time for a winning streak. If you complete a 10-kill winning streak, you will have to fight with someone with the same winning streak at your 11th match, or it is a promotion match. A betting pool will open. If you win, you will earn 10% of the bets placed within the betting pool. The winning streak matches can only be fought a single time before you have to break your own record. For example, if you activate a 10-kill winning streak match and lose, you have to complete a 20-kill winning streak match before triggering another winning streak match, and so forth. The Dark Battle Arena also has special badges, which can be earned upon scoring an arena achievement. Crash. Jacob was astounded when he read all those rules, and he was able to grasp a clear picture of how this place works. He couldn't help but scoff at himself when he thought about how he wanted to talk with that idiot to know the rules, which was clearly unnecessary. Searching for opponents, after displaying the rules, this notification popped up. But before Jacob could get in the mood for battle, Nyx's shocking voice rang. What is this place? How is this possible? Jacob was shocked as he was under the impression that Nyx couldn't enter the virtual space, and it was clearly the case when he entered the lobby. He didn't feel Nyx's presence. But now, after hearing Nyx's voice, Jacob was shocked to find that he could really feel Nyx and the nightmare dreamscape realm and even enter it if he wanted. Furthermore, from Nyx's tone, it was clear that she was shocked by something. "What is going on? How can you be here?" Jacob promptly questioned. "This, I don't know. It was just blank a moment ago, and I was keeping an eye out on your condition, but suddenly, I sensed the presence of a dreamscape realm pulling your psyche into it. So, I tried to defend against it, but I lost, and you were dragged here. This dreamscape realm is unfathomably powerful, and even I'm nothing but an ant against it, and it's almost close to reality." Nyx's voice was filled with fear and uncertainty. Jacob's expression also warped as he wasn't expecting this discovery. He knew just how powerful Nyx were. Her affinity with dreams were probably top-notch in the universe. But he wasn't expecting that the Dark City would also have a dreamscape realm, and it was far more terrifying than Nyx. Furthermore, they were using it under the pretext of Dark Battle Arena, and probably no one knew this wasn't just a virtual space. Just what were they after, and why they are doing it? He felt a sudden chill in his spine. But since so many people were using it, it could only mean that it wasn't dangerous. So, what was the true purpose, and where did this dreamscape realm come from? "Don't tell me there is another primordial nightmare beast like you out there?" Jacob asked with a foreboding expression. "Impossible. Until I die, there can't be another one like me." Nyx instantly denied it. This dreamscape realm is too strong, and it probably belonged to someone extremely proficient in dreamscape magic. I probably have to go through 3 or 4 more evolutions before I could even reach that level. The only advantage is, since this is a dreamscape realm, I can appear beside you and see what is happening without your consent. Not only that, but I can even lift these restraints placed on you. However, it might alert the owner of this place. I have an awful feeling about this. Although the owner of this place can't notice me and you, we can't be certain about its true motive," Nyx suggested with a hint of wariness. "Opponent has been discovered. Warhammer is entering the arena. Match starts in 10 seconds. Dark Rose's voice rang at this moment, and in front of Jacob, a burly dwarf with a warhammer on his shoulder appeared. Above his head was iron color, Warhammer's name, and beside the name was 23-33333 win and lost with 0 win streak written. Jacob's expression was cold as he stared at the tiny dwarf who didn't even reach his knees. "This guy's psyche is also dragged in here. I can even plant a Nightmare Conqueror seed." 607, Chapter 607, Mysteries of Soul. Jacob's mind reeled when he heard Nyx's statement. If she can place Nightmare Conqueror seeds in this place, doesn't this mean I can kill anyone as I wish? But if someone lost their dreamscape realm, then they won't be able to enter this place, right? This would naturally draw the attention of the entity that placed this whole setup here. Furthermore, I can't act recklessly until I find the true reason behind this place. Nyx, I want you to pay attention and tell me what is happening. We might be able to discover something. Other than that, do not interfere recklessly. Even I don't know what would happen if we truly draw this person's attention," Jacob sternly commanded. Nyx also had the same thought, and she quickly agreed. "Tiesk, what a damn luck. I just had to encounter a freaking giant. These battles are always unfair." Warhammer mumbled with a bitter look as he looked at the towering giant. Jacob's focus also turned to Warhammer, and only 3 seconds remained before the battle would start. But he didn't dare to underestimate Warhammer even if he was like an ant. Battle starts. Dark Rose's voice reverberated on the battlefield. Earth spikes. Warhammer didn't even waste a second as he quickly instant cast an earth spell. Although they were not of unique rank and couldn't use the aura and spirit, their magic abilities could be emulated. Upon the character creation, the user was given the choice to use their rectified stars to create magic abilities within the realm of epic rank. Jacob naturally selected his own magic abilities, and his advantage was he had 2 magic cores, but he wasn't planning on showing them off unless he had to, especially now that he knew this place was not a virtual place but a dreamscape realm. The moment Warhammer cast a spell, he cast his own, Water Rush. A gentle blue light covered Jacob's body, turning it into liquid, and he easily passed through the spikes. Water element? Shit, Warhammer cursed as he knew the water element counters the powerful spells of the earth element, and without aura or spirit, it was very hard to counter water-type abilities. Earth Blast. He swings his giant warhammer brandished with emerald energy. Jacob's eyes were as cold as ever, as his swords were already revolving around his hands, and seeing the incoming hammer, he didn't intend to dodge as one of his swords directly swung into the hammer. What kind of swords are those? Warhammer was shocked to see the swords revolving like clock hands. It was an extremely peculiar sword style. Furthermore, Jacob was taking full advantage of his size and physique as he directly clashed with the hammer with one hand, and his other hand was free. But Warhammer needs to hold the hammer with both hands. Earth Shield, Earth Barrier. Warhammer double-cast protective earth spells against Jacob's other sword as the earth element had the most powerful defensive ability, Water Control, Water Edge. Jacob's other sword suddenly brandished with the water element, and the next moment, that water energy turned to revolve at a high intensity, making the blade's sharp edge even shaper. While clashing with the Warhammer with one sword, he slashed his other sword like a scythe towards Warhammer's neck. His hands were extremely long, and it easily reached its destination. With his ridiculous physical prowess, the sword passed through the Earth's shield and barrier like a piece of jelly, and before Warhammer could react, it flashed past his neck while his hammer blasted into the side. "Kosk, you freak!" Warhammer bitterly cursed as his body turned into particles, and he vanished without a trace. Congratulations to Dictator on your first arena victory. One dark credit has been added to your account. Do you want to search for another opponent? Jacob didn't immediately answer as he was waiting for Nyx's analysis of Warhammer's death. Furthermore, he could sense that his magic power instantly replenished to its full capacity. How magical. Nyx exclaimed at this moment. After this dwarf's death, a tiny portion of his psyche vitality was separated from him and then directly absorbed by this dreamscape realm. This method of increasing the dreamscape realm's strength is slow but effective. Not only that, but I might be able to take that wisp of psyche vitality for myself and absorb it to strengthen your dreamscape realm. Jacob's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he suddenly thought of the true purpose of this place. Could it be that the owner of this place created it so that it could strengthen its own dreamscape realm by secretly absorbing others' psyche? Psyche could be considered other people's soul, right? Whoever is doing it didn't want others to find out, and that fatigue and resting period are probably placed for this exact reason. Indeed, although there is only a tiny portion of the soul vitality, the person would still feel mental fatigue. But unlike me, the soul vitality taken by this person can't cause permanent damage unless someone loses more than half of their soul vitality. They can easily recover from it with special medicines that help in soul recovery. Moreover, when I devour others' dreamscape realms, I directly devour 70% of their soul, not just vitality. There is a huge difference, which causes a victim's death eventually since it's impossible to recover one dreamscape realm. This also brings me to another point. Virtual liquids seem to have such properties to keep the soul stable and even heal it somewhat. However, losing a portion of their soul vitality for a long time will leave permanent damage, and it can affect them in many ways. Nonetheless, whoever is doing this is an ingenious person. They are taking others' soul vitalities without even the victims finding it out, and the most ridiculous thing is they are delivering it willingly. But the most important part is, whoever is doing it, they are only proficient in the dreamscape realm, but they might not have any idea about devouring other people's dreamscape realm. After all, a dreamscape realm and a soul also contain a person's superego and memories. They can easily lose their true self if someone recklessly tries to devour them. Only I can completely purify the superego and erase it so that it won't affect me. Even that insect autarch didn't have such ability since he didn't consume others' superegos. He consumed memories from brains, which are entirely different from consuming souls. If I can become more proficient in my talent, I'm confident I can take over this entire dreamscape realm. Nyx's voice was filled with dark intent as she was finally able to peer through the truth behind this dreamscape realm. Before, she was afraid that this existence had the same abilities as her, but now she knows this person only had a small attainment of dreamscape magic and used it for plundering others' soul vitalities. If she could attain the same level of power, she would clean the floor with this person. But for now, she can sneakily take away those soul vitalities without being detected. Still, it was a huge boon since this place was filled with powerful people. Even 3 steps of legend experts were present, and their souls were naturally powerful. Jacob also comprehended this much as his eyes shimmered with a hint of greed, and a hint of shock flashed past his eyes when he thought of something. Wait, Dreamscape Realm can also empower the soul? Why didn't you tell me before? Jacob knew that to control the eyes of Judge he needed a powerful soul, so he was on the lookout for such treasures. But he didn't think that Nyx also had such ability. Didn't this mean he was searching high and low for a treasure, but he had it all along? You never asked, and I think that you already knew since the Dreamscape Realm is also related to the soul. Furthermore, the lifespan I absorb is also part of the soul called the soul vitality, which contains a person's spiritual lifespan. I have the ability to convert soul vitality into life vitality, which is the reason your lifespan increases. On the other hand, my portion accumulates until it's enough for my evolution, and only then will the Dreamscape Realm become stronger. Jacob was flabbergasted, as only now did he truly understand the truth behind his lifespan. He always thought that it was just Nyx's ability, but he never dug deeper into it. But now, he was regretting not understanding it deeply enough. If that's true, can you divert this soul vitality directly to my soul and strengthen it instead? Just like what this person is doing, Jacob asked quickly. Oh, you mean to increase your soul vitality instead of life vitality? Although I don't try it before, after seeing what is happening here, I think it's possible. I'll try the next time I devour someone's soul. Nyx replied with some uncertainty. Jacob clenched his fist with hope. If it's really possible, then I can finally make progress with Eyes of Judge. This is really an unexpected windfall. Jacob's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stated, Since you can absorb that portion of the soul vitality, let's try with it. You are free to snatch it as long as you won't leave behind any clue. Jacob then loudly declared, Search for another opponent. 628, Chapter 628, Chief Hunter. After Jacob's command, the new search began, and he was looking forward to the result of this battle. If Nyx can really empower his soul directly, then Jacob would be able to benefit immensely. A few seconds later, Dark Rose's voice rang. Opponent has been discovered. Chief Hunter is entering the arena. Match starts in 10 seconds. The next moment, a graceful elf with half of her face covered entered the arena, and her dark eyes were icy as she looked at Jacob. Unlike Warhammer, she didn't say anything and made some distance between Jacob and herself. She was holding dual daggers in her hand. She is a dark elf, Jacob guessed from her dark brown skin and black eyes. Only the elf with dark elements had such features. He also looked at the battle record shimmering above her head, 2804 win and lost with 3 win streak written. It was quite clear that she was far more proficient in fighting than Warhammer. Just as the battle started, Chief Hunter suddenly turned into a blur before she vanished entirely. Stealth? Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly as he was familiar with stealth-type magic abilities. It was too bad that the Hunter's stealth needs aura or spirit, or he would have also selected it. Nonetheless, he knew she needed to kill him to exit this place, and she couldn't keep up the stealth forever because of her limited mana, so he was on full-on high alert while holding his sword tightly. It was just too bad that his fluid acceleration or cursed heart wasn't copied, or he could easily find her. Although Nyx said she could easily lift the restriction on him, she couldn't emulate his cursed heart. Besides, it was simply too risky, so he didn't want to try it since there was no risk to his life. After 10 seconds, Jacob felt an extremely deathly sensation coming from his left side. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword in that direction. Chi, sparks clashed in the air as his sword met with the black dagger, and because of his physical power, he sent Chief Hunter flying backward. However, as he was about to follow up, goosebumps suddenly rose in his body as a piercing dagger appeared above his head. He just happened to see Chief Hunter, whom he sent flying, suddenly vanish in the air, leaving behind a puff of dark smoke. Jacob didn't have time to pay attention to what happened and moved his head before the dagger could pierce right into his skull. But he wasn't able to completely dodge it as the dagger directly pierced through his left shoulder, and he felt a tyrannical energy suddenly enter his body, and the danger didn't just stay still either. Despite missing its true mark, Chief Hunter's eyes were fully focused and cold as she tried to cut the dagger directly toward Jacob's neck. Jacob roared as he slashed his sword towards Chief Hunter, who had appeared above him somehow and was going to cut open his neck. Water magic burns on his blade like raging flames. If this sword connects, Chief Hunter would be cut in half since her hands were still holding the dagger, and she had a clear disadvantage in physical strength. He's not an oaf like the others. Chief Hunter's eyes shimmered with a hint of amusement as she didn't feel frightened at all. Shadow shift. The next moment, before Jacob's blade could touch her, she vanished like a phantom with her danger, and Jacob's sword missed while Chief Hunter reappeared 10 meters away from within Jacob's shadow. Jacob's mind reeled as he turned around and just happened to see Chief Hunter vanish again without leaving behind a trace. His eyes burn with shock and a strange mirth as his blood begins to boil. It was the first time that Jacob was wounded to this extent and nearly lost his life. He had really underestimated other races' fighting capability, especially if he had nothing like his cursed heart, fluid acceleration, or weapons. It was quite an awakening. His journey had been either too smooth or treacherous, as he had relied too much on his weapons lately. Ever since he had arrived in the Zodiac Plains, Jacob had never fought fairly with anyone, especially those magic users. Now, Chief Hunter has proved that he still lacks experience against an opponent who is proficient in combat magic. He knew his weapons would lose their edge, and he had to rely on himself to survive and move forward. Even if he ignored the truth about this dark battle arena, it was very good to sharpen himself up by fighting opponents like Chief Hunter. He had nearly forgotten about how to fight hand-in-hand, and was rusty. Furthermore, only now did he feel the urge to incorporate magic into his fighting style and take this seriously. Moreover, when he was on the verge of death, he seemed to have sensed something as his reaction speed increased by twofold, and his mana seemed to have circulated on its own. Could it be fighting giant spirit? Was it emulated with my body, or... This trait is for those who live to fight, and the stronger the opponent, the more fighting giant spirit would stir, but it affects the mind. Could it be this trait is related to the soul in some way? I never thought of this like this before, but I think there is a possibility that it is true. Just now, my reaction speed suddenly increased, and mana seemed to have to move on its own. Fighting giant spirit, what a tricking shit that eccentric book had pulled on me again. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't be able to find out about it. Jacob's eyes shone as his blood began to boil again as he no longer suppressed that urge to fight to death. Suddenly, he felt like he could see and sense everything clearly, as his perception seemed to have undergone some mysterious change. Despite the bloody hole on his shoulder, Jacob didn't feel any pain at all. In fact, he felt more active and excited as blood gushed out of his wound. At this moment, Jacob suddenly sensed something, and with an impassive expression, he moved his hand and swung it upward. Chief Hunter's dagger was blocked again. But this time, Jacob didn't send her flying at all, as water mana gushed out of his sword and, like a wild beast's mouth, wanted to devour her. However, Chief Hunter seemed indifferent towards this attack. Suddenly, Jacob's lips curled up in a cruel smile. This trick won't work again. Jacob then suddenly shot his sword right up ahead, and his second sword slashed on the left side like a hammer while the chief hunter above had already vanished. Impossible. A panicked cry filled with disbelief rang. The next moment, Jacob's first attack blocked Chief Hunter, who was right in front of him, but Chief Hunter also turned into a smock. It was another decoy. However, Jacob's second suddenly landed on something. Blood suddenly bloomed in the air, and the next moment, Chief Hunter's figure finally appeared, but she was cut in half from the waist. "Who are you?" she questioned as she turned into particles, and her voice was filled with curiosity. "Congratulations to Dictator on your arena victory. 1 dark credit has been added to your account. 2 win streak has been achieved. Do you want to search for another opponent? 609, Chapter 609, Victim of One Own Stupidity?" Jacob ignored Dark Rose's inquiry as he let the feeling he just had simmered into his body while he waited for Nyx's news. A few seconds later, Nyx's jolly voice rang. "I've done it. That wisp of soul vitality that I just grabbed from that woman was extremely potent, which means she was probably much more powerful than you. Furthermore, the owner of this place couldn't stop me. It seemed they had no defense against someone like me. Anyhow, I also discovered that this soul vitality is very pure and didn't have any lingering consciousness of the owner so that it can be directly absorbed. Now, I'm going to send this soul vitality into your soul through the nightmare dreamscape realm. Since your dreamscape realm is part of your soul, it should work. But if it didn't, then don't blame me," Nyx warned. "Do it. Success or failure will depend on this. If you can really help me elevate my soul, I won't mistreat you," Jacob stated. Say something that I would believe. "As long as you won't blind me, I'll be happy." Nyx snorted, but a hint of anticipation was present in her voice. Jacob didn't comment on this as he coldly waited for Nyx to start the process. Although he didn't know what kind of feeling he would have after absorbing someone else's soul, he was content as long as it worked. After all, too many things were at stake here, and he needed the eyes of Judge to increase his strength by comprehending the immortal chapter. A moment later, Jacob suddenly felt an icy sensation gushing into his mind, and it only remained for around 2 seconds before it vanished. But afterward, he felt like his mind suddenly felt refreshed, like he had awakened from a peaceful sleep. "I think it worked." "Do you feel it?" Nyx inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Jacob thoughtfully replied, "I felt somewhat clear-headed. Does that count?" "Of course it counts. Then this means it's really worked," Nyx's jolly voice sounded. "Then, from now on, just add my portion of the soul vitality into my soul. I have enough lifespan for now," Jacob commanded without hesitation with a hint of ecstasy. He finally found a way to evaluate his soul. "All right, since this experiment was a success, let's continue to collect more soul vitality from this place. If we encounter a stronger opponent like that elf earlier, can you plant your seed in her?" Jacob inquired. "I can, actually. They are all under restriction in this place, so they don't have their usual defense. Although I can't plant the Nightmare Conquer seed within the beyond unique rank in the real world, things are not the same here. In fact, our goal should be to be the owner of this place. If I can take over this entire place, I can annex this whole setup and integrate it with your Nightmare Dreamscape realm. Then all the benefits will belong to us." Nyx passionately stated her grand goal. Now that she comprehends just how easy it was to trick others into willingly giving away their souls, she would naturally want to do it herself. Furthermore, this entire place was built after a very long time, so taking over it was far easier than building one herself, but she needs strength even to begin working towards this goal. "I like your enthusiasm, but I don't think it would be so easy just to take over this place. Don't forget to make it a reality. We need those pods and an organization like the Dark City with numerous members working for us. If I'm not wrong, this dreamscape realm might belong to the true leader of the Dark City, or I don't think they'll be doing this when the danger is far too great if they get exposed. If we ever come closer to taking over this place, we need the strength to overtake this person's authority in real life as well, or all we'll get is an empty husk. There are too many complex factors involved in this plan, so we can't be greedy. Let's focus on the benefits at hand. Don't forget we can't be discovered by this place's owner, or the consequence of that will be unimaginable," Jacob sternly warned. Although Nyx's proposal was very inciting, the reality was entirely different. If he pissed off this kind of existence, he might not even be able to keep his life, so he was not going to put this plan in motion until he was completely confident in persevering his own life. Tuska, here I thought the owner of the universal godly scripture would be powerful. But I guess everyone is not the same, Nyx muttered with indignation as she felt like she was being tricked by Jacob. "What was that?" Jacob coldly asked. "Nothing. I'll follow your arrangement since our lives are connected now." Nyx quickly changed the subject. Jacob scoffed. He knew only now that Nyx realized the difference between the one who captured her and him. That person might have already completely inherited her universal godly scripture while he was still stuck in the first phase. Although he didn't know if all the remaining universal godly scriptures were the same as the Cursed Immortality, he was sure they wouldn't be any worse, or, in fact, they might be more powerful. So, he didn't want to get involved with any of them until he had the power to protect himself. Afterward, Jacob continued the battles, and his next opponent turned out to be a weak goblin, which he killed with one strike. Nyx absorbed its soul vitality. Soon, Jacob was on his 10th win streak, and the next match was going to be the betting match. Just as Jacob orders to search for the next opponent, Dark Rose announces something new. Your next match is your 11th match after your 10-kill winning streak. Your next match will be your first ranking match of the Iron League. A betting pool has been opened. Searching for opponents, this time, it took a full 5 minutes before the next opponent appeared. Opponent has been discovered. Flame Calamity is entering the arena. Match starts in 10 seconds. When Jacob saw this person, his eyes narrowed because it was a 10-meter tall giant with a full-body glistering crimson scales armor over his body, and he was holding a long bone spear. But this giant's most distinguished feature was the pair of white curling horns filled with crimson runic markings, and his crimson eyes were of a bloodthirsty beast with 2 slit pupils. A pair of folded bat-like wings were behind him. Jacob could feel that this wasn't a normal giant. In fact, only its size matched that of a giant, while its other features were completely different. This giant belonged to a race he had never encountered. He also saw the giant's battle record of 10 wins, 0 losses, just like himself. This means that this person was also new, like him. The giant's eyes shimmered coldly as he looked at Jacob, and a hint of anger flashed past his eyes. "You lowly creature, you dare to make me raise my head?" Jacob was startled for a moment and didn't know how to reply. But even if he knew, he wasn't planning to, since he could tell this guy was too proud and conceited, so anything said to him would have a different effect. He just coldly waits for the battle to start. Seeing Jacob was disregarding him, Flame Calamity became even more enraged. "Lowly being, you dare to reveal your position? I'll kill you with a signal breath for your insolence." "How strong is he, and how long will it take for you to devour this guy's dreamscape realm?" Jacob coldly inquired, as he could sense this giant was not normal and was a special breed. He seemed even stronger than that woman. "If that's the case, it would take me over half a year to slowly infiltrate his dreamscape realm and then a month or 2 to fully devour it," Nyx replied after mulling it over. Jacob's eyes turned cold as he ordered, "Plant a seed in him. This idiot is destined to die, so no one will notice him gone. I don't believe that someone would suspect me by the time you completely devour his dreamscape realm. He'll be quite nutritious. He's really an eyesore. I'm quite confident that no one will suspect us after all. I have a feeling that the owner of this place is not paying attention at all." Nyx happily complied. At this moment, Dark Rose's static voice rang. "Battle starts. 610. Chapter 610. Chapter 610. Flame Calamity 1. The moment the battle starts, Flame Calamity doesn't waste any time, as he is completely infuriated because of Jacob's indifference towards him. He was someone with an extremely high status, and his race was noble among nobles. He was revered by everyone and treated like a king wherever he went, and people trembled under his presence. After conquering his own domain, he was extremely bored, so he joined the Dark City for one reason, and that was the Dark Battle Arena, where he could fight opponents from other galaxies. Today was his first day, but he was extremely disappointed when he found that the people here were all weaklings, just like in his home. But he continued, since people had assured him that the high-level leagues had extremely strong people who could curb his boredom. But Jacob's presence gave him a feeling of disgust for some reason, and after seeing Jacob's attitude, he was even angrier, so he wanted to kill him for real. Alas, he couldn't do that here, so he was planning on defeating Jacob by toying with him, unlike his previous opponents who were killed without even lifting a finger. "Burn in hellfire, you inferior, overgrown ant," Flame Calamity coldly uttered, and the next moment, the 1-mile area around suddenly turned ablaze in golden crimson fire, which was extremely hot and could turn anything into ashes. Jacob was slightly surprised, since this magic spell was extremely overbearing, and its rage was vast, unlike any normal epic spell. Furthermore, as a fire user himself, Jacob could sense that Flame Calamity's fire had a special trait in it, unlike normal fire, and it was extremely dangerous. Even he felt threatened by those flames, and he knew if he didn't take care of this guy quickly, he might really lose. So, Jacob moved while covering himself in a layer of water, and he wanted to kill this guy with pure physical force. He could tell he was not using his full force, which might be his downfall. Good plan, but you're overestimating yourself if you think you can contend against me in frontal confrontation." Flame Calamity sneered as his lips rose in a disdainful smile, revealing her razor-sharp teeth. He thrust his bone spear, rolling in golden crimson flames toward Jacob's chest as he wanted to send him flying. But what happened next was surprising for both Jacob and Flame Calamity. Jacob slashed his sword from the side to change the spear trajectory and made an opening for his other sword to cut Flame Calamity's sword. However, the moment his sword clashed with the spearhead, Jacob was shocked because the physical prowess behind the spear was no less than his own. A huge blast occurred, and both of them took a few steps back because of the shockwave. "You have some brawn. It seemed it won't be over in an instant. Now, don't disappoint me by getting killed after this strike." Flame Calamity's eyes shimmered with a hint of cruel excitement. He moved with a flash and lunged toward Jacob while swinging his spear, creating an arc like a crescent moon. Flame Dragon, break the mountain. A huge claw-like image suddenly manifested over the incoming spear, giving off flaming, killing intent. Jacob's eyes contorted as he could feel this attack wasn't something he could block with a signal hand and with just magic. But sensing the incoming danger, Jacob didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt his blood begin to boil again as ecstasy washed over his body. He knew this attack wasn't just backed by magic power and physical strength. Instead, it was a martial art of spear. This was probably the first opponent he was facing who also excelled in martial arts. Furthermore, Flame Calamity demonstrates how martial arts were mixed with magic. It was the true combat magic, which only the Zodiac Warrior Alliance excelled in, but Flame Calamity was in a league of his own when it came to combat magic. He was forced to use his own martial art he had learned from his old world and had a sudden inspiration seeing the phantom of a giant claw behind the spear. The time seemed to have slowed down as his mana suddenly channeled into his swords and began to rise like blue flames. Jacob suddenly crossed his swords like open scissors, deceptive sword style, first rotation. A huge clash of golden, crimson, and blue energies happened, and ghastly shockwaves spread around both of them. The ground under Jacob's feet suddenly cracked as a huge pressure like a mountain was weighing down on him, but his eyes shimmered with excitement as he was in a deadlock with Flame Calamity's spear as powerful mana was gushing out while Jacob was blocking with his own. Flame Calamity's eyes widened when he saw Jacob standing tall under his spear, and he had blocked it even. This means his physical strength was on par with him despite his bloodline. At this moment, Jacob suddenly lets his second sword rotate down, and the spear suddenly slides down while his other sword is free. Deceptive sword style, second rotation. The alarming bell rang in Flame Calamity's mind, and at this moment, Jacob's other sword suddenly turned into a blue streak as he made a slash upward. Flame Blast. Flame Calamity was able to react quickly. A small flame blast suddenly occurred at his spear tip, and his falling figure suddenly blasted back. However, Jacob's sword was fast as it already brushed past Flame Calamity's left cheek. By the time Flame Calamity landed, a deep cut on the other half of his face was visible as blood began to stream down. Flame Calamity felt hot liquid on the left side of the face with a piercing, burning sensation. It was a pain that he had forgotten for a very long time. He touched his wound, and seeing the blood on his hand, he muttered in disbelief, "I was wounded? You shouldn't avert your eyes in a battle." Jacob's ghostly voice rang as he appeared in front of and hacked his swords horizontally and virtually. Moreover, both of them were rotating at extremely high speeds. Deceptive sword style, clockwise, pandemonium. A sense of death enveloped Flame Calamity for the first in his thousands of years of existence as his eyes turned bloodshot and he roared, "Presumptuous, beast transformation." When both swords were going to decapitate Flame Calamity into pieces, his giant body suddenly released crimson light, and his body size suddenly began to grow, and the shape began to change. Jacob was astounded, although his swords indeed connected to Flame Calamity, but because of his abrupt transformation and the mysterious power behind it, they weren't able to take his life. This was a very peculiar situation, and he quickly jumped back while his swords stopped rotating as he looked at Flame Calamity, whose body was now changing. He had a feeling that this giant wasn't simple at all, and after fighting him, he knew he was too strong for a giant. Now, witnessing his body suddenly transforming, he knew there was something more to Flame Calamity, and his race was not giant. When the Flame Calamity transformation was over, his theory became correct. At this moment, in front of him, a majestic beast over 20 meters in size with golden crimson scales over his reptile-like body, his giant claws connected to his huge crimson wings. The horns over his head were shimmering in crimson runes, while his beastly eyes were filled with killing intent and a hint of humiliation. Jacob instantly recognized this beast because he had encountered it in the past, but not like this, as this one in front of him was far, far more terrifying, and most importantly, it was awake. A Wyvern, 611. Chapter 611, Flame Calamity 2. Jacob was shocked to see the legendary Wyvern at its full glory. The last wyvern he had killed in the dark ruins of the Rare Plains trial was sleeping, and according to Immortality, it was an infant at extraordinary rank. But this wyvern seemed to be very close to achieving adulthood. A wyvern has 4 growth stages: infant, childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. It was born extraordinary, became epic in childhood, reached unique in adolescence, and fable legendary in adulthood. Moreover, it was the true descend of the mythical dragon. Furthermore, Jacob had never expected that an adolescent wyvern could also take humanoid form. Not only that, but it could learn martial arts and possess terrifying abilities. Now Jacob finally understood why he thought that this Flame Calamity wasn't a giant, and its special features were so different from a traditional giant. It revealed its true form only when he was about to kill Flame Calamity. This kind of experience couldn't be experienced just anywhere. The Dark Battle Arena has really given Jacob many surprises. Flame Calamity looked at Jacob with killing intent in its fiery eyes. "Are you a mortal giant?" For the first time, it didn't speak with disdain, but as an equal to Jacob. As someone invisible in the lesser galaxies, there weren't many opponents that could force him to the brink of death. He had fought and killed many giants in his journey, so he was sure that Jacob's bloodline was at least equal to his own. The only giant race that could contend with the wyvern race was the mortal giant, which had the same life stages as the wyvern race. The mortal giant race was blessed with terrifying physical prowess and combat ability, and they were very hard to kill. One of their most terrifying innate traits was the more they fought and pushed to the brink of death, the more powerful they became. But this race was even rarer than the wyvern race, because they didn't have high intelligence at birth, and only when they reached adolescence could they awaken their intellect. That's why Flame Calamity thought that Jacob was a mortal giant since, in its eyes, no other race can contend against the wyvern in physical strength and combat form. However, it had seen the portrait of a mortal giant in an ancient script, so Flame Calamity was thinking that Jacob had altered his features to look like a normal giant. Jacob was also surprised when he heard this question. Although he wasn't a mortal giant, he consumed its heart and awakened its terrifying physical trait, the mortal danger sense. This ability allows Jacob to sense life-threatening danger 2 seconds before its arrival. Although this wasn't much, it was an extremely useful ability in certain circumstances, and this was proof of the might of a mortal giant. However, he didn't think even a wyvern would consider a mortal giant an equal. This discovery was quite astounding. Still, Jacob was now quite curious about this wyvern as well, and now that he had ordered to plunder his dreamscape realm, he knew a massive boon was coming. This wyvern was destined to die without even knowing why. What if I am? Jacob questioned coldly. Flame Calamity's eyes narrowed as he huffed, spitting flames from his nostrils. Good, you are worthy of me fighting you with my full power. I've heard the mortal giants also have a combat form, so I advised you to reveal your true form, or it'd be a pity if I killed you before I could experience the true prowess of a mortal giant's combat form. Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly as this new information was quite shocking. It seemed I'm still nowhere near understanding the races of the Zodiac Plains. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Which galaxy do you belong to? Are there many like you?" Flame Calamity replied, Since you're a worthy opponent that I've acknowledged, I'll answer you. I'm from the Lesser Grand Absolute Galaxy of Gemini's unique planes. The only Dark Prince of Dark City and strongest being, Flame Calamity. So, the other lesser galaxies also seem to have the same planes type ranking, huh? Furthermore, this Dark Prince rank seemed to be above the Dark Duke, and according to my knowledge, there isn't any Dark Prince rank Dark Noble in Lesser Grand Absolute Galaxy of Taurus. There only exists a Dark Duke, or there is a Dark Prince, and the Dark City is hiding its existence. If this Dark Prince rank Dark Noble is like this Flame Calamity, then I should be careful. Jacob thought before he asked another question. Do you know about the Path of Legend? This was the most important question he wanted the answer to, and since this was the true reason, he entered the Dark Battle Arena. Since this Flame Calamity was talking, he had to get the answer to this question, or at least some clue. But at this moment, Flame Calamity's eyes suddenly went wide when he heard Jacob's question and agitatedly asked, "The Path of Legend has been revealed in your galaxy? Where are you from, and when was it discovered? Did the key is in your hand?" Jacob was surprised by this sudden change in emotion and all those questions with many clues. One thing was clear. This Flame Calamity knew about the Path of Legend and seemed very agitated about it. Jacob thought for a moment before he replied, "I can't tell where I'm from because of some personal reason, but I can tell you that the Path of Legend was revealed in our side's unique planes trial almost a decade ago by someone else. According to my information, the Path of Legend will be revealed in a century. As for the key, we are still searching for it. If you have any information about this Path of Legend, I can trade with you in ZC if possible," he probed. Flame Calamity's eyes widened even more. It seemed that I have to enter the unique planes trial as well. You have no idea just how huge this information is, and it's very important to me. If not for you, I'd have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since you gave me this precious information, as the member of the dragon race who always paid their debts, I'll tell you what I know about the Path of Legend, also known as the Road to Legendary Rank. 612, Chapter 612, Road to Legendary Rank. Jacob's eyes shimmered when Flame Calamity agreed to reveal the information about the Path of Legend. Although they were still amidst the battle, there were no time limits or restrictions there, so they could speak as long as they wanted. He had already gotten the crucial information about the importance of the key that he had yet to retrieve, so all that was left was the knowledge of the Path of Legend. Flame Calamity spoke, "Since you are a mortal giant, you probably know that the rank above unique is legendary rank, but no one told anyone that there are 3 steps of the legend between the 2 ranks. However, even these 3 steps of legend merely gave others the qualification to content for the legendary rank. In the lesser planes or lesser galaxies, no one can achieve legendary rank. No matter how much talent or what bloodline they have, it is one of the absolute laws of the Zodiac Plane's lesser galaxies. Because to become a legendary rank, one needed something called a legendary vestige. So, there are only 2 ways to achieve the legendary rank. The first and simplest is to ascend to the middle galaxies and find a legendary vestige. But for those who are born in the lesser galaxies, it is nigh impossible since ascending from lesser to middle galaxies, for one needed to cross the star ocean's universal void, which is filled with terrifying existences that even legendary ranks would perish if they tried to cross it. So this left us all with only one route, the Path of Legend. But the Path of Legend only appeared once in a blue moon in a unique planes trial, and even then, we all need to rely on ourselves to find its existence, as the SAAI never announced it until someone finally triggered it. Not to mention, when someone triggers it, the time period will start for everyone. What I know is, whenever a Path of Legend appears in a lesser galaxy, the other galaxies will have the Path of Legend hidden in their trials. But if someone triggered it, the time limit for the Path of Legend will start for all the lesser galaxies. So, by the time the Path of Legend opens, and if some lesser galaxy has still yet to discover it, they will miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. That's why you're revealing this information to me is a huge favor, or I might have had rotten away in the lesser galaxy. Flame Calamity's eyes shimmered with complicated emotions as he looked at the giant who was extremely disdainful a few minutes ago. If not for Jacob's lack of information, he might have died from regret. Flame Calamity continued. Anyhow, as I said before, the Path of Legend opened for every lesser galaxy, which means in this place, all the natives of the 12 lesser galaxies gathered together and contended for 12 legendary galaxy vestige. Jacob's eyes narrowed. 12? Do you mean to say that there are only 12 legendary vestiges to go around? Furthermore, you said legendary galaxy vestige. Are these vestiges different from the middle galaxies? Flame Calamity nodded. Indeed, for 12 galaxies, there are just 12 legendary galaxy vestiges, and you are right, these vestiges are indeed different. I happened to stumble upon a terrifying being's records related to the Path of Legend in the past, so I know about this. According to that being, the vestiges of the 12 galaxies are somewhat special and far more powerful than the vestiges that exist in the middle galaxies. There were no more details about it, but from what I found, a legendary rank being born from a legendary galaxy vestige should be 10 times or even more powerful than a legendary being born from a middle galaxy legendary vestige. That's why the rulers of the middle galaxies always somehow sent their own descends to content against the people of the lesser galaxies for those 12 galaxy vestiges. That person described the Path of Legend as the path of carnage where even the strong would die, and they are the playground for the middle galaxy's people. Flame Calamity's eyes were filled with viciousness when he spoke about this. How could a noble existence like himself accept being the plaything and stepping stones for others? Jacob was also shocked, as this discovery was really startling and terrifying at the same time. It seemed those 12 vestiges are really precious. Only this could move the people of the middle galaxies. I need to complete the first phase somehow before the Path of Legend will open. Jacob clenched the hits of his swords. Although this was dangerous, Jacob knew he might only have this chance to enter the middle galaxies, or who knows how long it would take for the next Path of Legend to appear. The Path of Legend can appear anywhere in the lesser galaxies. It is not fixed, and the only way to track it down is the legendary key. Without it, even if someone finds the Path of Legend, they will never be able to enter it because the legendary key is the only way to open it. Not only that, but whoever had the legendary key would have some huge advantage over everyone else who could enter with an entrance token known as the Star Ocean Medallion. But the important thing is, whoever had the legendary key will also become the target of everyone, especially those outsiders from the middle galaxies. The legendary key is very strange as its location can be tracked down, so whoever holds it becomes everyone's enemy. So, I suggest you find it and then hide its existence from those with the medallions, since they can't use it without knowing the location of the Path of Legend. So, the fewer people enter, the better. Or you can always snatch all the medallions from others. The Star Ocean medallions are scattered all over the unique plane's Star Ocean and can only be found with some luck. The other way is to complete the Epic Plains Trail solo, which is almost impossible. But the Medallion of the Epic Trails also seem to have some advantage over the other medallions found in the unique plane's Star Ocean. This is all I know about the Path of Legend. Now, let's finish our fight. I need to enter the unique plains trial to search for the legendary key. We might meet in the Path of Legend next time, and if you can defeat me, I'm willing to team up with you to take care of those goddamn outsiders who think of us as livestock to slaughter. Flame Calamity sincerely stated. Jacob finally got all the information that they wanted, albeit still somewhat incomplete, especially the part about the advantage over others with the legendary key or the medallion. But this was enough for him to prepare. Looking at Flame Calamity, he couldn't help but sigh. You might not be alive until the Path of Legend opens, but I'm grateful for this information, so this information I gave you can be considered the payment. With this, I have one less powerful opponent to worry about. Jacob suddenly smiled faintly as it was icy and cruel. Alright, let's get on with it. 6 1/3, Chapter 6 1/3. A bygone Shadowflame Calamity didn't waste time as his eyes turned ablaze. Still not going to take your combat form. Let's see how long you can continue to hold back, Hellfire Domain. Jacob suddenly felt an alarm ringing in his mind as he quickly retreated when the temperature around Flame Calamity began to rise like crazy. In a 100-meter radius, dark crimson flames began to blaze, reaching 30 meters height like an inferno. Flame Calamity's body completely vanished within as he seemed to have become one of the flames. This was the most powerful innate ability of the Fire Wyvern, the Fire Domain. Flame Calamity was almost invisible in this domain as it became one with fire, and no physical attacks could hurt him. The dragons were rumored to be the favorite children of magic with no equal, and the Wyvern race was not far off either. This kind of domain ability was extremely rare, and only a few races possessed them, or they didn't have the talent to comprehend them. Now, Jacob can't do physical damage as this battle turned into a battle of pure magic, and to kill Flame Calamity, he had to extinguish the fire domain first. Still, this domain type ability exhausts huge amounts of mana, so as long as he can hold off, Flame Calamity would be exhausted soon. He can only use this domain for 80 seconds if he doesn't use any other magic-related spells. But how could he give Jacob such a chance? There was another function of a domain type ability. The owner could manipulate the domain element freely at will. Flame Calamity's fire element was a growth type element which gave him the edge over everyone. Just as Jacob was still mulling over this situation, hundreds of crimson chains of flame shot out from the fire domain and viciously moved toward Jacob. What kind of ability is this? Jacob knew if he didn't go all out, he would be the one losing the portion of his soul, which was unacceptable to him. After all, he didn't want any future troubles because of this. Even if this injury were healable, he had a feeling that the matters of soul couldn't be taken lightly, so he was not going to lose because he didn't want to show his true prowess. Fire Flash. Green flames gushed out of his body as he instantly vanished from his spot, leaving behind a flame figure like him. This magic spell would use his fire magic to create an afterimage of fire while sending the user a few meters away from its initial position. The flame chains ended up blasting the fire afterimage of Jacob, and Flame Calamity's bewildered voice rang, "Dual elements. You can also use fire as well, and your fires seem to be mutant among fire, a growth-type core. How can that be? A dual-element body was only a myth. Just who are you, Dictator?" Jacob appeared a few meters away, heard Flame Calamity's disbelieving remark, and was somewhat astounded. "So, my fire is also a special kind, like Flame Calamity's. No wonder its color is different, and its temperature is higher than normal fire element fires. I should investigate it further, and I need to be more careful to use dual magic in front of others in the future." Despite his surprise, Flame Calamity quickly recovered. "You are the worthiest opponent I've encountered in my entire life, and that's why crushing you will be the biggest achievement before I enter the path of legend. I'm going to use all my magic in a signal spell. This will decide victory or defeat. Dictator, I hope you can give me another surprise." The flame domain suddenly churned at this moment, and the flames suddenly began to rise as the temperature increased even more. The surroundings were beginning to melt, turning into molten lava. Jacob's eyes contorted as he had a very dangerous feeling about it, and at this moment, a strange scene flashed past his eyes when a flame dragon suddenly closed its massive jaws on him, turning him into ashes. It was a vision of death. A chill went down Jacob's spine because when he snapped out of that sudden scene, that was mortal danger sense. At this moment, Flame Calamity's eerie voice reverberated. "Forbidden spell, Hell Dragon Calamity." Just as his voice trailed off, the fire domain suddenly took the shape of a massive dragon head as crimson flames were burning ferociously on it. Like an arrow, it shot toward Jacob before opening its flaming jaw, revealing nothing but a burning inferno. The temperature was as high as the sun. Everything in its path turned into cinders. For the first time, Jacob felt death incoming. Just from this, one could easily feel this place was far from being just a virtual reality. Furthermore, since the mortal danger sense was triggered, it means this death might have serious consequences. But Jacob didn't have another that could match this ghastly magic spell. Even if he used everything he had, he knew he wouldn't be able to avoid it, as he felt like he was being locked by something. This was the first time he saw a forbidden spell in action, as he had only read about it in a book within the witch's palace. Just as death was inevitable, Jacob suddenly felt his blood begin to rage, as if something triggered it as massive power poured into his body out of nowhere. Something suddenly ticked in his mind as the fear of the incoming death suddenly vanished, and he felt extremely powerful. Instinctively, Jacob suddenly raised his two rotating swords in two different directions and slashed them, deceptive sword style, anti-clockwise, pandemonium. Something unimaginable happened. Both swords suddenly released strange whistling cries before two pitch-black sword lights materialized in the air. The sword lights were extremely tyrannical, like they wanted to cut apart the world. Not only that, but Jacob didn't know that behind him, a vague shadow, so gigantic that its height couldn't be measured, appeared for a split second before vanishing. The two pitch-black sword lights suddenly flashed past the massive dragon head when it was about to devour Jacob. The time seemed to have come to a standstill when the crimson dragon head suddenly shimmered in pitch-black light, and the next moment, it cut into myriad pieces. Boom. A huge explosion rang as the giant dragon head vanished, revealing Flame Calamity's figure, which split into countless pieces. At this moment, its eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Jacob, who still seemed to be in a trance. He wanted to say something, but his mouth turned into pieces before he vanished with a light. "Congratulations to Dictator on your 11th arena victory. You have successfully completed your 11-kill winning streak. You have won your first ranking match of the Iron League and entered the top 1,000 Iron Arena rankings. Arena League ranking list has been unlocked. Your Iron League Arena rank is 998th. The betting pool has been closed. Calculating your final reward, 755 dark credits has been added to your account. Your Faceless Ancient. Dark credit 1770. Do you want to search for another opponent?" Jacob finally snapped out of that strange state with Dark Rose's voice and muttered, "What just happened?" 614, Chapter 614, Whiteness. Far away from the lesser grand absolute galaxy of Taurus, within a massive luxurious room, a dark pod suddenly opened, revealing a giant figure with a gloomy look on his handsome yet fierce face. It was none other than Flame Calamity. What the hell was that last move? Was it a forbidden magic of the mortal giant race? No, it was maybe the legendary totem, but how could he make a totem while still in the unique rank? Could it be because he had dual magic core? The more he thought about Jacob's final attack that raised him into mincemeat, the more he felt cold chills on his spine and a lingering fear overcome his heart. Dictator, I wonder which galaxy he is from. I can't get his information even with my current Dark Noble rank as long as he's not within the same galaxy. But we are bound to encounter each other, and I have to win him over or at least stay out of his way. I was too arrogant. I have to train again before the path of legend opens. Flame Calamity's eyes shimmered with a hint of resolution before he suddenly frowned as a sense of weakness overcame his mind. Teask, this virtual battlefield can really take a toll on one mind. Dark Rose wasn't lying. But why do I feel this peculiar feeling? Maybe I'm too tired. Nodding at this own conjecture, he coldly ordered, Dark Rose, summon my daughter and son here. Tell them I'm taking them out for training, so hurry up. At this moment, Flame Calamity didn't know that after 4 years, the same most memorable days of life would be the day of his death. At the same time, somewhere within the Middle Galaxies was a mystical place filled with flying cities of the size of planets and unimaginable scenery like a paradise. In the center of this place was a planet-sized angelic temple, and its walls were twinkling with countless stars as someone had made it with the starry sky itself. In the center of this angelic temple was an endless white space, and floating in the middle of this whiteness was a throne made with golden holy light, and a hominoid white figure of light was sitting over it with a golden crown on its head. But right at this moment, the seemingly endless white space suddenly tore apart, revealing a black hole, and the next moment a meteorite in blazing white flames fell a few hundred meters away from the light throne. What? A voice that could make anyone's soul explode reverberated before the figure of light suddenly opened its eyes, which were actually like a spiral. Anyone gazing at them would fall into entral D-mines. Ah, I finally managed to cross that blasted void. A lazy yet ecstatic voice suddenly rang before the white blazing meteorite suddenly began to twist and reshape. Soon, the meteorite took the appearance of a small child around the age of 7 or 8 with an extremely adorable baby face and long white hair. Still, there were mystical markings engraved on the side of his neck containing countless mysteries within. Furthermore, the child's eyes were completely white without any irises or pupils, and he was wearing a white suit with golden embroidery of myriad beasts, which seemed to be almost alive. The child appeared very innocent, but the light figure didn't dare to think of this thing as a child as the black hole in the middle of the white space was still there, and only it was begging to heal. Who are you? The light figure asked with vigilance as its spiral eyes seemed to be revolving. It wanted to see through this child, but a hint of shock flashed past his eyes because all he could see was infinite dark mist. The child looked at the light figure, and his childish eyes went sharp before he suddenly revealed his white teeth, which were like a wolf's. He greeted with a nonchalant attitude, You should be a descendant of the holy race. I'm Whiteness. The light figure's eyes flashed with surprise when it heard holy race and became somewhat afraid of this child now. Although this light figure was one of few who could cause unimaginable destruction, even the light figure didn't feel confident in handling this intruder, who appeared to be a harmless child. Because this place was one of the most secure locations in the entire Middle Galaxies, this person was able to come here by easily tearing apart space. Even the light figure wasn't capable of that, and most importantly, he knows about its race and yet is still so nonchalant about it. Can I ask why you trespass in my dwelling? The light figure asked with a somewhat reserved tone. It clearly didn't want to attack without full confidence, or this place might get destroyed. Oh, it was indeed rude of me, but I need your help in a matter. So, after asking a friend, I found that there is a descendant of the holy race in the Middle Galaxies who had awakened the inner Espy and cultivated it to the intermediate stage. I never thought there was a talent like you within the Middle Galaxies. It's a pity that the bridge is still closed. But don't worry, your ancestor already noticed you long ago and is very pleased with you. Teask, that old fox even asked me to deliver you to him just for giving me some directions. Anyway, as long as you perform well, I can take you back with me. You are qualified enough. The child snickered playfully, with the look of an ancient monster in his white eyes. The light figure suddenly trembled when it heard that child's unbelievable words, but the light figure didn't think he was lying because its eyes could analyze the speech, and lying was impossible in front of the light figure. Although the light figure can't see past this child's background, the light figure can still analyze the speech as long as the other party isn't trying to hide it or has that ability. Whiteness clearly wasn't trying to hide it, as he was unstoppable within the Middle Galaxies. Is it true? Why didn't Ancestor contact me? The light figure agitatedly asked, still somewhat in disbelief. Whiteness chuckled. Well, it's the same reason the Middle Galaxies can't contact the Lesser Galaxies without paying an exorbitant price. Kiddo, the Universal Void is not just for show, especially the Universal Void that leads to the Lesser Galaxies, so don't blame your ancestor. Now tell me if you're going to help me or not. Although it would be a hassle without you, it's not like I can't do without you. Whiteness nonchalantly asked with an innocent yet sly smile. Suddenly, the light figure's eyes went wide as it was only able to think clearly now. He said he knows about me, an old friend. Didn't this mean he's someone on the same level as my ancestor? Just thinking about it made the light figure tremble and excited at the same time as the next moment. It vanished from its light throne and appeared right in front of Whiteness. The light figure suddenly begins to change, and its gigantic form also shrinks down until it is only 2 meters tall. The next moment, the light figure suddenly turned into an extremely charming woman with long golden hair, pale skin, pointy ears, and, of course, spiral eyes. She was wearing long golden robes and looked like a queen. She quickly bowed in front of Whiteness and respectfully greeted, "Please forgive Eliza's previous offense, as I wasn't aware of your noblesse's exalted status. Eliza and my Cardinal Spirit Temple will be at your noblesse's beck and call. Please order us without hesitation." Whiteness nodded in satisfaction, seeing Eliza's current attitude like an elder. "Not bad, no wonder that old fox has such a favorable impression of you, and you could awake the SBIs after millions of years of the last bearer. All right, Eliza, I don't need you to move your forces as my matter has nothing to do with the Middle Galaxies. I won't interfere with your matters unless you, and only you, are on the brink of dying. That is only until we leave this place. Instead, I want to use your inner SBI to calculate a matter for me, and then I want you to prepare some materials and some of your faction's most outstanding quasi-legendary rank juniors." Whiteness' command startled Eliza. "The others are small matters. What does Noblesse need me to calculate?" Eliza quickly asked without hesitation. Whiteness, for the first time, released a faint chilly aura, making even Eliza tremble before he said, "Simple, I need to hunt a heretical rat. But this rat is hiding somewhere in the lesser galaxies, and even I can't enter there with those ancient abominations in the universal void. So, I want you to calculate the exact time the Path of Legend will open, and then I'll create an ancient altar and send your people in the Path of Legend with it. With my help, as long as they can collect all the 12 legendary galaxy vestiges and use that ancient altar, I'll be able to enter the lesser galaxies." 615, Chapter 615, An Ownerless Land. The Dark Pod opened within the dark room of Dark Viscount Estate, revealing Jacob's figure. He opened his eyes before he rose from the pod and sat there with a contemplated look on his face. After his fight with Flame Calamity, he didn't continue the matches and exited the arena. He was still somewhat baffled about what happened at the last moment since he only remembered something overcoming his mind, and he felt boundless power surging through his body. Then he used the Deceptive Sword style's second killer move, the anti-clockwise, Pandemonium on instinct, and everything was over. Furthermore, he could tell something changed within his mind after that battle as he was calmer, and his mind was clearer. That was definitely fighting giant spirit. What kind of aspect is this? The more I fight on the verge of death, the more powerful I become. Those weren't empty words. If I can enter that state on will, even someone like Flame Calamity would die, but that is under the condition I'm at the same power level as them. That wyvern was probably at the quasi-legendary rank in reality, so even if I entered that state, I might die from that forbidden spell. Jacob mused with a hint of gloom. As far as Jacob knows, the forbidden spells were something that can't be taught, and only those with extremely powerful bloodlines can awake them upon reaching a certain level of power. The forbidden spells grant the user extreme power at the cost of their life force or something equal, and the stronger the forbidden spell, the harsher the cost to activate it. They were the last resort, and no one would use them easily. Flame Calamity probably used it because he thought it wasn't real life, or he would have never used it unless he was in a life and death situation, or even then, he might have chosen to flee instead of using it. Jacob only got this much information from the Witch Palace. Even the Witch Queen had never seen a forbidden spell. But now that Jacob had experienced it himself and even managed to counter it. That's why Jacob was shocked and wanted to figure out how he did it. Then, there was another thing that Jacob was quite dissatisfied about. He summoned Cursed Immortality and coldly questioned, "You should probably know what just transpired, right? I want to ask you if my fluid acceleration is connected with you. Why was it not emulated in that place if it isn't?" Jacob was extremely vexed about this situation because if his most used abilities were all connected to Cursed Immortality, what if someday he fell under some situation where Cursed Immortality would be blocked? Didn't this mean he would die? But then, if all his abilities were connected to Cursed Immortality, why was the fighting giant spirit copied? Was there some difference in soul? He was very curious about it and knew the answer might be useful for his future. Now, he wanted to quickly raise his power since he knew what the Path of Legend actually was and its significance. Immortica laughed like usual before replying, Hey, there is a simple answer to your question. The fluid acceleration is connected to your heart. You only awakened it because your heart mutated. As long as your cursed heart can't be emulated, anything related to it will also be lost. But let me tell you, it is absolutely impossible to emulate something related to a universal godly scripture unless you have the power to break those limitations placed on you. Simply put, as long as you are strong, nothing will be able to restrain you. So I would suggest you don't court your own death, but it's not like I don't like it. Ha 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 ha. Realization dawns on him now. Power to be unrestrained, huh? Then, do you have some opinion on the way I found to make my soul stronger? Would it work in my favor, and I can finally control the eyes of Judge? He asked the most important thing he wanted to know, and only Immortality could judge it. No one else could. Took you long enough to figure it out yourself. It is indeed a good way to make progress with your eyes of Judge. The stronger your soul, the longer you'll be able to keep your eyes active until they can fully incorporate with you and replace your eyes. But there is still a long way to go until that happens, hee. Jacob had a sigh of relief, but he was also somewhat depressed since it was clear Immortality knew about it long ago, yet it never bothered to tell him. This was the only thing he hated about this cursed book. What about the fighting giant spirit, especially what happened in the end? Is this also related to the soul? Jacob asked solemnly. You are right and wrong at the same time. I can't tell you much. It will only halt your progress. But all I can say is you are on the right path. Immortality ambiguously wrote. Although Jacob was dissatisfied a little, he still got the answer, so it wasn't all in vain. He knew this was the extent of information he could get from Immortality, and it was already more than enough for him to work on. Lastly, he asked, what about that dreamscape realm? What kind of entity does it belong to, and what is its power level? Would I be in danger if I continued to plunder from it? And don't you dare laugh it off. This is important since you know I can't go against someone of that level yet. His tone was grave. Although Nyx had assured him they would be fine, he wasn't completely confident until he heard it from Immortality. After all, a person who could create that dreamscape realm had to be a terrifying existence, and Nyx was nowhere near the level of completely measuring this person's depth. Even if he could get strong souls like Flame Calamities in there, if there were even the slightest chance that it would grab that person's attention, he would stop it since his life was more important than strengthening his soul. Immortality suddenly burst into wanton laughter before writing, truth be told, even I'm somewhat surprised by this method. Since it's already under the rules, I can tell you a little, but only a little. You see, that Dreamscape Realm's owner can't pay attention to you even if it wanted to because that Dreamscape Realm is incomplete and only a small part of the complete realm. Simply put, whoever did this, their plan was ingenious, but to make it happen, they had to split a part of their own soul and then sneak it into the lesser planes because this person's true power is far above the level of lesser planes which the absolute laws of the zodiac planes can't tolerate. If I go into detail, it would take a very long time, and you might not even understand the principles behind it. So, I'll give you a simple example. Consider this dreamscape realm as a farm that could create an endless supply of crops and have a natural hidden storage to store them. But the farm is on the land of a feudal lord, and the farmer is a foreigner who didn't have his permission to use it, yet he still dared to use it sneakily. But now, the sneaky farmer didn't dare to harvest them because it would draw the attention of the feudal lord. So, it is currently ownerless because the sneaky farmer is afraid of incurring the wrath of the true lord of this land, but it is only the case for that sneaky farmer. So anyone can grab it as long as they have the means to bypass the farmer's spies and defenses. Do you get it? Ha 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 ha. 616 Chapter 616, A Plan of Abduction? Within a day after Jacob entered the Dark City, the news reached all the Dark Nobles above the upper Dark Noble ranks. After all, a Dark Viscount was still a middle-rank Dark Noble within the unique Dark City, and there were only 48 of them, including Jacob. As for the Dark Earls, there were 23 and 2 Dark Marquises with the highest authority within the Dark City. Most of the Dark Nobles were under these 2 Dark Marquises or had some connection with them. As for the position of the Dark Administrator, the unique Dark City didn't have one because there was only one Dark Administrator of the unique planes, and that person was within the territory of the Dark City, the Dark Duke. At this moment, within the Dark Marquis estate of Dark Marquis Jethro, which was 10 times bigger than a Dark Viscount estate and far more lavish. There were only 5 such estates in the entire unique Dark City. 6 cloaked figures were sitting in a meeting room in front of a burly barbarian with runic tattoos on his face and long blonde hair. He was clad in black robes and his aura was completely hidden. He was Dark Marquis Jethro, one of the 2 highest authority Dark Nobles within the unique Dark City. Dark Marquis Jethro was holding a wine glass in his hand. The look in his fierce eyes was sharp as he looked at those 6 cloaked figures. So, you want me to help you grab this new Dark Viscount within his estate? Do you take the Dark City as a place where you can grab anyone like some slums? His cold voice was filled with ridicule as he sneered. The tallest among the cloaked figures, who was also a barbarian, replied coolly, Brother Jethro, don't worry, you should know as part of the organization, we always take precautions. Although it would be slightly difficult, it's not impossible. His voice suddenly turned cold. Besides, this is the order from the top, and as a fellow member, you are obliged to help the organization whenever it needs you. Or do you think all those resources and benefits you have been enjoying for decades are free? Don't tell me your loyalty is faltering after all these years of a comfortable life of luxury within the Dark City? Dark Marquis Jethro's eyes flashed with chilly glint when he heard those words. He knew his status was all thanks to the organization's help, or with the competition and the tight grip of the Dark City's 3 Duke clans, it was very difficult to ascend to the Dark Marquis' position without pledging their loyalty to a Duke clan first. Dark Marquis Jethro was one of the few who could still remain independent and got his position despite not joining a Dark Duke clan first. It was all because of the organization behind him, but this is as far as he could go because he needed to go against all three Dark Duke clans to become a Dark Duke, which was nearly impossible. They left him alone because he didn't show any ambition, or if he had dared to show interest in increasing his rank further, who knows what kind of accidents he had met. Still, Dark Marquis Jethro enjoyed a very high status, and the resources of the Dark City were abundant, especially the allure of the Dark Battle Arena. That place was excellent for becoming strong and increasing combat capabilities. He wasn't ready to give up on the Dark Battle Arena, but he knew if he refused, within a few hours his status as a spy, and not just any spy, but the spy from the Atlas, would be revealed. After that, not to mention the Dark City, all the powers within the unique planes would hunt him down like a rabid dog, including Atlas, whom he betrayed. This is the biggest reason Atlas was never worried about their members betraying them, because by associating with them, they would become the enemy of the Star Network by default, and they also made sure to keep proof of it. Dark Marquis Jethro was now in a similar situation. Either he helped them, or he could kiss his kingly life goodbye. At least if he complied, he would still be a member of the Atlas, and they had terrifying means to change his identity as well. So, it wasn't so bad to give up on his current identity as long as he could keep living. He can always start anew with a new identity. Gritting his teeth, Dark Marquis Jethro replied, "I would never betray the organization and the kindness they had shown me. My everything belongs to the organization. What do you need me to do?" Faint snickers filled with mockery were heard from the six cloaked figures as if they were expecting this. The barbarian smiled faintly as he said, "Why do you look so gloomy, Brother Jethro? If our first plan works, you might not lose your position at all. I've heard that a dark noble can issue a dark mission to someone 2 noble ranks below him, and that person can't refuse either. So, isn't this all too simple? Just issue him a dark mission to go to a certain place, and we'll arrange an ambush for him there. This way, both sides will be happy, no? If it was only that simple." Dark Marquis Jethro sighed ruefully. "You are indeed right. But this rule only applies to outer members, not core members. From my investigation, this Dark Viscount Faceless Ancient is a core member, so unless I'm the city administrator, I can't issue him any mission or order him to do something against his own will. Furthermore, I've already sent an envoy to invite him, but his butler stated that he's in retreat in the dark room and specifically ordered him not to be disturbed until he comes out on his own. This is the same case for others as well, so no one gets a meeting with him." Although Dark Marquis Jethro was talking about the dark room, they were all sitting within a special barrier of the Atlas that blocked any AI or eavesdropping. Furthermore, no one was wearing star watches, and they all had offender rings. So, as long as Dark Marquis Jethro didn't reveal core information, the Zodiac Oath contract can't do anything to him. This was the scariest part about the Zodiac Oath contracts. Even if he changed his star ID, the contract wouldn't be cancelled until he could become a completely new person. That's why the core secrets of the 3 factions were always guarded by the Zodiac Oath contract. So even if some spies managed to enter the core of the power, they wouldn't be able to reveal them or take personal action against them unless they wanted to end up dead the moment they opened their mouth. The same rules apply to Dark Marquis Jethro. Even with Atlas support, he can't reveal too much or personally harm the Dark City, or he'll perish. So, the 6 people didn't push it either since they also knew about this. The barbarian frowned as he didn't know too much about the Dark City's personal member rules. Then, I guess the second plan it is. We have to grab him in the Dark City. Since you're not harming the Dark City directly, it'll be fine, and you won't suffer a backlash from the contract either. Furthermore, as long as we remained hidden from Dark Rose, you will have nothing to worry about. So, I want you to tell me if you have a way to go around the defenses, he asked. Dark Marquis Jethro frowned as he knew he can't back down. He had to take the risk. "I have a way, but you need to give me the anonymous scroll. To make it work, we need to enter the Dark Room, to which the Dark Rose pays the most attention. Even without wearing a Star Watch, Dark Rose could still detect my life signature there because there are many security features. Furthermore, we need to be quick since the moment we barge in, the entire Dark City security will be there within a minute. So, I need the anonymous scroll to hide my life signature and more men, or you 6 can go alone and I can give you the details about how to break open the Dark Room," he stated in an irrefutable tone. The barbarian looked deeply at Dark Marquis Jethro before he nodded. "Consider it done." 617. Chapter 617, Progress and Danger. A week has passed since Jacob entered the Dark Room. At this moment, Jacob was looking at the barrier filled with pitch-black liquid as it was getting absorbed at a terrifying speed. Within this liquid was a tiny black centipede, shimming in a dark hue as the black liquid was quickly absorbed into this tiny insect. This was indeed Autark, who was now absorbing the unique rank Titan tiers it had refined this past week. As for Jacob, he was busy with the Dark Battle Arena and collecting souls. This past week, he had won 38 battles without losing any and was already ranked 14th in the Iron League. After encountering Flame Calamity, he didn't encounter anyone as ridiculous as him, so his fighting record continued to grow while his combat skills continued to refine. Now, he had a full grasp over his powers and was far stronger than a week ago. If not for collecting souls and continuing to evaluate his soul, his record would have been even more terrifying. In this past week, he found that absorbing soul vitality of a small portion and from a huge part was extremely different. He discovered that when he absorbed the soul vitality within his soul directly, he needed to be static and he couldn't move in this window. It was a completely different concept than raising his lifespan, which can be done without him realizing it. Furthermore, after finding the truth behind the Dark Battle Arena and the Dreamscape realm from Immortality, Jacob and Nyx become more wanton, and they plunder whatever comes their way. As he was rising through the ranks, stronger opponents were coming in the battles, and they all became nutrition for Nyx and himself. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who was becoming stronger. Nyx was also making progress, probably even faster than him. She can now fully absorb the Dreamscape realm of a unique rank within 2 hours, and anyone above the unique rank would take her half or a full day. Jacob also noticed that with his soul becoming stronger, his perception was undergoing a huge change, which even he didn't know the limit to. As for the biggest benefits, it was naturally the progress with his Eyes of Judge. Now, he can keep them active for 15 whole seconds, which was 2 times greater than last week. The only regrettable thing was he couldn't enter that state when he defeated Flame Calamity. It was as if it was a fluke that would never happen again. But as his soul was getting stronger, he had a feeling that he might be able to make progress with the fighting giant spirit. As long as he encounters another opponent at the same level as the Flame Calamity who could push him to the brink of death, he should be able to enter that state again. But it's a pity that to encounter such an opponent again, he needed to climb the leagues or encounter someone like Flame Calamity who was new to the arena, and the chances of the latter were almost close to zero. As for the Dreamscape realm of the Dark City, when he told Nyx about it, she didn't believe it. But when she finally tried to probe it, she also discovered no reaction or retaliation from the Dreamscape realm, which made her ecstatic. But when she tried to take over, she discovered that she didn't have enough power even to infiltrate this Dreamscape realm, much less annexing it, making her sulk to no end, and Jacob was the same. However, Nyx told him that if she could evolve just once, she might be able to infiltrate it, so they were now fully focused on getting stronger with the end goal of annexing the Dreamscape realm and even taking over it without the Dark City finding out about it. Today, Autark managed to refine this barrel of the Titan Tears with over 70% of the materials Jacob had plundered from the Potion Alchemy City, and with Jacob's permission, Autark began to absorb it. Jacob hoped this would be enough for Autark to evolve into a unique rank, as Autark was already at the peak of the Epic rank, and the Epic rank Titan Tears have no effect on Autark. As time passed, the Titan Tears continued to drop until the barrier was completely empty, leaving only Autark, who was now wrapped in a crystalline black cocoon. Jacob's eyes shimmered as he looked at the small cocoon. Does this mean Autark succeeded and started the evolution? Jacob tried communicating with Autark, but he didn't get any response, and he could feel that Autark was unconscious. He then looked at Puppet Kareem, who was now extremely pale and even wilted a little, standing there without moving at all. He then tried to send Autark back within his solar plexus, and surprisingly, he succeeded as the cocoon appeared within his solar plexus. He could now clearly feel that Autark was undergoing some mysterious change. Then he frowned. Don't tell me it would take time for Autark to evolve into a unique rank. It hadn't happened before. But I guess the evaluation of the unique rank is a benchmark for a fantastic insect since the next rank is legendary. If I didn't have the Titan Tears, then according to Autark, he needed to absorb the brain of a legendary rank being, which was almost impossible for him or even with my help. So I should be content with this progress. But what kind of ridiculous condition does he need to fulfill to evolve into legendary rank? Task, he's even more difficult to raise than Nyx, or she's not at that level yet. I just hope he won't take too much time and can evolve within this year before I head into the fairies' territory. Jacob's eyes shimmered coldly as he thought about his next objective. Although he had already found a way to strengthen his soul, he still needed information about the abilities of Eyes of Judge, or at least some clues. Only then can he truly make progress and start comprehending the Immortal chapter. Jacob then stowed away Puppet Kareem as well, since he was useless without Autark and was about to enter the dark pod when his steps suddenly halted. With his new perception, Jacob suddenly discovered strange fluctuation from the closed door of the dark room. "Show me the outside of the dark room," he ordered coldly. The next moment, the projection appeared, showing the live feed of the corridor where the dark room was located, yet it was empty. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he felt even more strange fluctuations getting closer to the door, yet it was empty. He didn't dare to ignore this newly developed perception of his. Don't tell me someone is daring enough to infiltrate this place. But why me of all the people, or I'm simply overthinking things, and this is just because of the changes within my soul. Just thinking about it made Jacob grimace as he was new in this place and didn't even interact with anyone, so why would someone target him? Still, to be sure, Jacob activated his Eyes of Judge and everything around him turned into color spectrums. At this moment, Jacob finally spotted a few hominoid-shaped spectrums right outside the dark room. What the hell is going on? Jacob felt a chill running down his spine because 14 people seemed to be doing something to the dark room, yet Dark Rose still didn't notice it. Jacob's eyes shimmered with killing intent as he coldly stated, "Dark Rose, someone is infiltrating my dark room." Activate all the security measures, and I demand an explanation. 618, Chapter 618, No Mercy. I don't detect any intruders, so your request to raise an alarm has been cancelled. Dark Rose's static voice rang. Jacob's expression turned somewhat ugly. You couldn't detect them, but that doesn't mean I can't. If you don't want to provide backup, that's fine by me. Just tell me if there are intruders, and I can kill them, right? Furthermore, what will happen then, since it would mean that I was right and your security was breached? So, this means it's your fault, and I would be the victim. Will I get compensation? If Dark Viscount's proposition is correct, then you can indeed take drastic actions without restraint and will be compensated accordingly since the Dark City failed to provide you with a safe environment, and it will be a breach of trust. The Dark City will investigate this matter until the offenders pay for their infraction. Dark Rose statically stated. Then I'm relieved. Observe then. Jacob coldly sneered as he was very dissatisfied with this turn of events. Because if he were in the Dark Pod and without Autark, he would have been a sitting duck for these guys to kill. Moreover, without the changes in his soul, he might never have been able to feel the presence of these guys, not to mention the important role of Eyes of Judge. After this, he will never be at ease, even in the Dark City's most secure place. Nonetheless, he first needed to deal with these guys and then find out why they were targeting him. This matter was related to his safety, and if these guys somehow made a connection with him and the Path of Legend, then he wouldn't be safe even within the Dark City. Once this news got out, even the Dark Duke would do everything to capture him and get the Key of Legend and wouldn't stop until he acquired it. That's why Jacob was tense and feeling uneasy. Since this is the unique planes, these guys shouldn't be in the ranks of 3 Steps of Legend. But since they can come this far without getting noticed by Dark Rose, and even dare to try breaching the Dark Room, this means they are confident and come prepared. I'll just put 2 under my hex and kill everyone else without giving them a chance to use anything. This is no battle arena. They are foolish to think they can mess with me. Not to mention, they are all in this narrow corridor. Let's see if they dodge my bullets. Jacob's eyes flashed with killing intent as he took his potion at the very end of the room, placed the double-barrel rifle on the ground, and positioned it right at the door. However, he was still not done. He took a small glass bottle filled with purple liquid and opened its lid. He then used a spell, Whammy Poison Mist. The next moment, crimson mana suddenly poured into the glass bottle before thick crimson mist began to rise within the room. This was one of the magic spells he learned to use, the Whammy Poison. The Whammy Poison magic was to combine curse mana with poison, which could create different types of curse poisons. The more powerful a poison, the more potent the Whammy Poison. Jacob had gathered many poisonous herbs and hunted poisonous dark beasts and toxic zombies in the Dead Faction territory, so have different varieties of powerful poisons. Although his hex magic was still at epic level, he could still use these poisons to affect unique ranks. But it required time, and some races even have some resistance towards poisons, so unless he has unique rank hex mana, the potency of Whammy spell will be lacking compared to the poisons. Nonetheless, they were effective and could hinder those guys in many ways, while Jacob would remain hidden since this poison had no effect on him. He will use this poison mist to hinder these sights and perceptions while he will use the Eyes of Judge and kill them all. After he was done making preparations to greet the guests, he coldly commanded, since they want to enter, I should make it easy for them. Dark Rose, open the dark room's door and close the secret entry passage. Just as his voice trailed off, he vanished without a trace with stealth. At this moment, the closed door of the dark room suddenly slid open, and thick crimson mist gushed into the narrow passage. A startling cry rang the next moment. No good retreat. Yet, before they could react, the 2 people with 2 white beads evolving over their heads, making them invisible, at the very front, were holding a strange device against the door, suddenly beginning to fall down, losing their consciousness. But it wasn't the end. In the next second, 2 green beams suddenly materialized and bolted within the passage. It's an ambush. Painful and panicking cries reverberated with the passage as 3 of the invaders were already turned into meat mesh because of the atomic bullets. Another 2 bullets were fired, and before the sonic boom could even ring, 2 more bodies blasted into smithereens. Damn it, use defensive magic and scrolls and quickly leave this passage or we'll all die. This guy has a powerful projectile weapon. This furious voice belonged to none other than Dark Marquis Jethro, who was somewhere in the center of this group, and a bloody hole was opened in his arm. He barely missed the atomic bullet because it had already passed through 2 others, or he would have been deader than dead. He or no one else had ever expected to meet such an ambush while they were the actual ambushers. Furthermore, Jacob's means, especially the weapon he was using, greatly shocked everyone as he had already taken down 7 of their men within 5 seconds, including their leader, who was one of 2 who were in charge of unlocking the door. This was half of their forces. But how could Jacob give them a chance to retaliate or flee? He pulled the trigger again, which again landed on 2 more. He was using the Eyes of Judge so they couldn't hide from him no matter what, and the narrow corridor gave Jacob a huge advantage to pick them all up quickly. If they had entered the dark room, they might have had a chance to use their defensive measures, yet they decided to head back, which was not a good choice since Jacob's bullets were far faster than theirs. Dark Marquis Jethro finally felt despair when he saw only 5 of them remained. The other party was too fast and didn't give them any chance to use spells or magic scrolls. He roared in panic, revealing himself. I'm Dark Marquis Jethro. Dark Rose, I was forced against my will. Please stop. Before he could even finish his words, 2 atomic bullets directly landed on his chest, and he was blasted into myriad pieces. Humph! Jacob merely scoffed as he killed the rest of the 3. He would never give these guys a chance to retreat. But it still comes as a little shock to him that a Dark Marquis was involved in this. But he didn't have time to mull over it right now because he knew Dark Rose had already called off the guards and they would be here soon. So, he quickly approached those guys and began to loot. 619, Chapter 619, A Terrifying Assumption. Jacob moved quickly without caring about the blood and gory mess within the passage and used his eyes to pick up rings and white beads covered in blood. He didn't have time to appraise all these items, but he knew they were all treasures that even go undetected within the Dark City. After he was done looting the spoils, Jacob finally relaxed a little, but he wasn't done. Looking at the crimson mist that filled the entire place, Jacob's eyes flashed with crimson hue as he suddenly clasped his hands together, and an empty white scroll appeared between them. Whammy Poison Magic Scroll Condense. The next moment, the white scroll in his hand began to blow under crimson light, and the poison mist around him churned before a strong suction appeared, and the poison mist began to be absorbed within the empty magic scroll. This was another magic capability of an evil poison lord who practiced the whammy poison. The whammy poison magic was the result of poisons and curse mana so that it wouldn't vanish like normal magic. That's why an evil poison lord can take back the used whammy poison magic into empty magic scrolls, turning them into whammy poison magic scrolls and using them again continuously until the whammy poison fully vanishes or is destroyed. It was like gathering poison, but could only be done through magic scrolls. Not only that, but a whammy poison became more potent the more lives it took, and there was written in the ancient texts that a whammy poison can even gain its own spirituality if it becomes extremely strong after taking countless lives and absorbing powerful poisons. However, this art of the evil poison lord was long lost, and even Witch Queen Margaret could barely scratch the surface. Jacob was now as knowledgeable as Margaret of that time about whammy poison and imbricate magic and many more lore about the curse magic. But it was a pity that all the knowledge was up to the basic unique rank, and he had to do his own research if he wanted to make progress. He even wanted to find the vile witch race that Margaret belonged to so he could take their advanced rank knowledge. However, only after some investigation did he find that the vile witch race had long vanished from the unique planes. The current witch race, also the race of Kareem and the ruler of the Alchemy Guild, was known as the Charm Witch race. Nonetheless, they also practiced some unknown branch of witchcraft, which made them affiliated with the curses all the same, especially their tracking curses. So, this reason was enough for Jacob to put them on his list of future targets. Under Jacob's command, the crimson poison mist absorbed in the magic scroll changed its color from white to blood crimson. Now, the entire place became clear, and the scene was even more bloody. At this moment, Jacob headed towards the first 2 slumbering attackers and dragged them inside the dark room. He coldly said, "So, Dark Rose, do you believe me now? Not only did I was attacked, but I even had to protect myself on my own and managed to kill 12 of them while capturing 2 alive. What kind of compensation will I get?" Jacob hadn't forgotten about his early talk with Dark Rose. He was indignant about what happened. He knew if he had been in the Dark Pod, things would have turned hectic, and by the time he had realized, it could have been all over. Dark City seeks Dark Viscount forgiveness in this matter. It appeared the Star Hackers had breached our security with the help of their spy within our ranks. This matter has been deemed a 5th-degree Dark incident and reported back to the headquarters. Please wait for the response. The Dark City will give you a satisfactory explanation and bestow you corresponding rewards for taking out the vermin. Not only that, but the Dark City will also be your proxy in claiming the best rewards from the Star Network for killing and capturing the scourges of Star Hackers. In the meanwhile, you are free to move into the Dark Marquis estate for 3 years, and your Dark Room activation of the Dark Marquis Rank Dark Room will be free. I can assure you this is the most secure place in the entire Dark City. Jacob's eyes shimmered when he heard Star Hackers, and his heart sank a little. Why did those guys target me in this place? I have no enmity with them unless they found out about what I did to those 2 in the Epic Plains. But this matter is not big enough for them to send such a force while risking pissing off the Dark City. If it were the 3 hegemonies, at least it would have made sense. Wait, those guys were wearing 2 different rings, and one of them had somewhat familiar patterns. Jacob's eyes flashed with shock and uncertainty as a ring appeared in his hand with some trace of fresh blood. But Jacob didn't care about it as he quickly scrutinized the pattern around the inner ring, and his heart went cold as his eyes landed on the ring on his pinky. He quickly took it off, and after he looked carefully, the pattern under his own ring was the same. These guys are extremely proficient in advanced technology and can fool the Star Network, so they might have methods to track down their own tech. And what if, like the Star Network, they can also tag the IDs of their owners in these techs? So, if this ring also has such an ID, and by the looks of the force they sent after me, didn't this mean they had already found out that I have some connection with Free Sword? This is the only explanation I could think of, and even if I'm wrong, I can't brush this off. Whatever the reason is, I can't stay here any longer. If there is even a 1% chance that my assumption is true, then once they deem me untouchable, they might release this information, and once that happens, just thinking about it made Jacob tremble a little. He knew just how important the Path of Legend was for everyone. Captain Freesword was terrorized because of this exact reason. If those guys got the wind of this news, he could forget about living in peace. Even the Dark Duke will do anything to acquire that key. Jacob was not going to believe in those rules, as even the Dark Marquis turned out to be a spy, and since he wasn't moving against the Dark City's interest or harming it directly, he was able to target him. Dark Rose, who can see my star ID in the Dark City? He quickly asked. Everyone ranks above yours with personal membership can get your star ID, Dark Rose statically replied. No, I can't stay here, even if my conjecture and I hope it is wrong. Since those guys targeted me with such a force, they won't give up so easily, especially if they had some strong motive, Jacob mused grimly. At this moment, Jacob suddenly heard the secret passage door open and hurried steps toward the dark room. Dark Rose's voice rang. The investigation team is here. 620, Chapter 620, not good. Jacob looked at the corridor coldly, and soon a few tall giants appeared in dark armor and black masks. Their burly bodies hid terrifying strength. The giant at the very front, about 18 meters tall, looked at Jacob with a hint of surprise before he greeted with an impassive tone. I'm the Dark Guard commander of the Dark City's Dark Guards Regiment and Dark Earl Heath. Dark Viscount Jack. Jacob nodded and impassively replied. He could sense this guy was a Tier 9 unique rank, but he wasn't any threat to him despite being a giant. Heath didn't show any emotions because of Jacob's lack of respect, as he could feel Jacob was extremely dangerous, and this small massacre was more than enough proof of his strength. Dark noble rank doesn't matter if you don't have the power to back it up or the background to support you. Heath was already informed about the situation by Dark Rose, and he was shocked after finding out how Jacob was able to detect the intruders that even Dark Rose couldn't, and even take them down like they were some flies. He even managed to capture them. He wasn't sure if even the remaining Dark Marquis was capable of that, and besides, Jacob had already killed one Dark Marquis, so it was quite clear Jacob wasn't someone to be messed with, and having a good relation or not being his enemy was good enough. I have grasped the situation from Dark Rose. Let me apologize on behalf of our Dark Guard regiment for allowing such a disgraceful event to happen. I'm ashamed and have no excuse, but I would like to seek Dark Viscount's forgiveness and hope you'd have an open mind. After all, this was most likely done by star hackers, since they only have the peculiar technologies that could hide them from an extremely powerful AI with all the magical technology that can't detect them. You should know even the SAAI is helpless against them. But don't worry, since they dare to target one of our people, we won't sit still and do everything in our power to root out those scourges within our city. Heath solemnly stated as he bowed in front of Jacob, and the 5 other giants behind him also bowed without hesitation. Jacob was surprised a little as he didn't expect a Dark Earl and Guard Commander of the Dark City to apologize and even lower his head. He didn't show any arrogance or try hiding his incompetence. I understand, Dark Rose has already assured me, so you don't need to apologize, Jacob replied with a faint, forgiving smile. But his thoughts were racing. It seems the Dark City is more untied and cleaner than the 3 hegemonies. But this also made them extremely dangerous and ruthless. These kinds of people would do anything for someone they are loyal to and even lay down their lives to make sure the organization will thrive. Now there are even more reasons to quickly leave this place until I find out why those lunatics are targeting me. But giving up on Dark Room, my progress will halt again, and I need strength more than ever now. I can also go to the Unique Planes Dead Zone and clean up the Dark Beings. But I've heard almost all of their unique ranked dark beings are either within the trial or have already been killed or fled the unique planes after what I did to the dead faction territory. What should I do? I think there is a way. Heath nodded in appreciation as he had a somewhat good impression of Jacob now, and he then looked at 2 unconscious fellows with chilly glare. Jacob had already exposed their faces. One of them was a barbarian and the other one an elf. He asked, Dark Viscount, are those 2 really alive? How do you achieve it if you don't mind revealing it? I'm just curious since I've heard that the core members of the Star Hackers have a way to commit suicide, and it's almost impossible to catch them alive. Oh, I'm somewhat proficient in poison. In the past, I'd acquired a very special poison that could knock anyone out for 6 hours, so I used it on these 2 to knock them so we could gather information from them. But it's a pity that it was the last bit of that special poison I had, or I would have had to knock all of them to get more information. Jacob sighed ruefully with a very realistic expression of helplessness on his face. Even Heath, who was an integration and investigation expert, instantly believed Jacob. After all, if Jacob had more such poison, why would he only have used on those 2? Furthermore, poisons that could knock a peak unique rank out were even rarer than medicine, and not many people practiced poison arts. Only a few races were proficient in poison magic, but they didn't pose any threat to peak unique rank experts. The only poison that could terrify a peak unique rank expert was within the hands of dark beings and dark alchemists, who were also proficient in poison arts. But Jacob also didn't look like a dark alchemist, since any living practice of dark alchemy would have their appearances hideous and dark, like they were cursed because of using the dark arts of dark beings and refining their fellow living into medicines. Then I must thank you again for using such a thing to capture these two degenerates alive. You have no idea just how huge merit it is to capture a star hacker or their associates alive. If they have high-level information, you might even acquire a special achievement badge from SAAI. Heath sighed with envy. Jacob was surprised a little as he didn't expect he could get an achievement badge. As someone who had already scored 2 such achievements, he knew just how extraordinary rewards from SAAI could be. So, he was now somewhat anticipated about it. Heath suddenly turned serious and asked, "Dark Viscount, although you took the attackers down, you should know that this kind of force being used against you is no laughing matter. So, I hope you can tell me if you have some grudge against star hackers, or if you have taken something or anything in your possession that could cause such a reaction. I'm not asking you to hand it over or anything. I just wanted to gauge how far they are willing to go for it. This way, we can even set many traps for them and kill those bastards. Doing this a few times will make them give up on you, and they won't dare to act in the Dark City again." Heath's plan was excellent, but it couldn't be any more ridiculous in Jacob's eyes. If what I'm assuming is right and tell you I know where the legendary key is, I'm afraid it would be the Dark City setting up traps for me instead. But I have to tell them something, or if I decided to leave after this, then they might become overly curious. And if the Atlas really knew that I have a connection with Free Sword and made it public, it would be even more believable at that time. But I don't want to leave because of the Dark Battle Arena, and I don't think the Atlas would give up so easily on acquiring the legendary key. At least they won't be stupid enough to reveal this to Dark City, since there is a chance I'll hand it over to them for their protection, and that will be over for them. They won't reveal this to anyone until they try everything, or this all could be wrong, and they might give up after this. So, I should wait, and if they attack again, then the chances of them knowing about Free Sword and me will rise drastically. Or if these two knew about it, I could easily confirm my suspicions, but this would also reveal the truth to the Dark City personnel. If that's happened, Jacob suddenly realized that this wasn't good at all. He had captured these two alive to get some answers about why they were targeting him, but he had never expected they were from the Atlas, and after seeing those rings, he suddenly thought about Free Sword. So, now he was in trouble. Even if Atlas wanted to keep this a secret, those two might let the cats out of the bag if they were tortured. Even if there is a vague chance of this happening, I can't take this risk. A ruthless glint flashed past his eyes, but Heath didn't notice it since Jacob suddenly sighed sadly. I think this has something to do with, before he could, Heath was startled because the two unconscious fellows suddenly opened their eyes, and when they saw they were captured, mana gushed out of their bodies. Their reaction speed were almost terrifying. Heath roared, "No good, the poison has worn off. Stop them." 621, Chapter 621, New Objective. The barbarian was the leader of this mission. Although he didn't know how they were ended up in this state or how he fell unconscious, he was sure that Jacob was far more terrifying than they were assuming him to be. They were underestimating him far too much because of this background. When the guards were about to use everything to detain them, the barbarian ferociously looked at Jacob, who took out a sword and hatefully roared, "I'll see you in hell soon." The next moment, a blinding light suddenly materialized from his temple, and the elf was the same. Heath's expression warped when he saw those icy-cold lights, and quickly shouted, "He's about to use a self-destruct spell, quickly get away from him." Hearing his warning, those guards quickly gave up and retreated while using their defensive magic and treasures. Jacob was even faster as he was already running towards the exit of the corridor. He has already decided to kill those two to remove any chance of them revealing his secret, but he didn't expect them to be so decisive and directly commit suicide in such a way. He finally understood why Heath was astounded when he found that Jacob had managed to capture star hackers alive. Boom. Just as Jacob was about to open the door, a huge explosion rang, making the entire mansion tremble, and a powerful shockwave filled with a strange magic spread. Jacob quickly used his treasures and magic to protect himself, but still, he was sent flying and blasting into the door leading outside because of the shockwave. It was simply too powerful. After the dust settled, Jacob finally climbed out of the small rubble, with some small scratches which quickly healed. Other than his disheveled hair, he was completely fine. If that were an atomic expression, I would have been buried here. I should be thankful that atomic weapons are extremely rare in the unique planes, Jacob thought as he looked at the corridor, which was still intact. The dark room was made with extremely powerful materials, and that's why it was the safest place in the Dark City. No one could force their way in without opening the door first. Thanks to this, the passage and dark room were still fine despite these explosions, and the only damage was the broken door. He also sensed that the guards and Heath were alive, but they were still injured as 4 of them were coughing blood while Heath had a wound on his chest and blood was gushing out. They were all consuming pills and potions to stabilize their injuries while crawling out of the passage. Dark Viscount, didn't you said it would take at least 6 hours before the poison wear off? Heath angrily questioned Jacob when he saw he was completely fine while he and his men were in shambles. He felt indignant as he thought it was Jacob's fault for giving away inaccurate information, resulting in him and his men almost dying. Jacob innocently replied, I apologize, Sir Heath. It must have been because I had never tried that poison on a peak unique rank expert before because it was extremely limited. Since it worked, I thought it would have the same effect, but I guess I have overestimated it and it caused you all harm. How about I compensate your men with 10 dark credits each and 20 for your trouble? After all, I'm also the victim here. Heath's expression loosened a bit when he heard Jacob's words. He almost forgets that Jacob was also the victim, so getting angry on him was unfair. Now he was even willing to give them dark credits, which were extremely precious. So he could no longer blame him. He sighed, "There is no need for that. I wrongly blamed you in my anger. Please excuse us. We need to heal. You should have already gotten a new residence. I suggest you go there as well and leave this place to us. Once we are done investigating, Dark Rose will release your rewards and compensation. If we need you, I have to ask for you to remain available until the investigation is over. Oh, if possible, please pay a visit to Dark Marquis Fullwood. His lordship has already been notified about this incident and the Dark Marquis Jethro's betrayal. If he didn't have to report this to higher-ups, he would have personally come to meet you, so he told me to invite you on his behalf. Please consider it after you rest. It would be very beneficial for you," Heath stated with a meaningful yet ambiguous look in his eyes. So, he belongs to Dark Marquis Fullwood faction? Now that Dark Marquis Jethro turned out to be a traitor, the people on his side would suffer heavily now. The biggest winner of this is none other Fullwood, since he is the only Dark Marquis left in the city. Furthermore, I need to use this time wisely, as I have before the Star Hackers decide to reveal their intentions to the world. I have already collected over 8,000 dark credits, so I should use them quickly and create it. I have already prepared the blueprint in Voyage and need materials. He looked at Heath and nodded. I will pay a visit to Dark Marquis to express my thanks. But before that, where can we exchange dark credits for materials and treasures? Heath was surprised a little before replying, "You just need to buy them with the Dark Shop. Everything available in the Dark City is in there. As for delivery, Dark Rose will inform you of the time. If those things are available in this city, it would only take an hour or two to deliver. But if they are within the territory, it would take around 5 to 7 days before they arrived. Thank you for your information. I won't stop you here any longer. I also need to rest. Farewell." Jacob thanked Heath before heading towards the carriage and the Marquis estate. As the carriage was entering the highest level area of the Dark City, Jacob's eyes shimmered with anticipation as he opened the Dark Shop and began to look through materials descriptions. Once he saw something useful, he would instantly purchase it. He smiled cruelly when he thought about the Atlas, the first weapon after integrating this world's magic technology and my own invention. As long as I complete this weapon, I won't have to worry about changing or creating more weapons again for a long time. Let's hope it will work. 622, Chapter 622, A Forbidden Dream? Dark Marquis Fullwood belonged to the Spirit Tree race, and on top of that, he was second son of Dark Duke Tomas. That's why he always held more authority than Jethro and had always kept him in check. But Jethro's sudden betrayal and his identity as a Star Hacker spy directly finished the competition between the two men, which had been going on for decades. If anything, Fullwood was thrilled when he found out about this and even wanted to reward Jacob for this favor. Now, he can lawfully annex all Jethro's assets and extort those loyal to him or had dealings with him. Although the top-level figures of the Dark City didn't talk about it, Fullwood was very ambitious and greedy for power, so everyone stayed out of his way and avoided any conflict. At this moment, Fullwood, in an ocean green attire, was calmly hearing Heath's report on the incident while sitting on his high chair. After Heath presented him with the event's report, Fullwood coolly questioned, "What about their belongings like space rings?" Heath's expression fell a little before he calmly replied, "We didn't find any space rings on the corpses, but we do find intact teleportation talismans. They probably didn't know that there is a space sealing array in the dark room vicinity, except them some tatter armors. I think Dark Viscount has already taken them, and I didn't ask since he was the one who killed them, so according to the rules, he has every right to have their belongings." Fullwood's lips curled up in a cold smile. "My Earl Heath, you are always upright and follow the rules, yet you overlook the fact that those space rings belong to the Star Hackers. Anything belonging to the Star Hackers must be treated as suspicious items and can't be taken away until investigation. What if there was a high-ranking Star Hacker and there are some extremely important clues about the Star Hackers' whereabouts or their nefarious plans? I know it has become common knowledge that the Star Hackers always keep their secrets within their Star Watches, but we can't overlook anything, right?" Heath frowned slightly before replying, "Will all due respect, Your Highness, I think we shouldn't antagonize Dark Viscount Jack. I can tell he's far stronger than me, and he seems to be a very meticulous person. He's someone worth having on your side." Fullwood was momentarily surprised when he heard such a high praise from Heath, as he knew how arrogant this guy was despite his straightforward demeanor. "It appears that this Dark Viscount Jack is far more capable than I'm giving him credit for. I admit that killing all guys within a minute before your arrival, including the traitor Jethro, as his prowess was a little lacking compared to my own. He even seems to know about poisons, and now he left such an impression on you. All right, I'll overlook this transgression. This will be enough to show my generosity. Summon him in 3 days, I'll hold a banquet for him, and tell him I'm looking forward to meeting him," Fullwood smilingly stated before he stood up and left the meeting hall. Heath slightly bowed his head and left with a grim look on his face. This wastrel will never learn. Fullwood approached the dark room within his mansion while deep in thought. Faceless ancient, according to father, he's an ascender from the epic planes. Not only that, but he's someone who my little niece recruited, and he has many achievements in the epic planes as well. Who could have thought that someone from that barren place had such capabilities? If I'm not wrong, he might be a hidden hermit who was living in the epic planes or avoiding some powerful enemies. Now the Star Hackers also targeted him out of the blue and went as far as to activate a spy of Jethro's caliber and many more. So, the enemy he was hiding from should be the Star Hackers. Father seemed to be quite interested in him now and even told me to send him to the territory. But didn't this mean he would be a helper to my little niece then, which would be such a waste? A cruel glint flashed past Fullwood's eyes. I'll make sure he knows who has true power in the unique planes. If he knew better, then I'll consider sending him back as my family's recruit. If not, then, humph. While Fullwood was making his plans revolving around Jacob, the man himself has already arrived at the Dark Marquis estate, and without wasting any time, he entered the door room again, which was 10 times bigger than the Dark Viscount estate's dark room. This time, Jacob ordered the butler to alert him when his items arrives or if someone came from the Dark City Guard Regiment or the Dark Marquis estate. Jacob didn't enter the Dark Battle Arena since there was still time before Nyx would fully absorb the Nightmare Conqueror seeds, and there was still a lot of progress to be done in Flame Calamity's Nightmare Conqueror seed. Instead, he sat on a work table and flicked his hand. A blue scroll appeared in his hand and he instantly opened it on the large table. It was a blueprint filled with many parts and information. This was the new weapon he wanted to create after going through many trials and experiments within the Nightmare realm, and Nyx also played a big part in running simulations whenever he was busy with his magic training. But Jacob knew it was still lacking in some area, so he wanted to finish it as soon as possible, and only then would he be truly at ease. Quantum Sniper and Quantum Bullets were designed after I managed to peer into the mysteries of space barely, but I always knew that it was almost impossible to create them with my world's technology. I don't even know if they can even work the same. That year, when I give away the Quantum Sniper module, I never told them that to make it work, the true core of the Quantum Sniper, the Quantum Atomic Reactor, was mandatory because it was against my will and never gave QAE's module. Even if they had managed to create the Quantum Sniper, it might have been destroyed after firing a signal bullet, taking hundreds of miles radius area down with it. Jacob's eyes shimmered with dark ambition. But now, after getting my hands on the space runes, I'm confident I can create the most powerful weapon by combining my forbidden creations. At that time, no one would be able to escape death in unique planes. 623 Chapter 623 Terrifying Star-Lord? On a distant island from the unique planes, thick fog enshrouded this place all year long, and because of the vague mana here, no one came here or piqued anyone's interest. However, under this island was the base of the unique plane's most notorious organization, Atlas. The Star Hackers of the unique planes were far more active than the Epic Planes counterpart. Not only were they actively involved in all the territories of unique planes, but they also had many spies within these top organizations. Furthermore, unlike the Epic Planes, the Star-Lord held absolute authority here, and under the Star-Lord were the 9 anonymous stars. At this moment, a meeting was being held among these top 10 figures of the Atlas around a round table. They were all wearing full-body battle armor. Even their faces were hidden behind masks. In truth, only the Star-Lord knows about the actual appearance of the 9 anonymous stars as they all worked alone, and revealing their identities to the other organization members or the other anonymous stars was forbidden. The even bigger mystery was the identity of the Star-Lord itself, since no one had ever seen the Star-Lord's face or heard his real voice. But today, they were all called back by the Star-Lord, which implies the gravity of this matter, and the 9 anonymous stars were quite curious about the reason behind this abrupt summons. The Pillars of Star Hackers, thank you all for gathering here at such short notice. A static voice rang from the only person who was enshrouded in darkness among the 10 seats. It was the Star-Lord. The 9 anonymous stars didn't speak as they waited for Star-Lord to continue, since this wasn't where they could talk without Star-Lord's command first. I summoned you all from your important posts because I think we may have found the clues about the missing Captain Freesword, Star-Lord statically stated. Although the faces of 9 anonymous stars were hidden, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy the moment Star-Lord revealed this startling news. At this moment, one of the 9 anonymous stars said in his static voice, "Can I have permission to speak?" They all used voice changers to ensure no one could tell their identities or gender. "Anonymous Star 4, you may," the Star-Lord replied. "Isn't Freesword already died within the dead faction territory?" Anonymous Star 4 questioned. "It is indeed like this. There is over 80% chance of him dying in that explosion and 20% of getting captured by the dead Emperor. But there seemed to be some kind of hindrance in the dead faction territory after that blast. The top figures of the unique planes seem to be avoiding that place, and I've even acquired a piece of highly secretive news that the Federation seems to be preparing to flee to the Universal Void. Although this is an absurd piece of information, I believe there might be some credibility since my source is very reliable. We have yet to discover the valid reason behind such an action, but we are closely paying attention to it. This also brings me to our current meeting. The reason I said that we had found the clues about Freesword is because we have encountered a very strange event in the past month. Star-Lord then briefly explained how the Captain Freesword offender ring was activated, and when they tracked the source, it turned out to be someone else. Not only does this person somehow acquire Freesword's offender ring, but he also has a very peculiar background. He's someone who had ascended from the Epic Planes recently, and not only that, but he even had past dealings with the Epic Planes Star-Lord. In fact, he was the reason the Epic Planes Star-Lord managed to score an impossible achievement and won the chance to ascend. This faceless ancient's background is even stranger than this, and his prowess defies common sense. Since you all heard about the explosion in the Dead Faction territory, you should be surprised to know this person is also an atomic weapon expert. So, after analyzing everything, I reached two conclusions. First, Freesword and Faceless Ancient are in the cohort, and all these years that Freesword was missing, he was in the Epic Planes where he encountered the Faceless Ancient, or he was already in contact with him. But the chances of this possibility are meager because I have analyzed Freesword's nature countless times from his days as the Star Pirate. He was an extremely vicious person who trusted no one. He had betrayed countless people and never worked with anyone more powerful than him. So, this brings me to my second conclusion, which seems far more accurate in comparison to the former. Freesword encountered Faceless Ancient, and they both fought. Therefore, Freesword lost, and Faceless Ancient took his everything, even his freedom. There are countless methods to make a Tier 8 unique slave. In the end, Faceless Ancient used Freesword to cause a commotion in the Dead Faction territory. It even used one of the Faceless Ancient atomic weapons to make it appear Freesword had perished in desperation. But let's be honest and think it more carefully. Why would someone like Freesword risk showing his face, knowing what kind of calamity awaits him? Yet, he first draws the Federation's attention and then deliberately leads them to the Dead Faction territory. We can even consider it a good move since both sides would have fought each other. But then, like an idiot, he started killing dark beings in Dead Faction territory. This didn't make any sense, and it was like someone was pulling his strings. Then, Faceless Ancient appeared in the unique planes with Freesword's offender ring. No matter how you look at it, if you know about the Faceless Ancient background and his involvement with Freesword, you will also reach the same conclusion that Faceless Ancient is the true puppet master. Now, just a few hours ago, he completely wiped out our number 1 team within seconds. I'm now even more sure that he either has the whereabouts of the legendary key or he already had it. Star-Lord revealed his conjecture, which shocked all the anonymous stars and made them dreadful because his analysis made simply too much sense. Either way, now he's our prime target, and we need to move before someone else figures it out. That's why I summon you all here to give you this top priority task, which has to be completed no matter the price. Star-Lord statically declared. Capture Faceless Ancient at all costs, and the most effective way is to make him leave the unique planes, and we can all personally move, and he won't be able to stop us. 624, Chapter 624, Dark Duke Thoughts? The territory of the Dark City was known as the Dark Kingdom, and there were over 300 islands in the Dark Kingdom. These islands were known as the Dark Fiefs, which were given to high-ranking Dark Nobles to manage. The heart of the Dark Kingdom was known as the Dark Palace Continent, which was also the home of the ruler of the Dark Kingdom, Dark Duke Tomas, and his race, the Spirit Tree race. At this moment, within the majestic Dark Palace was the Dark Throne Hall. There were many golden pillars on both sides of this place, and between these pillars were vivid black statues of many races and strange beings. In the top center of this magnificent hall was an empty dark throne on a jade pillar. 3 meters below this dark throne was another small throne. On this small throne was sitting a black-robed, wizened old man with a burly body. His long green hair and long beard were still silky as a youth, while his cold emerald eyes were filled with the vicissitude of life. Furthermore, an emerald crown was seemingly made with tree branches and filled with light green runes wrapped around his head. This was none other than the Dark City administrator of the unique Plains Dark City, the Dark Duke Tomas. Below Tomas's throne was standing a charming woman in a white dress that greatly complemented her white skin. Her long green hair was tied in a high knot with a beautiful silver hairpin, and she had an aura of nature around her. However, her emerald eyes were filled with complicated emotion as she bowed to Tomas and said, "Zoe greets His Highness, Dark Duke." Indeed, this woman was none other than Zoe, who had arrived in the Dark Kingdom for over a month, but she didn't receive any warm welcome from her uncle in the Dark City of Unique Plains, nor her clan in the Dark Kingdom. Even her father and mother treated her coldly and scolded her for returning by abandoning her post in the Epic Plains Dark City. Then there was her grandfather, who was silent and merely gave her a dark fief of Dark Marquis level to handle, and that was it. However, this was just the start of her problems, since her fief suddenly became the target of her own family and the other 2 clans. If not because she had Jacob as her mental spot, she would have already fallen into despair. But today, the Dark Duke suddenly summoned her into the Dark Palace, which was too surprising for her since she knew only truly top members of the Dark City were allowed an audience with Tomas. Even as Tomas's granddaughter, she had only met him 3 times in her entire life, and had talked with him to give him the report of the Epic Plains. Today was her fourth time, and she couldn't help but think that her grandfather had become old after the last time she had seen him. She was a little emotional as well, as she had never expected that she would go against him and come back to the unique planes. She didn't think she was capable of this until recently when she met that daring giant. Tomas impassively said, "You're not going to call me grandfather anymore?" "I won't dare without the High Highness's permission," Zoe replied respectfully. "It seemed you have gained valuable experience in the epic planes. But it was still too soon for you to come back, yet you went with it anyway against my wishes." "You know, I can demote you for this insubordination," Tomas stated with a cold tone. Zoe paled a little as she knew Tomas had such authority as long as he had proof. Although he can't strip her of her membership, he can demote her if he has a valid reason. "I will accept it if His Highness deems it sufficient," Zoe replied with gritted teeth. Tomas's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. "You've changed." "All right, I won't be petty to strip off something you worked hard to earn after all this time. You should know that to gain any rank above the Dark Marquis, Dark Merits became mandatory. Each Dark mission completed after becoming Dark Marquis will result in Dark Merits, or if you can contribute to the Dark City. The higher the Dark mission or contribution, the higher the Dark Merits will be rewarded. To become a Dark Duke, you have to earn 10,000 Dark Merits, and I've seen you have already earned 1,783 Dark Merits despite staying in the Epic Planes all these years. It's an impressive achievement, even I acknowledge it." But Thomas's tone suddenly turned icy cold as a terrifying aura suddenly locked on Zoe. She was in a daze when she heard her grandfather praising her, but it was calm before the storm. "But do you think this gives you the right to lie to me and hide information? Now, I give you one last chance to amend for your transgression. Tell me the truth about Faceless Ancient." Tomas ordered as his eyes glowed in emerald light, and a vague outline of a tree appeared behind him, which gave off an ancient air. Zoe felt like her life was no longer hers anymore, and with just a thought from Tomas, she would die without resisting. She was shocked about Tomas's mentioning of Jacob, and truly frightened since she knew the consequences of Tomas finding out the truth. How did he know? Could it be Mr. Jack did something that exposed him, or did he sell me out? No, if he had, Grandfather wouldn't be asking about Faceless Ancient from me. This means he still doesn't know the truth. I should stick with Mr. Jack's plan. Her mind raced as she resisted the urge to spill everything. Jacob had already given her a contingency plan just in case the Dark Duke found the truth or became suspicious of him if his power was exposed. Zoe spoke with extreme difficulty. I didn't lie. I, too, told Dark Duke everything I knew about Faceless. Except I found Faceless Ancient's actual power level after traveling with him. He told me he acquired a precious elixir from the Epic Planes trial that helped him quickly break into the unique rank. This is the only information that wasn't included in my old report. Besides, it was His Highness who blocked my calls and messages so that I couldn't tell you about it. Thomas's eyes narrowed as he mused. She doesn't seem to be lying unless she has the will to resist 3 steps of Legend's unique mental pressure. It's impossible for her, who is only at the Tier 4 unique rank right, or she no longer fears dying anymore. Then, this Faceless Ancient might be the one who's using Zoe or hiding his real prowess from her from the start. But it didn't make sense since he was the champion of the Epic Planes trial, and a unique rank can never step into the Epic Planes like I can't go into the unique planes. Then could it be he found something in the Epic Planes trial that helped him achieve this strength in less than a decade? Moreover, now I'm doubtful about him handing the medallion to the Federation. But if he didn't, how did he enter the unique planes? Zoe would have missed such detail and dared to hide it from me. She's loyal to a fault. His thought process broke when he heard a painful scream from Zoe. He had forgotten entirely about retreating his mental pressure, and right now, blood was oozing from her eyes as she kneeled on her knees, supporting her body with her hands while she vomited blood. Consider it your punishment for going against my wishes. Tomas sneered coldly before retracing his mental pressure and waved his sleeve. You are dismissed now. Zoe felt massive relief as she collected herself and began to walk back with difficulty while she kept her head low. But Tomas didn't notice her emotional eyes were emotionless and turned as cold as an abyss. There is no family for me in this world anymore. Tomas didn't care about her thoughts, or if she resented him, she was not worth his attention unless she could become a beyond unique rank expert. Before that, she was just like others, a pawn, nothing more, nothing less. If she wanted to escape this fate, then she had to show her worth. Tomas then looked towards the empty high throne as a chilly glint flashed past his impassive eyes. If Necro managed to enter the quasi-legend rank, there wouldn't be any peace in the unique planes, and YOU wouldn't be alone anymore. Furthermore, if he had the legendary key, his first target should be the Federation since they had the most medallions out of all the powers. But it's still not confirmed whether he managed to get Free Sword in the end. Now this Faceless Ancient appeared, and Atlas seemed to have a keen interest in him. Did they know how he became so strong in so little time? Tomas's eyes shimmered with greed. I need to see for myself. 0625, Chapter 625, The Banquet of Dark Marquis 1. Today, Jacob came out of the dark room to meet with a visitor, who was none other than Dark Earl Heath. But he wasn't wearing his armor. Instead, he was in formal attire. Jacob was in his usual windbreaker as they were sitting around a table with expensive magic liquor. How may I help you, Dark Earl? Jacob asked in an impassive tone. It was the third day since he had shifted to this place, and, truth be told, he was extremely busy running between the dark battle arena and improving his blueprint. He had already gotten the materials he had purchased from the dark shop. Once he was done finalizing the blueprint, he was going to start the creation process. The delay was because of the magic materials involved, and he was using the Nightmare Realm to speed up the process. Yet, he had to leave because of Heath, and he couldn't do anything about it since the investigation was still going on. Heath smiled politely. It seemed I'd interrupted you, Dark Viscount. For that, I'll apologize. I'm here for two things. First, the investigation involved with the Star Hackers is complete, and you'll get the rewards and a complete report on the investigation from Dark Rose within 3 days. Thanks to your help, we managed to sniff out 6 more spies of the Star Hackers from Jethro's men. But it's a pity the 4 of them committed suicide when they got the winds of our men closing in on them, and 2 of them managed to escape. But they'll meet the same fate soon. Jacob nodded as he was expecting this much, but he was still a little skeptical about the Atlas's capability. He didn't expect that he had infiltrated this deep into the Dark City. He couldn't imagine what it would be like in the other organizations. What the second matter? Jacob asked. Heath was secretly surprised by Jacob's lukewarm reaction, as he was expecting the man to be at least somewhat afraid or demand protection from the Dark City. But Jacob didn't even seem bothered, as if this didn't involve him in any way. Still, he didn't show it and continued to the main objective of his visit. The second matter is actually an invitation from Dark Marquis Fullwood. His Highness has specially prepared a banquet in your honor tomorrow evening. Jacob frowned a little as he didn't want to meet this Fullwood at all, and that's why he was avoiding him from the start. His reason was simple. He didn't want to be involved in the politics of the Dark City or waste his precious time. That's why he had caved himself in the dark room when he arrived here so that no one would bother him, yet now it can't be avoided anymore since it will draw Fullwood's irony, and he can't be bothered to take care of that guy if he turned out to be a vengeful idiot. Furthermore, after showing his prowess, he knew that the higher-ups of the Dark City would not leave him alone, especially the Dark Duke clans. Zoe had already warned him before. If he hadn't come in contact with the Dark Room, he would have long left the moment Star Hackers targeted him. Now, he didn't want any trouble, at least not until Autark completes its evolution. All right, I'll be there to thank His Highness for this favor. Jacob nodded without beating around the bush. Heath smiled contently as he was afraid Jacob might decline, which was no good for him. Very well, a carriage for you will arrive here to pick you up in the evening. I won't take any more of your time, Heath stated before he bid farewell and left. Jacob didn't see him off and headed towards the dark room again, but just 2 hours later he received an unexpected call from Zoe. Did something happen in the Dark Kingdom? He was uncertain as he picked up the call. Mr. Jack, I was summoned by Dark Duke today, and he was inquiring about you. Zoe didn't beat around the bush and directly reveal what happened at the Dark Palace with a somewhat frosty tone. Jacob grimaced as he was expecting the attention of Dark Duke, but it was still too soon, and with how Zoe was describing it, he could tell this interest might not be a good thing. You did well by sticking to the plan. As for why he was interested in me all of a sudden, it has something to do with the attack on me by the Star Hackers. It seemed my prowess had drawn his unwavering interest. Jacob stated impassively that this wasn't worth hiding from Zoe. She was a valuable pawn in the Dark Kingdom, and if she hadn't told him about this, he would have been in the dark. Now, he can be wary of Dark Duke. Zoe was startled by unexpected news and quickly asked with a hint of worry, "Why would Star Hackers attack you in such a manner? What do we do?" Jacob was her only hope to achieve her lifelong goal, and if the Star Hackers targeted him, it was nothing but bad news for her since she had already turned cold to her family. She knew that without someone like Jacob, it would be nearly impossible to claim the seat of Dark Duke. Let me worry about the Star Hackers. They can't do anything to me while I'm still in the unique planes. As for the Dark Duke, continue what you're doing and tell me if something like this happens again. Oh, and tell me about this Dark Marquis Fullwood. It seemed I have to be prepared for a banquet, Jacob asked with squinted eyes. The next evening, a luxurious giant carriage drawn by magic beasts arrived at Jacob's estate right on time. Jacob, in purple formal attire, embarked on the carriage as they headed towards the Dark Marquis Fullwood estate, which was very close to where Jacob's estate was located since they were in the same level of area. Upon arriving at the fully lit Dark Marquis estate, Jacob saw many carriages were already there. It seemed I'm not the only one invited, he thought while disembarking his carriage. A butler was waiting for his arrival and then respectfully led him inside the lavish mansion, which was like a small castle at least 2 times bigger than Jacob's. The moment he entered, a servant loudly announced, "The guest of honor, Dark Viscount Faceless Ancient, has arrived. 626, Chapter 626, The Banquet of Dark Marquis to 2000, the guest of honor, Dark Viscount Faceless Ancient, has arrived." When the announcement was made, everyone's attention was drawn to Jacob. There were around 15 guests present except Jacob, and they were all probably personal members of Dark Earl rank of Dark City because Heath was also present. With his soul elevated, Jacob could sense their hidden prowess, at least a Tier 8 unique rank. At this moment, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with short green hair, adored in white formal attire, walked towards Jacob with a broad smile and a wineglass in his hand. Haha, Dark Viscount, welcome, and thank you for accepting this Marquise's invitation. I'm honored by your presence, Fullwood greeted with a hearted smile. Although Fullwood was around 2-4 meters tall, he still fell short in front of 20-meter Jacob. He was the tallest person present in this place. It should be me saying this. Thank you for putting such effort into me, Your Highness. I'm humbled to be here. Jacob nodded and smilingly stated, Ha ha ha, you are making me embarrassed, Sir Faceless Ancient. You are the hero of our Dark City. Come, let me introduce you to others. They are excited to meet me and gather here, especially for you. Even I don't have such a face. Fullwood replied with a content smile before he led Jacob to meet with the other guests. Just as Jacob expected, they were all Dark Earls of the Dark City, and they belonged to the Fullwood faction, or at least had some relationship with him. However, with Jacob's current senses, he felt hidden hostility from 4 Dark Earls despite their warm smiles. Jacob secretly noted their appearances and names while greeting them with a smile. After the introduction, Fullwood led everyone to the huge dining table, which was filled with scrumptious delicacies and rare wine. Fullwood took the main set at the table, and with him was another chair for the guest of honor, Jacob. Suddenly, a yellowish hobgoblin with tiger-like black strips on his skin spoke. He was Dark Earl Tigerstrip. Sir Faceless Ancient, I've heard you are an ascender. Is that true? This drew everyone's attention as they looked at Jacob, waiting for his response, and some of them were even startled since they clearly didn't know about this fact. This guy is using others to get information out of me? Jacob easily saw through Fullwood's tactics. He knew this information was only available to someone like Fullwood, and from Zoe he had already gotten an idea of what kind of shrewd person Fullwood was, so he wasn't surprised by this question. Jacob nodded before coolly replying, Indeed, I'm from the Epic Plains, and because I was fortunate enough to become the sole champion of the Epic Plains trial, I was able to break past my limit. So, I would ask everyone not to laugh at my humble background. What? You even cleared the Epic Plains trial all by yourself? I only thought it was just a myth, Heath exclaimed, who was sitting on the first chair on the right side of the table. His eyes shimmered with respect. Haha, I can back Sir Faceless Ancient's claim here. That's why he's so special. Let me offer you a toast for your peerless achievement, Dark Viscount. Fullwood raised his glass to Jacob. Thank you, and please call me Jack, I insist. Jacob also raised his glass with everyone. Sir Jack, I deeply admire your strength and how you took the trash of the Star Hackers, but I'm quite curious about why they would attack you so fiercely. Just what kind of grudge do you have against them? A sharp-faced dark elf suddenly spoke with a smile. He was one of the 4 with deep hostility. He was Dark Earl Yisrael. Yeah, I also wanted to know this, Jack. It is unheard of that those sly bastards dare to expose themselves like this. But if you don't want to answer, we can fully understand since everyone has their own secrets. Fullwood also chimed in. This was the only thing that no one could put their fingers on it. Jacob took a large bit out of a peak unique rank-roosted beast and answered, No, it wasn't a secret actually, and I think you guys have the right to know since this also disrupted the peace of the Dark City, so I feel obliged for what happened. The truth is, in Epic Plains, I unknowingly sold a powerful weapon to a Star Hacker, and then later, that weapon was used in a terrorist attack on the Star Network. Since they were able to succeed in that attack, I fell under the scrutiny of the SAAI. So, after that, I never sold my weapons again, but they have been hunting me for my weapon technology ever since. But I never expected not only they didn't give up in the unique planes, but they would be even bold enough to attack me in the Dark City directly. Now that I've taken care of them, they will be even more adamant about getting my technology, so I would like to ask everything to please forgive me if something like this happens again. Jacob has guessed that all the information related to him in the Epic Plains is already in the hands of the Dark Duke. So, he decided to use this information to create a lie that would describe the enmity between him and the Star Hackers. It was a very believable lie. Now, everyone would think that Jacob was a weaponsmith, and their focus would also turn to his weapons instead of his ridiculous rate of growth. Still, it wasn't easy to completely fool these high-level figures who were living far longer than him, even if he combined both of his life's worth of years. Oh, I didn't think you were an alchemist, and by your words, it seemed you are at least at the level of a great elder. Fullwood's eyes shone sharply as he looked at Jacob. You're giving me too much credit, Your Highness. I'm still a little bit away from crossing this boundary. In fact, I came here to practice my alchemy skills with the help of Dark City resources. Believe it or not, I didn't have the knowledge to raise my skills until I joined the Dark City. So, I'm quite grateful, Jacob smilingly replied. Sir Jack, you're too humble. Since even the Star Hackers crave your weapons, this means you are not just a typical alchemist. How about you show us your creation? If they can really meet such standards, we might even be willing to buy them with dark credits. Another giant in the gathering spoke with a sharp smile. He was another one who had hidden hostility for Jacob. He was Dark Earl Ramiro, and his status was just slightly lower than Heath's. Jacob glanced at Ramiro before shaking his head. Even if I want to, I can't sell my weapons to anyone anymore. As I've told you, because of the attack on Star Network involving my weapon, I fell under Star Network scrutiny and was even detained for investigation. Although I managed to prove my innocence, I was banned from intentionally revealing my weapons to others, much less selling any weapon for 100 years to anyone. So, I'll apologize, I can't go through with Dark Earl's request. When the Star Network was involved, everyone shut their mouths and stopped talking about Jacob's weapons. Jacob had already decided to create a false protection net by using the Star Network for himself and not revealing anything about his weapons. He no longer needs ZC or DC, so he was not going to expose his trump cards easily, especially if there was a chance that someone might connect his atomic weapons with that explosion in the Dead Faction territory. The banquet lasted for 3 hours, and everyone asked Jacob something, and he replied almost everything without hesitation. Even someone like Fullwood started wondering if their conjecture about Jacob was precise. 627, Chapter 627, The Banquet of Dark Marquis 3. After the banquet, Fullwood kept Jacob back while dismissing everyone else under the pretext of discussing the Star Hackers matter with him. The Dark Earls didn't tarry and bid Jacob farewell. Some even invited him to their own estate, especially an only female giant among the Earls. She seemed overly passionate and gave Jacob a luscious smile before she left. Jacob didn't react much as he humbly thanked everyone and promised to visit whenever he had the chance. After everyone left, Fullwood led Jacob into a beautiful garden behind the mansion. There was a small pound glowing under the moonlight and a small pavilion with a table and chairs. What do you think about this place? I've personally nurtured these plants, as they help me not only calm my mind but also cultivate my race's power. You see, we spirit trees are the only race in the unique planes with the highest affinity with the wood element. Once we approach unique rank, our wood element even contains a sliver of life, one of the most sacred elements in the zodiac planes. Fullwood proudly stated while leading Jacob inside the pavilion, and they both sat around the table. Then Fullwood took out a beautiful emerald bottle and 2 glasses before he poured the liquid in them. A starry green liquid poured into the glasses, and there seemed to be countless glitters in the liquid. A powerful scent of nature filled the air. Jacob's eyes contorted when he took a whiff of that mind-soothing scent because he suddenly felt the same sensation from this liquid that he felt whenever Nyx integrated soul vitality into his soul. Although it was far vaguer, he knew he wasn't wrong. A soul-type medicine? Jacob's heart raced slightly as he looked at the small, exquisite emerald bottle in Fullwood's hand, shaped like a pine cone. It could hold around 500 ml of liquid, and it seemed more than half full. This liquid? Jacob had to ask while he kept his wild desire in check. Fullwood smiled and grew as he said, "It seemed you've sensed the mystery hidden in this liquid, huh? This is spirit tree nectar, which can only be produced by our race. It is sweeter than honey and more intoxicating than alcohol or carnal pleasures, and most importantly, it can elevate a person's mental realm. You see, if you want to go beyond the unique rank, the mental realm becomes necessary, and without a powerful mental realm, it's impossible to take that step. Furthermore, only by strengthening your mental realm to the limit can you awaken something essential to reach a powerful realm beyond your imagination, the soul. So, you can easily understand the value of this signal mouthful of spirit tree nectar, which is enough to cause a bloody war in the entire unique planes. And trust me when I say, even the leaders of factions would pay any price to acquire just this much." Jacob could see the foxy glint in Fullwood's eyes as he was explaining about the spirit tree nectar as he knew what was coming. He mused sharply, "Mental realm. I didn't hear about this before. Could it be the dreamscape realm? No, if it was Immortica would have mentioned it, it might be some other part of the soul." Nonetheless, this idiot just explained the quasi-legend step of the 3 steps of legend more clearly to me. He said only by strengthening this mental realm to the limit can one awaken the soul. So, the soul vitality I'm devouring and the changes of my senses, could it be this is what he's talking about? Since this spirit tree nectar is so precious, I reckon His Highness wants something in return from me, right? Please feel free to tell me. If it is something that I can do, I'll try my best, Jacob calmly stated while his eyes were on the starry green liquid in the glasses. If I have a few barrels of this spirit tree nectar, which can elevate the soul, then I'll have the strength to keep the eyes of Judge open for a minute maximum. But Zoe never mentioned its existence. Her status seems quite low, and only these direct children of Dark Duke can enjoy this spirit tree nectar. Should I use Autark to turn this guy into a puppet once Autark enters the unique rank? Fullwood failed to notice the hidden cruelty in Jacob's eyes. He was filled with satisfaction when he took Jacob's gaze at the spirit tree nectar as a desire, and he thought he had succeeded in baiting him. Yet, he has no idea that he just put a huge target on his head by revealing this spirit tree nectar to Jacob. If it was something else, Jacob might have dropped the idea. Right now, Jacob greatly lacks the soul strength to control the eyes of Judge so he can peer into the Immortal Chapter's secrets. So, this was directly related to increasing his strength and gaining an advantage over those 3 steps of legend experts. That's why he was now really starting to consider sending Autark on a mission once its evolution was complete. Haha, you are indeed smart, Jack. I'll be blunt then. The reason I've told you about my race and show you this spirit tree nectar is simple, and what I'm about to ask of you is also the will of the Dark Duke, my father, and also the patriarch of the spirit tree race. Fullwood solemnly stated, "I'm inviting you to join our spirit tree race by changing your bloodline and marrying my niece Zoe. Jacob was startled a little when he heard this unexpected invitation. He could still make some sense with the second part, but the bloodline-changing demand really stumped him. Although he knew the bloodline evaluation was a possibility in the higher planes, he had never heard about an entire bloodline change. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. By bloodline change, do you mean to say you have the means to make me a spirit tree race member? Jacob asked with narrowed eyes. Fullwood nodded solemnly. Indeed, but this is only achievable with my father's help. You have to endure excruciating pain to change your bloodline completely, and you need to acquire the purity of a spirit tree descendant with excellent bloodline density. My niece Zoe is perfect. However, once you succeed, you will acquire a far stronger bloodline than yours, and most importantly, you'll be part of the spirit tree race. Your future prospects will be limitless. This kind of offer only appeared once in a blue moon, and my father has a very favorable impression of it. If you agree, then you can leave for the Dark Kingdom tomorrow, and you will not have to worry about the Star Hackers ever again. Fullwood's words were filled with temptation and made sense. If it were someone else, they would have agreed in a heartbeat since the Spirit Tree race was one of the ruling races of the unique planes. But Jacob sensed Khan's original behind it, and even if there weren't, he would never change into any bloodline, even if it was from a dragon. After all, the cursed bloodline was mandatory in his path of immortality. Jacob impassively replied, "Forgive me, Your Highness, but I must refuse, and it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your hospitality and this generous offer." 628, Chapter 628, Who Tricked Who? Fullwood was startled after hearing Jacob's unexpected refusal. His eyes narrowed coldly when he saw Jacob had already stood up. "Do you even know what you're rejecting?" Jacob looked at Fullwood. In his view, he appeared like a small bug that he could stomp under his feet, but his expression was cool. He nodded and replied, "I know, and I'm very flattered for this opportunity, but I'm very content with my bloodline, so please don't take offense." Fullwood wanted to say something, but he suppressed his boiling fury for some reason. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly smiled and nodded. "Forgive me for my crass reaction. I understand and respect your choice. Still, please drink this glass of spirit tree nectar as a token of my goodwill, and we'll consider this matter over." A hint of surprise flashed past his eyes. According to Zoe's evaluation of Fullwood's character, Jacob was expecting him to fly into a frenzy, or at least say something threatening, yet he completely responded oppositely. "You can't slap a smiling face," Jacob thought, before he picked up the tiny glass and raised it towards Fullwood. "I appreciate your highness's kind gesture." Fullwood also raised his glass and nodded smilingly before he emptied it. Jacob was waiting for this as he didn't completely trust Fullwood and thought he had rigid the nectar. But after seeing Fullwood drinking it without hesitation, he also drank it, and the next moment a cold and extremely sweet taste spread in his mouth, which was hard to describe. Its taste was just as Fullwood described it, sweeter than honey and more intoxicating than anything Jacob had ever drunk. Right after the nectar entered his body, he felt a warm current spreading through it before a cooling sensation entered his brain. But it didn't last long, it only lasted a second or two. "Excellent," Jacob heartily praised while putting down the tiny glass. "If your highness has a plan on selling this in the future, please look for me first. I'm willing to exchange it for dark credits, of course. Let me see you out." Fullwood chuckled before he led Jacob towards the exit where his carriage was waiting for him. After Jacob's carriage left, Fullwood's smile turned into a chilly glare as he looked at the departing carriage before he quickly entered the mansion and when he was alone in his room. He suddenly pressed his finger on his throat and it shimmered in an emerald glow. The next moment, he pulled his glowing finger and a starry green liquid gushed out of his throat. It was the spirit tree nectar he had just drank. Flickering his finger, the nectar turned into nothing but smoke. The next moment, he transmitted his voice in his head. "You heard everything, right? I do as you told me, but he's too prudent and conceited." A cold voice rang in his head in reply. "No matter how cautious or prideful he is, you still managed to make him drink the spirit tree nectar. Now, we have to wait until he craves more. Once he becomes fully addicted, he'll be in our hands eventually." The owner of this voice was none other than the Dark Duke and Fullwood's father, Tomas. He has been listening through the Star Watch since Jacob appeared at the banquet. Fullwood frowned with displeasure. "Then why do you stop me from giving it to him? He seemed pretty interested in buying it." "You're still too impatient." Although he appeared to have a loose mouth and seemed respectful, even by just listening, I can tell he's far more prudent and scheming. If you had easily offered it to him, he would have become suspicious and might have tried to investigate it. Then what if he had found the traces of life medicine mixed in it? Don't forget he's an alchemist, probably at the Great Elder rank. Faceless Ancient is not someone you can measure through normal means or handle by yourself if he turns hostile. Since he had already drank the nectar, and also after seeing you drinking it with him, he won't be wary in the future. The nectar is already addictive and even harmful if consumed excessively, and with the life medicine in the mix, the effect would be 10 times greater. Don't forget, once someone consumed a life medicine, they couldn't stop anymore and turned into a living corpse slowly. Now, we have to wait for him to seek you out and demand more of the nectar. I'm confident that after just one bottle, he'll be dancing in our palms. Then we can control him as we please, and even willingly make him reveal his secrets." Tomas confidently stated in a malicious tone. Fullwood's eyes shimmered with elation as he didn't doubt his father's words. "Forgive me, father. I was agitated." Don't worry, I'll get his secrets for you no matter what. But I'm afraid Dark Rose might find something, and what do you want to do, Zoe, now? There's no need to worry about the Dark Rose. As long as we are not directly harming him, and he's willing to harm himself, we are out of the scrutiny. Just make sure you add another pill before giving him the bottle. Tomas ordered sternly. As for Zoe, since his reaction confirmed that he didn't have any feelings or relation with her, let her be. He was only using her. Remember, no one is allowed to harm a blood relative in this family if they didn't commit any crime against the family. Fullwood replied, I understand. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Jacob closed his eyes in the carriage, and the next moment he appeared in the dreamscape nightmare realm, which was like a starry space. Nyx, in the appearance of the goddess, seems to be already waiting for him with a cunning smile. Jacob was now completely used to her appearance and fully immune to her otherworldly charm. He impassively questioned, So, what do you find? You don't trust anyone, do you? Nyx giggled gleefully. I trust you, Jacob impassively replied. Enough of this. Tell me, do you discover anything strange in that nectar, and can we reverse engineer it? The moment Fullwood controlled his rage and offered him the nectar, Jacob already sensed something was amiss. He even sensed hidden malevolence in Fullwood. He completely trusted his instincts, which were becoming sharper as he gained control over the eyes of Judge. This was probably the same thing Immortica had described. Nothing can be hidden from the eyes of Judge. That's why Jacob instructed Nyx to analyze the spirit tree nectar despite Fullwood drinking it himself. Now he quickly appeared here to find the results. Nyx replied sarcastically, Trust me. I wish. Still, it seems you were right again this time. Although I'm still not sure about reverse engineering it, I found traces of something interesting that we've already analyzed before. Jacob's eyes turned sharp. Is it poison? Nyx laughed coldly. Nope, instead, it's a crude version of life medicine of the dark alchemy. I wonder what their reaction would be if those idiots found out that life medicines do not affect you. Under Nyx's bell-like laughter, Jacob's expression was frosty. What a vile trick, Fullwood, you just earned yourself a death sentence. 629, Chapter 629-50. Win stake match? After the banquet, Jacob locked himself in the dark room again, this time with no intention of coming out unless he created a new weapon or something like the attack of the Star Hackers happened again. Moreover, the very next day, Jacob finally receives his compensation and rewards for killing the Star Hackers from both the Dark City and the Star Network. The Dark City really represented Jacob as his proxy to claim rewards from the Star Network for him. This was one of the biggest benefits of having an organization behind you. He earned 1 billion ZC from the Star Network and an advanced unique rank defensive magic scroll, but no honorary badge. Maybe it was because Jacob already had 2, or it was because just those guys weren't enough to earn himself another honorary badge. Maybe if he took down the headquarters of the Star Hackers, he'd earn some pretty high rewards. But he was most surprised by the rewards he got from the Dark City. First, he got 10,000 dark credits. Second, and most importantly, he was directly promoted to the Dark Earl Dark Noble rank and given another 500 dark credits, and he was directly anointed as a fief lord of the Dark Kingdom. Now, he can enter the Dark Kingdom and enjoy the benefits of a fief lord by ruling an entire island, and even the Dark Duke can't do anything about it since Jacob's achievement is quite high. He single-handedly took down a Dark Marquis level spy and others like him, so raising his rank was only right. Dark Rose was completely impartial when it came to rewarding the personal members, and no one could interfere without good reason. So, now that Jacob was a Dark Earl, he was even more untouchable and became more important to the Dark City. This event also made Jacob clear about something. The Dark City wasn't completely under the Dark Duke's control, and he could only interfere with good reason with personal members. So, even if the news about him having ties with Free Sword, or even having the legendary key leaked, Dark Duke won't be able to deal with him under the Dark City rules unless he wants to become a criminal and surrender his authority. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't going to stay here and become a target. He wouldn't feel safe unless he could deal with those 3 steps of legend experts himself, and Dark Duke was one such person. Lastly, Jacob wasn't planning on leaving the unique planes because this was a safety net that no one above the unique rank could enter. He was invincible in this place, even with an army facing him. At this moment, Jacob opened his eyes in the crowded Dark Battle Arena lobby. Welcome to Dark Battle Arena lobby, Iron Warrior Dictator. Dark Arena name, Dictator. Dark Arena rank, 2nd rank, Iron Warrior. Next Dark Arena rank, remaining, 1 Iron League promotion match. Fight win, 50. Fight lost, 0 win streak. 50 win rate, 100%. Dark credit, 11,810. Dark Battle Arena League, Iron League start battle. Time reaming before break, 79H, 59 millimeters. Exit Dark Battle Arena. Looking at his Dark Battle Arena status, his eyes shimmered with anticipation since it was going to be his 51st streak match, which meant his opponent would have the same battle record as him. Although he didn't encounter any more opponents like Flame Calamity again, every opponent after the 10 streaks was quite strong, and he guessed that they were all at least at the level of beyond unique rank. They always gave more soul vitality, and because of this, his time in this place increased by tens of houses. This was evident in his soul becoming more powerful, and in a sense, he could even check his progress this way. After this battle, I'll focus on the forging since I finally completed the design, and its success rate is over 81% in the Dreamscape Nightmare realm, so I won't have time to come here. Well, I guess Nyx will be able to focus on Flame Calamity's Dreamscape realm. He's probably a quasi-legend rank expert. I'm looking forward to what kind of soul vitality he'll deliver to me, and if I find another opponent like him in this match as well. Jacob's eyes shimmered with dark anticipation as he ordered, "Start battle." He vanished from the lobby like always and appeared in the Iron League arena, but to his surprise, it was not the plain gray battlefield anymore. Instead, he appeared in the center of a huge golden coliseum. Jacob's expression changed as he suddenly remembered something, and Dark Rose's voice rang again. Your next match is your 51st match after your 50-kill winning streak. Your next match will be your first league promotion match of the Iron League, and if you win, you'll be promoted to Bronze League. A betting pool has been opened. Dark Prestige Display Number 8 will stream your battle for everyone to see your prestigious battle. Searching for opponents, I completely forgot about this 50-win streak milestone. This sort of match will be displayed on the Prestige display for everyone to witness, like the matches in the Silver League. The figures in that league are almost on the same level as Flame Calamity, and only 19-8 are in the Silver League. They are all extremely recognizable figures among the Dark Battle Arena gathering. If my moves and fighting style become wildly famous, even if my star ID isn't showing here, someone might discover who the dictator is. I've already had quite a reputation since the betting on me is becoming quite high, but I can't risk dying here. I just have to be careful not to show too much of many abilities. Jacob mused grimly. At this moment, Dark Rose's voice rang again. There is no one in the same league as you with a 50-win streak, and the first ranker of the Iron League is offline. Please choose between these two options. 1. Fight a ranked Bronze League fighter. 2. Cancel the battle search and activate a battle arena match alarm on your Star Watch. The moment we find a qualified opponent, you'll be instantly informed about this option. You have also been rewarded with a special achievement badge for this achievement, Silent Arena. Silent Arena, Dark Battle Arena Achievement Badge. You now have the privilege to search again if you want to change your selected opponent once every 10 matches. Note, this privilege can't be stacked and reset after every 10 battles. Astounded, Jacob didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward and a choice. A Bronze League ranked fighter should be between the Beyond Unique rank and the Inception Legend rank, Jacob mused before he replied decisively. I chose the first option. You have chosen to battle the ranked Bronze League fighter. If you won, your winning will be multiplied by 2x. Searching opponent has been discovered. This time, it didn't take long before the opponent was selected. However, the moment Jacob saw who the opponent was, his expression became gloomy. At the same time, the opponent's eyes also shimmered with a hint of confusion before he winded them as if he suddenly remembered something. Lord Club has entered the arena. Match starts in 10 seconds. 6:30. Chapter 630, one word, bahahaha. They say, the road of enemies is narrow, and I finally believed it today. You piece of shit, let's see where you can run today. Lord Club viciously laughed, as he still hadn't forgotten about the giant he met over 2 weeks ago. When he tried to vent by trash taking, the other guy simply ignored him and entered the battle arena, which made him even more vexed and furious. But even he had never thought that he would encounter that guy again in such a manner, and now he could toy with him and pay for that humiliation. However, Lord Club suddenly found something wasn't right, because this arena didn't look like the Bronze League arena. When he finally looked around, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he instantly looked beside Jacob's name, which he forgot to look in his gloating. The moment he saw a battle record of 50 wins, 0 losses beside the dictator's iron-colored name, Lord Club's eyes almost popped out of his socket. 550-win streak, and you are an Iron League warrior still? Are you kidding me? Dark Rose, why am I matched together with this Iron League ant? Quickly sent me out. Lord Club roared loudly, but couldn't fully hide his fear behind his loud voice. Although he was an arrogant and malevolent pity person, he wasn't a fool. Since Jacob was able to win 50 straight fights without losing even once, it was quite clear that he was an expert who had recently joined the Dark Battle Arena. So, he was sure that Jacob was at least a Beyond Unique rank expert, and he seemed to be someone at the perfect stage as well, or even an Inception Legend rank. Lord Club himself was a Beyond Unique rank expert, but he was only at the initial stage and has been stuck there for a few hundred years now. He wasn't afraid of dying here since it didn't mean he would die in reality. It wasn't that Lord Club didn't know what it meant to be matched with someone of a lower league, especially with that kind of rare streak, but what he was afraid of was the extremely harsh losing penalty of the Bronze League warrior to an Iron League warrior. Furthermore, he knew this match would most likely be live on the Prestige display once it started. Once he loses this fight, he'll become the laughingstock of the entire 12 galaxies and Jacob's stepping stone to glory. That's why he wanted to quickly talk out of it while venting his frustration by throwing more insults at Jacob. This was just part of his vile character. But Lord Club met with Dark Rose's silence and Jacob's icy cold eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Resigning to his face, his expression twisted as he looked at Jacob as if he wanted to eat him alive. He roared furiously while holding his huge club, "Bastard! No matter how much you bully the lowly ants, you will never be able to pass through this Lord's Club easily. Let me show you. You can't muddle thought into the Bronze League with your lowly tricks. Jacob didn't say anything and just coldly glared at Lord Club as if he were already dead. The silence was the perfect counterpoint for people like Lord Club, who become more overbearing after someone pays them more attention. Nix, I want you to make sure before leaving this guy, give me nightmares that he remembered till he dies. Jacob coldly ordered as he had already gripped his swords. Hee, leave it to me. Nix's jolly voice sounded in affirmation. At this moment, the 10 seconds were finally over, and the match started. Within the Dark Battle Arena's lobby, one of the displays suddenly lights up, showing Jacob and Lord Club match. When myriad Dark City members saw the match details, their first thought was to ignore it since it was only an Iron League rank promotion match. However, someone else quickly noticed the battle record over Jacob's head and Lord Club's bronze color name. Wow, that guy has a 50-win streak. He's probably the fourth to achieve it 200 years after Deathclaw when he first appeared in the arena. Fuck my life, just a single Deathclaw was enough to give everyone a run for their money, and now this giant freak has appeared. No matter what, I'm going to bet on this guy. Since he was matched with a Bronze League fighter at his 51st match, then this means he had no match in his own league. It's a sure win profit. Many gamblers' eyes shone with greed when they comprehended just how big this opportunity was. They all knew that if Jacob ended up losing after this streak, there would be a huge profit. But since he managed to pull up this streak, this means he wasn't an easy target. This kind of existence was extremely rare, and right about now, almost every famous person would etch Jacob's appearance and his name, Dictator, in their hearts. This was especially true for those Silver League level existences because there hadn't been any addition in the Silver League for over 50 years, because to enter the Silver League, you have to defeat a monster in the Silver League. That's why someone like Jacob was going to enter this league sooner, and that match was a huge opportunity to understand his strength. Moreover, if Jacob could make his streak a 100-win streak, it would be a legendary achievement that hadn't been achieved since the birth of the Dark Battle Arena. But now, no one bothers to think of it being possible since if Jacob's streak continues up to 80, he'll enter a promotion match at his 81st match. Everyone knows this because it has happened in the past. This fact brought a huge audience to Dark Prestige Display number 8, as everyone wanted to see the future Silver League warrior's strength and the moment of his unstoppable rise or laughable pitfall. Many opened the betting platform to place the bets, and when they saw the betting rations, they were all surprised. Betting platform current fight on Dark Prestige Display. Number 8, Dictator vs Lord Club promotion match and streak match. Betting odds, Dictator 0-1, Lord Club 100, place bet. This winning rate was simply too ridiculous, which made people think that the Dark Rose wanted to tell people that Lord Club had no snowball chance of winning against Jacob. Just as the people were skeptical about these betting odds, Lord Club finally moved as green winds suddenly released from his, and like a blurry figure, he appeared in front of Jacob and smashed his club on his head with a sneering glare. I'll make you pay the price for ignoring me, he thought as he released all the mana in his body in one signal strike to kill Jacob quickly without giving him a chance to attack. But Jacob didn't move, and he didn't seem to be panicking. In fact, there was naked ridicule in his eyes as he suddenly moved, his swords shimmering in fiery green mana. Deceptive sword style, anti-clockwise, pandemonium. Lord Club, including the audience, saw only two extremely thin green streaks suddenly appear in his vision, and all he felt was a tingle of pain before his body started to turn into particles. There was a deadly silence in both the arena and the lobby. At this moment, everyone heard Jacob's single dismissive word, which would make him extremely famous and Lord Club the laughingstock of legends in the future. Boring. 631, Chapter 631, a mystery box. Congratulations to Dictator on your 51st arena victory. You have successfully completed your 51 kill winning streak. You have won your promotion match, successfully entered the Bronze League, and entered the top 10,000th Bronze Arena rankings. The Arena League ranking list has been updated. Reward 2x 500 dark credits. Your Bronze League arena rank is 9,990th. The betting pool has been closed. Calculating your final reward, 10,010 2x reward, dark credits has been added to your account. Your Faceless Ancient, dark credit, 22,320. Do you want to search for another opponent? The moment Lord Club was killed, Dark Rose promptly announced Jacob's victory and bountiful rewards. Jacob merely smiled coldly and said, "No, I want to leave the Dark Battle Arena." The next moment, Jacob vanished from the arena and opened his eyes within the dark pod. The virtual liquid began to absorb in the pod, and its lid began to open. He only fought this match because he was going to start the weapon construction next and wanted to replenish the soul one last time. But he didn't expect to encounter that foul-mouthed idiot, so he was quite pleased. Nonetheless, he knew that after this match, he would be extremely famous within the Dark City Circle, not just in one galaxy. Still, he had quickly finished the fight, so he didn't show much of his abilities. Someone could only recognize him with his unique swords and green fire mana. But the chance of that happening was almost zero in real life since he seldom entered a direct confrontation and used his guns most of the time to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Jacob then quickly dressed up and asked Dark Rose, "Are the apparatuses that I've ordered ready?" "Yes, they had been delivered to your estate," Dark Rose statically replied. Jacob didn't delay any longer and quickly left the dark room to bring those high-end apparatuses he had spent a fortune into the dark room. He required not only top-class materials but also equipment to complete this weapon. Some of those apparatuses were specialized in magic, while others were to be assembled by Jacob to meet his needs. It took Jacob 3 days to arrange and assemble the apparatuses within the dark room. Now, the empty dark room appeared to be a high-tech center filled with top-class alchemy, gunsmith, and forging apparatuses. But before Jacob could start the long seclusion, he had to entertain an unexpected guest. In fact, there were 2 of them. One of them was a butler from the Dark Marquis estate, one of Fullwood's servants. Jacob was curious about who that guy was and what Fullwood was planning after making him drink the spirit tree nectar blight with a life medicine. As someone who had a deep knowledge of dark alchemy and tens of thousands of life medicines made by dark beings, he knew what kind of nefarious effect they had once a living being had taken them. If he was someone without his poison and curse immunity, he knew once he had taken even a slight bit of life medicine, he would become addicted and wouldn't be able to stop himself from consuming more. Although he had yet to encounter someone who was living on that life medicine, he knew there were many old monsters or people like him who didn't want to die. There should be a black market for these medicines, and they fetch quite high prices from those desperate guys who want to live another extra day. He was even more curious about where Fullwood acquired the life medicine, and already had decided that once Autark was done with its evolution, he would send Autark on its very first mission after it became unique. The butler was very respectful to Jacob and directly handed him a space ring and a letter Fullwood wrote before taking his leave. Jacob didn't make things hard for the butler and accepted the ring and the letter. After reading the letter, Jacob couldn't help but sneer with a murderous look in his eyes as he peered into the ring. The next moment, 2 small, exquisite emerald bottles shaped like pine cones appeared in his hand. They were filled with spirit tree nectar. In that letter, Fullwood mentioned that he was giving Jacob the gift of these 2 extremely precious nectar bottles for their friendship, and hoped they could develop in a prosperous direction together. He invited him to his estate any time and some more flowery words. Jacob directly opened the lids of the bottles, and that same intoxicating scent filled the air he smelled that day. It was, no doubt, the spirit tree nectar. He didn't even find the glass since those 2 bottles were merely a gulp for him, and he emptied them in his mouth. Closing his eyes and enjoying the taste, Jacob's smile grew colder as he felt his mind becoming more active. How much was in there this time? He questioned Nyx while still enjoying the taste and cooling sensation. Probably 4 or 5% was the life medicine. Hee, that guy has become bolder. What a poor idiot. He's sending you this precious soul-strengthening nectar so he can make you addicted and then use it to control you. Alas, even I'm feeling quite sad for him. Nyx giggled coldly before she continued, "Oh, now that you have consumed more of it, I can definitely tell there is an extremely high concentration of plasma in this nectar." Jacob suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of astonishment. What kind of plasma? Of course, plasma is from blood, and if I'm not wrong, this special plasma is from the blood of the spirit tree race, which seemed to be highly beneficial for the soul. Nyx stated her conjecture. Didn't this mean those guys are making nectar out of their own kind? Still, we can't be sure until we have some spirit tree race blood samples. Jacob still finds it hard to believe, but not impossible to be a possibility. But what if this is true? Nyx inquired with a knowing tone. Jacob's eyes turned sharp and bloodthirsty. It's been a while since I've hunted for high nutrition meat. I don't mind collecting some blood as well. It's not like I haven't done this in the past, but I had never hunted an entire race before. I wonder what it would be like. After this huge discovery, Jacob suppressed his dark desires until he confirmed Nyx's discovery. Then he told his butler to bring the other guy, who seemed to be calling himself the servant of a dark earl. Since he was already here, he didn't mind hearing what the other party had to say. However, the butler returned alone with a pocket-sized wooden box and handed it to Jacob respectfully. "My lord, that person had already left when I went back, but he left behind this box on the table. Dark Rose has already scanned it, but she couldn't tell me the content of this box." Jacobs cocked an eyebrow as he took the small box, which was like a ring box, and there was a small button to open it. "Even Dark Rose can't tell the content of this box. Don't tell me there's a bomb in here or is some magic spell hidden. Since that guy suspiciously left, then he could be someone from the Atlas." Jacob's mind raced, and he didn't dare be careless. He looked at the butler, handed him the box, and ordered, "Bring a maid outside in the open field and then tell her to open it." The butler's expression paled a little. He wasn't an idiot and easily guessed that this box was trouble. Still, he quickly accepted his command, found a maid, and brought her out. Jacob silently followed behind with an impassive look and a hint of grim anticipation. 632. Chapter 632. Tricking Star Hackers. At this moment, an elven maid stood in the middle of an open area with a small box in her hand. Her face was pale with fright, as she had already guessed what this was all about. Still, she was just a servant of a dark city with an extraordinary bloodline, so she had to obey the orders of dark nobles no matter what. No one would seek justice for her unless someone other than a dark noble harassed her. Closing her eyes and prying in her heart, she quickly pressed the tiny button on the box and it sprang open. Her heart almost stopped when she heard the click, but nothing happened even after a few seconds, and she dropped to her bottom with relief. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked because a towering figure had appeared right beside her, and the box in her hand was now in his. Jacob's expression was solemn as he quickly stowed away the box and tossed a unique rank magic gem to the elf. "You did well." He then vanished just like he appeared, leaving the elf dumbfounded with the magic gem. When she finally came to her senses, ecstasy filled her heart as he clenched the magic gem, which was worth 10 years of her pay. She even felt grateful instead of resentment. Even the butler looked at her from afar in envy, but he didn't dare snatch that magic gem from her since it would offend Jacob. Jacob didn't care about what the servants thought. He appeared in another section of the mansion, in his lavish bedroom, and closed the doors. He also stowed away his star watch before the box appeared in his hand again, and he quickly covered it with his mana. Because inside the box was something he was extremely familiar with. A vermin transponder, and on top of the small box were written 2 words, "Contact me." Now Jacob was 90% sure that this had to be someone from the Atlas, since only these guys could pull something like this off. Dark Rose, track this person, and have him detained. "I'm sure he's a star hacker," Jacob ordered sternly, knowing Dark Rose had eyes and ears on everything in the Dark City. "The suspect has already committed suicide after exiting the estate, and his body has turned into ashes." Dark Rose instantly responded, "Currently contacting the city guards and collecting the samples of life signature?" Jacob's eyes became more solemn. "A puppet?" He mused, since he had done this thing as well. Still, he was now even more curious about this person's identity, and he might also find out what the Atlas was after. So, he created a powerful magic barrier to make sure Dark Rose wouldn't listen. Even if it were useless, since he could also communicate with a mental voice like the Star Watch, it would be impossible to spy on him unless he was wearing the Star Watch. Moreover, as long as he kept the Star Watch within his pendant, he didn't have to worry about any tricks. Jacob then finally activated the vermin transponder, and a static fake voice said, "You're a hard man to get hold of, Mr. Ancient." Jacob coldly replied, "How about you come here so I can properly show you my hospitality? Even if I wanted to, I'm afraid I couldn't enter the unique planes. You should know why. How about you come to me?" "The," static voice replied. "An expert of above unique rank?" Jacob's expression hardened. "Who are you, and what do you want? I'm Star-Lord of Star Hackers." "You have a pretty good idea about what I want, don't you?" Star-Lord stated. "I was right." Jacob's heart sank as he impassively replied, "I don't understand. I didn't have any enmity with your organization, and I don't want to be your enemy, so I suggest you stop pestering me, and I'll take this all as a misunderstanding between us. I suggest you don't play dumb with me, Mr. Ancient. We have eyes and ears, everything and means beyond your imagination. So I will ask you this once without any tricks or force. Hand over the KEY. You will not only acquire the Star Hacker's friendship, I'm willing to pay you with the method to break past the unique rank and sign an oath contract to take you with me when the time to use the key arrives. Moreover, I'm even willing to give you a seat within the Council of Star Hackers, which has never happened before. So, you should comprehend just how sincere I'm being right now," Star-Lord revealed without beating around the bush. Jacob fell momentarily silent as his mind worked at lightning speed. Now that he had confirmed that the Star Hackers knew about his connection with Free Sword, he had no choice but to admit he was too careless and made a huge mistake by using Free Sword's equipment from the Star Hackers. He's probably still not sure if I had the key and only reached this conclusion after confirming my connection with Free Sword. Furthermore, my rise in power makes him even more suspicious of me. But as long as I don't admit it, I can still keep them guessing. However, if I admit it, it would be akin to making them put all their efforts on me without any misgivings. I'm the only clue that could lead them to the legendary key. I better keep it that way, and I might be able to mislead them and buy myself more time before I leave the Dark City. After thinking about it, Jacob was calmed as he finally replied, "The KEY? I really don't understand. But I think I know why you are making these assumptions. It has something to do with the Star Pirate Captain Freesword, right?" "Indeed." Star-Lord didn't deny it. "Then I think this is really a huge misunderstanding because I encountered Freesword purely by chance when I was crossing the Star Ocean of the Epic Plains close to an island. I don't know why, but before I could inquire about anything, he wanted to rob me of my ship, so we had a huge fight, and I somehow managed to kill him after sustaining deep injuries. However, it turned out that what I killed was some puppet. From the puppet I acquired 2 rings. One was just a rare rank space ring with useless items, while the other ring was something I had never seen before, with the name Free Sword engraved on top of the ring. But I was traveling with the Dark Marquis, and she told me what the offender ring was, so I naturally kept it and also learned about Captain Freesword's background. Now, it appears that the ring is what has drawn your organization's attention. I have nothing else to do with Captain Freesword. If you still don't believe me, I can even sign a Zodiac Oath contract to prove it." I didn't want any trouble, especially when I had done nothing or had any key in my possession. If anything, I think this was Captain Freesword's scheme to make me a scapegoat, as I mused he was probably running from you guys. Jacob lied without stopping in an earnest tone and even sounded like a victim. He knew it was almost impossible to trick this guy, but since he had brought out the Zodiac Oath contract, even if Star-Lord had doubts, he would be forced to think in the direction Jacob wanted him to. As Jacob expected, Star-Lord became silent for a while before he finally replied, "If what you're telling me is true, then if you can hand over that puppet and sign the Oath contract, I'll leave you alone." "Even you couldn't deny the authority of the Zodiac Oath contract, huh?" Jacob's lips curled up in a mocking smirk before he quickly replied as if he had seen hope. "That would be great. I can hand over that puppet to you any time you want and sign the Oath contract on the Star Network. But I won't be meeting you since I'm afraid of my safety. No problem. If you are telling the truth, you don't have to worry about anything. My men will be at your estate in 2 days. Hand them the puppet and sign the contract they will bring. If you dare to play any trick, then you'll witness the full might of Star Hackers," Star-Lord coldly declared before he cut off the communication. But towards the end, his static voice had a hint of confusion and uncertainty. "This will give me enough time, or who knows, they might really believe me and leave me alone. It's a good thing I kept that puppet with me for research, and I even found one more intact puppet in his stash." Jacob's gloomy mood suddenly lifted. He was very optimistic about this, and he didn't think this matter would be handled in this manner. Now he has to wait. 633, Chapter 633, A Myth of Ocean Race? On the third day after Jacob's contact with Star-Lord, within the hidden base of the Star Hackers, all the 9 anonymous stars were gathered around a mechanical table in a huge futuristic lab. On this table, many pieces were put together like a jigsaw puzzle, making a humanoid figure with tattered skin. "Just how much power is required to turn a soul puppet into this state?" an anonymous star exclaimed in its static voice. "Anonymous 9, are you really worried about this, among all other things? Shouldn't we be worried about our only lead going into the wind with this undeniable proof that Faceless Ancient was just a scapegoat to fool us all?" Another static voice rang, filled with angry frustration. "Indeed, I agreed with Anonymous 8. Now that Faceless Ancient has signed the Zodiac Oath contract crafted by Anarchy, the artificial intelligence of Atlas without any loopholes, and this soul puppet and the traces of life signal on it also match Free Sword's, what should we do?" another anonymous star coldly questioned, making the atmosphere gloomy to the extreme. They all turned towards the dark spot around the table where the black silhouette of Star-Lord was sitting silently. Just as in Star-Lord's agreement with Jacob that day, Star-Lord again sent 2 men to Jacob's estate, where Jacob was waiting to receive them. Star-Lord even put out a valuable physical Zodiac Oath contract, already drafted by the AI Anarchy. It was almost as powerful as the SAAI, and had Jacob sign it right in front of them and even record it. After Jacob had signed the contract without raising any objection, nothing seemed to happen to him after signing it, and this already made the Star-Lord believe in Jacob's lies by 80%. Afterward, Jacob handed him the pieces of soul puppet he had destroyed and was just keeping for research purposes. He was glad he didn't dispose of them, so his alibi became even more solid. Now, after a full day of scanning and all the research done by the Star-Lord, there was no doubt that Jacob was telling them the truth without any loophole or scheme. In other words, Jacob was a victim of Free Sword's malicious scheme and turned into a scapegoat to mislead the Atlas. At least, this is what everyone in this room was thinking right now. Truth be told, they all felt humiliated and raged since they were all tricked by Free Sword, and he even saw through their trick that they put in the offender ring. If Star-Lord hadn't approached Jacob and given him the opportunity to confess, they would have exhausted tremendous resources and manpower by going after Jacob in full force. Meanwhile, Free Sword would have been laughing at their stupidity. "We are bested by Free Sword this time. Not only us, but the whole unique planes." Star-Lord finally spoke as the temperature in the lab dropped greatly. He was really enraged at this moment. Not only did he use this trick to deliver the offender ring to Faceless Ancient to mislead us, but he probably used another soul puppet to mislead the Dark Beings and other factions as well. I once thought that Free Sword was just lucky to get the key and even able to escape that day by mysterious means. But now, I think this guy's scheme ran far deeper than we can even think of, and right now, we have again reached the starting point. Still, we got lucky not to chase after a scapegoat and waste our time, unlike the 3 factions. Since this guy likes to play in the shadows, we'll just have to illuminate everything and drag him out. Here are your new orders. Keep observing Faceless Ancient without antagonizing him. For some reason, I don't want to believe him, but facts are facts. Still, keep an eye on him. Other than that, we will use our full forces to search the ocean races and track down the Ocean Oracle. This is the only way to identify that sly vermin now, he ordered without hesitation. Ocean Oracle? Isn't that just a myth? One of the anonymous stars exclaimed with disbelief. Star-Lord replied, "It's not a myth. It's just that we didn't have enough reason to provoke the ocean races, especially when Ocean Oracle is rumored to be the ruler of the ocean races and revered by them like a god. We don't need to go too far. As long as we can buy a signal divination, price is not an issue. But the ocean races are at the depth of the Star Ocean, and that place is known as the no-return zone for every land dweller. Just the pressure there is not something our people could handle, much less mesh with those water-brain fish that see land dwellers as their mortal enemies. Anonymous 2 gloomily stated this since it was absolutely true. Star-Lord wasn't stomped by this as he coldly looked at the 9 anonymous stars, sending chills down their spine as they had a very bad feeling about this, and Star-Lord's next words proved it. That's why I'm sending you all there. I don't think 8 intermediate stages and 1 perfect stage beyond unique rank experts have any problem handling little pressure and water brains and searching a single fish, right? Jacob stood in front of a furnace, monitoring the molding process of a few powerful metals, without any clues that he had just compelled star hackers to stir the hornet's nest known as the ocean races. Even if he knew, Jacob wasn't going to pay them any heed since he had already cleared his name and brought himself valuable time to continue to grow. He wasn't going to believe those guys will stop paying attention to him. This action of his will only made them stop taking extreme actions, but if he showed any suspicion, they would come at him with full force. However, Jacob wasn't worried since he knew that by the time they realized it or he had made his move, it would be too late and no one would be able to stop him. He looked at a machine filled with runic markings. At this moment, all those runes were glowing, and in the center of this magic machine was a transparent glass compartment. At this moment, an integral octonion, polytope, condensed by dense magic power from 1,000 unique magic gems, continued to compress and glow like a small white sun in this glass compartment. Jacob's eyes glowed as he looked at the fingernail-sized polytope. I never thought I could make the quantum atomic reaction with magic energy without going through the trouble of building a nuclear power plant first. Who could have considered the magic energy also contained active radiation that I'd never heard about before? Still, I was only able to build this magic machine because of the space runes and after blasting myself tens of thousands of times in the nightmare realm. With just a little bit of error, the Dark City will turn into nothing but history. Jacob was somewhat fearful but mostly excited as he watched his creation become a reality from a dream. 634, Chapter 634 Soul Force. Is there still no news from him? Fullwood asked an old man from the Spirit Tree race with a dark expression. Unlike another servant, this old man has been Fullwood's personal protector since his birth, a privilege enjoyed only by the Dark Duke's direct line. The old man stoically replied, No, my lord, we've been keeping an eye on the Dark Earl for 6 months now, not to mention him seeking us out. He didn't even leave the estate. My men from the inside told me that he had been cooped up in the dark room since he received your gift, and an unknown party paid him a visit, which most likely suspected to be a messenger from the Star Hackers. Fullwood's expression turned ugly, but we were still not able to find what was inside that box, right? Yes, the maid had her eyes closed at that time, so we don't know what he received that day. I've also inquired about his purchases before he went underground. It seemed he was planning on doing some alchemy project, the old man stated with uncertainty. Just what the hell is this guy doing? Send 6 more bottles of spirit tree nectar that I've prepared for him, Fullwood ordered grimly. Father told me to wait patiently, yet it's been 6 months since I've given him those diluted bottles, and he didn't respond at all. Could it be that nectar wasn't enough to make him addicted, or does the life medicine have little effect on him? But there is definitely something wrong. After he received that box, there was no attack or movement from the Star Hackers. Don't tell me he had already sold his secret for his life? If he didn't respond after this, then there's a chance he didn't even drink the nectar, so I'll have to use another method to make him submit. Fullwood eyes flashed with callousness. At this moment, within the dark room, Jacob seems to be sound asleep on the bed, while in reality he is within the nightmare dreamscape realm, looking at Nyx with astonishment. Nyx's figure was surrounded by ethereal dark threads like a giant cocoon, and this abrupt change had only started a few seconds ago. Jacob had to hurry over. What is this? Jacob quickly asked as he could feel a strange power rising in the nightmare realm. I think I'm about to evolve. I just received the Nightmare Conqueror seed from the Wyvern, and it seemed we had underestimated the strength of his soul. Anyhow, I don't know what will happen after this since I'm feeling exhausted and want to sleep. I quickly called you because you might not be able to enter the Nightmare Realm after this. I'm also about to transfer your portion of his dreamscape realm to your soul, so don't be alarmed after whatever happens. This power is too strong. Nah, now, wait for. Nyx's voice suddenly became extremely faint before completely vanishing as that ethereal cocoon completed. Before Jacob could react, he suddenly felt a torrent of icy power break into his mind. His vision blanked as a mysterious change suddenly started to take place in his mind. This abrupt change was out of Jacob's calculations, and now he was in slumber without any protection. But since he was in the dark room, no one could enter without altering the entire city, or something like the Star Hackers' attack happened again. After an unknown time, Jacob finally opened his eyes, but there was something different about them now. His amber irises were now turned completely golden, and there seemed to be a strange power in them that could make anyone with a weak mind fall into a deadly illusion. Jacob also felt somewhat different. He felt extremely calm and could see more colors in his surroundings now. Something has changed after Nyx injected the soul vitality of Flame Calamity into my soul. It's completely different from before. Jacob sat up and looked around the messy lab. To his astonishment, he saw a faint wisp of particles emitting from the alchemy equipment, and almost everything related to magic. Jacob clearly knew he hadn't used the eyes of Judge, yet he could still vaguely see those color spectrum particles from the magic devices. Although they were not completely clear, like when he used the eyes of Judge and couldn't see them in the environment, he knew this was some kind of breakthrough. At this moment, Jacob suddenly felt some tangible power in his brain and then focused the rune artificer brush on the table. He felt as if he was touching it with his hands and instinctively tried to lift it. Something astonishing happened as the brush suddenly lifted by an invisible force, and with Jacob's will, it directly pulled towards him. Jacob grabbed the brush and confirmed it wasn't a dream, his eyes shimmering with shock. To telekinesis. This has to be telekinesis. To confirm his guess, he looked at another item and tried to lift it again. Just like before, he could easily lift it and manipulate it with his will. Ecstatic, Jacob tried to lift the furnace, which was around 500 kilodrenes, but this time he wasn't able to lift it and only made it slightly tremble before his grip on it broke. So, there is a limit to what I can lift, Jacob mused, not discouraged at all, and began fiddling with this new power more. However, after just 5 minutes, he felt exhausted and lethargic, and could no longer use the telekinesis to lift any object. Cursed Immortality. Jacob quickly summoned Immortality while fighting the urge to sleep. He wanted to grasp the true changes that had happened after he fell into slumber. Can you be so kind as to tell me if this ability is related to my soul or my eyes? Any clue would be helpful, Jacob asked as nicely as possible. Immortality burst into usual laughter before finally writing, well, since you've already reached this point and asking so sincerely, I can divulge some information. First, your eyes of Judge just entered the initial stage of their awakening, which gave you the passive ability of Judgment Gaze, which can allow you to see true and false. The second thing, telekinesis, is the innate ability a person awakens when they reach the Fable legendary rank, and it is called the Soul Force. Oh, and since you've already awakened the Soul Force, you are ready to know that the Eyes of Judge is also a connate ability that uses the Soul Force. Before you were using your Soul Vitality to use the Eyes of Judge, which is akin to burning your life. Still, if you exhaust your Soul Force, you will again start to use it with your Soul Vitality, so I suggest you don't be reckless. Although you have awakened something that only a Fable Legendary should have, the amount of Soul Force you possess is 1/10,000 of what a Fable Legendary rank possessed, and you don't have the, oh, look at me. I was about to break a rule. I guess I was too emotional about your progress. Ha 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 ha. This is the limit of what I can tell you now, but knowing you, I think this much should be enough. Hehehehe. 635, Chapter 635, Judgment Gaze. Jacob's eyes shimmered with ecstasy as he finally got the answers he had been looking for a long time. The part about Soul Force was a bonus, and now he finally has a clear picture of his ability. Taking a deep breath, he asked with deep anticipation, since that's the case, can I now use the Eyes of Judge on the Immortal chapter as long as I use them with Soul Force? I knew you would ask this. Well, since you were working so hard, it would naturally bear rewards. Yes. You can now peer into Immortal chapter for 15 seconds with the Eyes of Judge and your current Soul Force. Finally, Jacob felt a huge mountain had been lifted from his shoulders at this moment. He can now finally start with his progress with the Cursed Bone Marrow amalgamation. But Jacob wasn't in a hurry anymore since he had already exhausted his Soul Force, and his weapon was still not complete. It would still take him about 4 or more months before it was completely finished. Furthermore, now that he had already achieved his goal, he didn't need to look for the fairies anymore and waste his time. His goal was to become as powerful as possible before the Path of Legend surfaced. I need to retrieve the legendary key now since I won't know when the Path of Legend will open without it. According to Flame Calamity, it could open any time within the century after the keys were unearthed. Furthermore, since Nyx is now evolving, and I have completely lost connection with the Nightmare Realm, there is no point in wasting time on the Dark Battle Arena now. But I won't give up on annexing the Dark Battle Arena, and Nyx might be able to do it after she evolves. But if she couldn't, then I can only give up on it, leave for the Legendary Plains, and come back for it in the future. Right now, I should quickly complete it, then leave for the Legendary Key, and start my seclusion for the Immortal chapter. It is too important to do it in here. Jacob quickly made his plans, and then asked, can you tell me if this Soul Force can be increased by only absorbing Soul Vitality, or if there's some other way? You're asking too much. Just follow your path, and you'll be fine. This will make things more entertaining, especially now that you are about to start the Cursed Bone Marrow amalgamation, Immortality ambiguously wrote. Jacob suddenly felt something was amiss. What is this supposed to mean? Ha 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 ha, I didn't say anything. Immortality instantly burst into wanton laughter. Jacob's heart sank even more as he knew there was definitely something wrong, but he was helpless against this cursed book, so he could only close it in frustration. Then he finally paid attention to the items in the room, which were emitting wisps of colorful particles. The Judgment Gaze can allow me to see true and false. What does it mean? Although I only believe that those color spectrums show flaws and true structures of the world to me, it is still only my conjecture. Now, these strange smoke-like wisps are emitting from these magic items. Wait, why only these items that had magic, not these ordinary items that didn't have any magic? Could it be that this judgment gaze allows me to see only magic? No, I need more input. From then on, Jacob started experimenting with his new vision and even used fluid acceleration to increase its input. The results were out of Jacob's expectations. Furthermore, he found that his soul force recovery was natural, and he couldn't accelerate it by another, at least now with normal means. He reckoned that since the soul force originates from the soul, it can only be recovered by the soul medicines, which he didn't have. Nonetheless, it was the least of his worries, since it only required around 8 hours of sleep to recover fully. Other than that, he used his eyes of judge with the soul force and found they were somewhat different, and he could keep them open for a whole 500 seconds now. He also does some experiments with just his soul force, but he finds that other than telekinesis-like abilities, it doesn't seem to have other uses, or he didn't know them yet. After all, this ability was something a Fable legendary rank should have, so its uses and information about it won't be available in the lesser planes. While experimenting with his soul force and getting familiar with his new abilities, he didn't stop crafting the weapon. During this time, Jacob received notification from Dark Rose that he had guests from the Marquis estate, but Jacob ignored them all. After all, Fullwood could only send him messages but not force him to show himself if he didn't want to, which made Fullwood absolutely abhor Jacob and sulk to no end. More than a year had passed since Jacob entered the Dark City, and many things had taken place in this time, but they had nothing to do with Jacob. On this day, the Dark Room's closed door finally opened, and Jacob's figure appeared wearing his usual black outfit. In his disguise, his hair and eyes were black, and he wore a mask. But behind him, the Dark Room was now completely emptied, and except for the original equipment present in the Dark Room, everything else Jacob had brought was gone. Dark Rose, I'm going to leave the Dark City today. This estate will be vacant, Jacob announced impassively. Confirmation received. The remaining time has been saved in Dark Earl's account. You can use it any time, Dark Rose statically replied. Jacob didn't pay much heed as he exited the dark room. A few moments later, the head butler approached him. Jacob's eyes suddenly widened because the head butler was also emitting a wisp of particles in a dark blue color. So, it wasn't just the magic equipment and treasures. Anyone with magic emits the same color patterns. According to my experiments, these colors showed the different power levels of magic ranks. Sky blue color is for rare rank magic, blue is for epic rank, and dark blue is for unique rank. Magic runes without any formations or use will emit a white color. If I create rare, epic, or unique rank treasures, talismans, or arrays with them, their color will turn into the aforementioned patterns. I can now confirm that no one can hide their true power level from the judgment gaze. Jacob's eyes shone, and the butler suddenly felt uncomfortable for a reason. But since Jacob's real eyes were hidden behind the disguise, the butler didn't find the source of that strange sensation. My lord, you're finally out. There are many messages and gifts from His Highness Dark Marquis. He quickly started to tell him about the events with agitation. However, Jacob was completely focused on something else at this moment, the color particles emitting from the butler. As the butler spoke, those particles began to tremble like an electrocardiogram. Jacob's mind jolted at this moment as he instantly thought of something. The judgment gaze can allow me to see true and false. Nothing can hide from the eyes of judge. No one can lie to me. I think I finally get it. Wait, I never got your name before. Tell me 10 names, 9 fake and 1 real. You don't need to tell me which one is your real name, Jacob quickly ordered. My lord? The butler was startled by Jacob's eccentric request. Just do as I told you to. Jacob's coldly glared. The butler trembled and quickly began to call names, and Jacob's eyes were fixed on the surrounding particles. After he was done, he looked at Jacob with agitation and waited for his response. Your name is Pelaine, right? Jacob asked with anticipation. The butler's eyes widened as he quickly nodded. Yes, my lord. Good, now take me to those gifts and answer some more of my questions. Jacob jollily ordered as he was in an excellent mood now. 636. Chapter 636, towards the legendary key Pelaine, felt extremely uncomfortable as Jacob asked all kinds of strange questions, both personal and meaningless. Yet, he had no choice but to answer since Jacob wasn't someone to take a no. Pelaine led Jacob towards the estate treasury, where all the accumulation of the estate and treasures after an estate lord anointed were gathered. No one could take anything except the estate lord. The servants were to deliver anything to the Dark Rose in the absence of the estate lord, and then the Dark Rose would lock them into this treasury. Only when they reached the estate treasury did Jacob stop questioning Pelaine, and the poor butler sighed with relief. Jacob used his star watch against the secret mechanism on the locked dark door. Once his ID was confirmed, the cogwheels began to rumble, and soon the dark door opened. The spacious treasury contained 12 emerald pine cone-shaped bottles in a glass case. Jacob's pupils dilated when he saw a faint wisp of dark blue particles with a tint of red particles around those bottles. Since this nectar is from Fullwood, I'm sure it is dilated with the life medicine. This red color is light on some bottles while heavy on others. I've already scanned many of the life medicines, life crystals, and even the dark being's magic cores, and for some reason, their colors always contain shades of red with their rank colors. While any type of toxic matter like poisons have yellow shades mixed within their rank color particles, even the poison of zombies is the same. I started to understand how the eyes of Judge works with this judgment gaze. Now, I can even see the small number of red particles around those bottles. The denser they are, the more life medicines are diluted in them. The dark blue color represents the potency of the nectar is unique rank, just like pills or potions. Nothing can fool me now, huh? Jacob's lips curled up like a venomous snake before he swept those bottles into his pendant. Although they were diluted, it didn't matter for Jacob since he was planning to test whether the nectar now had a strengthening effect on his soul, or if it could at least help him recover his soul force. He was not very optimistic about the former, while he had some hope for the latter since he knew that the soul medicines above the unique rank would probably work on him now. Palain, I'm about to leave the Dark City, and I don't want anyone to get the wind of it for 3 days. Do this, and I'll order Dark Rose to transfer 1 million ZC into your account. Are you capable of doing this, Palain? Jacob looked deeply at startled Palain, who didn't dare meet Jacob's gaze, which gave him chills. Still, Palain's heart raced since 1 million ZC was akin to his year's salary, and this task was extremely easy for the head butler of an estate. I'll follow my lord's order. Palain quickly bowed his head. Good. You don't need to announce this until you don't have to, and when the Marquise's people come to inquire about my departure, tell them I was gone, and you only found out about my absence from Dark Rose. Jacob instructed before he vanished like a ghost. Palain took a deep breath before pulling a wary smile. What an eccentric guy. He even dares to offend the Marquis while also taking his gift. Knowing the Marquis, he'll blow his top if he has some ulterior motives, but it has nothing to do with servants like us. Under the shade of night, Jacob used his stealth to silently visit a few places in the Dark City before leaving without wearing any equipment that could be tracked, not even his Star Watch. He feels that the Star hackers were still monitoring his movement, so if he had exited in broad daylight, they would have followed him, and Fullwood might have tried to obstruct him. Although he was confident in handing those guys over, he didn't want to be chased around by their higher-ups. After all, he was going to retrieve the legendary key now, which meant he needed to leave the unique plane's protection. With his new weapon, he was 90% sure that he could protect himself even from quasi-legendary rank expert, but this will also reveal his true power and trump card. So, he didn't want to showcase his abilities and trump card unless he absolutely had to, and he wasn't going to be delusional enough to believe that those people would give up so easily if they really confirmed he had the legendary key. After all, the allure of the legendary rank was simply impossible to resist. Even the Wyvern, like Flame Calamity, was instantly agitated when he heard about the Path of Legend. So, Jacob didn't want to find out if he could fight against all the old monsters of the unique planes together. That's why 3 days were enough for him to leave the unique planes and then vanish into the boundless star ocean. He wasn't planning on returning here since he would start with the Immortal chapter right away the moment he got the legendary key. As for Sophie and Zoe, he had already thought of abandoning them since he knew the next part of his journey was too much for them. If he had the power, he might lend Zoe a hand before entering the Path of Legend. After reaching a remote place, Jacob took out the flying ship of the Zodiac Knight Federation. He loaded the marked map of the legendary key's location and then took flight. With its advanced unique rank stealth, the ship vanished into the dark sky and headed northeast at full speed. Jacob looked at the fading Dark City's majestic walls from the ship's deck and sneered. Consider yourself lucky for now, Fullwood, because I've already awakened the Soul Force. But I'm far from done with the Spirit Tree race. If the nectar affected my soul recovery, I might be compelled to come back and take it all, even if it ended up extinct. 637, Chapter 637, Two Choices. The radiation surrounding the dead faction territory had completely vanished, and the territory had returned to a peaceful state. However, almost half of the dead islands had vanished into the depths of the ocean as they had never existed, and the scars from the blast that day were still visible on many dead islands that were fortunate enough to escape the blast radius. But there wasn't any dark being present on those dead islands because, at this moment, the central dead continent was teeming with armies of dark beings as they appeared like ants. In the middle of the continent, the 10 dead kings were kneeling on the foot of the dead Emperor's Shrine Mountain, which was glowing in a crimson hue, and they weren't the only ones as all the dark beings present in the continent were kneeling in reverence as if they were waiting for their god to descend. Suddenly, on the top of the dead Emperor's Shrine Mountain, a gigantic black phantom of a devilish skeleton with 2 crimson devil horns metallized. Its eyes were burning with ghostly flames as it gazed upon the dark beings, making everyone tremble. It was none other than Necro, who had successfully entered the quasi-legend rank after absorbing all the radiation with the help of the dead Emperor's Shrine Mountain. The quasi-legend rank was the limit of the lesser plane's power levels, and to enter a higher realm, one needs to find their way into the middle planes. That's why Necro is currently invincible in the lesser planes, and only someone with equal power can confront him. Necro's eerie voice rang throughout the continent at this moment. Children of Dead God, our generous God had bestowed its holy boon to me amidst the disaster. The sacrifice of our kind wasn't in vain, and now, with the blessing of the Dead God, I shall bring about doom to all those livestock. Heed my order, prepare yourself. We are going to raise the Life faction into rubble first, and then conquer the hypocrites of the neutral faction. From henceforth, only the dead shall rule these lands, he declared with boundless confidence. Only dead shall rule these lands. Only dead shall rule these lands. Only dead shall rule these lands. All the dark beings roared after him in hysteria, making the air tremble in their fury and mirth. Ho ho ho, now that's a bold claim coming from just a newly advanced initial stage quasi-legend. A jeering voice suddenly reverberated like a thunderclap at this moment. Even Necro's devilish phantom was shocked. Who dares to trespass in the presence of this emperor? Sigh, this guy really didn't have any brain. No wonders there hadn't been any quasi-legend in the ranks of dark beings for so many years now. A woman's melodious voice rang with a sigh, but a clear disdain was present in her voice. Necro's phantom instantly vanished, replaced by a 30-meter giant body of a crimson-cloaked dark being holding a bone staff with a black crystal skull. His jade-like red-black skeleton faces illuminated under his blazing gray eyes, and 2 devil horns gushed out of his hood. Bunch of rats didn't know their place. Perish. Necro waved his bone staff, and crimson magic energy covered the entire continent. Do we really need to keep this bonehead alive? An arrogant voice inquired in annoyance. Ho ho ho, we need all the help. With the path of legend on the horizon and the key still missing, at least according to the treaty, we have to give him a chance. The jeering voice said, as if he were completely helpless and making a great sacrifice. All right, I'll spare him this once, but I can pummel him, right? The arrogant voice inquired. Do it moderately. The woman replied with a hint of malice. Die rats. Death domain. Necro furiously roared. The crimson magic energy on the horizon suddenly released massive pressure, and then ghostly wails began to reverberate as if someone had opened the gate of hell. Oh, a domain-type spell? I guess you didn't just reach the quasi-legend rank without any merits. The arrogant voice rang with great interest. But it's a pity you only just threw, and there's nothing my sword can't cut. Skyfall sword. Necro finally felt the other party's aura for the first time, as he could vaguely sense them hiding in the sky. The gray flames in his eyes trembled in disbelief. No! How could there be others? He howled in full of unwillingness, as if someone had poured an icy bucket of water on him, waking him from his glorious dream. He thought he was finally above everyone else, could conquer every land, and turn his old enemies into his slaves. Yet, his dream didn't even last for an hour before he was forced to face reality. Right at this moment, within the Crimson Death domain, an ethereal white line appeared, and the domain was cut in half. That white streak directly landed on the giant Necro, who instantly drew power from the mountain behind him and was covered in a thick crimson barrier. But it shattered like glass, and the white streak directly clashed with his body. He was sent down like a dead bird and crashed into the mountain, while the white streak passed through half of the continent, obliterating anything in its path. When the dust settled, the central continent seemed to have been split in half, as a steep chasm appeared in the place of that white streak. Even the colossal Dead Emperor Shrine Mountain was cut almost in half. At this moment, 3 figures descend from the clouds, engulfed in magic energy like some deity. Necro's giant figure lay in front of the ruined shrine. His right side was completely gone, and only half of his figure remained. But the attacker had deliberately missed his dead core, or he would have been deader than dead. The gray flames in his eyes were extremely dimmed, yet he was still awake and filled with disbelief and despair. It was an extremely harsh awakening, and now he finally understood how foolish he had been as he glared at those 3 light figures. Tusk, I told you to do it moderately, yet you almost destroyed the poor guy's treasure and home. The figure of a woman in sky blue light snickered. I didn't know he was so weak. I guess that wasn't the real death domain at all. What a letdown. The arrogant man in the white light chuckled with disdain. All right, we're not here to bully the new guy. The impish voice in emerald light retorted playfully before he spoke with Necro, who was glaring at them with hatred. Don't hate us, little lich, but it was necessary to show you your place, or you won't be obedient, right? Anyway, I'll get straight to the point. As you can see, you are not the only quasi-legend rank in the unique planes. It's just that we never appeared in the public eye, interfered with factions, or harmed anyone below our level unless our faction is threatened by destruction. Only the Dead faction was without a quasi-legend rank for nearly 20,000 years. There are 7 in total, including us 3 and you, and we all had a treaty among us. You just experienced what kind of might a quasi-legend rank holds, so it isn't hard to make you understand why we are in this treaty and can't move against those who ranked below us. So, you only have 2 options: join this treaty, leave this chessboard, and become a chess player, or you can die. Since you are a quasi-legend rank, we can attack you all we want, so I suggest you choose wisely. Just like that, the calamity that the other 2 factions were desperately preparing for passed unbeknownst to them. At least, that should have been the case. 638, Chapter 638, Bloodglyphs. Jacob had no clue what happened in Dead faction as he followed the maker on the map where Freesword had hidden the legendary key. However, even with the flying ship's Mach 5 top speed, a month had passed since he left the unique planes, yet he was still only halfway there. That's why, after making sure he was not being followed or there wasn't any danger, he started to comprehend the Immortal Chapter 2 weeks ago. With his current soul force, Jacob can only peer into the Immortal Chapter Mysterious for 45 seconds in 24 hours. Since he needed 8 hours to recover his soul force and Immortica summoning time was 24 hours before the 24-hour cooldown period, Jacob also discovered that the Spirit Tree Nectar really affected his soul force recovery. A 500 ml bottle of Spirit Tree Nectar can reduce the recovery time from 8 hours to 1 hour. This makes Jacob desire the nectar or any soul medicine even more. Still, he didn't dare to use those remaining bottles anymore and kept them for emergency situations only. Other than that, Jacob was focused on the Immortal Chapter and the path toward the legendary key. Today, Jacob again summoned Cursed Immortality, opened the Immortal Chapter, and looked at the blood drop on the page with a somewhat gloomy expression. It's been 2 weeks, and I finally managed to count those blood-colored glyphs. They are a total of 99 glyphs, and not only they are different in size, there seemed to be some kind of power that stopped me from approaching them. Just like the first day when I tried to approach the largest glyph, I was instantly struck with pain in my head and had to stop using the Eyes of Judge, and even my soul force recovery took a full day. According to this cursed book, I shouldn't chew more than I can handle. Since then, I've only been observing those glyphs and finally found all this information. Now, I know they all had different sizes. I'll try approaching the smallest one, and let's hope I'll make progress. Or, I don't think my current level of Eyes of Judge is enough to find the mysteries of those blood glyphs. Calming his mind, Jacob took a deep breath and then opened the Eyes of Judge. His eyes turned completely golden, and his pupils turned into white flames. The very next moment, Jacob found himself being pulled into the drop of blood before he appeared in a familiar crimson surroundings. He was extremely familiar with this place now. Without wasting a single second, Jacob's eyes darted around, and there were blood-colored glyphs that he now called the blood glyphs of many sizes. The thing was, these blood glyphs always appeared in random arrangement every time he came to this place, so it took him 2 weeks to gather all this information. After all, he only had 15 seconds on each try, so he had a very hard time just counting them accurately. Jacob finally spotted his target in 5 seconds, which was like the smallest star in the starry sky. In his vision, it was only around 1 centimeter in size, while the largest among these glyphs was 100 meters in size, which was impossible to approach. With just a thought, Jacob's vision began to approach the smallest glyph. Once he was in front of it, he felt boundless pressure from it, making his blood run cold. Still gritting his teeth, he tried to grab it. As he approached this glyph, he felt like he was trying to grab the sky, infinity, far away from him. But like a mad devil, he didn't give up and continued with all his willpower. He had already experienced this kind of oppression from the biggest blood glyph, which was akin to a sun in front of this smallest glyph. Just by approaching it, Jacob was sent out directly. But with this smallest blood glyph, he didn't instantly send out, so he knew he was on the right path, so he didn't give up. Jacob forgot about the time and focused solely on approaching the smallest blood glyph. It was like climbing up in a raging waterfall. At this moment, just when Jacob felt a strange sensation of grabbing something, his vision suddenly blurred, and the crimson surroundings changed into a bright room. Blood was streaming from his eye sockets and nose, and without any further action, he found his vision turning dark and falling on the floor. The Cursed Immortality page turned at this moment, and Immortica's laugh filled the page. Ha ha ha, he's progressing much faster than I've anticipated. Maybe he's able to pull it off. Or more entertainment for me. Ha 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 ha. The words appeared as quickly as they vanished. Jacob didn't know about any of this, as he was in a strange dream where he saw rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Right in the center of this ghastly scene, he spotted a red symbol he was very familiar with. It was the symbol of infinity. He didn't know why. He felt extremely close to the infinity symbol and approached it, but right at this moment, something within the infinity symbol awakened, and before Jacob could understand anything, the dream shattered, and he opened his eyes. The path of cursed blood flows like an infinite loop, vast and endless. Jacob suddenly muttered this phrase before ecstasy filled his heart. He didn't care about his bloody appearance. He was too occupied with this strange information in his brain. So, he quickly sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on that vague information, desperately trying to understand it. Jacob forgot about the time, and 3 days had passed since he had just sat like a statue. At this moment, his eyes opened as he muttered, "I just touched that blood glyph, yet I managed to get this much information and only understand a tiny portion of it. I finally understand why I need to comprehend this all within the Immortal Chapter. All I managed to get is the information about the Immortal Chapter. Who could have thought that it is actually divided into different parts, and each part will grant me a pinnacle level of control over blood, as well as grant me terrifying connate abilities with the infinite growth potential of Cursed Bloodline." Just thinking about it made Jacob's heart race, and he wanted to instantly go back to the Immortal Chapter and grab that smallest blood glyph again. 639, Chapter 639, Mysterious No Return Zone. Jacob had left the flying ship on autopilot and activated the warning mode if anything untoward showed up. The warning he just received was from the flying ship interface, so he quickly entered the control room and saw that the flying ship was now flying into a fog-filled sky. Furthermore, the fog was filled with faint white energy particles, making him wince his brows. How long I'd been out? Jacob frowned as he quickly scanned the map on the ship. He was surprised to see that, including the 3 days it took him to assimilate the information he had gotten from the blood glyph, 23 days had passed since the last time he opened the Immortal chapter. Now, he was very close to the location, and this misty area seemed to be where the legendary key was hidden. After confirming that there wasn't any danger, he felt relief. Suddenly, blue energy gushed out of his body before turning into a water glob, washing away the blood on his face. He then used the fire aura to dry himself and felt refreshed, just like he had taken a bath. But he didn't open the Cursed Immortality this time, for he was reaching the destination, and he wanted to be alert at all times, especially after finding that he had been out for over 20 days just by touching the blood glyph. Now that he knew what he had to do, he was no longer in a hurry to explore further. But it was too dangerous for him to fall unconscious while he was still traveling the Star Ocean and this close to the legendary key. Jacob sat on the captain's chair and again fell deep into thought about the information. I seem to have a closer connection with my blood after touching that glyph. I can't wait to unravel. It's mysterious, especially the crimson infinity symbol that I can't get out of my mind. However, when night fell and the surroundings turned pitch dark because of the fog, Jacob suddenly felt uneasy in this eerie silence. He was confused since everyone seemed to be fine a moment ago. Now, all of a sudden, he started to feel uneasy. Nonetheless, he didn't dare to ignore it, for he had learned a lesson in the past. He quickly took control of the ship and started to descend towards the ocean from a 100,000-meter altitude. But Jacob noticed that as he was going down, the fog was becoming thicker, and the atmosphere was becoming colder. That uneasy feeling had almost vanished. Alert, there is a solid surface at a 4,000-meter distance. What? Surface, not ocean? Just where in the world is that bastard hiding the key? Jacob was astounded as he quickly decreased the speed, and the next moment, he opened the eyes of Judge. Instantly, the mist ahead of him vanished without a trace, and he could finally see the ground, which was actually a mountain peak. Then Jacob instinctively looked up, and his heart palpitated the next moment because right above him, a few hundred meters ahead, he saw a huge dark mass floating there, like a flying island. But the particles emitting from it were purple, a color that Jacob hadn't seen before, and by just looking at it, Jacob felt mortal danger. He finally understood why he was having that feeling. Just what in the hell is that thing? Could it be a flying island? But it's impossible since lands don't emit those color particles. Don't tell me that is a living colossal creature, and the mist seemed to be coming from it. Jacob didn't dare to be careless, nor was he curious to go there and seek his own death out of curiosity, so he hid his aura as much as he could and desperately descended toward the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, that bastard hid the legendary key in some no-return zones since they are the safest places, and people seldom enter them. To my knowledge, there are only 4 famous no-return zones that no one dares to go deeper into, or they will never return. But which one is that? Jacob wondered grimly. The ship finally landed on top of a snow peak, around 50,000 meters above ground. The winds were freezing. But Jacob didn't care about the cold as he quickly exited the ship, landed on the frozen snowy surface of the mountaintop, and quickly stowed away the ship. He was keeping an eye on that humongous thing in the sky while wishing he wouldn't get noticed, and he finally felt huge relief when he safely landed. Now, he felt more at ease since he was far from the danger in the sky, but the surroundings were still filled with thick, cold fog. But he wasn't completely blind and could clearly see around 100 meters with his eyes. Furthermore, the white particles in the fog were now even denser, and he finally understood what they were. This is most likely the icy magic energy that has materialized in the air. Just how dense is it? I guess I have no choice but to head towards the location on foot since it's not too far and probably hidden somewhere in this place. Jacob had no choice but to activate his Star Watch again. The moment he did, he found many messages and ignored them all. He quickly activated the marked map and, with a flying disc, descended the icy mountain and headed east, roared, growled. Jacob suddenly heard ear-piercing roars not far away from his position and then powerful sonic booms, making the fog churn and ripple in the vicinity. Magic beasts fighting each other? Furthermore, I can feel their pressure from this far away, and they are not at the unique rank. Jacob's eyes shimmered as he never expected to encounter beyond unique rank beings in this place. I never had 3 steps of legend rank meal before, and since they are fighting with each other, I can just finish them off. Jacob didn't delay and sneakily made his way towards the source of the uproar. 640 Chapter 640. When thieves fall out, Jacob quickly appeared a few hundred meters below the peak of the snow mountain and stopped his advance, as he was now extremely close to the sources of the powerful energy blasts. Despite the fog, Jacob clearly saw the battle taking place. Well, calling it a battle was an understatement, because it was more like a war. A huge snow-white wolf with purple horns over its head was clashing against a white fox with 2 tails with a shade of ash gray. Besides these powerful magic beasts were their underlings, slightly smaller than them, ripping each other apart. It was a full-blown bloody war between the 2 mighty magic beasts, and both sides were heavily injured. The wolf with the aura of beyond unique rank has a chuck missing around its neck, and the ghastly wound is frozen with a layer of ice. On the other hand, the fox had a claw mark on its forehead, and it was patched with a gray icy layer. Both magic beasts were ice element type, and they seemed to be filled with hatred for each other. Jacob had no intention of interfering. He was observing from a safe distance, with a thievish glint in his eyes, as he watched both magic beasts launch physical and magical attacks on each other, while the underlings were doing their best to mascara each other. But suddenly, Jacob's eyes caught a glimpse of something unusual not too far away from the battlefield. There seemed to be an entrance to a cave, and he could see dense purple particles emitting from the entrance. That's the same color I saw around that thing in the sky. Jacob's mind raced as he couldn't help but reassert the situation. After observing for a while, he found that those magic beasts were avoiding that cave, and from time to time they would glance at it, especially the white fox, whose eyes were filled with greed and mad desire. This confirmed his conjecture that those two were not fighting out of grudge, but because of that cave, which piqued his interest. Still, he wasn't in a hurry to investigate and watch the battle unfold, as now those two overlords were filled with injuries and bloody wounds. Awoo! The white wolf let loose a bloodthirsty howl, and a huge amount of white ice mana began to gather in front of his maw. Roar! The fox's eyes were filled with killing intent as it suddenly arced its two tails in the direction of the wolf, and ice mana began to gather on the tail's tips. The next moment, almost simultaneously, both of them shot white beams at each other. Those powerful magic spells clashed, and powerful ripples spread through the battlefield. They didn't seem to care about those underlings, as those who were gravely wounded directly blasted apart before turning ice statues, and even Jacob, who was a few hundred meters away, took a step back and felt freezing energy drilling into his body. They are definitely in 3 steps of legend ranks. Strangely, the particles emitting from them are still dark blue or a slightly darker shade. Maybe they are beyond unique rank, Jacob mused as he circulated the fire mana within his body to get rid of the cold. The fox seemed to have the upper hand in this power clash as, after wrestling with the wolf's ice beam for a second, the fox's ice beam started to push the wolf's spell back. The wolf's eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear, as it had lost too much blood and mana. At this moment, the wolf couldn't take it anymore, and its spell broke before it caught a huge amount of blood. Yet it wasn't its concert for the moment, for the fox's ice beam directly landed on its face. Roar! The fox roared with madness, and with bloodshot eyes, it put everything in this spell, clearly wanting to finish this contender once and for all. The life in the white wolf's eyes finally faded as it turned into an ice statue, dying of unwillingness and hatred. The underlings all met with the same fate, and those who had any chance of survival were now turned into ice statues. The fox's aura visibly plummeted when it stopped the spell and vomited blood while panting heavily. Its body was riddled with wounds, yet the mirth in its eyes was visible, as if everything it sacrificed was worth it. But right at this moment, the fox's listless eyes winded in horror as the fur on its back stood in alarm. It was at its peak state, it might have reacted sooner, but now it was almost on the verge of death. That's why, when a sword pierced through its skull, it wasn't able to react in time and died without even looking at the killer. Jacob's figure appeared out of thin air. He had a cruel smile on his face and muttered, "When thieves fall out, honest men come by their own." Without wasting time, he directly stowed away the fox's corpse in his ring, and then moved towards the frozen wolf and stowed it away as well. Furthermore, he wasn't planning on wasting peak unique rank frozen meat around him either, so he gathered what he could, and from those who were in pieces, he collected their magic cores. This was a huge profit, especially with those 2 beyond unique rank corpses. At this level of existence, these were all highly respected figures of the 3 factions, so Jacob was very pleased to get their meat by almost doing nothing. But Jacob knew this wasn't the only gain. As he finally headed towards the cave, he compelled these powerful magic beasts to fight each other to death. The entrance of this cave was only 6 meters in size, making Jacob frown since he couldn't fit in, and he hated his height for this exact reason. Still, this didn't stop him from crawling in like a caterpillar. Just by standing in front of this cave entrance, he felt his mind and energy cry with joy. He also didn't feel any sense of danger from inside, so he entered without hesitation. The cave wasn't too deep, only around 30 meters, and Jacob already spotted the thing within the edge of the cave. It was actually an exotic plant, glowing in a beautiful violet color, and dense purple particles were emitting from it. Just by getting close to it, Jacob felt something stir within the depth of his soul and instantly wanted to devour it. Jacob didn't touch it and used his soul force to envelop it gently, but the moment his soul force came in contact with the exotic violet plant, his mind trembled as powerful icy energy directly attacked his mind, almost making him groan in pain. However, before he could retract it, something even more astonishing happened. The plant suddenly turned into violet haze and was directly absorbed into his soul force. Jacob felt as if someone had poured liquid nitrogen directly into his brain. His skin turned purple, and frost began to appear all over his body. Soon, he was turned into a violet ice sculpture. 641, Chapter 641, Legendary Keys Location. 1. Within the cave in the Snow Mountain, a giant's violet ice sculpture lay without any movement, but there seemed to be a faint violet glow pulsing over this giant's head like a heartbeat. Suddenly, the violet pulse vanished, and the violet ice around his body started to tremble before cracks appeared all over it. The next moment, boom, with a blast, The ice shattered like glass, and the person within was freed. Jacob's breathing was rigid, and faint blue ice breath was coming out of his mouth and nose. That was extremely dangerous, he thought with a lingering fear as he almost felt like he was going to freeze to death, and the reason for it was his own carelessness. But he never expected that by touching that exotic plant with his soul force would have such a reaction. Not only was his entire body frozen, and even his mind nearly went blank, but he quickly reacted by accelerating his blood and somehow preserving thought in that torturous coldness. Furthermore, once he was in equilibrium with that iciness, he found that his soul force started to increase, and many things he didn't understand from the blood glyph became clear to him. It was an extremely strange state, and if he had another choice, he might do the same thing, but he knew that the exotic plant might be one of its kind and that he might never find it again. Just now, he was finally able to regain his senses and break free from that strange state. Instead of feeling tired or having a strangely light head, except for the empty stomach because of the use of fluid acceleration, he was completely fine, even better. Jacob quickly crawled out of the small cave. When he looked around, he was surprised to find that his vision was no longer obstructed or limited by that strange fog. In fact, he could see everything clearly. This was evident in the increase in his soul force, which is reflected in his vision. What an unexpected gain. I wonder how my soul force is now compared to that of a real Fable legendary state expert. I will be able to stay longer in the Immortal chapter now, and the telekinesis also seems to have become more powerful. I was only able to lift around 50 kilograms of weight before. I wonder what my new limit is. Nonetheless, I better recover that key first. Furthermore, I can't be careless in this place after all. With this kind of treasure, those two beyond unique rank magic beasts, and lastly, that thing in the sky, this place is not to be underestimated. And I can't use my soul force to pick things that I don't understand anymore. I'd rather use my hands since the soul is a person's core, and if I accidentally pick up something poisonous, I won't have my life to regret it. Jacob still felt lingering fear about the incident, so he vowed not to use his soul force just to protect his body. The telekinesis, after all, wasn't what he was expecting. This ability was directly connected with his soul, and he didn't dare take a risk with his soul. Afterward, he took out a frozen wolf belonging to the giant white wolf faction, directly melted the ice with his fire, and then skinned the peak unique ranked beast, and then roosted the entire 8-meter beast and ate it, including bones. It took him only 10 minutes to complete all this, and then he was finally full. Then, using the flying disc, he again began to descend the mountain carefully. This rare ranked disc is too slow for me now. It's only useful for this kind of thing now. Although I had managed to deduct its materials and even make it, I couldn't seem to find the optimal materials to make a unique ranked disc. I can't find a good replacement for the rare rank soft aluminum used in its base. Then there's another strange material that even Nyx can't analyze yet. My knowledge is not enough. I wonder if that mysterious assassin organization is really part of the Atlas, since I never heard or found any clues about them again, Jacob mused as he remembered those faceless assassins he encountered in the rare plains. Thereupon, Jacob soon reached the base of the mountain, and the fog was extremely thin. However, he was astounded when he found that a tree forest surrounded the mountain. Those trees were completely white, and the leaves on them were sky blue, just like translucent crystals, and extremely beautiful. Jacob didn't stay to admire the beauty of this place. Even from this distance, he could see different shades of particles rising within this forest, which was filled with magic beasts. So, he decided to stop using the flying disc because its slow speed and stealth form were easily detectable. He confirmed the direction on the map, which was still around 800 miles away from his position, and he quickly darted towards it while avoiding the magic beasts. Soon, Jacob noticed the sky of this place was filled with fog that he saw on the mountain, and when the sun started to rise, the light past thought that the fog was extremely dim. Furthermore, the white tree forest stretched for several hundred miles, and when he exited it, he found himself on a barren, rocky plain covered with frost. Far away, he could see a wall of dense gray mist that was completely out of place. Jacob frowned because the location of the legendary key was somewhere in that mist wall and mused, just how did Freesword enter this place with all those vicious beasts more powerful than them wandering around? Or since I arrived with the flying ship, I ended up in the core area, and the key is hidden in the outskirts? If I had used the water pathway instead, maybe I would have arrived here from the other side. This was the only explanation he could think of, so he didn't stop and continued towards the mist wall. The rocky plains seemed empty, and if someone saw them from the sky, it would look like a line between the forest and the mist wall. When he reached the mist wall, Jacob didn't find any particles in the mist, so he was less worried. The path ahead was the same as the rocky plain, so he entered without hesitation. But when he was a few miles inside this dense mist, he stopped because in front of him appeared a vast frozen river, and not too far away was a frozen waterfall. However, what made Jacob stop was the sense of danger suddenly arousing upon reaching this place. 642. Chapter 642, Legendary Key's Location, 222, hidden in the dense fog. The colossal silhouette that Jacob saw that day was actually a floating island, the origin of the fog surrounding the plain below and in the air. This floating island was probably the only one in the entire unique plains and a wonder of nature, but no one had ever been able to see it, and those who did were never able to live to tell the tale. Because this no-return zone was one of the most dangerous zones in the entire unique plains, known as the Vicious Calamity Fog Zone, not even inspection legend rank experts dared venture into its depth. As for why was this name given, rumor has it that there is a strange fog somewhere in this zone that can devour anything and everything. No one knows the origin of that fog. At this moment, above the ice plains, the phantom island drifted through the swirling mists. This, however, was a horrific illusion. It was no ordinary landmass, it was a churning, undulating carpet of what appeared to be pristine snow. The snow was a grotesque mockery of winter's gentle touch. It writhed and pulsed with a faint, bluish luminescence, a colony of countless insects. These monstrous insects were no larger than a man's hand, but their forms were a nightmare amalgamation of locust and spider. Their bodies, segmented and obsidian black, were encased in a carapace of translucent ice. 8 spindly legs, tipped with razor-sharp claws, twitched incessantly. 2 pairs of iridescent wings, membranous and skeletal, hung limp at their sides, capable of unleashing a hurricane when unleashed. The most chilling feature, however, was their face. It was dominated by a single, multifaceted eye the color of a glacier, devoid of warmth or life, yet filled with a cold, calculating intelligence. At the island's heart, nestled in a caldera of volcanic ice, resided the mother of these insects. Unlike its brethren, it was colossal, its form dwarfing the surrounding swarm. Its carapace was a mesmerizing swirl of blues and whites, reflecting the spectral glow of its children. Its singular eye, however, was different. It pulsed with a fiery crimson, a beacon of malevolent intelligence. It had slumbered for who knows how long, its vast treasure of stolen starlight fueling its dreams. However, this slumber was abruptly shattered at this moment. The frigid soul saxifrage is gone? A guttural screech, like glaciers scraping against bedrock, erupted from its maw, a sound that resonated through the island and sent shivers down the very spine of the world. Seemingly, an unseen hand had pilfered its hoard, leaving the mother insect enraged. The ice-fiend locusts stirred, a collective tremor rippling through their mass. At this moment, their wings unfolded, catching the dim light and transforming the island into a shimmering shroud of death. Go, my children, spare no one, bring me back the thief's body. With a final, ear-splitting shriek from the mother insect, the swarm surged forth, a tide of ravenous insects descending upon the unsuspecting ice plains below, ready to unleash their frigid fury and reclaim this frigid soul saxifrage. At this moment, Jacob started to feel extremely uneasy, as if a calamity was about to befall him. He abruptly looked behind and opened the eyes of the judge and was horrified. Despite the distance, he saw a huge storm of purple particles rising from the horizon like angry flames. What the hell is that? His heart palpitated. Although he couldn't tell what it was because he was still hundreds of miles away, he was sure that it was most likely the reason behind this sense of deadly crisis. Without hesitation, he darted at full speed in the direction of the legendary key. He wanted to leave this ghastly place quickly, especially before strange phenomena caught up to him. Like a streak of lightning, Jacob's speed reached Mach 10 as he used his full power to bolt in the direction of the legendary key. He didn't dare to save any more energy. Jacob also noticed that within this mist, powerful magic fluctuations were hidden, and their power might not be any lesser than that of wolf and fox, if not stronger. Not only that, but within a few minutes, those calm fluctuations started to stir as if they also sensed the incoming crisis. A few powerful roars rang in the vicinity before the ground began to shake, and a stampede occurred. Jacob was now even more sure that whatever had awakened back in the snow mountain was nothing but bad news. He avoided all the obstructions, and within half an hour, Jacob reached a cliff at the end of this thick mist. He quickly followed the map because the final location of the legendary key was nearby. Thereupon, he reached a tree that was just like the other trees in this place, and without hesitation, he used his eyes of judge to scan through it. Finally, Jacob felt relief and dread at the same time as the incoming crisis was getting closer. He directly punched through the tree roots where a grove was hidden and protected by an array. But against his full strength, that array shattered, and he finally grabbed the hidden box within this grove. Buzz, at this moment, powering buzzing sounds filled with air, sending powerful vibrations that had a powerful effect on the mind. Jacob finally turned around, paled with fright, when he saw those locust-like insects swarming towards him like a giant dark cloud. Furthermore, their numbers were probably in the tens of millions, and the ghost insect swarm that he encountered in the dead faction was nothing but a speck of dust in front of this one. Those locusts were leaving behind nothing but a trail of desolated ice layer, for anything, whether it was a tree or a living being, would vanish without a trace. Without hesitation, Jacob stowed away the box and immediately jumped off the cliff, for the ocean was right below it. He knew if he stayed here, even if he launched an atomic bomb, those insects would be simply too many, and he would be affected as well. So, since he had the option to flee within the ocean, he was not going to take meaningless risks. But Jacob had overestimated the tenacity of those insects. 643, Chapter 643, Ice Fiend Locust. Jacob didn't know that the scene of him jumping off the cliff, despite the mist and his stealth, was visible to those insects' single multifaceted eye, and those visions were equally shared by none other than Mother Insect. The mother insect had a terrifying cognitive ability to see everything without leaving behind anything, and she saw Jacob's figure, which was infrared red in the insect's eye, jumping off the cliff. But unlike those insects, the mother insect could see something that they can't. She instantly noticed a faint violet aura around Jacob's red silhouette, making her eyes shimmer with viciousness. She directly issued a command. He has the aura of frigid soul saxifrage. He's the thief. Go, my children, and bring this thief to me. Like electricity, her command instantly passed through millions of insects, and like a waterfall, they directly dived after Jacob. The moment Jacob touched the water's surface, he instantly used the water spirit escape and escaped toward the depth of the ocean. But then, very soon, he noticed power ripples from behind. When he looked behind, he was shocked because all those insects were coming right after him like gigantic maw. They can see through my stealth. Jacob's expression turned grim. But why are they coming after me so relentlessly? Did I provoke them somehow by venturing into their territory? Jacob thought that they might give up after some time, but even after he reached the 100-mile depth of the Star Ocean, those insects were still hot on his heels, just a menace. Cursed Immortality. Jacob now had no choice but to call Immortica and waste this chance. He had really started to feel worried, as his water mana was going to run out in a few minutes. What the hell are those? He quickly asked agitatedly. Ha 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 ha, now this is what I call entertainment, Immortica wrote in relish, completely disregarding Jacob's current situation. Do you really have time to fuck around? Jacob roared with indignation. He, all right, those insects, as you might have guessed, belong to the fantastic insect race and are naturally born in purple ice Eocene. They are called the snow acrididae, commonly known as the ice fiend locusts, and they are not in the top 100 fantastic insects list. Here, things become interesting. You see, the ice fiend locust didn't have the ability to reproduce, but this was only until a queen ice fiend locust was born among them. The chances of a queen ice fiend locust being born are less than 1% because the moment a queen ice fiend locust, she will be ranked 33rd on the list of top 100 fantastic insects. This is because a queen ice fiend locust is like a queen ant who has absolute control over the ant colony, in this case the ice fiend locust colony. She can breed 100,000 Tier 1 common rank ice fiend locusts while being herself in Tier 9 common rank, 1 million in Tier 1 rare rank at the peak of rare rank, 10 million Tier 1 epic at the peak of epic rank, and 100 million at the Tier 1 unique at the peak of unique rank. Not only that, but she has almost perfect sensory abilities that let her share the vision with every ice fiend locust she births. Not to mention, her congestive abilities can rival even legendary existences, and she is no less intelligent than you. All in all, she is a perfect controller. Although an ice fiend locust only has the ability to devour physical matter and turn it into yin snow, with Queen Ice Fiend Locust in command, they are like an army that can maneuver with just a thought without caring about their lives. But despite her intelligence, she had a huge flaw, just like any other fantastic insect, her vengeful, greedy nature. You see, if the queen claimed something to be hers, she would protect it until she died, and if she felt provoked, she would not stop until she took her vengeance, hence the name Fiend. If we start to go into the arrangement of Ice Fiend Locust Colony, our time will not be enough. Lastly, despite the Queen Ice Fiend Locust's powerful mentality, she has almost zero defense, and even a normal mortal can kill her. But this is only if you manage to reach her and her guards are not around. Now, you should understand what kind of existence you have provoked. Oh, and even if you manage to evade those Ice Fiend Locusts somehow, the Queen has already marked you with her most powerful connate ability, which can only be awakened after she goes beyond the unique rank, the Fiend Mark. All I can tell is that this Fiend Mark will remain with you unless you can completely get rid of any kind of magic you have. The more you use the magic, the more she'll be able to deduce your location and even tell if you are in a location that can threaten her or is good enough to hunt you down. To summarize it, she will never stop coming after you as long as she's alive. This is her true flaw and your doom if you can't kill her. Ha 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 ha. I'll advise you never ever to underestimate the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. She's like a vengeful spirit and always finds a way towards you because the more you evade her, the deeper her hatred for you grows. It's almost romantic. Ha 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 ha. Jacob has an ugly expression at this moment, and at this moment he feels nothing but utterly speechless. Isn't it too excessive? I just invaded her territory, and I didn't even kill any of her damn minions, yet you're telling me she'll not stop hunting me until she or I die? Jacob asked with indignation as he felt this was simply too ridiculous. He was just here to pick up the legendary key. He never had any intention of provoking this Calamity Star, but somehow he ended up doing exactly that. Ha 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 ha, just invade her territory? Maybe you'll understand after hearing this. You see, the Ice Fiend Locust can only evolve by absorbing soul-type natural treasures. Ha 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 ha. Realization finally struck Jacob at this moment, and he was utterly baffled when he remembered that exotic plant that evaluated his soul. Fuck my life. He couldn't help but curse furiously and no longer found that free fortune likable anymore. Ha 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 ha. Immortica laughed with relish as if it was having the best time of its life. You literally cut off her path of legend when you unbeknownst devoured that inspection legend rank frigid soul saxifrage. Even if it were someone else, they would do anything to hack you in millions of pieces. Jacob's expression grew even darker since Immortica directly confirmed it, and couldn't help but look behind. The army of millions of Ice Fiend locusts were relentlessly pursuing him. There has to be a way to get rid of this fiend mark, right? Jacob asked after calming down, but his expression was gloomy to the extreme. Didn't I've already told you? Just kill her, and those locusts will lose their intelligence and be scattered throughout the unique planes. Furthermore, you might be able to get a very useful reward for your efforts, while the other method is too far away from you. He, Jacob sighed ruefully in resignation as he knew his life was going to be extremely harsh from now on. 644, Chapter 644 Planet Destroyer. After he realized what kind of trouble he was in, Jacob stopped paying attention to the laughing, cursed book, and his eyes flashed with decisiveness. Although it was hard to accept that an owner of a 100 million unique rank army was bloody for him, he wasn't going to wait for death. He had reached this point by undermining many powerful originations, so another bug added to his troubles was not a big deal. Although it might be inconvenient for him to chase around, it wasn't like he didn't have ways to make the Queen Ice Fiend Locust pay the price for chasing him around. While diving deeper into the Star Ocean, Jacob already started to feel the gravity incursion, yet the army of locusts behind him seemed to have no intention of giving up. My water mana can only last for another 2 or 3 minutes before this spell breaks, but my speed of descending is continuing to increase, and with this pressure around, I can use some drastic measures to get rid of these bugs. After making his decision, Jacob stopped using the water spirit escape and appeared within the water. The Ice Fiend Locust army was only over a mile away from him. I'll let you be the first one to experience my new weapon, Jacob cruelly muttered. The next moment, a black knuckle armor ring filled with exquisite sapphire gemstones and pristine tiny white runes appears on his right-hand middle finger. Not only that, but the star watched on his wrist activated, and with his will, a peculiar application opened, and Jacob issued a cold command: active the Planet Destroyer's third form, rocket launcher. The next moment, a few sapphire gems suddenly lit up with runes, creating a peculiar pattern around the biggest gemstone engraved in the center of this knuckle armor ring. Almost instantly, a fingernail-sized, glowing violet-crimson-colored integral octonion appeared right above the gemstone in the center. The next moment, different black metallic parts started to appear and assembled around this integral octonion, taking the shape of a long barrier rocket launcher. Within 3 seconds, Jacob's empty hand was now holding a black triple-barrel rocket launcher with beautiful glowing neon lines on its slick body. Then Jacob issued another cold command: load 3 White Sun atomic rockets, and set the blast timer to 10 seconds. The neon lines on the rocket launcher instantly lit up. Right where the rocket launcher scoop was located, there was a small digital screen, and a 3's number appeared on it. Jacob didn't waste a second and mounted the rocket launcher's barrels towards the swarm of Ice Fiend locusts. Killing intent flashed past Jacob's eyes before he pulled the neon trigger. With a huge sonic wave, 3 white lighting streaks shot out from the barrels and headed straight toward the swarm before quickly vanishing within them like flaming kindles in darkness. Disassemble! Jacob didn't tarry and quickly issued a command through the Star Watch before the rocket launcher quickly disassembled and turned back into the knuckle armor ring just as quickly as it appeared. Water spirit escape. Jacob turned around and fled into the depths of the ocean using internal fluid acceleration. With the help of Gravely, he was almost like a light streak. The Ice Fiend Locust army clearly didn't have any idea what kind of calamity was waiting for them within those 3 white light streaks as they relentlessly followed after Jacob. 10 seconds later, within the sounds of buzzing, 3 faint beeps rang as quickly as they vanished before. Within the darkness, 3 white lights began to bloom like supernovas in dark space. Because of the water pressure, there wasn't a sound, but when a supersonic wave appeared, the swarm of the Ice Fiend locusts that seemed unbreakable finally crumbled as white light engulfed them in their entirety. It was like a white sun had suddenly appeared in the middle of the dark ocean as everything was illuminated in white light, and powerful shock waves stirred massive areas of the ocean. Even on the surface, huge tilde waves began to rise in huge numbers. Jacob, who managed to distance himself from the swarm, was also caught up by the first shockwave. Despite the icy cold ocean water, for a moment he felt like he was in love. But this time, he wasn't as effective as the last time when he was too close to the blast radius, and those white sun rockets weren't as powerful as that missile. Still, they had 50% of its destructive might. Enduring the heat waves, he continued diving until he was finally out of the blast radius. Because of the depth of the ocean and gravity, he was competently fine this time around. Furthermore, there was no longer an Ice Fiend locust swarm following right behind him. At this moment, he finally ran out of the water mana as his body appeared again, and even without doing anything, he was still going down. Sigh, it seemed I have to live under the ocean for some time now. That bug bitch would be seeking her own death if she sent that army down here. I can live under this pressure, and the place is kind of perfect for me to comprehend the Immortal chapter in peace. If I go back to the surface, and since the comprehension of the Immortal chapter depends on magic, I'll have to look over my shoulders because of this fiend mark. Jacob sighed in resignation and also vowed to kill the Queen Ice Fiend Locust once he comprehended the Immortal chapter or reached the quasi-legend rank. So, without wasting more time, he begins to recover his energy and magic power while he continues to descend into the depths of the ocean. Furthermore, as Jacob was getting deeper and deeper, he noticed that this time, the bottom of the Star Ocean was even deeper than last time, making him gloomy. His mana was still not begging to replenish because he first had to recover the physical energy that he used with fluid acceleration, so he couldn't stop his descent. Just when Jacob started to get worried, his heart churned as he looked below, and his eyes winded with disbelief because he saw a few peculiar creatures riding a huge ocean beast headed right towards him. 645, Chapter 645. Encountering the Ocean Races. Jacob was startled when he saw those novel creatures riding on a whale-like ocean beast were coming in his way. This was his first witnessing this scene, and even from here he could tell that the ocean beast was at the peak of its unique rank. Don't tell me they are from the ocean races, he speculated. Autark had already told me about ocean races because Masha also belonged to an ocean race, but she was a runaway because she was experimenting on her own race members. Furthermore, the ocean races were very mysterious, and most of the natives of the unique plains were unaware of their existence because they rarely left the ocean and came to the surface. Jacob has no idea that he had unknowingly trespassed into the territory of ocean races while fleeing from the swarm of ice fiend locusts. He still hadn't unsummoned Immortality because he was afraid those persistent insects would still come after him and because he might run into such a situation. After all, when it came to sniffing out enemies or hidden dangers, Immortality had never disappointed him. You know what I want to know, right? He questioned gravely. He was still calm because those newcomers were at the same rank as him, and since they could move freely under this heavy gravity, he now wanted to know more about them. Furthermore, even if he tries to flee, he won't be able to outrun them before his mana gives up on him. Lastly, he has no plan of going back to the surface because of the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. Hey, those small fries are not worth mentioning, aren't they? Immortality cackled before finally getting to the point. The three fish-face humanoids are orange sturgeons of unique Tier 9 rank, a very common ocean race with no unique innate abilities except for their ability to use sound waves to attack the minds of their prey. But that unique Tier 9 ocean magic beast they are riding is quite rare. It is a water lightning whale that can move within water like lightning under any pressure. Jacob nodded slightly, as this information was enough. Now, he was coldly looking at the water lightning whale as it approached him, while those three orange sturgeon, who had orange scale skin and the head of a sturgeon, were already viciously opening their sharp mouths at him with killing intent. They were clearly not here with kind intentions, and Jacob wanted to know how they found him or if it was just a coincidence. But when they were about 100 meters away from him, he saw those three orange sturgeons' faces suddenly light up, and his expression darkened when he saw the magic energy gathering around their mouth. They were about to attack him without any intention of interrogating him. A ruthless glint flashed past his eyes, and since he was more than half recovered, he stopped playing dead. Slumber Hex, Jacob directly targeted the water lightning whale since those guys were using it to mount an attack. Although he wasn't sure if they were moving so fast in this gravity because of the water lightning whale, they would be fishes on a chopping board if they were relying on it. Just as he predicted, the moment the water lightning whale was cursed, those sturgeons suddenly lost their balance, and with the water lightning whale, they began to sink like a stone in water. The orange sturgeons were baffled by this sudden turn of events. One of them even tried to kick the water lightning whale to awaken it, but gained no reaction. One of them cried furiously, using strange gibberish, and the other two nodded before they finally jumped off the whale body and directly bolted towards Jacob, leaving behind powerful wave shockwaves. Although their speed was not as fast as that of the water lightning whale, they were still moving very agilely. But what they hadn't thought was that Jacob could also move like them within the water. The three orange sturgeons quickly surrounded Jacob in a triangular formation, and they again began to cast their spells as the surrounding water began to churn. But how could Jacob give them any chance? At this moment, using the water spirit escape, he turned into a blue streak and darted towards one of the orange sturgeons. Those guys were again shocked. Jacob's target tried to dodge him, but Jacob's speed was almost at the same level as the water lightning whale when he used the water spirit escape. The orange sturgeon had just started flapping its fins like feet when Jacob abruptly appeared in front of him like a ghost. The next moment, a dark streak flashed past the orange sturgeon's neck. Jacob again turned into a blue streak and bolted in the other orange sturgeon's direction. The orange sturgeons were shocked, and by the time they realized what had happened, they saw their companion's head start to separate from his neck as crimson blood tainted the clear water. Jacob didn't give them any chance, and like a phantom, he approached the second orange sturgeon, who was now horrified and started to flee desperately. But he was still too slow, and Jacob directly grabbed his slippery leg and cut him in half, as they were only about half his size. The last one was already running deeper into the ocean, but Jacob had no plan of killing him. He locked on him, and his eyes flashed with crimson lightning. Slumber Hex. The last orange sturgeon turned motionless the next moment, and Jacob went after him directly, grabbing his body before stowing him away in his pendant alive. He then finally looked towards the water lightning whale and dived towards it. The whale was around 25 meters in size, but Jacob had enough space for it as well. Now that he knew this whale could swim opposite to gravity, he had a different plan for it. He also didn't leave behind any corpses since he wasn't sure what kind of power the ocean races held. He had heard that they were very protective of their own, so he didn't want to reveal his existence or provoke some 3 steps of legend. Afterward, he fully focused on recovering while using stealth, and after around half an hour of descending, he was finally able to see the ocean floor. But what surprised him was not too far away from his location. There were huge glowing buildings with strange shapes that he had never seen before, and he saw many orange sturgeons swimming around those buildings and even other ocean races that he had never seen before. It was an underwater city that belonged to the elusive ocean races. 646. Chapter 646, Seclusion Under Star Ocean. Jacob observed the city from a distance. He didn't dare get too close since his appearance didn't match the orange sturgeon at all, and if he were spotted, everyone would notice him. Furthermore, with his eyes, he could see a huge glob around the entire city emitting faint color particles. There was an array formation around that place. How peculiar, he mused, before he averted his eyes and decided to find another secluded place. He had no intention of going there, and he was not interested in the ocean races, as they were of little allure to him. Since he was already on the ocean floor and had already spotted the inhabitants of the Star Ocean, he knew he couldn't be reckless. Unlike last time, this part of the Star Ocean wasn't barren and filled with ocean weeds and all kinds of ocean fauna and flora. He even found some small creatures hidden among them, and they were epic rank at least. The gravity here is around 600 times greater than the surface, and if someone didn't have a physique like Jacob's that had undergone powerful gravity before, they would be absolutely crushed in this place. After the city was no longer in sight, Jacob looked around and found a dark mountain in the distance. When he reached close enough, he found that it was a black coral with long threads sawing in the water like tentacles. It's a good place and excellent hideout, Jacob mused before swords appeared in his hands. He directly approached the mountain-like corral and, using the water mana, he started slashing its body like he was carving a sculpture. The entire mountain trembled for a moment before going dormant again. Jacob knew this corral was a unique rank creature, but under his dominant attacks, it didn't stand a chance. Soon, Jacob opened a cave in the corral. Although it was somewhat disgusting and a potent poison was leaking from its body, he was completely fine. He then used the outer part that he carved out like a door to block the entrance, and now it looked the same. No one would be able to tell that someone was living within this corral unless they tried to destroy it or had intentions like Jacob's. After opening a large space, Jacob also set an array that he had prepared beforehand since he had the intention of doing the same thing from the start. This array was an alarm array that would instantly alert him if someone entered its 50 radius range. Now, I should get rid of this poison. He clapped his hands together and started to cast a spell of whammy poison. Poison gather. The black water around him suddenly churned, and the next moment, a glowing black dot appeared above Jacob's hands. Thereafter, the tiny dot suddenly began to expand, and strangely, the black water started to turn transparent again. Soon, an inky glob around a meter in size was in front of him, and all the poison in the water was completely purified. He then took out a glass bottle, and using the water magic, he controlled the glob as he filled the bottle and stowed it away. Now that there was no more poison in the water, he moved to the next step for what he did all this. The orange sturgeon that he captured, still in slumber, appeared in front of him. Although he wasn't going to move around the ocean race territory, he wanted to collect information from this guy. After all, knowing this place will have a greater advantage to him without any disadvantage. Before lifting the curse, Jacob made sure that the orange sturgeon wouldn't cause any trouble. He used his eyes to find the location where all the magic in the orange sturgeon was compressed. After locating the magic core, he placed his finger above his belly. The next moment, the finger suddenly lit up in a green sheen, and the surrounding water suddenly began to heat up, and sizzling bubbles appeared. Task, my fire energy consumption is triple underwater as expected. Jacob sighed as he knew the fire mana was almost useless underwater, and just to keep it activated, he required more than the usual amount of energy to sustain it, not to mention it was still weakened by half. Jacob then stopped lamenting and directly stabbed his finger right where the orange sturgeon's magic core was. He carefully cracked the magic core, and the magic energy stowed within the orange sturgeon suddenly leaked out. This was one of the ways to make someone magically crippled without killing them. If he had destroyed the magic core, the orange sturgeon would have been dead. Furthermore, Jacob also noticed that this orange sturgeon's body was far sturdier than the people on the surface, slightly worse than his own. This was most likely because of the gravity they lived under. After making sure the orange sturgeon wouldn't be able to retaliate, he bound him with special ropes he bought in the dark city that could restrain even a giant, and only then did he release the cure. The orange sturgeon's eyes snapped open in bewilderment before horrifying pain replaced them. He wailed loudly in pain, and when he saw the giant in front of him, his bloodshot eyes shone with hatred and killing intent. If looks could kill, Jacob would have died thousands of times under such a murderous glare. Jacob completely ignores the furious fish and tries to speak by using water magic to convert sound waves to vibrations that travel through water. He got this inspiration from these guys when he saw them communicate using the same method before. With his excitement control over mana and soul force, it wasn't hard for him to imitate the same thing. See can, why you understand me? Jacob's voice was almost like a broken radio since he had never done this before, but he was still able to convert the vibrations into words, which was the crux of this method. The orange sturgeon was startled when he saw Jacob using the same method as them to communicate before he furiously began to make strange gibberish noises. HP Koikik, Lochlidgelij Ki Koike KV. Jacob frowned as he knew what was going on and mused, it seemed the ocean races had their own unique language, just like the dark beings, and since these guys seldom encountered the surface, only their higher-ups might know the common language. I can't get anything if I don't understand what the hell is he saying. If only Autark were awake, he could have easily gotten the language and information and then taught it to me. I should keep this guy for now, and once he awakes, it would be easier. After getting nowhere on his own, he didn't waste time and punched the furious orange sturgeon unconscious before stowing him back in the infinity pendant. Jacob's eyes then flashed with anticipation before a box appeared in his hand. Now, let's see what this legendary key looks like, that made me offend that bug bitch looks like. 647, Chapter 647. Legendary Key in Hand. This box seemed to be encrypted with runes. This should be the runic lock that relies on magic runes, and if someone tries to open it without the runic key, the item inside will be destroyed. But I don't think the legendary key is so feeble that it could be destroyed with an advanced unique rank runic lock, Jacob mused as he observed the box with scrutiny. If it had been before, he might have been stumped and tried to break this box, but after he deepened his knowledge of the magic runes in the Dark City and created the Planet Destroyer, he was very familiar with this kind of runic lock. He also had Free Sword's entire treasury, so he quickly searched among his treasures and soon found what he was looking for. It was a small pentagon, which perfectly matched the pentagon grove above the box. Jacob quickly inserted this small pentagon in the grove. When it was perfectly fit, the runes on the box lit up, and with a faint click, the box opened. When he opened the lid, a glowing light lit the surroundings. The thing inside the box was not a standard key with a flat head and teeth. It resembles a stylized celestial compass. A smooth, circular disc forms the body, with intricate constellations etched on its surface. It was not made with any conventional material. It shimmers with an otherworldly, ethereal light, constantly shifting between hues of violet, indigo, and gold. When Jacob lifted it up, it felt weightless in his hand, yet held a solidity that defied its ethereal appearance. It was slightly warm to the touch, radiating a comforting yet powerful energy. Extending from the center is a single, slender point that curves gracefully upwards. This point doesn't resemble a traditional keyhole prong, but rather seems to yearn to touch the sky. 12 faint symbols were engraved along the rim of the circular disc, and only one symbol was extremely lifelike and different from the other 11. Shockingly, Jacob instantly recognized them and muttered, "They are the 12 symbols of the zodiac, and this more visible symbol represents the symbol of the Taurus constellation, the same as the lesser galaxy that I'm in." Could the other function of this key be to track down those 12 legendary visages? Since this compass is found in the lesser galaxy of Taurus, it can only show the way towards the legendary visage of Taurus. But then why are these other 11 symbols also here? Just what kind of mysteries are hidden in this key? If I can have another key from another galaxy, I might be able to figure it out more accurately. Right now, I can only assume that the other legendary keys should also have ways to lead towards their own corresponding legendary visage, Jacob conjectured while he looked at the faintly glowing ethereal disc which was the legendary key. Although he didn't know how to use it or its true functions, he was sure that the person who held with would have a huge advantage over those without it. After some more observation, Jacob finally stowed away the legendary key, but he was surprised again when he wanted to keep it in the space ring. He was unable to do it. He wanted to do this because he was afraid that the pendant might cut off its connection with the Path of Legend and key, just like everything else. If he wanted to be alerted, then he had to make sure the key remained connected. But now it seemed that this key couldn't be stored in a space ring at all, and when he tried to put it inside the pendant, he succeeded. This made Jacob grimace because if his conjecture was correct, he couldn't keep it inside the pendant or might miss the time of the Path of the Legend's opening. Did I have to keep it on my body all the time now? Jacob sighed in frustration before he put the key back into his pendant. Although he knew it was not a good choice, he couldn't leave it outside, so he decided to check on it from time to time. After all, there was no safer place than the Infinity Pendant. After he had finished with the legendary key, Jacob was finally done with all the trivial matters. Now that the legendary key was also in his hand, he looked at the Cursed Immortality that was still in front of him. He didn't want to waste this chance and then wait for another cooldown period, so he kept it activated just in case something happened, or he found the hideout before the summoning time was over. As for asking Immortality about the legendary key, he didn't even bother as he had already tried too long ago but never got anything useful. Immortality was very tight-lipped about the Path of Legend and never even dropped the faintest clue. After he opened the Immortal chapter, he didn't use the Eyes of Judge directly but tried to use the passive ability Judgment Gaze to see if he could enter it on his own. After all, his soul was also elevated, so he wanted to try using his own capabilities. After a few minutes, Jacob found that there was indeed something different this time around as he sensed a strange force within the drop of blood on the immortal chapter, but he failed to enter. At least, it was far easier with the eyes of Judge, but this was still a little progress, so he wasn't discouraged. He activated the eyes of Judge and appeared in the crimson world of blood glyphs. Jacob didn't waste his time on those large glyphs and found the smallest one again since he wanted to fully comprehend it before he moved on to the others. Furthermore, after his last success, he was now sure that he had to start with the smallest one, and only after he comprehended it could he move on to the others. This time, as Jacob approached the smallest blood glyph, he was surprised and elated when he found that the repulsive force was no longer as powerful as before, but he struggled nonetheless. However, this time, he reached the blood glyph without losing consciousness, but when he touched it, his mind went blank again. Strangely, Jacob was still fully focused. The next moment, he felt as if a sea of knowledge had appeared in front of him, and not only that, but strange images began to play in his head. The amount was simply too much, and he felt like his brain was too small to absorb them all at once. However, for some reason, as his mind wandered in the sea of knowledge and those images, he was able to observe them slightly. Just like that, Jacob's journey to become the cursed blood progenitor started. 648. Chapter 648 Blood Manipulation Levels. The first day of Jacob's seclusion passed, but this time, he didn't know how long he had been within the immortal chapter. His entire focus was on the myriad images and information that were exposed to him. Even after an unknown time passed, Jacob remained in a daze as he tried to comprehend those images. After spending an unknown amount of time, Jacob was finally able to comprehend one of those images. In that image, he found a silhouette entirely made of blood, and it seemed to be manipulating a drop of blood. As time passed, Jacob was able to comprehend another image in which the same silhouette seemed to be separating the blood drop on a cellular level. Furthermore, as he started to understand the images and was able to seize them, that huge amount of information also began to assimilate into his brain. Every time he snapped out of his comprehensive state, he would first check on the legendary key, then open Cursed Immortality's immortal chapter, and again start to comprehend the smallest rune. This was Jacob's first time doing nothing but learning and comprehending something. It was almost like he had returned to his past life and started doing research on the weapons without any care about time. So, it wasn't boring for Jacob at all. Like this, a year passed by, and Jacob didn't do anything but follow the same routine again and again while the ocean remained peaceful. Jacob didn't know that a year had passed, and he was starting to understand the smallest blood glyph of cursed blood progenitor. His hard work and devotion didn't go to waste either. After his year of devotion, Jacob found that the immortal chapter holds mysterious concepts of blood, and if they had their own categories, he would divide them into 3 levels. The first cellular level, the concept of this level was related to blood cell creation, mutation, and function. The second level is the energetic level, which is related to manipulating blood's life force and the magical properties hidden within it. The third structural level was related to shaping and sculpting blood vessels and bone marrow. This level also holds the secret he needs to comprehend to complete the last stage of Phase 1. But despite progressing this much, Jacob found that these 3 levels were not within this smallest blood glyph at all. In fact, this blood glyph seemed to be just an introduction to the blood chapter. Upon further research and comprehension over another 2 years, he discovered that this smallest glyph was all about the basics of these 3 levels, and they called the blood manipulation levels. Only by understanding this smallest blood glyph will he be able to use the initial blood manipulation, which was manipulating blood through his cursed heart. But this was still far from enough to completely comprehend the first blood glyph. If anything, within these 3 years, he was only able to comprehend about 30% of the glyph. However, this didn't discourage him. If anything, he was thrilled and more motivated than ever because he could tell that he was starting to feel a close connection with his cursed heart more than he ever had. After finally arranging the mystery of the blood manipulation levels, he can finally focus on increasing his knowledge and even start practicing blood manipulation by using his cursed heart to take control over his own cursed blood. Time seems to have lost its effect on Jacob. He was fully immersed in the smallest glyph and able to spend more and more time within the immortal chapter as he comprehended the blood glyph. On this day, in the 7th year after Jacob started his seclusion, Jacob had the corpse of the snow fox of unique rank in front of him as he placed his hand on its icy body, and his cursed heart pulsing even without using the fluid acceleration. The fox's corpse seemed stoic, but if someone looked carefully, blood veins bulged all over its body while Jacob's expression was solemn. Jacob was trying to manipulate the blood in this corpse using the cursed heart because he didn't dare try to do the same thing with his own blood. He found that blood manipulation was not as simple as he thought it would be. Everything was going fine at first, as he was able to use the cursed heart to circulate the cursed blood within his body. This was the initial mastery of the cellular level of blood manipulation and the limit of knowledge within this blood glyph. But when he tried to move on to the energetic level where he could manipulate the blood's life force and magic properties, he almost self-destructed, as if he had provoked something in his blood and lost control. Jacob's steady progress suddenly halted at this point. He didn't dare experiment on himself, so he finally decided to experiment on others. He had numerous corpses from the no-return zone. So he started to practice on them, but it was even harder since he had to start from the beginning and find a way to manipulate others' blood. But with fluid acceleration help in the beginning, he was able to quickly the cellular level control on blood other than his own. Now, he was again trying to practice the energetic level on this fox, and at this moment, he felt a peculiar power hidden in the fox's blood. Boom! The fox's corpse blasted like a small bomb. Jacob was completely fine and didn't care about the bloody mess in the water, but his expression was gloomy as he mused, is this related to the life force and magic properties hidden within the blood that stops me from peering into its mysteries? I can tell the life force is completely preserved because I kept this corpse in the pendant, so it's not about its being dead for a long time. Just why am I getting this kind of reaction from the energetic level? Jacob was about to take out another corpse and start to experiment again when he suddenly sensed something stirring inside him, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Jacob flicked his hand, and above it, a small egg-sized black cocoon appeared, glowing in a dark light as cracks were spreading on it. It was an indication that the thing within was about to break free. Jacob's eyes flashed with anticipation and ecstasy as he looked deeply at the cracking cocoon and mused, Autark is finally about to complete his evolution. 649, Chapter 649, Living Marionette. Jacob looked at the restless, glistening, pulsating cocoon. It emits an eerie bioluminescence. Inside, something tiny writhes, its form shifting and growing as it seems to devour the energy stored within the cocoon. Suddenly, a tremor runs through the cocoon. More cracks begin to spiderweb across its surface, glowing brighter with each pulse. With a final surge of energy, the cocoon explodes outwards in a shower of shimmering shards. Autark appeared in its place. It retains the basic centipede form but is now only 9 centimeters long, and its body is as thin as fine black hair. Its exoskeleton is sleek obsidian black, polished to a mirror sheen. Along its back run glowing red lines, pulsing with a faint light that seems to emanate from within. Each segment of its body is tipped with a razor-sharp claw, glinting ominously. Autark's head had also completely transformed. Now, it was a segmented carapace with 6 glowing red eyes that could focus independently, allowing Autark a wide field of view. 2 long, whip-like antennae twitched in the air, picking up on every sound and scent. Autark stands tall on its numerous legs, its entire form radiating an aura of power and menace. Despite its insectoid features, there's something vaguely humanoid in its posture and stance, hinting at the vast intelligence that resides within. Jacob was astounded when he saw Autark's completely changed form. He hadn't expected that the change would be so big in unique rank evolution. Furthermore, Autark didn't have eyes before, but now it had 6 of them, and they were exempt from any emotions and completely icy cold. Thank you for looking after me, sir. Autark impassively showed its gratitude with its eerie, stoic voice by using the mental connection with Jacob. Jacob smiled slightly, as despite Autark's huge change in appearance, it remained the same, cold and emotionless. It is what I should do for your excellent services, and I hope you continue to perform well in the future. Now, tell me about your gains this time, Jacob asked in anticipation. He was looking forward to what Autark was capable of now. After all, Immortality had once said that a brain hunter had once turned an entire nation into its puppets. He thought that this kind of ability would only appear at a unique rank, so he was looking forward to it. Autark revealed without hesitation, my brain analysis, puppet possession, and brain devourer have been enhanced 10 times, and I should be able to possess someone at the unique rank within a minute. Furthermore, the side effects of the brain devourer that rot the body have been reduced by 10%. The undead control can now refine 100 dark beings into undead puppets. But I still won't be able to get their memories. The control's range has increased up to 500 miles. My puppet poison magic can now be used remotely by spreading an invisible poisonous mist in the air. I don't need to inject the puppet poison directly through my bits to create a magic puppet. The magic puppets can't leave a 500-mile radius perimeter, or they will become free from my puppet poison magic in 12 hours, or if they become a full rank more powerful than me. Now I can also have 1,000 magic puppets. But the puppet poison still can only remain in the air for 5 minutes before it will lose its potency and effect. Lastly, I have also awakened a new ability called the Living Marionette that complements my puppet poison magic and grants me an aspect of enhanced puppet mastery. With it, I can use puppet poison magic to cast an innate spell called the Marionette Dispersal. This spell will release around 1 million marionette micros in the air, and anyone who breathes these marionette micros will be vulnerable to living marionette. Using these marionette micros, I can not only read their minds, but I can affect and manipulate their thoughts and cognitive abilities of a living being without killing them. This creates a living marionette. Living marionettes retain their own consciousness and abilities while they are vulnerable to my manipulation. But there is a drawback that the living marionettes may resist control, especially if the intentions are harmful. The chances of altering their thoughts and manipulating them into doing what I want can also be greatly reduced if they have strong wills. The mind reading has the same drawbacks. Lastly, a living marionette can completely escape my control once they leave a 500-mile radius area from me. In this case, the marionette micro in them will be destroyed, but they will not be able to find anything wrong with them. Living marionette is also useless on the dark beings for now. Autark was done explaining at this moment. Jacob's eyes shimmered with astonishment. This living marionette didn't appear as powerful as Autark's other abilities, but in truth, they are far more terrifying than all the abilities he has. If he can manipulate the thoughts of millions and influence their actions, the effect would be terrifying. It's like dancing in someone else's palms without even knowing anything. No wonder the fantastic insects all have ridiculous retrains. But I can use these abilities to my advantage. Jacob's lips curled up in a dark smile as he waved his hand. The orange sturgeon he was keeping in his pendant appeared again. He was still the same despite the 7 years that had passed. Time seemed to have stopped for him. Here is your first task after your advancement. I want you to possess him and then teach me the ocean races language and give me all the information about the ocean races. Then you have to infuriate their city not too far away from this place and take over it. I'm in the middle of an extremely important experiment so that I might need some living subjects in the future. I want you to help me with it if the need arises. Even if I don't encounter the need, I want you to gather more information about them while also using them to increase your rank up to the peak of the unique rank. Our enemies are not just at the unique rank. We still do not know if you can possess someone in the 3 steps of legend rank or influence their thoughts, so this is also a test to get familiar with the full extent of your abilities. Autark slightly shook its menacing head. I understand. The next moment, Autark moved with such speed that even Jacob could only see a faint dark crimson streak. Autark was simply too thin to be noticed. Furthermore, the deep ocean didn't seem to have any effect on Autark either. Within a minute, the unconscious orange sturgeon opened its eyes, which were now completely icy cold and mirroring Autark's emotionless eyes. 650. Chapter 650, Chapter 650, Timeless City. In the treacherous southeast quadrant of the Star Ocean, there is a no-return zone called the Riddle Archipelago, one of the 3 most dangerous no-return zones in the Star Ocean. This Riddle Archipelago was proclaimed as such for 2 reasons. The first one was that in this place, any magic equipment starts to decay, and this strange decay also affects the beings with magic. Their magic power slowly dissipates before their magic orbits rot, and they eventually meet the fate of death. The second reason no one wanted to tread anywhere near this place was that if someone were to enter this no-return zone unknowingly, they would find that no matter how much they came closer to one of these islands, they would never be able to reach it. Not only that, but they will also not be able to return, and they will fall into this strange conundrum until they run out of resources and die helplessly. Even to this day, the Riddle Archipelago holds its secrets close. In a sense, it was even more dangerous than the vicious Calamity Fog Zone. Yet, within the heart of Riddle Archipelago, on this seemingly unremarkable island, nestled beneath this strange illusion, shielded by an extremely rare anti-magic obsidian, lay a hidden city. Unlike the bleached archipelago, this city pulsed with an otherworldly vibrancy. Buildings, sleek and metallic, shimmered with an internal glow powered by harnessed geothermal vents and captured magical anomalies. Razor-sharp wind turbines defying the still air siphoned residual energy from the warped magic field. A network of glowing pathways snaked between structures, humming with a low, rhythmic pulse. Here, within the archipelago's suffocating embrace, a secret society thrived, a testament to the ingenuity and a flicker of defiance against this ghastly environment. The people of this hidden city all wore white cloaks with the symbol of a black hourglass, and despite its dense population, an eerie silence loomed in its streets. In the center of this hidden city, a cathedral of anti-magic obsidian rose amidst the tech. Towering arches pulsed with arcane light, leading to a vast hall lined with aged, light-devouring bookshelves. In the heart of this cathedral was a colossal hourglass, its obsidian frame holding an impossible flow of black sand defying gravity, ever flowing upwards. This enigmatic timepiece, a stark contrast to the library's comforting familiarity, pulsed with the city's strange magic. Suddenly, within this empty hall, a static voice rang. Immunity period 20 years of Iron Streak Breaker Faceless Ancient has been ended. Gathering new information on Faceless Ancient from Star Network, task completed. Faceless Ancient is now presumably a unique rank and personal member of Dark City. Gathering date from the Dark City server, Dark Battle Arena records are found, gathering fighting data and re-evaluating Faceless Ancient prowess, task completed. Final evaluation, Faceless Ancient True Battle Prowess Analysis, 100% Beyond Unique, 70% Inception Legend, and 20% Quasi-Legend. The target prowess is beyond the range of the system's initial analysis. The initial Bronze-class Streakbreaker bounty has been terminated. The Silver-class kill order is also insufficient for the target, hence the auto-bounty has been permanently terminated. The static voice went dormant after this, but all of a sudden, it rang again. Beep, found data in Star Hacker's server on Faceless Ancient. Gathering data, task completed. A golden constant rank information is found within the data. Sending information to Golden Constant 511117. Within a few minutes of this notification, below the hourglass, a white phantom of a hominoid figure appeared. Connect me to all the Golden Constants active within the Taurus Lesser Galaxy. His voice was overlapping between a male and a female and completely emotionless. Establishing contact. The static voice sounded in affirmation. Soon, around the black hourglass, tiny golden light particles started to appear one by one like stars in the dark sky, and soon the number reached thousands. All the Golden Constants are present. The static voice rang again. My fellow timeless wanderers, today, as the Lord of Timeless City of the Taurus Lesser Galaxy, I contacted you all because the clues about the legendary key have been found. Those among you who qualify to become constant nobles can stay while the others are free to leave and get back to your refinement of time. Please note that according to the Timeless Credo, only those at the pinnacle of Golden Constant rank are allowed to cross the unique planes. After this white phantom's announcement, many golden particles around the hourglass started to vanish one after another, and after a few minutes, only around 2,000 of them remained. The white phantom spoke again after no more golden particles were vanishing. Since you are here, this means that you have reached the pinnacle of Golden Constant rank. My fellow timeless wanderers, I must congratulate you on taking another step towards true immortality. Now, I'm going to send you the information we have on the legendary key, and you are free to use your accumulated timeless sand to search for the Taurus legendary key. Like in the past, those who find the legendary key will be rewarded with 1 gram of timeless sand and automatically become the leader of our Taurus Lesser Galaxy group. Furthermore, after the winner of the legendary key is decided, those who bring the Star Ocean Medallion will also be rewarded with 10 milligrams of timeless sand for each Star Ocean Medallion. This event occurs only whenever the Path of Legend opens in all 12 galaxies, and it is a chance to increase your timeless sand for your journey beyond the Golden Constant rank. I will also not tell you to kill each other since it isn't prohibited, and the path of immortality is riddled with all kinds of dangers. Still, you must work together once the legendary key is found, since there are many heretics who stand in your path of immortality. Still, for those who meet their end in the pursuit of true immortality, fear not, for you can start your journey again if you hold firm to your beliefs. Death is but a dream for us, timeless wanderers. Last but not least, like always, I will again emphasize our only goal. If any of you ever come across any clue about the lost scripture of immortality, you will be heavily rewarded, and the person who finds it will be the true Lord of Atlas. Chapter 651, Comprehending the First Blood Glyph. After Autarch's awakening, another 4 years passed for Jacob in solitude. At this moment, the skeleton of Orange Sturgeon was in front of Jacob, and above his hand, a glob of crimson blood was swirling. With a thought, he controlled the glob of blood, and the next moment, fine hair-like crimson threads shot out from the glob as they started to wrap and wove around the arm bone of the sturgeon. Jacob's eyes were fully focused on the woven blood threads around the bone. As time passed, those blood threads started to dig into the arm bone and take the shape of a rune. When the crimson rune was completely etched on the bone, the white arm bone suddenly turned crimson and glowed while emitting a powerful aura. But the next moment, boom, the bone suddenly blasted into pieces. But Jacob's eyes fluttered in ecstasy. Success! I finally managed to carve a rune from longevity schema on the bone without blasting it in amids. With this, I fully mastered the first blood glyph and the basics of blood manipulation. Jacob was filled with bittersweet emotion as he looked at the mountain of shattering bones in the corner. Ever since he started experimenting with the blood manipulation levels on the others, he didn't know just how many skeletons he had wasted. He had long run out of the skeletons of the foxes and wolves of unique rank, and if not for Autarch, he would have had to hunt for more himself while leaving this place from time to time. With this steady supply of test subjects and his diligence, he finally reached the structural level of blood manipulation where he could shape and sculpt blood on bones. However, Jacob didn't dare to test it on himself yet until he was completely confident. He had already solved the problem at the energetic level, where he needed to manipulate the blood's life force and magical properties. The answer to this problem was quite simple, and it took me around 500 corpses to figure it out. The life force in the blood seemed to be tangled with the magic force, and he found that the life force seemed to have a unique signature of its master, which stopped others from plundering it. Not only that, but the blood of different species has their lineage secrets hidden within, and the magic force is like a lock on those secrets. So, if someone tries to probe the life force or magic force, both properties suddenly react at the same time and self-destruct, especially if the owner is dead. Jacob was a newbie to blood manipulation, and he didn't even know how to plunder life force or peer into the secrets of the bloodline yet. So when he tackled this problem by controlling his blood manipulation to stop it from triggering the magic and life force in it, he succeeded. However, this required a very keen control over the blood manipulation and over his cursed heart, so he had to comprehend the blood glyph even more diligently. The third structural level became even easier since it was related to using the blood and magic force in blood to manipulate the blood. If he avoids probing them, he can bypass triggering both the life force and the magic force. He then finally started to experiment with carving runes by creating blood threads through blood manipulation. It took him almost 12 years to just comprehend the first blood glyph and understand the blood manipulation at a basic level. Cursed Immortality. Jacob summoned Immortica at this moment. What do you think? Is my current level enough for sculpting longevity schema on myself? Jacob asked since he wanted Immortica's input on it. After all, if Immortica gives him assurance, he'll be without any worry and start the final stage. You have made quite a progress by comprehending only the first glyph of Cursed Blood Progenitor, and all I can tell you is that, sadly, it's not enough. Jacob frowned slightly, but he had expected this response since even he felt this level of control was not enough. After all, he still didn't know how to truly tackle the life force and magic force within the blood. He had just found a shortcut, and that's why he didn't dare take a risk. Now that I've mastered one of the blood glyphs, can you at least tell me how many more I need to comprehend before I can start with the final stage? Jacob asked, hoping to be informed. Just as you said, you have comprehended one of the glyphs of the immortal chapter, so you'll know on your own when it is enough. Or what's the point of telling you to compresence the truth of the blood? Everyone has their own truth and their own ways to reach it, Immortica wrote profoundly. Jacob could only give up, and he knew Immortica had a point since he was really starting to feel the power of blood and how amazing it was. So he didn't waste any more time turning the page and opening the immortal chapter. Jacob stared at the blood drop and was about to use the eyes of Judge to enter when suddenly he found himself already in the immortal chapter. Jacob was astounded before his mind raced with ecstasy. I'm no longer using any soul force or the eyes of Judge, and I can feel a closer connection with this place now. Could it be because I have fully comprehended the first blood glyph that now I can enter the immortal chapter without the help of the eyes of Judge? If this is true, then I'll make huge progress if I stay here for 24 hours. After all, even with my enhanced soul force and comprehension of the blood glyph, I was only able to stay here for about 30 minutes before. In these past years, Jacob has always been monitoring the legendary key. He knew that he didn't have the luxury of time since the legendary path could open any time, so he was somewhat anxious about increasing his power. But now, Jacob found himself no longer worrying about time. He could comprehend the blood glyphs much faster this way. So, without wasting more time, he quickly selected his target, which was the new blood glyph, which was only slightly larger than the smallest blood glyph that he comprehended. Without hesitation, he moved towards it. As he got closer, after a decade, he again felt the oppressive might of this glyph, just like when he approached the first glyph for the first time. But now that he was already used to it, and if it weren't one of those big glyphs, it couldn't stop his advance. Thereby, Jacob finally reached the glyph and touched it as his mind again pulled into its vast mysteries. 652, Chapter 652, Mighty Whale Empire. Jacob was located in the Sturgeon region, a tiny part of the mighty whale empire of the deep ocean. Furthermore, Jacob was very close to the heart of the Sturgeon region, which was under the control of Sturgeon Baron. The regional city, Sturgeon City, was the same city that Jacob saw upon his arrival. This place was usually peaceful, but today, the Sturgeon City greeted some unexpected delegates from the imperial city of the mighty whale empire, and the Sturgeon Baron personally came out to greet them before leading them to his castle. At this moment, within an illuminated grand hall with giant clamshell windows, while red coral pillars adorned with glowing starfish reached towards the unseen ceiling, 3 figures were seated on an open shell. One of them was an imposing orange sturgeon with white runic lines under its neck. Wearing white armor, he was the lord of the Sturgeon region and this city, Sturgeon Baron Gerald. But in front of Gerald, who was 4 meters tall, were 2 towering figures of 15 meters, making him look like a dwarf. Their bodies were sleek and powerful, curving seamlessly from a broad-shouldered torso into a powerful fin tail at the waist. They seemed like a human merged with a dolphin, but more robust. One of their skins was a mesmerizing blue-gray, almost metallic, with faint bioluminescent markings that flicker like underwater constellations, while the other had gray skin without any markings. Atop their heads, a single blowhole. Large, intelligent eyes, adapted to the ocean depths, peer out from a broad, rounded face. Their noses were small and flat, with wide nostrils positioned high. Full lips hint at complex vocalizations. Their arms were strong and muscular, with webbed fingers perfect for navigating the water. Forget human legs, a powerful horizontally flattened fluke tail takes their place, pulsing with enough strength to propel them effortlessly through the ocean. These 2 creatures were majestic and powerful, for they belonged to one of the 3 most powerful ocean races, the mighty whale race. How are you, Baron? It's been a long time since we saw each other. One of the envoys, Madden, spoke in a friendly tone. Gerald nodded in acknowledgement before he smiled. Indeed, the last time I saw the Imperial Guard captain was on the 1000th birthday of White Whale Duke over 100 years ago. A strange light flashed past Madden's eyes, but before he could reply, the other envoy spoke coldly. Sir Baron seems to be misinformed because my lord is no longer the Imperial Guard captain, but the Imperial Vice Commander of the 13th Imperial Guard Regiment. Oh? Then please forgive my ignorance, Vice Commander. I didn't know about it. Gerald quickly corrected his mistake and politely bowed his head since he knew the status of a vice command was equal to that of a count in the Might Whale Empire. Madden laughed slightly. Please don't. It was just a harmless misunderstanding. Let me introduce you. This hot-headed youngster beside me is the new captain of the 13th Imperial Guard Regiment and my disciple, Adrian Labalayan. Gerald's eyes widened slightly, and they exclaimed, That Labalan? Madden's smile grew with a hint of smugness as he nodded, while Adrian was also content to see Gerald's reaction. Madden nodded. Indeed, Adrian here is the youngest son of the Blue Whale Duke. The mighty Whale Empire had 4 families that shared the surname Balen. They were all Duke families, and the reason for their shared names was that these families were all the imperial bloodline of the Balain imperial clan, the ruler of the mighty Whale Empire. However, the 4 Duke Balain families have different middle names. The Blue Whale Duke families is La, the White Whale Duke families is Van, the Green Whale Duke families is Dam, and the Violet Whale Duke families is Val. Lastly, the Imperial Crimson Whale family has Kai as their middle name. Except for these 5 families, no one has a middle or last name in this empire. They all use their race names as their surnames. That's why Gerald was shocked when he found that a Duke family member was in his territory, which was a very, very rare occasion. You should have informed me sooner. I could have held a grand welcoming ceremony for you both. Gerald smiled wryly. Madden brushed it off her and waved his hand. Please don't feel bad. We are not here to indulge ourselves. Is something wrong? Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. I'll try my best. My entire manpower is at your disposal, Gerald said without hesitation. Madden's expression turned solemn. I can rest easy now with Sir Gerald's assurance. The thing is, we are here to investigate a very important matter on the Imperial Order. Although I can't tell you the details, I want you to refrain your citizens from going to the southern part of Sturgeon region until we are done investigating this secret matter. Gerald was bewildered upon hearing this strange request, but he knew better than to probe into the Imperial matter, so he nodded in agreement. You have my full support. Please be at ease. From this day on, you won't see any sturgeon in the south part of the Sturgeon region. If some ignorant fellows didn't know better, I'll deal with them according to the law. Madden nodded in satisfaction. I can rest easy with your words. Now, if you excuse us, we would like to start right away. This matter is of the utmost importance. Please, be my guest. If you need anything, don't hesitate to look for me. It's not like I get the chance to show my loyalty to the Imperial family often. Gerald chuckled towards the end. Gerald's easygoing attitude made Madden feel even more at ease, and his opinion of them rose a lot. He chuckled. Don't worry. I'll make sure the Sturgeon region always remains this peaceful. I'll come back to have a feast with you after we're done here. Of course, I'll be waiting, Gerald replied without hesitation. Thereafter, both Madden and Adrian left. They were clearly hurried to do whatever they had come here to do. At this moment, when Gerald was alone, his easygoing smile suddenly vanished with a deadpan expression, and his entire demeanor changed as if he were a completely different person. They clearly hadn't noticed the decreasing population of the sturgeons since I was very careful in these past 10 years, so they are clearly not here for this matter. But Sir is also hidden in the south part. Could it be that this is just a coincidence? I have already infected them with marionette micros, so I'll find out soon enough. But I still must alert Sir about them. Gerald, who was actually Autarch in disguise, quickly headed towards the secret room to contact Jacob. 653. Chapter 653, Preparation Done. After Adrian and Madden left the barren castle, they moved towards the south of the Sturgeon region, traveling on a huge black whale with thunder-like markings. Its speed was even faster than that of the water lightning whale. Master, I don't understand why we have to alert Baron Gerald about his secretive matter, Adrian asked at this moment, hinting at confusion. Madden smiled as he looked at Adrian before replying, You still have much to learn, my dear disciple. Although we showed ourselves to the Baron, it was necessary to check something. What do you mean? Adrian was even more confused. Madden replied sternly, Before coming here, I investigated the Sturgeon region, and you know what I found? There seem to be many reports of people missing in this region in the past decade. Not only that, but an entire city at the edge of the Sturgeon region turned into ruin. But the strangest part is, we never received any report about it from the Baron Castle. This was all reported by someone from the other city under the Baron's rule, and even they wouldn't have noticed it if they didn't have some relative in that ruined city. Adrian was shocked. Could it be you suspect the Baron is behind it all? Then shouldn't we apprehend him and investigate this matter? Madden shook his head. This is what I thought at first, but after meeting the Baron, I used my secret ability on him to scan him thoroughly. He was completely normal. Moreover, if he had killed all those people, there would have been a unique nefarious aura hidden within his body, but I found nothing, so I'm sure it wasn't him who did this. Then, isn't it strange that he didn't know anything about the disappearance of a whole city, or is he trying to hide it from us? No matter what, he's very suspicious, Adrian said with a frown. There are only 2 explanations I could think of. The first one is that the Baron is afraid of reporting it since he had to suffer the repercussions from not only the Imperial City, but also lose all the trust of his citizens. The second is that Gerald knows the person who caused all of this, and he's helping this person hide this either willingly or forcibly. But Gerald didn't seem to be under any threat, so I'm assuming that he's either in cohort with this person or simply too cowardly to investigate this incident, Madden stated with uncertainty. Then isn't it bad to tell him about our presence? What if he alerts this mysterious killer? Adrian was speechless, as he still didn't understand why Madden revealed so much to someone so suspicious. Madden's lips curled up in a shrewd smile as he answered, "Ha! If he's really behind all this or has any hand in these incidents, this will make it even easier to sniff him out. Because he's in cohort with this killer, he'll alert him, and the disappearance would stop for good, or at least for some time until they are completely sure that we are gone. Furthermore, since I've told me about our secret task but didn't give him actual details, if this mysterious killer is greedy and overconfident by nature, he might show himself in that place. In any case, we'll know for sure if Baron Gerald is involved in this or not." Adrian's expression brightened, and admiration shimmered in his eyes for Madden's cunning scheme. He bowed his head. "I'm ashamed to call myself your disciple." "Ha! You'll learn in time. There's no hurry. You're still young and ignorant. Always pay attention to your surroundings, and you'll start to see the clues." Madden beamed, clearly very pleased with Adrian's expression. "Still, we need to be careful since we can't mess up this task." Just why did the Imperial Palace suddenly bring up this strange plan? Adrian frowned. He knew little about this secret task and finally couldn't contain his curiosity. "Your guess is as good as mine," Madden smiled wryly. "But from my sources, I've heard that it wasn't just us who were given this task. In fact, before us, many Imperial guards were sent to the same mission in different regions of the Empire. There's something strange going on in the ocean." While an invisible current rose among the ocean races, Jacob sat crossed with closed eyes on a mountain of bones. The surrounding water was now crimson, like a demon sleeping within the sea of blood. At his moment, his eyes suddenly opened, and a red current flashed through his golden eyes. Envoys from the Imperial Whale City are interested in the southern part of the Sturgeon region. This is also where this coral is located. Could it be related to all the killing Autarch has been doing for me? But in his message, he said those envoys didn't ask about the missing population at all, or they had already suspected his puppet. Well, this place is quite barren, and I'm already done with my experiments, so I should change locations and then start the cursed bone marrow amalgamation. It took me almost 2 decades to completely comprehend just 2 blood glyphs out of 99. It's a good thing that they are enough for me to start the cursed bone marrow amalgamation. If I had to comprehend the entire chapter, I don't know how many hundreds or even thousands of years it would take me to do so. After all, the deeper I understand the cursed blood progenitor, the more profound it gets. Even the second glyph is still all about blood manipulation, but compared to the understanding I got from the first glyph, it's like learning about making a handgun and a ballistic missile. Jacob sighed as he remembered the bitter 20 years he had spent doing nothing but comprehending the 2 blood glyphs. It was his first time spending so much time on something, and he knew this was just the start. But he didn't worry about it at all and even found it enjoyable. He was learning something new, and he could feel he was growing like never before. Furthermore, these 2 blood glyphs have completely changed his perception of the magic of this world. He had only scratched the surface, and he was looking forward to growing even more and exploring the hidden mysteries of the Zodiac Planes and Cursed Immortality. 0654, Chapter 654. Cursed Bone Marrow Amalgamation 1-1. On this day, Jacob left the black coral, which was now completely hollowed inside after 2 decades. Although Jacob looked the same, his demeanor and aura were different. They were more refined and profound. At this moment, a fine black streak appeared in front of Jacob before it vanished into his body. Jacob's lips curled up slightly before he sent a telepathy message. "Did you take care of it?" "Yes, they won't be able to uncover anything," Autarch replied in an emotionless, stoic voice. Since Jacob was done with the Sturgeon region, there was no longer a need for Autarch to stay here anymore, so Jacob summoned him back. Although this would cause a huge commotion when the people found the Sturgeon Baron was dead with many of his close aides, it has nothing to do with Jacob. Jacob waved his hand, and the water lightning whale appeared in front of him. This water lightning whale was now under Autarch's control, so he could use it as a means of transport without expanding his own energy. He jumped on it, and the whale headed west at full speed. "What about those envoys? Did you find their purpose in coming here?" Jacob asked while sitting on the whale. "They seem to be here to install a magic array on the Imperial Palace order. But they don't know about the function of that array. Furthermore, it seems that this isn't just limited to the Sturgeon region. Like those 2, other envoys have also been sent to other regions of the Mighty Whale Empire." Autarch replied. Jacob frowned slightly. "How peculiar. Are those other envoys also have the same purpose? There isn't any information about it." "But it all started over 3 years ago." It seems we should keep our distance from the Mighty Whale Empire for the time being. You did an excellent job these past years, so tell me if you want any reward." Jacob generously offered, as he was in a good mood right now. Autarch had been supplying him with fresh subjects for the past 10 years, and he knew that without Autarch's help, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the blood glyphs in peace and in such a short time. "Thank you for asking, but severing, sir, is my biggest reward," Autarch emotionlessly replied. "Ha, just think it over." Jacob chuckled as he knew Autarch didn't have any EQ at all despite having so many memories of emotional beings. This was one of Autarch's limitations. But Jacob liked Autarch even more because of this. Anyway, you should have reached the peak of the unique rank, right? What's the condition of your next evolution to legendary rank, or do you need to undergo the 3 steps of legend first? Jacob asked in a somewhat bitter tone. He knew how ridiculous Autark's evaluation process was, just like his hex core. If he hadn't had the Titan tiers, Autark would have never made it to the unique rank, because to become a unique rank, he required absorbing the brain of a first-tier Fable, legendary rank existence. I had indeed reached the 9th tier of unique rank a year ago, and I have a memory of my next evolution. I can directly become legendary rank as long as I can absorb the brain of a 3rd-tier legendary king. Autark emotionlessly replied as if a legendary king was a trifle being. Jacob couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard it. There are 4 states of legendary rank, Fable with 12 tiers, Noble with 9 tiers, Lord with 6 tiers, and finally, the King state with 3 tiers. This means that Autark required the brain of a peak legendary rank existence to become a legendary rank. Well, at least it wasn't a rank above the legendary rank. Jacob comforted himself and replied to Autark. It seemed you have to wait for a long time since we can only say this after we enter the Middle Galaxies. I'll follow Sir's order, Autark replied without hesitation. I wonder when Nyx will awake. She's taking even more time than Autark, and her evolution path is different from others, Jacob thought. He still couldn't access the Nightmare Realm because Nyx was still evolving, but if he had, he might have made progress even faster. With the Water Lightning Whale, Jacob leaves the Sturgeon region and soon enters the territory of the Mighty Whale Empire. He enters the barren part of the ocean unoccupied by the Mighty Whale Empire because, in this place, there is no mana in the water, which is quite strange. But for Jacob, this was the perfect place to start the cursed bone marrow amalgamation since no one paid attention to this place, and he didn't need the required mana to control his cursed heart. He didn't even think about going back to the surface since he didn't want to be interrupted by the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. After finding a seclusive location, he used an array to make a hidden barrier and set up an alarm before he sat down in the middle of the barrier. Cursed Immortality. Jacob summoned the cursed book with a determined look in his eyes and couldn't help but ask before he started. Is there anything that I should be aware of before I start this? Ha 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 ha, the time finally comes, huh? Immortica wrote, I'm afraid you have to walk on this path on your own. Just keep in mind that while sculpting a runic line, you have to complete it entirely. I was expecting this kind of reply. Thanks for this advice. Jacob scoffed before he turned back the page and opened the longevity schema picture. He had engraved this picture into his brain, but he didn't dare to be careless. After taking a deep breath, he fixed his eyes on the 3-dimensional image of the longevity schema. With his thought, the picture suddenly started to zoom towards the skeleton's hand and stopped on the pinky finger. Jacob wanted to start with the pinky finger first and wanted to see what would happen. There were 9 runic lines around, and those runic lines were made of extremely tiny glyphs. Blood threads. 655, Chapter 655, Cursed Bone Marrow Amalgamation 2. With extreme perception, Jacob completely focused on his pinky finger and the blood in it. Using the cursed heart, he turned the blood in his finger into countless blood threads. The skin around his pinky finger suddenly turned bright red, and Jacob felt cold chills just by turning his blood into threads. From the second blood glyph, he had learned to control the life force and magic force within the blood, and he found that these two were the key to the cursed bone marrow amalgamation. Without any control over the life force, he couldn't spread the blood into extremely thin fibers, and without the magic force, sculpting them on his bones was just a pipe dream. Furthermore, his cursed blood was different. It was filled with extremely powerful life force and an unknown magic force, which were very similar to his hex mana, but far more potent. So, he needed even more control to manipulate it. After the blood within his pinky finger turned into fine fibers, Jacob used his eyes to see through the skin, started controlling the fibers, and started the sculpting process. Even though those glyphs were extremely fine, like hair, Jacob felt excruciating pain just trying to carve that tiny glyph on his bone. But he didn't dare to let that pain affect his focus and continued. After the first glyph, Jacob got used to the pain and continued, but he soon started to feel mentally exhausted and hungry. The first runic line was made with 9 glyphs, and despite feeling extremely exhausted and uncomfortable, he didn't dare give up and persisted. Half an hour later, which seemed like years to Jacob, the first runic line was finally completed. The moment the final glyph was sculpted in its place, Jacob suddenly felt a strange current running through his bones, and the fatigue and pain suddenly vanished. Jacob was bewildered for a little while before he realized, could it be that the pain and fatigue only exist while I sculpt those runic lines? Furthermore, I had forgotten that this process was supposed to empower me. So, the more progress I make, the more powerful I'll become. Without wasting more time, Jacob quickly started to carve the second runic line. He wanted to test this theory. Just like before, the moment he started to carve the glyphs, the pain and exhaustion returned. But Jacob didn't care about it anymore and continued no matter how much his mind wanted him to give up. This was like a trial, and he started to understand why Immortica only gave him that single piece of advice. Soon, the second runic line made with 11 glyphs was completed, and again, Jacob felt something suddenly stirring into his bones, and he felt invigorated again. After his doubts were answered, Jacob had no more misgivings, and he continued. Unknowingly, Jacob was completely immersed in sculpting the longevity schema as he completed the runic lines on his entire right hand. But what he failed to notice was his complexion was extremely pale, as if there was no blood in him. Furthermore, as he started sculpting the longevity schema on his forearm, he became even paler, and his skin began to sink as he turned bony. But he was filled with boundless energy and power, so it went completely unnoticed by him. But just after he completed his forearm, Jacob suddenly stopped as his eyes went wide. What the hell? I don't have any blood in my body. Jacob finally noticed that he could no longer tap into his blood anymore because his body was completely empty, and he finally paid attention to his skin, which was pale white and even withered. For some strange reason, he was not only alive but filled with boundless energy, and he could feel that he was at least 3 times stronger than before. However, the lack of blood completely spooked him, and he found that his heart was no longer making blood. Even if he wants to continue, he can't without the cursed blood. Yet it wasn't the end of Jacob's nightmare, because the moment every drop of cursed blood vanished from his body, something unimaginable happened. Jacob felt his entire forearm suddenly start to burn as those runic lines on his bones lit up, releasing crimson light. Under Jacob's flabbergasted eyes, the muscles and skin on his forearm started to skin deeper into his bones until everything was absorbed by those runic lines. Thereby, Jacob's bone arm was completely exposed, and his forearm bones were now gray with menacing crimson runic lines of the longevity schema. But the strangest part was his elbow, which still had its skin and muscles completely fine, and the wound was enshrouded in a crimson mist. But besides feeling that burning sensation that was now gone, Jacob felt nothing wrong. He could still feel his forearm like before, like nothing had happened. It was just that the strange sensation of touching the cold water with his bare bones was quite unique. Nonetheless, he was still horrified, so he quickly turned the page and agitatedly questioned, "What the hell is going on?" Ha 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 ha. Immortalita's maddening laughter suddenly filled the page at this moment, as if it was enjoying Jacob's reaction and even looking for it for a long time. "Do you think I'm in the mood for your shenanigans?" Jacob's eyes were cold and rageful. However, Immortalita didn't reply, but instead questioned, "Why are you so angry? Don't tell me you like your skin so much that you're reluctant to discard it. Was your undying determination for immortality finally wavering?" It finally struck Jacob at this moment. As he looked at his gray bone hand again, his anger and horror suddenly subdued. Although this fact was harder to accept, when he thought about his goal, he found himself calming down. So, what if he turned into a mere skeleton? Wasn't he still alive and completely fine? In fact, he was more than fine, for power was coursing through his entire body. Taking a deep breath, he coldly asked, "You could have at least warned me about it. Now what? Would I be turning myself into a dark being now?" "Haha, there he is," Immortalita chortled in approval. "Well, since you've reached this point, there's no need to keep you in suspense anymore. You see, the cursed bone marrow amalgamation is about turning your bone marrow into cursed bone marrow, which will awaken your cursed immortal bloodline. The heart and blood are the foundation of any living being. Every being has a heart and blood in various forms. Snuff even one of them, and you'll be left with a corpse. This is also the foundation of the first phase. Once you have the cursed heart and the cursed immortal bloodline, this will mark the succession of the first phase completion of the body transformation, and it will also be the start of reconstructing your entire body from scratch, which requires both the heart and blood. You should be aware of the concept that to build something new, you must first discard the old one. I think this should be enough for you to understand what's going on, right?" Immortalita wrote. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment, and he finally understood what the 3 stages of the body transformation phase meant. He calmed down and had no more misgivings, but there was still something he was worried about as he asked, "You still didn't tell me? Would I be like dark beings now? And what's the deal with the cursed blood depletion? Why isn't my heart making any more blood?" 656, Chapter 656, Blood Vitality? "You still didn't tell me. Would I be like dark beings now? And what's the deal with the cursed blood depletion? Why isn't my heart making any more blood?" In reply, Immortalita wrote, You still don't get it, do you? The dark beings are completely different from the living beings. They don't have a life force, and that's why they need to plunder it from living beings. But you are not a dark being. It's just that, in a sense, you are discarding your outer shell that is no longer required. You'll still be considered a living being, but with a different appearance. This is the body transformation. Besides, didn't I say you'll reconstruct your body from scratch? Just think of it as living naked for a while until you get befitting clothing for yourself. As for why your cursed blood is completely depleted, it's even simpler. Since you are now aware of blood manipulation, you should know that the blood force and magic force in the blood contain many secrets about a species' legacy from the beginning. Although you are far from peering into these secrets, you should know that if blood force and magic force start to deplete, it will directly affect a living being's lifespan and magic talent. That's why we also call it blood vitality, and it is directly connected with the soul vitality that you are aware of. Blood and soul vitalities are 2 sides of the same coin. Use any one of them and the other will also be dragged along, and that's why together they are known as life vitality. So, just like the soul vitality, the blood essence can't bleed out whenever someone is wounded. It will always stay in the body, for both soul vitality and blood vitality reside within the heart. Even when someone dies, their vitalities will return to nature. Only by using supernatural means can someone use soul and blood vitalities or even steal them from others. You should be aware of what I'm talking about. Now, on the main point, in your case, when you use the cursed blood to sculpt the longevity schema, you're actually using your blood vitality to change your bone marrow into the cursed bone marrow. That's why after you used all the blood vitality in your body, you completely depleted your cursed blood, Immortality explained. Jacob's eyes widened as he understood what was going on. One of the questions about the magic force and blood force was answered in a way that he couldn't find before, but this also made him worried. He quickly asked, "Since blood vitality is the same as soul vitality, then didn't this mean I'm using my lifespan here?" That's the thing. Actually, your cursed heart is not like others. It can allow you to use blood vitality and soul vitality separately. That's why you're still alive. Since you have depleted your blood vitality, your soul vitality has taken its place, and the same will happen if you deplete your soul vitality. However, if you were to use your soul vitality now, then your lifespan would start to decrease as well. That's why the cursed heart is the core of the cursed immortal physique. Without it, you won't be alive at this moment, Immortality revealed. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment. In these past 2 decades, he was able to comprehend just how important his cursed heart was, and he knew without it, even if he knew about the blood manipulation, he wouldn't be able to use it on the cursed blood. Now he learned another astonishing function of the cursed heart, and he mused that there were still many mysteries about it that he was unaware of. Jacob was finally calm as he asked, "Then how should I replenish my blood vitality now?" "Ha ha ha ha, do I really need to break it to you? Just plunder it from others, and let your cursed heart absorb it." Immortality laughed crazily, as if something quite amusing was about to happen. Jacob pulled a wry smile as he had guessed this much. "Just when I thought I could complete this stage without any bloodshed, you dragged me back into the battlefield. Hehehehe, I'll take it as a compliment." Jacob wasn't in the mood to entertain Immortality anymore, as he knew his days of peaceful seclusion had finally come to an end. He knew just how powerful his blood vitality was, and he could easily guess that to replenish it completely, he'd need to kill thousands of unique rank living beings, and this was just until he ran out of it again. Even if he added all those experiment test subjects, he might only be able to replenish about 80% of his blood vitality. This is how powerful his cursed blood was, and this was just speculation since the number might increase. The only good news was that his lifespan wasn't affected, and now that he knew about this function of the cursed heart, it might come in handy in the future. After bitterly accepting his fate, he turns the page to see how much progress he made after sculpting his entire hand and forearm with longevity schema. Cursed Immortality, Cursed Immortal Physique, 9 phases, Current Phase, First Phase, Body Transformation, Stages of Body Transformation, 3, First Stage, Cursed Heart Emergence, Complete, Second Stage, Cursed Blood Condensing, Complete, Third Stage, Cursed Bone Marrow Amalgamation, Incomplete, Inheritor, Jacob Steve, Current Phase, First Body Transformation, First Stage Progress, Complete, Second Stage Progress, Complete, Third Stage Progress, 5%, Lifespan, 22 years, all youthful, First Phase of Body Transformation, Cursed Bone Marrow Amalgamation, Third Stage. Cursed Bone Marrow Amalgamation, 0501% Description. Amalgamate your cursed blood into bones to change your bone marrow into cursed bone marrow by sculpting longevity schema on your bones. Longevity schema, picture, completion of this stage will result in 5,000 years of lifespan and genesis of cursed immortal bloodline. Seeing his lifespan, Jacob felt rejuvenated again. This over 22,000-year lifespan was all thanks to Nyx, especially the last 5,000 years that he received from Flame Calamity. I was keeping them for a rainy day, but I guess this situation is no different, Jacob thought, and the next moment he took 2 huge corpses from his pendant. One was a giant wolf, and the other was a giant fox. They were beyond unique rank magic beasts that he got by fishing in troubling water. Their underlings were all completely used in his experiments, and he was saving them since it would be too much waste to use them in mere experiments when he could do without them. But now, he knew he needed powerful blood vitality to replenish his own. The more powerful his victim, the more powerful their blood vitality, and the quicker he'd complete the longevity schema. Jacob then placed his hands on both corpses as his eyes turned solemn. Blood suction. 6T7T7, Chapter 67. Then there was carnage. 1. In front of Jacob, a huge glob of blood was swirling, and the corpses of the fox and the wolf were now like dry trees, completely unrecognizable. Blood suction was another ability he had created with blood manipulation. Looking at the glob was blood swirling in the water, Jacob could feel the rich blood vitality within. He mused, although I never tried to absorb blood vitality before, since Immortality told me it's possible with the cursed heart, I shouldn't be any problem. The thing is, how should I inject it? Should I drink it directly, or try absorbing it by using blood manipulation? Let's try using the blood manipulation since it would be more convenient if I succeeded. The next moment, Jacob manipulated the blood glob, and blood threads started to shoot out from it and drilled into his chest, directly towards the cursed heart. Thereafter, Jacob suddenly felt his dormant cursed heart become active the moment the blood entered his body. The next moment, without doing anything, the cursed heart pulsed as the blood started to course through his heart. The blood absorption speed also increased as the glob of blood started to shrink at a terrifying speed, and at this moment, Jacob finally felt the cursed heart release a drop of blood into his body. But he was flabbergasted because around 3% of the blood glob was gone, and the cursed heart only created a single drop of cursed blood. As the glob vanished within a few seconds, Jacob's expression was dark because he only got around 90 drops of cursed blood before the cursed heart became static again. This was the blood of beyond unique magic beasts, yet I only got this much blood. It's far from enough even to create a single runic line. I need at least 5 times greater than this amount. I really shot myself on foot this time around. Jacob sighed ruefully as he finally understood just how difficult the cursed bone marrow amalgamation was going to be. After lamenting at this fate, his eyes flashed with killing intent. I better get started then, and the ocean races just happened to be overly populated. They also didn't know about me, and neither would they think a land dweller would dare to start something like this. Furthermore, the more powerful species I hunt, the more powerful blood vitality I will get. I guess the same rules apply with the descendants of the legendary rank. Jacob then collected his arrays, and using the water lightning whale, he told Autark to lead him towards a remote city in the Sturgeon region. With Autark's knowledge, he quickly led him toward his destination, a small city with glowing buildings and a population of around 100,000. Go, and turn the most powerful people here into his puppets, and then we'll start the harvest. Jacob coldly ordered while sitting on the water lightning whale as he coldly looked towards the peaceful city. The next moment, from Jacob's chest, Autark appeared and turned into a dark streak before vanishing in the center area of the city. Jacob knew this was going to take a little while, so he again paid attention to his bone hand and forearm. Although this arm might turn into a skeleton, I can still feel everything perfectly. Not only that, but I can also tell this arm is far stronger than the rest of my body. Besides this transformation, these runic lines also made my body stronger. I wonder if the complete transformation will bring me to quasi-legend rank or even the Fable legendary state. Jacob's lips rose slightly as he started to accept his new appearance. After half an hour, Jacob suddenly noticed that armored sturgeon guards had suddenly appeared from the center of the city, followed by a sturgeon in black full-body armor with a whale symbol engraved on his armor. The people of the city present were surprised when they saw the city guards, and even the lord of the city appeared like they were going to start a war, and they wondered if the city was going to be under attack. "I'm ready." Autark's stoic voice rang in Jacob's head at this moment. Jacob's eyes went cold as he ordered, "Start the killing, spare no one. I'll take care of anyone who escapes this place." The next moment, the city lord in full-body armor issued a loud roar, and over 900 city guards suddenly rushed toward the innocent citizen with killing intent. The massacre began. Jacob emotionlessly watched the scene of carnage as the city turned into a battlefield, and those who were being massacred had no idea what was happening. Some fought back, some wailed and questioned why the city guards and city lord were doing it, and some quickly tried to escape. However, Autark, with his puppet magic, had already turned the most powerful force in this city into his puppets, and escaping them was a pipe dream. But there were still over 100,000 people present in the city, so there were bound to be some who escaped the encirclement, especially since the sturgeons were all born rare, and when they reached adulthood, they became epic, so they know how to use magic. However, those who were lucky enough to escape the city met with Jacob and died horribly. The water started to turn crimson as the killing continued, and powerful magic ripples spread. Blood suction. Jacob didn't let the blood dilute, so he quickly used blood manipulation to separate the blood from the water and gathered it in front of him. Jacob didn't know the full range of blood manipulation, but he knew that if there were blood, the blood manipulation would work on it. Just as he used his ability, his cursed heart raced, and the blood in the water started to gather in front of him. This created a scene of horror as the blood from the city rose, gathering into a glob of blood. It was as if a crimson sun had descended. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that as he used the blood manipulation, he could sense the blood in the living beings below him. This was like another ability that provided him with a sense that no one with even an ounce of blood could escape from. As the city was being massacred by Autark, Jacob was gathering blood, and after the blood glob became over 500 meters large, Jacob started to absorb it. But at this moment, Jacob suddenly discovered that now that he was using 2 blood manipulation abilities together, his hex mana suddenly activated. Not only that, but when his hex mana appeared, his blood manipulation suddenly became stronger. This. Jacob was shocked and slightly overwhelmed by this discovery and by all the blood being greedily absorbed by the cursed heart. The blood suction became so strong that not just the blood in the water, but also from the corpses began to be sucked in, turning those corpses into dry leaves. Those who were still alive to witness this scene were absolutely horrified, but they didn't get to live to tell the tale. This was the beginning of a horrible nightmare, a legend of the deep ocean that will soon be known by the ocean races as the Blood Carnage Calamities. 658, Chapter 658, Then There Was Carnage. 48. 2. In the remote part of the Sturgeon region, Madden and Adrian were floating in the water while looking at a glowing formation circle. Do you check all the formation points thoroughly? Madden asked with a hint of exhaustion in his eyes, like he had done something extremely tiresome. Yes, master. I've checked them again and again according to the diagram given to us by the palace, Adrian replied, looking even more exhausted than Madden. Madden nodded and sighed. I still don't understand the point of arranging this strange formation in the middle of nowhere. Just who provided these coordinates and these strange formation nexuses? I'm just as curious as you, master, but one thing is clear. There is something going on, and I don't like it for some reason. Adrian frowningly replied, Well, whatever, it had nothing to do with us. Madden coolly stated, but a hint of uncertainty was present in his sharp eyes. Let me report this to the palace before we leave this place for good. The next moment, a display appeared above Madden's wrist, and soon it was connected, and another whale race person appeared on the projection. Commander, we've arranged the formation according to the instructions given by the Imperial Palace. Do we have permission to return? He solemnly asked. The commander's expression was solemn as he asked, Do you arrange the protection measures as well? Yes, there'll be no error, Madden replied without hesitation. Good work, you have permission to return. The commander nodded in acknowledgement and cut off the call. Madden sighed in relief as he said to Adrian, Since this is done, let's go back to the Sturgeon Baron Castle for rest. We'll also see what he's been up to in this past week. Adrian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Are we taking action? Madden chuckled coldly. It depends on Gerald. The next moment, Madden suddenly released a strange echo, and thereupon a huge whale appeared like a lightning flash in front of them. They embarked on the whale and led it towards the Baron Castle in the center of the Sturgeon region. Both Madden and Adrian were looking forward to solving the mystery of the Sturgeon region. However, when they reached the city, they were both horrified by what they witnessed. The once bustling city filled with life was now completely barren, and dry, mutilated corpses of orange sturgeons were floating all over the city. It was a scene of carnage as the radiant city a week ago now had turned into a ghost city. I'm not hallucinating, right? Adrian palely asked with disbelief. Madden's expression was also pale and gloomy as he nodded. No, you're seeing right. Someone has massacred the entire city. Just who is so bold? Anger seethed under Madden's cold voice. This is no longer a small matter, master. We should report it to the higher-ups. Someone is stirring trouble in the Empire, completely disregarding the whale race authority, Adrian angrily stated. Although the orange sturgeon race didn't belong to the whale race and was just one of the many subordinary races the whale race had subdued in the past, they were still the natives of the mighty whale empire nonetheless. If other races heard about this, the whale race would lose their credibility as the rulers and the imperial clan would never allow such a thing. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do it. I need a little more time. At this moment, an icy voice suddenly rang in their ears. Both Adrian and Madden were spooked, but before they could react, their consciousness suddenly started to fade away. At this moment, Jacob's giant figure appeared like a phantom on top of the gigantic whale as he coldly looked at Adrian and Madden, who were also towering giants. It was his first time seeing the members of the whale race. This should be the Thunder Whale, an evolved version of the water lightning whale that only the Imperial City can breed. Autarch, turn it into a puppet. This will be our ride from now on, Jacob coolly ordered. If I hadn't needed high-ranking blood, I wouldn't have taken such a risk. But now I have to do everything to collect more blood, and I have to make sure the whale race won't get involved too soon. Jacob ruefully sighed as he looked at the ghost city. In these past 6 days, Jacob had almost massacred all the Sturgeon region, including their central city. The corpses could pile up into a mountain, and the amount of blood he had absorbed could form a lake. However, despite all of this, he was only able to recover slightly over 60% of his cursed blood, which frustrated and shocked Jacob. But he found that there was a reason for this. After he completed 5% of the longevity schema, he became more powerful, and so did his blood. This means that the higher he climbed, the more blood vitality he required to go further. At this point, the blood vitality of epic rank was a mere drop in the ocean because only after absorbing around 5,000 epic rank blood together could he form a single drop of cursed blood, while he required around 1,000 unique ranks to form a drop of cursed blood. This was turning out to be a huge hurdle in Jacob's path, and he knew all the bloodshed he had done in the past would be nothing compared to what he needed to do now. That's why he didn't dare to sculpt the longevity schema anymore until he fully recovered his cursed blood. Furthermore, he noticed that as his blood was recovering, the runic lines on his boon hand were starting to glow as if they were being filled with vigorous energy, which was cursed blood. This confirmed that those runic lines were his new nerves that would contain his blood in the future, and they were extraordinary. He also learned that his cursed blood could be amplified with his hex mana at least 10 times. Not only that, he required energy to use his cursed heart with fluid acceleration. He discovered that he could do the same thing by changing the energy with hex magic. But Jacob didn't want to do that since replenishing the hex mana was quite expensive. He could use magic gems, meat, or herbs to replenish his energy. After lamenting a bit, he finally focused on the two whales, and his eyes became determined again. Let's see how much blood vitality the whale race has. Blood suction. 659. Chapter 659, Great Augury Formation. In another part of the Star Ocean, there was a temple crafted with beautiful white marble and imbued with glowing pearls, creating a breathtaking scene. Within this palace, 4 people gathered in a mystical hall as they floated in front of a giant veil of glowing white membrane, and a silhouette could be seen behind it. One of these 4 people belonged to the whale race, but his skin was completely crimson with black glowing runic lines around his neck, and he was adorned in white robes. He was the crown prince of the mighty whale empire, Eleazar Kai Belaine. The detection formation has been completed in the mighty whale empire, Eleazar said emotionlessly. Took you guys long enough. A cold-voiced woman with an imposing figure with her lean, 9-meter frame that could slice effortlessly through the water spoke. Allura belonged to another dominant race of the ocean races, like the whales, the shark race of Battleshark Empire, a race as captivating as they were intimidating. Furthermore, Allura wasn't just anyone, she was the first princess of the Battleshark Empire, an empire that was filled with battle maniacs and bloodthirsty predators. Her cool blue skin shimmered faintly within the water, its rough texture whispering of hidden dermal denticles. Small slits on her neck flared rhythmically, gills extracting oxygen from the water. Her face, both elegant and predatory, was dominated by large, black eyes. A faint purple membrane flickered over them occasionally, and a second eyelid granted her superior vision underwater. A prominent ridge ran along her jaw, a silent promise of the rows of sharp teeth hidden within. Her expression was unreadable, her mouth a thin line beneath a sharp, streamlined nose positioned high. Powerful arms webbed between 4-fingered hands that could propel her with smooth, silent strokes. Her lower body wasn't human at all, but a powerful, horizontally flattened tail fin that could propel her with effortless grace. The Battleshark race were creatures of both mesmerizing beauty and raw power. Eleazar's eyes went cold as he looked at Allura and retorted, "Do you have a problem with it?" Allura's lips suddenly twisted into a bloodthirsty smile, revealing razor-sharp teeth. "What if I have?" she replied with full provocation. Everyone within the ocean races knows about the relationship between the mighty whale empire and Battleshark Empire. They were both the dominating powers in the northern and western stars of the ocean. Furthermore, the whale race was known as the strongest ocean race, and they proved it by defeating even the shark race. The shark race has an irreconcilable grudge against them, and they just refuse to admit it. Since their borders are side by side, they always have issues, and battles occur almost every day among these two races. Despite the shark race losing to the whale race in the past, they were not to be trifled with. The whale race also didn't feel confident enough to annihilate them, and neither did the shark race feel confident enough to go on a full-scale war, which would leave both races gravely wounded, allowing the others to take advantage of the situation. So, both empires proved their might with their battles at the border, and if they met each other, there were always in conflicts. However, even their meetings were extremely rare, and one might not happen in centuries unless they were on the battlefield. Now, your highnesses, we are not here to fight, but stand alongside," a hulking figure amiably stated. This was Ulysses, a member of the Carapax tortoise race, a race as resilient as they were enigmatic, and he was also the crown prince of the Carapax Empire. His most striking feature was the massive carapace, a fortress of bone and leathery skin, that encased his broad back and shoulders. The surface, a deep earthy brown, was etched with intricate shimmering lines. His head emerged from the shell, protected by a layer of thick skin that connected seamlessly to the carapace. A powerful, beaked mouth, perfect for crushing crustaceans, dominated his face. Large, wise eyes, positioned towards Allura and Eleazar, scanned them with an air of quiet observation. His short, powerful legs could propel him forward with a measured gait that belied surprising agility. His hands, tipped with sharp claws, grasped a weathered staff. The Carapax tortoise race was of stoic strength, a living testament to endurance and the wisdom carved by time. They had the strongest defense in the entire Star Ocean, and despite that, they didn't have many enemies. They were known for their wisdom and amiable characteristics. "You should all keep your silence. You can't afford to break Her Holiness's focus." A melody-like voice drifted in their ears at this moment. A siren voice could tug at anyone's heartstrings. This was Natalie, a breathtaking beauty of the mermaid siren race and the holy maiden of the Siren Hymn Temple. Her long, emerald hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, catching the light and shimmering with the iridescence of the ocean itself. Her face was flawless and captivating, and her eyes mirrored the endless blue of the ocean, capable of switching from innocent to alluring in a heartbeat. But Natalie's beauty wasn't confined to her upper body. From the waist down, her form flowed seamlessly into a powerful tail, its scales a mesmerizing mosaic of blues and green that shimmered like polished jewels. The scales seemed to shift and change with every flick of her tail, mimicking the ever-changing colors of the ocean depths. Around her wrists and ankles, she wore intricate jewelry fashioned from pearly white seashells and vibrant coral. Despite her ethereal beauty, there was an undeniable danger lurking beneath the surface. The melodious voice that flowed from her lips was hauntingly sweet and impossibly alluring. Natalie, the mermaid siren, was a living embodiment of the ocean's seductive power. She was a beautiful yet deadly predator that even whales and sharks were wary of. The Siren Hymn Temple was not an empire, and they didn't have any subordinate races under them as all their people belonged to the Siren race. But despite their small numbers, the three empires treated them extremely carefully because the Siren Hymn Temple was under the protection of the Ocean Oracle. However, only these top figures of the empires knew about the Ocean Oracle, while for others it was just a myth. Yet the Siren race could hold their status equal to the three empires because they were deadly on their own because of their illusionary magic and deadly occultic abilities. Moreover, the Ocean Oracle can only appear among the mermaid siren race. The Ocean Oracle was simply too important to all the ocean races because, without one, they would not be able to keep the land dwellers outside and control the ocean. It was an old prophecy that every ocean race believed in. Just as Natalie spoke, everyone shut down while Alora and Eliezer glared at each other. At this moment, another melodious voice filled with arcane wisdom rang from behind the glowing white membrane. There's no need to restrain yourselves for my sake, everyone. Thank you for coping with this old woman's requests. Lisa's and others bowed slightly as their expression turned solemn and they no longer dared to utter anything. The voice continued. As you all are aware, some land dwellers are infiltrating the deep ocean in search of me so they can find the location of the legendary key. But I chose to side with my own kin and alert the three empires of the deep ocean, and you all didn't let me down. Now that the Great Augury Formation has been completed, I can finally locate the legendary key for our ocean races. However, I hope that even after we find the location, we can all work together against the land dweller the same way you were all doing in this past decade to set up this formation. Her voice was benign, like a saint, and filled with a strange, soothing charm. Don't worry, your holiness, the Carapax Empire will follow your dictum. The Might Whale Empire agreed with your beliefs. The Battle Shark Empire will be your vanguard. All the representatives of the three empires stated solemnly, but they couldn't hide their greed hidden deep in their ambitious eyes when they thought about how they were going to get the legendary key. The Ocean Oracle replied in a benign tone, Then I can rest easy. I'll start the Great Augury Formation now. As long as the legendary key exists within the unique planes, it'll belong to our ocean races. 660, Chapter 660, Brush with Death. Behind the glowing membrane sat an extremely charming woman who resembled Natalie because she was also a mermaid siren, but she looked more mature. Her hair was pure white, and her eyes were listless, without any irises or pupils, emitting arcane sheen. She was the most sacred being among the ocean races, the Ocean Oracle, Mercy. Then I can rest easy. I'll start the Great Augury Formation now. As long as the legendary key exists within the unique planes, it'll belong to our ocean races. Mercy smilingly stated, and just as her voice trailed off, she flapped her beautiful tail and swum into the depth of the huge hall, which was only accessible to the Ocean Oracle. In this grand hall lit up with glowing pearls, there was a black obsidian mirror on the floor with a round antique golden frame. At the end of this hall was a high platform where stood a colossal statue of a breathtaking woman bathed in shafts of lights filtering through the water. It was carved from a single block of translucent crystal. The light danced through her form, casting shimmering rainbows across the hall. Her upper body, a vision of feminine grace, was sculpted with flowing curves. The crystal captured the delicate details of her face, the gentle rise of her brow, the full curve of her lips, and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Tendrils of her hair, also carved from the crystal, flowed down her back, rippling outwards as if caught in a gentle current. From the waist down, the statue transitioned seamlessly into a powerful fishtail. The scales on her tail were meticulously detailed, each one catching the light and refracting it into a kaleidoscope of colors. The overall impression was one of awe-inspiring beauty and ethereal presence. The statue seemed to glow from within, a beacon of serenity amidst the vibrant life of the coral reef. As light shifted and danced around her, the statue appeared to come alive, a testament to the artistry of the sculptor and the magic imbued within the crystal itself. Mercy stopped in front of the statue and prostrated herself before it, her white hair and arcane eyes contrasting her otherwise youthful beauty. O mermaid goddess, she implored, reveal the location of the legendary key. The next moment, Mercy's entire body suddenly glowed in an ethereal golden white light, and the moment this white light appeared, the statue of the mermaid goddess that was the faith of the Siren Hymn Temple seemed to pulse, resonating with the ethereal light from Mercy. 600 years of lifespan. At this moment, an indistinctive voice rang in Mercy's head. She was very familiar with it because it only appeared whenever she tried to seek a miracle and probe the mysteries of space and time. After all, everything has a price, and the ability to peer into the mysterious hidden within time and space was taboo among taboos, so Mercy had to pay with her own lifespan. The more profound the knowledge she sought, the greater the price she had to pay. Furthermore, the mermaid goddess statue in front of her was a legacy treasure of the Siren Hymn Temple, a quasi-legend rank 1 at that. This treasure serves as a medium that greatly reduces the backlash any oracle would receive after performing a miracle. Or if an oracle performed a miracle without this medium, even after she paid the price with her lifespan, she would also suffer a deep scar on her psyche and would lose her mind. However, in the long history of the Siren Hymn Temple, the oracles have found a loophole to avoid the backlash of the lifespan as well, and that's how they were able to live their full life. Mercy, at this moment, tapped on the floor in a peculiar rhythm while she stayed in her position. The next moment, right in front of Mercy, the stone floor suddenly slid open, revealing a rising platform with a sleeping young siren on it. But she was the mermaid siren. Instead, she belonged to another branch of the siren race. When the sleeping siren appeared, Mercy placed her hands on it and chanted a spell. Suddenly, an array circle appeared around them, shimmering with a dark, ghostly light. At this moment, the white light suddenly shifted onto the body of the young siren from Mercy. Mercy didn't waste even a second before she stated, "I agree." The next moment, the white light on the young siren suddenly shimmered brightly, and an ethereal emerald fog suddenly began to rise from the young siren and start to flow into the statue. As the ethereal fog entered the statue, the young siren started to grow older, and faint wrinkles began to appear around her youthful appearance. Once the fog vanished, the statue's eyes suddenly lit up in golden white light, and a translucent white orb started to condense above the sleeping siren. Thereupon, the light from the statue's eyes finally vanished, and the orb was also completed as it hovered above the sleeping siren like a star. The orb was only a pinky size and was shifting between colors. Mercy completely ignored the siren, who had now become a middle-aged woman and quickly started to perform peculiar hand signs while muttering a spell at lightning speed. Great Augury Formation, active. Thus, the black mirror on the floor suddenly started to stir, and glowing light dots began to appear like stars on its obsidian surface, as if it were a map of the starry sky. Mercy then grabbed the small orb and threw it into the black mirror. The next moment, the entire black mirror suddenly started to shake as those light dots started to glow brilliantly, one after another. Mercy's eyes shimmered with ecstasy and anticipation as an icy smile grew on her beautiful face. With this formation, wherever the legendary key is, it'll be permanently locked in this augury formation mirror, and then no matter where it hides or the owner of it escapes, they will never be able to escape my tracking. I've spent 100 milligrams of timeless sand to buy this formation blueprint and materials. It was all worth it. Now, the legendary key belonged to M. However, her thoughts were suddenly disrupted when she noticed a never-before-seen anomaly. The black mirror, made with quasi-legend rank materials, suddenly cracked from the middle, and like a spiderweb, that crack spread through the entire mirror. "I am possible," Mercy exclaimed with widened eyes. However, this wasn't the end of it as crack. She heard an extremely sharp voice like a glass suddenly being cracked from behind. When she turned her head, her body trembled with disbelief because the goddess statue was also cracking, and the siren who had paid the price for this miracle now suddenly started withering until she turned into a dry corpse before she turned into dust. Boom. Both the mirror and the goddess statue shattered with an ear-splitting explosion almost at the same time, releasing a powerful magic ripple that sent gobsmacked Mercy flying behind like a rag doll. Mercy wouldn't have imagined that the legendary key was in a place that couldn't be divined or revealed by anything or anyone, no matter what. She was extremely lucky to have performed that oracle by paying with someone else's lifespan and using a medium to activate that mysterious orb. Otherwise, she would have been the dust in that siren's place or met with the same fate as the statue and the mirror. C661, Chapter 661. Keep stepping on the same rake. Mercy crawled out of the rubble, her face ashen and incredulous. She couldn't believe what had just transpired. Not only was a quasi-legend rank array formation destroyed, but the oldest legacy treasure of the Siren Hymn Temple of the same rank was also shattered with it. If the norms had been followed, this would have been impossible, because an old quasi-legend treasure has its own slight sentience. It can even recover on its own and not be destroyed if the sentience is safe and hides itself upon feeling the threat of destruction. Yet, not even a fragment of the treasure remained, much less its budding sentience, and Mercy was not just any oracle as well. She was an existence that could rattle the entire unique planes if she wanted to, and that's what made her even more fearful. Just how the hell is this possible? According to that guy, when the last legendary key appeared, the Ocean Oracle was able to pinpoint it easily, even without the Great Augury Formation. Could it be that I used the Augury Formation instead of using my own prowess? No, even if that was the case, it shouldn't have caused that kind of backlash, even to destroy the legacy treasure, or that guy lied to me. He muttered coldly while emitting an icy killing intent, but she quickly calmed down. But the chances of that happening are also none, since we took the timeless oath, and we were supposed to work together. She was perplexed and indignant at this moment. What I'm supposed to tell the three empires? Those greedy fools only helped me arrange the formation because I told them about the legendary key. If I don't give them anything, they'll most likely think that I'm hiding it from them to keep the key for myself. I can't have the Siren Hymn Temple destroyed until I'm here, or all my efforts will be in vain, and I won't be able to enter the Middle Planes. And without that statue, if I used the Oracle's powers, the result would be the same. In the end, Mercy decided not to reveal this matter to the three empires. She suddenly placed her fingers on her forehead and muttered in an unknown language, translation, constant hourglass of timeless wanderer. The next moment, a dark hourglass mark suddenly appeared on her forehead. She pulled her fingers back, and magically something pulled out of her forehead, a small, ethereal hourglass with a golden frame filled with starry black sand. Grabbing the golden-framed hourglass with both hands, she muttered in a prime position in an unknown language, "I request a timeless meeting with Golden Constant, 87,001. The black sand within the golden hourglass suddenly churned and began to emit an arcane light, while Mercy remained in her position as if waiting for something. Thereupon, a static voice rang in Mercy's head. Golden Constant, 87,001 has accepted the timeless meeting with Golden Constant, 88,925. The next moment, Mercy's entire body suddenly enveloped in an ethereal black light before she vanished from her spot. In a dark space, seemingly endless, Mercy reappeared. But she wasn't in her beautiful mermaid siren appearance. Instead, she was now just a silhouette of golden light with a black number in unknown language shimmering over her forehead, which read 88,925s. However, she wasn't alone. In front of her was another golden silhouette with another black number on its forehead, 87,001. Golden Constant 88,925, I was waiting for your good news. Golden Constant 87,001 spoke, and his voice sounded static. Good news, my fucking ass. Mercy or Golden Constant 87,001 replied, and her voice was also static, but despite that, the frustration in her voice couldn't be hidden. Oh? It seemed something unexpected happened? Golden Constant 87,001 asked. Fuck, just thinking about it makes me angrier. Mercy started to elaborate on what happened when she tried to locate the legendary key. What? That's impossible. Are you trying to back out of our deal? Golden Constant 87,001 loudly shouted, incredulous as Mercy. That's what I'm thinking as well, but I have no reason to make such an absurd excuse just to trick you, right? Mercy replied. Golden Constant 87,001 into contemplated silence as if he agreed with Mercy's statement. After all, if she weren't afraid of dying, she wouldn't have made such an excuse, not to mention such an absurd one at that. Mercy didn't disturb him and waited for his explanation. At this moment, Golden Constant 87,001 finally spoke. If what you're telling me is true, then I'm just as clueless as you. This is the first time I've heard something like this happening. Furthermore, the part about the legacy treasures of the mermaid goddesses shattering is even more unbelievable since faith-type legacy treasures have faint wisps of the entities of faith, and they are almost impossible to break. Give me some time to investigate. The city lord owe me a little favor. He might know something about this strange incident. Even if you found something, this didn't change the fact that we can no longer use the oracle powers as we wish to locate the legendary. Soon, it will be 50 years since the key surfaced, and the city lord assured us that the path has not opened yet. However, the chances of the Path of Legend opening during that time will increase by 50%, and they will keep increasing as time passes. This effortless task is turning into a real problem now. Even the city lord mightn't have foreseen this since Atlas had never failed to grab the legendary key in the past, Mercy stated. This is indeed a somewhat peculiar situation, but it is not completely hopeless yet. Since we can't locate the key, we should try working on the second best option. You should try locating this faceless ancient fellow. We might discover something. Meanwhile, I'll go back to the Timeless City to seek the City Lord. It'll take some time, and we can't waste any time. I'm pretty sure the others will also be looking for this fellow for clues. Since our initial plan failed, we can only join the hunt now. Although it's a little late, I've heard that no one has been able to locate Faceless Ancient yet, so we have a fair chance as well. Golden Constant 87,001 spoke. Mercy remained silent for a moment before she agreed. All right, since no one has located this person yet, this means he's not ordinary. I'll look into him. Good. Constant meeting concluded. Golden Constant 87,001 vanished after saying words. Mercy followed suit. Constant meeting concluded. 662, Chapter 6062, Chaos, in Deep Ocean, 1. After Jacob started the massacre, he didn't stop with just the Sturgeon region, he continued with the other remote regions under the mighty Whale Empire. Only after killing more than half of the next region to the Sturgeon region, and by absorbing all the blood, did Jacob manage to replenish the cursed blood in his body completely. Not only that, but once his body was fully replenished on his cursed blood, he found that he could still absorb more blood, and by doing so, the runic lines on his bone hand started to glow in crimson hue. Jacob could feel that within those glowing lines were cursed blood, and their storage capacity seemed to be extremely high. He still didn't know just how much blood it would take to reach those runic lines' limit. Furthermore, his blood manipulation has also refined further after collecting and absorbing so much blood through the water. Today, Jacob found a remote place and started sculpting the longevity schema, and the body part he chose was the rest of his upper arm. This time, it took around 60% of his accumulated blood to complete the longevity schema on his upper arm, and like before, once he was done with that section, it turned into the bone arm, completely matched with the rest of his arm. Although Jacob was still having slight trouble accepting his inevitable new look, He had accepted it with a pinch of salt, so, using the rest of the blood, he decided to work on his other hand. He was thinking about completing his 4 limbs before he started working on his torso and, lastly, his head. After using all the accumulated blood in his body and within the runic lines of longevity schema, Ace was only able to complete his right upper arm and left hand up to his wrist before he ran out of blood again. But Jacob wasn't very depressed about it because he felt he had gotten even stronger after completing his entire right arm and left hand. Although he didn't know just how much stronger he had grown, he was sure that he was probably within the stages of beyond unique rank now. Nonetheless, he still focused on collecting more blood, as he felt that he needed even more to replenish his cursed blood. Those 2 whales provided me with 150 drops of cursed blood together, so it's pretty obvious that the same rule when I was cultivating the cursed blood by hunting the legendary being descendants also applied here, maybe even more so since I required too much blood. In this situation, going back to the surface is more advantageous to me since there will be an endless supply of blood for me waiting there. However, it's still too risky since those guys have an overwhelming number advantage, and if I use my atomic weaponry, everything would incinerate. I need to complete my 4 limbs at least before I choose this option. After all, that bitch isn't running away anywhere, but I don't have time as well since the Path of Legend might descend the next day. I need to accumulate as much power as possible before I enter the Path of Legend. The next moment, Jacob took out the Thunder Whale from his pendant and had Autark lead him into the inner part of the Mighty Whale Kingdom. Since the blood of the common races was becoming less potent, Jacob decided to point his swords toward the rare species with fewer populations but far more powerful members and potential. Like the whale race, there were different species living in the inner part of the Mighty Whale Empire, and the nobles here were mostly of the Viscount ranks and had some ties within the imperial capital. But Jacob was no longer afraid of trouble coming in his way. In fact, he was now hoping the imperial palace would send some beyond unique ranked beings in his way so he could test his might against them and increase his bone marrow percentage. After all, the more he killed, the stronger he'd become, not to mention the more powerful races he killed, the better. He was no longer interested in those common species like the sturgeons. Therefore, after over a month, Jacob started his wanton killing spree. Rumors about a bloodthirsty predator hunting city after city within the Mighty Whale Empire began to spread like ink in clear water. Some believed these rumors, and some completely brushed them off without taking them seriously since no one wanted to believe that there was some idiot who was hunting people from the Mighty Whale Empire, the strongest empire of the deep ocean. However, as time passed, people began to believe when pictures of ghost cities riddled with decapitated corpses began to spread all over the empire. When the Imperial Whale City took notice and launched an investigation, they were shocked to find out that 143 cities, including 29 barons' families, 10 Viscount families, and 4 Count families, were completely massacred within 2 months after this rumor began to spread. This number was so ridiculous and ghastly that fear overcame the entire empire, and people began to fear. Even the nobles weren't any different. After all, even the 4 Count families with their personal armed forces were turned into corpses. Although the Mighty Whale Empire was ridiculously large and there were many races under the whale's command, now that someone was wantonly killing while disregarding the whales, it was a huge blow to their prestige. Not only that, but the whales themselves were getting massacred like helpless chickens. This became even more apparent. The Imperial City sent the 12th Imperial Guard Regiment to hunt this bloodthirsty monster down, and the result was every last member sent on this mission was found dead in many pieces. The Empire nobles started putting enormous pressure on the Imperial family to do something about this killer, or they would never know peace, and some nobles even went as far as to declare their departure from the Might Whale Empire and enter the Battle Shark Empire to seek political asylums or even desert in their side. Not one even bothers to hide their intentions, and some even started to act and fled out of the empire. This caused a huge storm in the Mighty Whale Empire, and the Emperor finally mobilized the Imperial army to locate this monster and kill it before it was too late. The monster of the deep ocean that is now known as the Blood Carnage Calamity, I-663, Chapter 63, Chaos, in Deep Ocean 2. In the southern territory of the Mighty Whale Empire, at this moment, around 1,000 thunder whales, emitting powerful pressure, were swimming towards the dukedom of Blue Whale Duke, and mounted on these whales were thousands of armored men of the whale race. This was the Imperial Army of the Imperial Palace, and for the first time in hundreds of years, it left the Imperial City. But the most surprising part was that they were not going to war. Instead, they were ordered to hunt a singular being. If it were a few months back, many people would have laughed at this mighty force gathering for only a single person, but that is no longer the case because this singular being has shaken the entire empire and made them dread its existence. Furthermore, this force was gathered with the unanimous decision of the higher-ups of the empire. They were in the Blue Whale Duke's territory because the target had been hunting in this place for the past week, and they were hoping to bump into him before more of their natives turned into corpses. Even the Blue Whale Duke was quite apprehensive and didn't dare underestimate this singular being. However, this army didn't know that the person they were here to hunt was lurking around them in the darkness of the deep ocean. Jacob was a few hundred meters away from the marching Imperial army as he sat on his thunder whale while observing them with emotionless eyes. He had been expecting them for quite some time, and the moment they made their move, he instantly and sneakily started to follow them while doing his preparation for harvest. In his eyes, they were just high-quality blood bags delivering themselves on their own, and all he needed to do now was to drain them. "How's it going?" Jacob sent a telepathy message to Autark. "I've already taken control of the commanders, and now I'm turning the others below them into puppets," Autark replied emotionlessly. Jacob's eyes shimmered with elation. "Good, when you're done, follow the plan as we've discussed, as your command." Jacob wasn't a fool to face off with this Imperial army head-on alone, because even from here, he could tell there were some initial stage beyond unique rank experts in this army. Not only that, the army commanders seemed to be at least at the perfect stage of the beyond unique rank, and if he wasn't wrong, there should be one initial stage Inception legend rank expert as well. Without Autark, who could now turn 3 steps of legend rank experts into its puppets, Jacob would have never confronted this huge army. In fact, all the massacres he had done up until now were with the help of Autark. He first had Autark turn the strongest people in the target city or region into its puppets while he himself remained in the shadows and let Autark do the deed. He only interfered if someone escaped Autark's net. Using this simple yet effective method, Jacob easily collected blood. As he got the hang of Autark's abilities and his own, his target levels were raised, and he started to hunt in the Blue Whale Duke territory. But he didn't go after the Blue Whale Duke, who should be an expert in the 3 steps of legend ranks, because he knew if he wiped out a Duke-level city and the Duke himself, the Imperial family might not send those guys out to let them die in vain. After all, the Whale Dukes were considered the strongest people of the mighty Whale Empire after the hidden experts of the Imperial Palace and the Whale Emperor himself. But this facade won't last long once he wipes out this army. The mighty Whale Empire would be on complete guard against him after this and stop holding back. However, this is what Jacob was aiming for. "Sir, I'm ready." Autark's voice rang at this moment. Jacob's lips curled up in a cruel smile. "Then let's begin." The moment Jacob issued the order, powerful, explosive ripples boomed above the Imperial army's thunder whales, disrupting the flow of the entire march. Thereafter, thousands of Imperial soldiers scattered in the ocean, leaving the thunder whales with bewilderment and apprehensive expressions. They had no idea what just transpired, and few among them who witnessed their own men suddenly attacking the thunder whales were completely baffled by their action. Furthermore, the thunder whales at the very front, which were carrying the most powerful forces of this army, were now lifelessly sinking down. They were killed by attackers in one shot. When the Imperial soldiers begin to realize what happened, it is already too late, and the scene that transpired in front of them is straight out of a nightmare. They saw their commanders and captains were now slaughtering their own men without showing any mercy. The person who stood out most among them was a whale in black armor waving his ash-gray trident, creating sharp waves. Whenever those waves passed, the decapitated bodies of the Imperial soldiers fell. Soon, the water was dyed in blood as whales filled with disbelief and dread of the soldiers playing in the crimson water like the Song of Death. Those who tried to retaliate or flee were simply too weak to do anything, and those who were lucky to escape silently vanished. Thereupon, the cries of despair died down, and no one managed to escape alive from this bloody slaughter. The most ironic part was those who were responsible for it were respected and revered among these very soldiers they slaughtered, and some of them were their students or had learned from them at some point in their careers. Now, they were dead under those revered figures' hands. It was such a tragedy. At this moment, a ghostly voice with a hint of eerie ecstasy suddenly rang in the middle of this crimson sea of blood. Blood suction. All the blood in the water suddenly came alive and started to gather in a single point. As the water became clearer, a huge sphere of blood hovered above a bone hand filled with runic lines. Jacob didn't waste even a second before he started to absorb the blood, completely ignoring the piles of decapitated dry bodies on the ocean floor, while those few puppets that survived the carnage stoically circled around him, forming a protection formation. But what Jacob didn't know was far away from his location was a strange, tiny fish with a pair of demonic eyes, and it also appeared invisible because of its transparent scales. It had secretly witnessed this entire scene. 664 Chapter 64 Chaos, in Deep Ocean, 3. In an imposing underocean palace that seemed to be shaped like a gigantic whale, giant hominid whales were sitting in a room around a table grimly, looking at the projection of a huge blood sphere surrounding imperial guards of the whale race. This is simply absurd. An imposing whale hominid wearing white robes and a white glowing runic marking around his neck slapped the table in a fury and a hint of fear, creating powerful ripples within the water. This person was none other than one of the 4 pillars of the mighty whale empire, the Blue Whale Duke, Amir Le Baleine, also the Emperor's 3rd brother. This monstrosity, just what in the ocean name is this thing? Another agitated female's voice rang from another whale, but the runic markings around her slender neck were glowing green-violet. This slender yet fierce woman was White Whale Duke, Belle Van Balen, and the Emperor's only sister. Boom. Everyone in the room suddenly shuddered when a powerful ripple overflowed from the towering giant sitting on the main chair. He was wearing an imperial robe and a jeweled crown on his bald head. Crimson glowing patterns were spread around his neck and hollow cheeks, and his black eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. This was none other than the Emperor of the Mighty Whale Empire, Houston Kai-Belen. When everyone's attention was on him, Houston finally opened his mouth, revealing sharp rows of saw-like teeth, and spoke in his husky voice. I didn't summon you all here to make this matter more complex. If you don't have anything helpful, I would appreciate it if you kept your pathetic opinions to yourselves. No one dared speak anymore. Even the 4 dukes present in this room decided to keep their mouths shut since they all knew the Emperor was enraged. They were all waiting for the news about the Imperial Army who were on the hunt for the monster, but instead they suddenly received an urgent summoning notification from the palace. When they arrived, they were all exposed to this video feed that recovered the entire scene of carnage from start to finish. Truth be told, they were all feeling quite apprehensive right now, especially the 4 dukes, when they witnessed the annihilation of the entire army of 10,000 Imperial soldiers and powerful experts hidden among them. Houston's eyes shifted towards an old whale with a wrinkled face, but his eyes were sharp and filled with wisdom. He coldly asked, "What do you think, Prime Minister?" Everyone looked towards the old whale. They knew this was the only Prime Minister of the Mighty Whale Empire and the Emperor's personal advisor. He was also Houston's uncle and the army strategist of the entire Imperial Army, Alfonso Kai-Belen. Alfonso spoke in an impassive yet cold tone while closely looking at the paused projection. If your majesty is thinking that there were traitors among the army, I can assure you that wasn't the case. Although it appeared that this massacre happened because our own men initiated the attack, I'm not going to believe that all those high-ranking officers were traitors. Especially the chief commander in this mission, Brantley Kai-Belen, your grandson, your highness. That monster seemed to have some troublesome ability that could control the minds of anyone indiscriminately. He took control of your strongest men and then used them to create chaos before using them to kill everyone when they were still clueless. Everyone's heart trembled as they felt even more fear of this unknown monster. After all, if he could control the mind of Chief Commander Brantley, who was one of the 3 chief commanders of the entire Imperial Army, an initial stage Inception legend rank, no one was safe here. I've also noticed it. Do you have any suggestions for tackling this problem? I can't have my grandson dying in vain. Houston's eyes shimmered with killing intent. He liked his grandson a lot and was very competent. If not for the fear of this unknown monster's abilities, he would have personally led the charge to avenge him. Although Houston might not show it, he was shaken inside after all. An enemy that could control others' mind and make them slaughter their own people were terrifying. But he can't show fear or hesitation in front of these people. His pride won't allow him, and he will not seek foreign help since it would turn their strongest empire into the laughingstock of the entire ocean. Even though he was sure the spies of the other empires would have already gotten this news, this was another reason he needed to get rid of this monster quicker before their prestige took a critical hit. He also sealed the news of the Imperial Army's annihilation since he can't let the battle sharks get the wind of it, or they might start an unexpected attack. That's why he summoned everyone here and took this matter seriously. Now it was the matter of pride and prestige. It was no longer about putting up front. Alfonso thought for a moment before speaking. I won't lie to His Majesty. I'm absolutely stumped after witnessing this battle, which was more like a slaughterhouse. But I think I found the purpose of this monster of doing all this killing. It seemed to be the blood. As you all might have already known, the corpses we found in the killing sites were all dried up, and as you all can see, the sphere of blood he gathered after he was done killing, so the mystery behind those dry corpses was easily solved. Not only that, I've noticed a pattern. The first killing incident happened in the Sturgeon region, which is on the outer territory of the Empire, and many such incidents took place in the same territory. This place has something in common. Everyone there is repetitively weak, and only those subordinary races live there. Soon after, however, this monster turned its sight to the inner territory of the Empire, where the members of our own race lived. He only hunted weaker ones and did not directly attack the dukedoms. What does this strange pattern imply? I think this monster is after blood, and the more he has it, the more powerful he becomes. He's extremely cunning, and he knows where to attack and when. This means that he knows our forces and might even know how we react. So, we're dealing with someone with a high intellect and terrifying ability to scheme. Now that he's opening hunting and drawing our attention, I think he's confident in hunting whatever we throw at him, or at least he's confident enough to flee. That's why if we send more men after it, it would be akin to feeding him more, and he wanted just that. So, we can't use the same number tactics again, or we'll only be making our enemy even more powerful, he gravely stated. Houston's eyes narrowed dangerously as he completely agreed with Alfonso. What do you suggest we should do then? After all, even if we don't send anyone after him, he'll just go after the commoners and cities. We can't evacuate others into the core territory since there is simply no space, and he'll continue to grow this way. Alfonso thought for a moment before hesitantly replying, Since this monster is intelligent, why don't we try to have a dialogue with him? I'll personally go. 665, Chapter 665, Chaos. In Deep Ocean 4, after massacring over 10,000 Imperial soldiers, Jacob managed to complete his other arm by sculpting the longevity schema on it, and not only that, but he also completed both of his shoulders, bringing the percentage of the cursed bone marrow amalgamation up to 31%. This provided a huge overall power boost to his strength, and he mused that he was now as powerful as a perfect stage beyond unique rank, not to mention his blood manipulation refined even further. Jacob discovered that he was making progress with blood manipulation even more now that he was absorbing blood and making progress in cursed bone marrow amalgamation. This naturally made him joyous, and he proceeded towards his other target, the Blue Whale Duke's dukedom. However, when he reached one of the 3 main cities of the Blue Whale Dukedom, he found it completely empty, making him frown. Don't tell me those guys evaluate the city because of me. Did they finally notice why I'm doing all this? Well, I've left quite clues, and they're not complete idiots. They had many methods to monitor the situation, and according to Autark, the army was also being monitored by the army strategist Alfonso with the transmitter fish, which can record and then play anything it sees, like a video recorder. They also didn't use Star Network, but another method similar to Star Network, which is only good for communications. Although it doesn't matter anymore, even if they found out about my goal, they sure moved fast, and this will hinder my plans. But I shouldn't push too hard and corner them since they still have many hidden trump cards that could restrain me. Should I go to the Battle Shark Empire now? They're far more arrogant and battle-hungry than the whales, and their blood should be equally potent. I can complete my legs there before leaving the ocean for good. If I'm not wrong, and each of my limbs is worth 10% of cursed bone marrow amalgamation, then I'll be able to complete up to 40% after completing both my legs, and I should be able to break into the Inception Legend rank. It's quite strange, though. I'm confident that I'm a beyond unique rank, but my mana is still the same and hasn't converted into aura or spirit. So, I'm positive that the 3 steps of legend ranks are also different for me than the others. I'm improving physically. I should pay another visit to the Dead Faction territory once I leave the ocean and evolve the damn Hex Core up to unique rank and see what happened. It's quite strange there are no traces of dark beings in the deep ocean. Jacob was deep in thought when suddenly he sensed someone or something approaching. He looked in front and his vision zoomed. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes when he saw a golden fish around 2 meters coming in his direction, and on top of this fish was a cubic metal container. With his eyes, he could see that there wasn't anything dangerous about that fish or the container, so he didn't do anything and let the fish approach me with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He wanted to know what the Empire was planning now. Soon, the fish appeared before Jacob, and a voice suddenly rang from the cubic container. Please forgive my lack of presence, but for obvious reasons, I can't show myself in front of you unless I'm certain you won't turn me into your meal. But if possible, I want to have a peaceful dialogue with you as the representative of the mighty whale empire, and resolve this misunderstanding peacefully before it reaches the point of no return. I'm Prime Minister Alfonso. How should I address your esteemed self? Now, this is unexpected, but not out of my expectation. Jacob's head was covered in a dark hood while his face was covered in a mask, so even if someone saw this, they wouldn't be able to make up his appearance. He impassively looked at the fish and spoke, I don't have any name. You may address me as nobody if you like. Very well, Your Excellency. May I ask if you have any enmity with the mighty whale empire? Alfonso inquired politely. Jacob replied in a neutral tone, Not that I could think of. Then I'll be easy if you don't have any enmity with us. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but Your Excellency is killing our people to absorb their blood, right? Alfonso asked again. Maybe, Jacob replied with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. You've already killed more than enough of our people, and despite that, His Majesty, the Whale Empire, is willing to look past it. All we want is for you to leave our territory now, before it reaches the point of no return. I can assure you that the army you killed the other day was not even 10% of the Empire's might. I can assume that you were doing all this on your predatory instincts, but you are not completely a bloodthirsty monster, I can tell that. So, all the people you've killed, consider them the goodwill of His Majesty and leave our territory. We're willing to point you in the direction where you can find far more food than this place, and I can assure you those beings will never stop coming. Alfonso stated his condition in a slightly cold tone. He was clearly threatening Jacob, but he also didn't want to make him angry. When Jacob heard this, a flash of interest passed through his eyes, and he didn't mind the threat since he knew the other party was in the right. Besides, he was quite astounded to find out that the Empire was not furious, and instead of sending powerful men to hunt him, they were here negotiating with him. However, he wasn't going to believe that they were doing this out of goodwill. He was sure that they were doing it after seeing his power to control others, and knowingly that the more people they sent against him, the more powerful he'll become. So, their only option was to point him in another direction, and this could even benefit them more. They want to release this monster into their enemy's territory. Not only this will rid of them the monster, they will also cause trouble for their enemy and throw the responsibility of killing the monster to them as well. No matter what the result of this clash would be, it will only bring them benefits. Jacob's lips curled up as he coldly stated, All right, I'm willing to leave, but before that, I've heard the mighty whale empire has a war prison where you all keep your enemies and criminals. Hand them over, and I'll leave in the direction you point me in. Or, Jacob's voice turned bloodthirsty as darkness suddenly enveloped the entire fish. Or we can all find out what would happen when you threaten me with your empty travesty. 666, Chapter 666, Treaty of Legends, 1. While the deep ocean was undergoing a tribulation, the surface wasn't peaceful either. Today, in a secret location, the most influential people of the unique planes were gathered in person. As for who was powerful enough to summon them all together, it was actually a group of people who just recently made an appearance and took the three factions by storm. They called themselves the Treaty of Legends. When the Treaty of Legends showed themselves to the life, dead, and neutral factions, they were all shocked because, despite its very small number, it was a group of quasi-legend rank experts, and there were 7 of them. One had to know that there wasn't any quasi-legend rank expert present in the unique planes for thousands of years, nor was anyone able to react to it because it was simply too difficult. But when 7 of them together showed themselves all at once, this completely changed everything. And those faction leaders who thought themselves to be at the pinnacle of the unique planes without any match took a circle blow, and they had no choice but to surrender to the Treaty of Legends because those quasi-legend rank experts all belonged to a faction and organization. It's just that they never showed themselves and were always hidden. Furthermore, there was also someone who knew about one of the quasi-legend rank's existence, but even he didn't think that there were more, which made this person feel despair. Moreover, when Necro reached the quasi-legend rank, he was supposed to bring calamity upon the faction's life. He vanished without any trace, and any news about him vanished. The faction leaders were quite suspicious, but they couldn't find any clues about it. Only after the Treaty of Legends showed themselves did they know what happened to Necro. He became a member of the Treaty of Legends, and now his status was something those leaders were envious of, especially the leaders of the Life faction, as they didn't know how to feel about their old enemy turning into their superior and someone that they could only look up to and can't offend anymore. In a giant hall, the 3 leaders of the Life faction, Chairman Matthias, a thunder giant, President Bronte, a charm witch, and Manager Roy, a lightning elf, with their right-hand men, were sitting on one of the 3 tables in the hall. On the second table sat the leaders of the neutral faction, Dark Duke Thomas, a spirit tree, Federation Master Ryan, a sea worm, and Pontiff Sebastian, a fairy human, with their close aides. Lastly, the representative of the dead faction, the new dead emperor, after proving his strength and defeating the other dead kings, previously known as the Aura Dead King, a high lich just like the previous dead emperor Necro and his aide, the illusionary Dead King. No one in this hall, especially the representatives of the Dead and Life factions, expected to have this kind of gathering in their wildest dreams. A tense silence hung heavy in the air. The Dead and Life faction leaders, normally sworn enemies, sat side by side, their expressions betraying a mix of apprehension and suppressed hostility. But right now, they were just menacingly staring at each other with a hint of complicated glint in their eyes, keeping their silence. On the high platform a few meters away from the tables were 7 empty thrones, like chairs. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to those thrones as they felt powerful pressures descending in the hall. The next moment, light pillars descend on those thrones, and 7 figures are revealed after the light pillars are gone, giving off imposing and majestic air. All the leaders stood up and bowed while greeting in unison. We greet the 7 legends. We are very happy that you all spared your precious time and arrived here at such short notice. Please take your seat, everyone. There's no need for formalities. A wizened-faced old man with a long beard, silver hair, and a burly build benignly spoke as he gave others the impression of a kind elder. But no one dared to take his appearance to judge his character. He was the oldest fairy human alive and the ex-pontiff of the Cardinal Spirit Temple 3 generations before Sebastian, a quasi-legend rank expert, Silas. Sebastian's old eyes shimmered with a complicated glint as he looked at Silas, who was supposed to be dead but turned out alive out of nowhere. If he considers their relationship, then Silas is his great-grandfather, whom he never met. Not just him, but a few people here were feeling the same as Sebastian and could only sigh in resignation as they sat down. Despite having some sort of relationship with these 7 figures, they knew they weren't quality enough to get close to them since they knew if they didn't want to use them, they would never approach them. Enough with these pleasantries, we have more important matters to discuss. At this moment, the woman in a black gothic dress with a curvaceous body, supporting huge breasts and long black hair sitting in the center among the 7 legends, spoke in a cold, impassive tone that was very pleasant to the ears. Furthermore, among the 7 legends, she was the only one wearing a mask, and only her stellar light blue eyes were apparent. The moment she spoke, the other 6 legends became solemn and didn't dare to breathe loudly, showing this woman's authority even among them. And it was a fact because this woman was the strongest quasi-legend rank within the Treaty of Legends and also the founder. They call her the Queen. Her name, race, and age were unknown, but it didn't matter since she could defeat anyone in the Treaty of Legends without much effort. They all knew Queen was the closest being to becoming a legendary rank among them, just a hair away. The faction leaders also noticed this, and they were astounded because it was the first time they saw this woman and all the legends together since they had been approached by one member of the treaty before. So, they took a mental note not to offend this masked woman no matter what. The queen didn't seem bothered by the atmosphere as she spoke impassively and issued an order. Skyfall, tell them their roles. 667, Chapter 667, Treaty of Legends 2, Skyfall, tell them their roles. The moment the queen issued her order, a white-haired elf with sword-like brows and an otherworldly handsome face among the legends quickly straightened his back and solemnly spoke while sternly looking at the faction leaders. His name was Skyfall Sword, a quasi-legend of unknown elven race and background. The reason we summoned you all here is because of the missing legendary key. Skyfall stated, we know you've all been looking for the missing legendary key for over 50 years, and we also know the details about our 7th legend, Necro, who took it. But after observing you for all these years, you didn't find anything truly pathetic for leaders who have millions of beings under them. The expressions of the faction leaders fell as they wanted to retort and question Skyfall if he got any clues about the key himself, since he was calling them pathetic, but swallowed their resentment and just listened. Skyfall's lips curled up in a content smile, which seemed a little sadistic, as he liked those arrogant idiots' expressions. He continued, that's why we decided to intervene by revealing our existence to lend you all a hand. Make no mistake, for the legendary key is equally important to all of us here, and we don't want to miss this chance to enter the path of legend just because of the incompetence of our juniors. Although we admit this free sword is more cumbersome to deal with despite his meager power and the unique planes, or I should say the entire lesser planes, lesser galaxy, are extremely vast, so he could be hiding anywhere while waiting for the path of legend to resurface. At this moment, Chairman Matthias bluntly cut Skyfall and furiously said, you're blaming all of us while you yourself are admitting that even you couldn't find the legendary key. Isn't it unfair? Besides, how could you be so sure that the path of legend is still locked and yet to surface? Those leaders looked at Matthias and couldn't help but praise him for having the balls to question Skyfall, while the other two leaders of the Life faction smiled wryly, knowing Matthias's blunt and short-tempered personality. Skyfall's eyes narrowed as he looked at Matthias, who was gawking at him with a fierce expression. He clearly didn't like it and was about to release his aura to educate this junior and teach him some manners when a 40-meter giant with violet skin and white runic tattoos on the left side of his face among the legends suddenly guffawed. Ha 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 ha, truly worthy of being a descendant of the giant race. His gruff voice reverberated in the entire hall, and the other legends shook their heads as if thinking, here we go again. Only the queen remained impassive. Matthias's eyes shimmered as if he felt kindred to this giant. He quickly bowed. Thank you, Senior, but I meant no disrespect to Senior Skyfall. I'm just curious and all. Despite backing down, his voice wasn't respectful. Skyfall completely ignored Matthias now. He looked towards the giant and barked in annoyance. Vermont, you empty brain maniac, you dare to disrupt me? Tisk, tisk, it seems you're itching for a beating again, Shortstick. Vermont threateningly looked at Skyfall, showing his sharp teeth like a bloodthirsty beast. Thick veins bulged on Skyfall's temple when he heard Vermont calling him Short Stick. He was about to take out his sword to cut this bastard in half when the Queen's cold voice rang again. Enough. Both Skyfall and Vermont trembled, and after glaring at each other menacingly, they straightened their backs again. Since they're going to follow our instructions, we can clear some of their doubts. The Queen spoke before she turned her eyes on Matthias, and he felt like death was gawking at him as sweat began to form on his back, and he couldn't even move anymore, she spoke. But this will be the last time you disrupted a legend. If it happened again, you can ask these questions in the afterlife. If any of you have doubts, wait before you're given the permission to speak. She then averted her eyes dismissively, as if nothing had happened, and looked towards a sexy woman with fair skin and an oval face like a fairy. She was wearing revealing clothes, emitting a natural seductive charm that could capture any man or woman's heart. She ordered her, Samara, you take over. Samara showcased a seductive smile as she nodded and looked towards Matthias, making the crass fellow gulp as he felt desire rising in his nether region. Her smile grew as she said, Little giant, forget about what Skyfall just said. He just likes to tease others and doesn't like it when others tease him. As for your question about how we knew the path of legend was still not open, there are actually many ways, but very few people know about them. Since you are all our little cute allies, there's no need to hide it from you, and this will also show our sincerity. The way we used it is quite simple. You see, the unique planes trial is still ongoing, right? Normally, there is only one way to close the trial planes, that is, to complete all the conditions. But what you didn't know is that when a legendary key emerges in a plane trial, the trial plane can be closed in another way, whether the conditions are fulfilled or not. Everyone's eyes widened as if they weren't fools, and they almost thought the same. Samara smiled and widened. You guessed right yet wrong at the same time. You might have thought that when the path of legend opens, the trial planes will automatically close. Although it's correct yet wrong at the same time, you are correct that the trial planes will close when the path of legend opens if the conditions are not cleared, that is. Wrong because this didn't mean that the trial planes would end. Instead, when the path of legend opened, the trial plane that contained a legendary key would be closed. In its place, a new trial plane would start, that is, if the trial plane in which the legendary key is unearthed is still not complete. Samara stated matter-of-factly. Since the Kingdom-type trial planes are still ongoing, this means the Path of Legend is still not open. But the time is growing near, so we need to hurry and make our preparations, and that's where you all come into play. 668, Chapter 668, Timeless City Lord? Hidden somewhere in the Riddle Archipelago within the Timeless City at this moment, a tall figure stood cross-legged in the middle of a black platform while golden sand particles swirled around him in slow motion. On this figure's head shimmered a symbol of an hourglass, which seemed to produce a single particle of golden sand every few minutes. At this moment, a static voice rang in this figure's head. Golden Constant 87,001 request a timeless meeting with you. Golden Constant 51,117. Do you accept? This figure's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing completely pitch-black eyes like an abyss. I accept, it emotionlessly responded. The next moment, its entire body was enveloped by an ethereal black light before it vanished from its position and appeared in a dark space in the shape of a golden silhouette. A black number in an unknown language shimmered over its forehead, reading 511117. In front of Golden Constant 51117 was another golden silhouette with the number 87,001 on its forehead. Thank you for accepting the meeting, my lord. I hope I didn't disturb you abruptly. Golden Constant 87,001 tone, despite being stoic, was filled with deep respect in front of 51,117. Even if it were someone else, they would have been reacting in the same manner because the Golden Constant 51,117 was City Lord of the Timeless City, which means 51,117 was the strongest in the entire Atlas in the Lesser Taurus Galaxy. Heh, don't fret it. In fact, I was waiting for you to contact me. Since you're here, I take it as Golden Constant. 88,925 has already found the legendary key? The City Lord chuckled, his tone very easygoing, like a friend, not like a superior at all. Well, that's the thing, sigh. Golden Constant 87,001 sighed in frustration at this moment as he didn't know how to break this news to the City Lord. He didn't dare to take his easygoing tone at face value. Because he knew that hidden behind this friendly demeanor was a shrewd schemer who had been controlling the entire Lesser Taurus Galaxy from the shadows for an unknown time. The City Lord was the only person who could also contact other lesser galaxies, even the middle galaxies, without paying any price. This was the privilege of the City Lord of Timeless City. Golden Constant 87,001 had a pretty good idea of why he wanted the legendary key. He also knew better than anyone that the City Lord had no desire to leave his position and go to the middle galaxies. After all, if the City Lord wanted to go to the middle galaxies, he could have done it long ago because for as long as the Golden Constant 87,001 remembered it, whenever a legendary key appeared, it always ended up in the City Lord's hand before the Path of Legend opened. Don't tell me you failed somewhat. Even I don't want to believe it. After all these years of your service, you hadn't failed even once. City Lord questioned in a somewhat stern manner upon noticing Golden Constant 87,001's hesitation. I'll tell you what happened. You can judge on your own, my lord. Golden Constant 87,001 then told the City Lord about what happened in the deep ocean when the Ocean Oracle tried to pin down the location of the legendary key and failed miserably and the strange backlash. Are you sure about it? Is that really what happened? The City Lord's voice suddenly became hurried and agitated, as if he were in utter disbelief. He seemed to have thought about something absurd. Golden Constant 87,001 was naturally surprised since it was out of character for the City Lord, but he still nodded in affirmation and said, Indeed, my lord, there's no point in making something this ridiculous, and 88,925 is trustworthy for obvious reason. She even knows you owe me a favor, so she won't dare to double-cross me or play any tricks. An oracle that made the statue of a goddess render into dust? Fascinating, no, unbelievable, this can't be true, but what if it is? The City Lord began to mutter like a crazy person, shocking Golden Constant 87,001 even more. He was also curious about what caused such a reaction from this old monster. At this moment, the City Lord suddenly stopped muttering like a crazy person and looked towards Golden Constant 87,001, making the other party shiver for some reason. Despite knowing that in this space no one could hurt him, he still felt his life and death were not his to decide at this moment. The City Lord spoke in an irrefutable tone that even sounded like a threat. Contact 88,925 again and tell her to perform oracles one by one on anyone who had come in contact with the legendary key. No, you'll personally go to the deep ocean to oversee this task. In return, tell her I'll compensate her with 1 gram of timeless sand, and for the medium to perform these oracles, I'll give her 10 quasi-legend rank faith-type treasures. No matter what the result is, you have to record it all and then send it to me right away. This is very important. If the result is satisfactory, you have my word that your servitude to me will end after this mission, and you'll be free. I'll even reward you for all these years of service. I pledge using my constant status. Golden Constant 87,001 was gobsmacked and thought the City Lord in front of him was either fake or simply hallucinating. If there was anything Golden Constant 87,001 wanted, it was his freedom from the City Lord. Something happened in the past, and he ended up pledging his loyalty to the City Lord, which means his entire life belonged to the City Lord. But after so many years, Golden Constant 87001 was now tiered and even bored. However, he didn't dare to show it and do his duties faithfully. But now, the chance of freedom that he never thought would come was finally here, and he sure didn't want to miss it. So, without thinking much about the reason for the City Lord's strange reaction and his commands, he accepted this mission, which seemed quite simple without hesitation. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I will not let you down. Good, I'll send the treasures and some more important stuff right away. This constant meeting concluded. The City Lord said, seeming in a hurry to return. However, Golden Constant 87001 didn't care since he was more eager to quickly go back and prepare for heading to the deep ocean. Constant meeting concluded. 669 Chapter 669 A Fair Exchange. Today, the mighty Whale City, the capital of the mighty Whale Empire, seemed barren. No citizen except the armored soldiers could be seen garrisoning the vast streets, and the city's defensive and offensive array formations were fully active. It was like a huge army was coming to attack the city as the tension was at its peak. Outside the city's huge gates, a garrison of thousands of whales filled with vicinity, and there were soldiers with powerful auras on standby above those whales. At the very front of this huge force were 100 whales adorned with golden armor. They were quite different from the thunder whales, for they had colossal horns on their heads, shimmering with runes. Above those whales were the strongest experts of the Empire, including the 4 dukes and the Prime Minister. They all seemed to be waiting for someone as they looked toward the dark waters ahead of them with a hint of apprehension that they were trying to suppress. The Whale Emperor looked at this scene from the safety of the palace with a grim gaze that screamed unhappiness and anger. At this moment, Prime Minister Alfonso, who was adorned in full-body armor and holding a trident in his hand, suddenly spoke sternly. "He's here. Please be on guard, everyone." The others flinched when they heard this and quickly informed their respected regiments to be on alert. Thereupon, a whale suddenly appeared, swimming in their direction, and when it was a few meters away from them, it suddenly stopped. On top of this whale was an armored whale race male who looked exactly like one of the soldiers in the army. But his skin was slightly wilted, his armor was tattered, and half of his face seemed burned by some poison as if he had undergone a huge battle. Alfonso's eyes narrowed as he clearly wasn't expecting this person but someone else. At this moment, that person spoke in an emotionless voice. "It's quite a grand welcoming ceremony for the mere handover of some criminals. I'm truly honored, Prime Minister." Alfonso spoke in a neutral tone. "I'm glad His Excellency liked it. But you could have experienced it even more if you had come here in person." "Heh, just like you, Prime Minister. I don't like to be in an unfamiliar place alone, and I'm afraid of crowded places. Besides, we are not that close, are we? This is a transaction of trust. You'll hand over all the criminals, and I'll follow whichever direction you point me at and never return your empire to antagonize it ever." The wounded soldier emotionlessly spoke like a puppet who was repeating the words of its master. Alfonso's expression fell slightly, but he quickly hid it behind his amiable smile. "We've already signed an oath contract, Your Excellency, so we naturally wouldn't have harmed you if you had come in person. This army was prepared to show you just how much respect we have for you. Aren't I flattered? Unfortunately, I'm a little bit busy right now, but I promise I'll come another time to experience your hospitality. Now, if you can fulfill your part of the deal, I'll be on my way." The wounded soldier spoke. "What a sly bastard. Not only is he cunning, but he even knows about the Zodiac Oath contract. I'm sure this guy is no ordinary monster, but someone with schemes." "I'm 90% sure that he did all this to achieve this," Alfonso thought, not feeling good after playing right in the hand of an enemy and feeling like they all had been toyed with. But they really didn't want to find out this unknown fellow's capability, so right now, there was an even more important matter to deal with. At least they were sending this calamity to their enemy's territory to disrupt their plans and get ahead of them while doing it, so they were not losing much. Alfonso spoke at his moment. "Your Highness, White Whale Duke, please present His Excellency with our present." Belle's expression was ugly, as if she had swallowed a fly, but she didn't say anything and made a gesture. The next moment, 23 thunder whales swam out from the garrison of whales. On top of these whales were formation barriers, and within these barriers were thousands of chained beings with listless expressions and skinny bodies. A rather timid-looking fellow was controlling those whales as he stopped right beside Alfonso and couldn't help but gulp when he saw the wounded soldier in front of them. All the war criminals and Empire's criminals on death row, as well as some of the traitors and spies, are here. They are all yours, and this whale tamer will be your guide to leave in a better hunting ground. Please let him leave after he serves his purpose." Alfonso spoke impassively. The whale tamer truly felt despair. He knew he was just an expandable pawn being used to steer this monster towards the Battle Shark Empire. What would be his fate after he was done with it? He wasn't very optimistic about it since he had already heard tales of this monster. "Very well, he'll return to you safely as long as he behaves and you guys aren't playing tricks," the other party replied. "Of course, we are not shameless." "Please rest assured, Your Excellency," Alfonso replied with a reassuring smile that seemed quite forceful and ugly. "I believe you, Prime Minister. It was a pleasure dealing with you." The other party spoke with clear sarcasm before he looked towards the timed whale tamper. "You follow me." Without waiting for a reply, the wounded soldier controlled the whale as it turned around and started to pick up speed. The whale tamer sighed in resignation, controlled the whales with prisoners, and followed behind him. Alfonso and others watched them leave, and they felt utterly humiliated, but they all knew that this was for the best. Start with the legendary key search, according to the Crown Prince's information he got from the Oracle. Only by getting our hands on it first can we truly wash away this humiliation. The Whale Emperor's rageful voice rang in Alfonso's head. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We'll pay back that monster 100-fold once we get the legendary key, Alfonso solemnly vowed. But what the mighty Whale Empire didn't expect at that time was that their search for the legendary key would lead them to something even worse. 670, Chapter 670, Mighty Whale Empire's Enemy. Once the whales with prisoners were completely out of the imperial capital periphery, the leading whale suddenly opened its mouth, and a giant dark figure swam out of it and landed on its top. The whale tamer was startled when he saw this, and his expression went pale. So, the monster was here all along? This was simply too bold and daring. After all, what would have happened if the Empire decided to attack? Either the monster was confident or simply wasn't afraid of death, and the whale tamer thought the former. Jacob looked towards the whales with the prisoner and then the whale tamer, making the latter shudder. He knew this was a risky move, but he was confident that a calculative man like Alfonso would not risk attacking his representative unless he himself weren't present. Not to mention they had already signed a Zodiac Oath contract. So, he only needs to ensure that he remains hidden, and what better place to hide than in plain sight? Stop right here. Jacob coldly ordered the whale tamer. The other guy gulped in fear, but he didn't dare try anything and quickly stopped the whales. Jacob then ignored the timid fellow and landed directly on a whale filled with prisoners. The prisoners were listless and seemed to have resigned to their fates, but it was quite clear that they had no idea why they were being shifted into another prison. Jacob then asked, "How do I open these barriers?" RRR replying to Sir, "These barriers will only restrain those prisoners with a special slave rune. Those without those slave runes can pass through these barriers without any restraints." The whale tamer quickly replied, "Oh, there's such a thing? It seemed your empire is quite proficient in the art of runes. I should have demanded this knowledge as well," Jacob commented impassively, causing the whale tamer to tremble in agitation. But the whale tamer wasn't aware that while Jacob was drawing his attention, something small and extremely thin entered his ear. He was simply too horrified and afraid of Jacob to pay attention to anything else. Jacob didn't head inside. He was waiting for Autarch to confirm whether what this fellow just said was true or if this was a trap. After all, the Might Whale Empire wasn't some random place that he could terrorize. He knew they only let him have his way because they wanted him to cause trouble for their enemies, or there might be another reason. He was sure of it after he witnessed the huge army. He could tell there were at least 3 Inception Legend rank experts among them hidden, not to mention the hidden formation they had installed. Nothing could hide in front of his eyes. He was just lucky that they underestimated him. When they finally paid attention, he was too strong in their eyes, so going toe-to-toe with him was simply not worth the effort. As for his promise to return that whale tamer safely, Jacob knew that even if he let him go, the mighty whale empire would never dare to take him since there was a huge chance that he had turned him into his puppet. It was simply too risky. He was telling the truth. At least, there was no more information he knew. Autarch spoke with the whale tamer's mouth since now the real whale tamer was dead. "Well, have him enter first, and we can confirm it further," Jacob ordered as he glanced toward the magic puppet. Autarch obeyed and controlled the puppet to enter the barrier, and nothing happened. When he had him get out, he was able to pass through the barrier easily, just as he had entered it. I guess that fellow should have expected that, so he didn't play any trick this time. Jacob chuckled as he finally entered the barrier himself. Without wasting any second, he directly started the harvest. After all, he can't have this huge target on his back while traveling. These whales were simply too massive, and one was enough for traveling. If they didn't have their speed, he would have never traveled on them. The prisoners were shocked when Jacob suddenly started to slaughter them all, but they were like sitting ducks because of the slave runes and couldn't resist unless they were ordered. Even if they were able to, with their current conditions, it was impossible to block Jacob. Like a grim reaper, he cut their heads and reaped their lives, dyeing the water crimson. There were even some prisoners of beyond unique rank among them. As for Inception Legend rank, it was simply too hard for such an expert to be caught alive. Even killing one was an achievement on its own. Only quasi-legend rank experts could do it, and Jacob was quite aware that there hadn't been any quasi-legend rank experts seen for thousands of years, neither on the surface nor in the ocean. But one thing that perplexed him were that it wasn't like the quasi-legend rank expert hadn't appeared among the surface or the deep ocean. For some reason, they simply vanished into thin air like ghosts. So, there were not many records about them. According to the information Autarch had collected, those ignorant deep ocean races believed that the quasi-legend rank experts were like gods who ascended to a higher realm after they reached the ascension. The source of these rumors was actually the Siren Hymn Temple. Jacob even got a piece of information about the mysterious ocean oracle that can predict the future or read people's fates, but he didn't have much to go with to believe it completely. However, the Star Ocean was simply too big, and the three empires and the temple were hiding too much from the common public. They kept everything under tight wraps. Even their high-ranking officers didn't know anything crucial. Only people like Alfonso and Whale-Dupes have secret information, but before he could get any of them, they had long fled in the Imperial Palace and then offered him this deal. This actually made Jacob curious, but not enough to avert his attention from the final stage of the first phase. While Jacob was slaughtering with a somewhat bored look on his face, as if he was crushing a bug, he asked Autark, "So, where did they want to send me? Let me guess, Battle Shark Empire?" "No, sir. This tamer has the order to lead you in another direction, not the Battle Shark Empire," Autark replied emotionlessly. Jacob's hand stopped for movement before slashing his sword again and sending 6 heads rolling while his eyes narrowed as he asked with an iffy feeling, "Where?" "The Siren Hymn Temple." 671, Chapter 671, 9 Anonymous Stars Mission. The Siren Hymn Temple was the territory of the Siren race. Unlike the empires, they didn't have cities or nobles' titles. Instead, they all worshipped the mermaid goddess. They divided their territory into regions, and priest lords were anointed to govern those regions. Priests govern smaller regions and are responsible for both religious and secular matters. Some may owe allegiance to a central high priest, and some may operate with more autonomy. This local control allows for a better understanding of regional needs. However, there is potential for conflicting interpretations of doctrine and power struggles between priest lords. Above all, the priest lords were the central temple in the heart of the territory, and no one dared to go against the central temple teachings or its doctrines. The Sirens were rather peaceful. No one dared to mess with them because they were under the protection of the three empires. They were also very proficient in illusion and mind-controlling magic. Not to mention, all the members of the temple have a strange power granted to them by the goddess herself. They call it the power of faith. But there was not much information about it because this power was simply mysterious, and the temple members never revealed anything about it. But for some years, a strange undercurrent went through the Siren Hymn Temple's territory. The peaceful situation of the region slowly became chaotic as those priest lords secretly fought with each other for power. However, the central temple never paid them any heed as long as they didn't go overboard. As time passed, the common folk started to notice that the priest lords were recruiting talented men into their personal armies. No one knows the reason, but it was quite strange since nothing like this had ever happened before. In one of the 18 large regions of the Siren Hymn Temple, the Holy Mar region, in the outskirts of the region, was the area for non-members. In this place within a house, 2 cloaked figures wearing some kind of oxygen mask were secretly meeting with each other. They didn't dare be careless because they knew if their identities were exposed, they might escape here with their lives intact. "Why did you suddenly call me here? Don't you know we are so close to achieving our goal?" One of them, with a small build, asked in a stern tone. He wasn't happy about this meeting at all because it was simply too risky. "I know it was abrupt, but it can't wait because I was specifically ordered to relay this information to you in person and everyone else as a matter of fact." The other one, with a tall and slender build, replied in frustration. "All right, let's hear it." The small one became solemn when he heard that this order came from higher up, and there was only one higher up above them, so he knew just how important this had to be. "The Star-Lord asks us to leave the deep ocean and return," the tall one replied in an iffy tone. "What?" The small one exclaimed. "Then what about all of our preparation we've been doing for over 2 decades? Wasn't he the one who said we must abduct the damn Oracle after she refused to comply with our request? And now he wants us to leave everything behind and retune? Does he think this is some kind of game?" He was absolutely indignant at this moment. The frustration and anger he was feeling were things he only knew. After all, they were living under this horrendous pressure they hadn't been used to for over decades, and if it wasn't enough, they couldn't even breathe or eat here without this unique oxygen mask. Now, all of a sudden, the same person who had forced them to do all this again ordered them to leave everything behind and return. How could they not have felt indignant and furious? Some might have accepted it without making any fuss, but this guy was already fed up with all this, so he naturally didn't care about giving the Star-Lord any face anymore. Anonymous 3. I know this news is very hard to swallow, but look at this from another angle. We don't need to take the risk of going against those fanatics anymore. After all, we all know just how strange their power of faith is, and that's why we sow discord among the priest lords all these years so they can rebel against the central temple. But let's be real. Despite over 2 decades of careful planning and efforts, none of us were able to infiltrate the central temple, much less get any information about it. That place was too strange. No scanner or spy equipment worked there. The most cumbersome are those bitches hidden within the central temple. Just one of them is enough to cause massive upheaval in any of the empires, and there are supposed to be thousands of them. If we continued with this plan, we would only have a 45% chance of succeeding, and they might drop even further since we don't know what abilities the Ocean Oracle and her successor have. If you asked me, the most powerful organization in the entire deep ocean is the Siren Hymn Temple. It's just that they are playing wolf in sheep's clothing. So, now that we have a chance to get out here in this damn forsaken palace and finally breathe the fresh air and bask in the real sun, let's just leave here quickly. As for the legendary key, at least we know it's not here. And the Star Lord didn't just call us back because he gave up. The tall one, or one of the 9 anonymous stars, the anonymous star number 1, mysteriously stated. Anonymous star N0.3 was greatly calmed down after anonymous star number 1's passionate yet calculative speech. He almost lost his reason in anger and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank you for opening my eyes, Anonymous 1. You were right. Since we got this chance to leave this damn hell, we better take it. And what's the Star Lord up to now? He wouldn't have given up on the Ocean Oracle if he hadn't had another method more viable than this. Anonymous star number 3 questioned sternly, as he didn't like this at all. Although he didn't tell me what he's been up to, from his tone, I can deduce that he seemed very confident and even elated for someone who had just given up on the Ocean Oracle after spending so many resources. He just told me to leave everything and returned with everything as quickly as possible. Something huge is about to happen on the surface, so we should be ready. Anonymous star number 1 said with an iffy look. Well, what can we do? Boss orders, right? Anonymous star number 3 chuckled bitterly before his eyes suddenly turned sharp. But are we really going to leave just like that? Anonymous star number 1 suddenly pulled a cruel smile as he meaningfully stated, We are indeed ordered to leave, but we were not told to leave without any bangs. Do you feel me? Anonymous star number 3 was startled for a moment before he burst into sadistic laughter. Ha ha ha, then let's leave with a freaking bang. I have enough of these fanatic fish idiots. Un 672, Chapter 672, Holy Polaris Region, 1. After Jacob was done harvesting, he secluded himself and completed his other foot with the longevity schema, which took a few hours. Once he felt the surge in his power, he mulled over his new destination. Although he thought the mighty whale empire would steer him toward the battle shark empire, that didn't happen, and they surprisingly wanted him to wreak havoc in the Siren Hymn Temple's territory. Even though it's strange, it wasn't like I didn't have information about the Siren race thanks to good old dead Masha. The Siren race has weak physical bodies because they are spirit-type races. The only variable is the faith power they use. Masha even knew a secret passage to bypass the protection of the large regions. I never thought this knowledge would come in handy, so I guess I'm going to the Siren Hymn Temple. Let's see what kind of bloodline they have. After deciding, he didn't hesitate to embark on the Thunder Whale and headed toward the east of the mighty whale empire. He could have hunted more whales, but this might expose his immunity to the oath contract, so he didn't think it was worth it. Moreover, not long ago, he also noticed that the blood of the whales or any species he hunted before was becoming less potent. So, he was already planning to leave for a new hunting ground. But because of the Empire's insecurity against him, they gave him a free parting gift. The Siren Hymn Temple was hundreds of miles away from the mighty whale empire, but with the Thunder Whale, in a few hours, Jacob was already approaching the outskirts of the temple territory. Jacob slowed down his speed and decided to leave the Thunder Whale there because it was simply too large. If he went any further, it would be announcing his own arrival. So, he decided to go himself. Now that his power had increased, the deep ocean pressure had very minimal effect on him. Obviously, some part of it was thanks to the art of nature. The territory of the Siren Hymn Temple was filled with exotic buildings, and the beautiful sirens could be seen swimming everywhere. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that, unlike the mighty whale empire's territory, the sirens didn't have other races among them. Most of them were beautiful women, and the male sirens had a very small population. The siren race was a matriarchy race. There were always more women than men, and their birth rates were similar. Furthermore, male sirens couldn't use faith power and were considered weak among their race. They were only considered good for breeding, and the more powerful the male, the higher his value. Some sirens even bought males from other races just to get pregnant and then killed them once they served their purpose. There was even a custom of killing the weak and old siren males if they had no value in society, and this killing act was called a sacrifice for the mermaid goddess. That's why this race was both gentle and ruthless and had its own dark side. Jacob didn't bluntly enter the small region since he would stick out like a sore thumb here, and despite having information from Masha, he didn't know the terrain of the entire territory. There were many small regions under the 18 large regions, and if someone caused any trouble in the small regions, the large regions would send investigation teams filled with battle priests who could use faith power. Even if he wasn't afraid of the large regions, killing those sirens in the small regions wasn't worth drawing the temple's attention yet, because they were mostly extraordinary and epic rank sirens here. So, Jacob had Autark scout and learn about the Siren Hymn Temple terrains and where how many high-ranking sirens were in the large regions, and for Autark, this wasn't difficult at all. After all, Autark could turn 1,000 unique rank beings into its magic puppet, and this number only grows 10 times if the target ranks lower than the unique rank. For example, the magic puppet's limit would increase to 10,000 epic rank, 100,000 extraordinary rank, and so on. So, very soon, a small portion of this small region was under Autark's control, and Jacob could now easily enter it without alerting anyone. But his target was not this small region, so using Autark's abilities, he paved his way towards the large region with a secret passage known to Masha. This large region was called the Holy Polaris region, which had over 300 small regions like this under its government. Masha came from the Holy Polaris region and even belonged to the High Priest Lord family there, so she knew about many secrets of this region. After Autark led the way, it took him a few hours to reach the territory of the Holy Polaris region. Autark then used Masha's memories to find this secret passage quickly. After all, even if Jacob knew about the location, the terrains of the deep ocean were almost the same, so only someone familiar with them could truly travel here. Soon, Jacob found himself in front of a building that appeared just like the others in this row, but it was empty and locked with a magic rune. Only someone with the corresponding rune allocated by the region hall could unlock its door, or the region hall would be instantly alert if someone tried to break in, and Jacob just happened to have one. It was a small black bead with a single rune engraved on it. When Jacob placed this bead into a small grove over the building, the door instantly unlocked and he entered inside. There should be an underground tunnel in the basement hidden by a concealment array. If Sir uses the runic key in Masha's belongings, the concealment array will be removed and the secret door will be opened. Without that runic key, the entire passage would be destroyed. There should also be a hidden lab in this passage where she used to conduct her experiment when she was hiding from the temple authorities, Autark revealed emotionlessly. Heh, what a crazy bitch. Even after she was exposed, she still didn't escape until she was content with her research. Jacob scoffed as he no longer thought about Masha, for she had long been digested by Autark and headed towards the secret passage. While Jacob was making his way towards the Holy Polaris region, somewhere in this region, a man in a black cloak wearing an oxygen mask was talking with someone on Starwatch. After he was done, a runic plate appeared in his hand, shimmering with dark runes, and he scoffed murderously before pouring his mana into the runic plate. So long, you damn fishes, I had enough of you all. 673, Chapter 673, Holy Polaris Region 2. The secret tunnel was extremely long, not to mention it was only 10 meters long in diameter, which was quite stiff for Jacob's size, but since it was underwater, he could easily swim through it. When he reached the end of the tunnel, it opened up in another building within the Holy Polaris region. But Jacob exited the tunnel when he heard a static voice. So long, you damn fishes, I had enough of you all. He saw a cloaked figure no far away holding a shimmering runic plate in his hand. The other party also noticed the faint ripples in the water behind him, and he quickly turned around. Both Jacob and the cloaked figure were astounded and bewildered when they saw each other, especially Jacob, who noticed the oxygen mask probing out from the cloaked figure's head. He's from the surface. Jacob instantly thought and quickly reacted by activating the slumber hex. Who the hell are you, and how did you know about this passage? The cloaked figure questioned, hiding the amiss feeling in his heart, and magic waves began to ripple around him. A 3 Steps of Legend expert. Jacob mused as his eyes narrowed because his hex failed, which could only mean that this person ranked somewhere in the 3 Steps of Legend. Jacob was even more surprised now because if this man was really from the surface and because of rank, it was extremely strange. After all, he knew how rare the 3 Steps of Legend experts were on the surface, and they all belonged to 3 absolute factions or equally strong organizations. Furthermore, from the little bit of mumbling he heard, he could tell he was about to do something when Jacob suddenly appeared. Most importantly, he also wanted to know how this man discovered this hidden tunnel. You're far away from home, aren't you? Jacob coldly stated while he secretly signaled Autark to move. The cloaked figure was slightly surprised, but when he thought about the mask he was wearing, he didn't find it strange for this ocean dweller to know about his roots. After all, these masks were rare, but not so rare that only his organization was able to get them. But he still found it strange for an ocean dweller to know about these masks, since only the high-ranking members of the 3 empires and the temple should have any information about them. He also thought that Jacob belonged to one of these powers, and since he was also coming out of this secret tunnel, this made him even more vigilant about his identity. After all, he only found this location through one of his secret slaves after spending decades in the Holy Polaris region, and that slave even assured him that this tunnel was only known to 3 people, and 2 of them were no longer in the Holy Polaris region for hundreds of years. Furthermore, Jacob's giant anatomy clearly didn't match any species residing in the Siren Hymn Temple. Not to mention, Jacob has legs, while the only giant species that could match his height, the whale race, didn't have legs while they were in the water. Only when they went to surface lands will they transform their fishtails into legs. This was also the case for the siren race and some other high-level species. Within the water, the fishtail gave them more agility and speed, and it was more versatile than the humanoid legs. That's why Jacob was even more suspicious. Since he was completely fine and could speak without choking on water, he still thought that Jacob was from the deep ocean and belonged to some unknown race. Nevertheless, since Jacob had seen him and he was standing in front of his escape route, he must die. I should be asking you that. How do you know about this tunnel, and why are you here? Do you want to harm the Siren Hymn Temple? He coldly questions while he secretly gathers magic power in his left hand. The runic plate has already vanished into his space ring. He knew that if he activated the runic plate now, he would be caught in the destruction. That's why he closed his escape route, which was now blocked by Jacob. Furthermore, he knew before getting rid of Jacob that it could be cumbersome to escape because he still didn't know his abilities. Since he was standing so calmly despite releasing his pressure of perfect stage beyond unique rank, it was clear that Jacob was at least in the same rank as him. He couldn't fight someone of the same rank in that stiff tunnel. It was simply too dangerous for him because he wasn't an ocean race member. Sir, he's wearing armor around his head, so I can't affect him with magic, nor I can't break into his head. We need to create an opening in this armor. Autark's voice rang in Jacob's head at this moment. Jacob frowned, as this situation was a first for him, but he didn't show his frustration since he could already seize this guy gathering power around his hand. He was also distracting him until he was done gathering enough magic power to cast a spell. He wouldn't give him a chance, though. After all, he knew all the corporeal magic, like earth, fire, and wind, other than water, was extremely weak in this pressure, and only the eternal magic, like lightning, light, dark, and such, was not affected much. The casting time was also affected for someone who lived on the land, and that was the main reason the land dwellers never tried to infiltrate the deep ocean. They were too weak against the natives. Swords appeared in Jacob's hands as he sprang into action. Using the water mana to increase his speed, he directly slashed toward the cloaked figure who was also about to cast a spell. He was shocked when Jacob suddenly attacked. His speed was just like the ocean races, so he was even more sure that Jacob belonged to the ocean race. But he quickly composed himself and uttered, "Sound displacement." Powerful ripples spread around the water, and when they hit Jacob, he suddenly felt intense pain in his ears and mind. Sound magic. Jacob's expression fell since it was his first time experiencing sound magic, which was quite rare. This magic has nothing to do with water pressure, for it can directly affect someone's mind. 674, Chapter 674, Fighting a Beyond Unique Rancor. Jacob's attack was suddenly disrupted by powerful soul waves, and his visions were even blank for a moment. When he recovered, the person in front of him was already gone, and Jacob suddenly felt danger from above him. At this moment, something sharp suddenly penetrated his left chest, and then powerful shockwaves were released from his body, threatening to burst his body. Jacob didn't remember how long it had been since he was wounded like this. He quickly focused his fire aura on suppressing the shockwaves and maneuvered around to get rid of this weapon in his body. He just gets rid of it when another soul magic spell rattles his mind. Even under this pressure, this guy is so strong. I shouldn't have underestimated a 3 steps of legend expert. Jacob thought as a sense of alarm buzzed all over his body, and he knew another attack was coming. Autark, I'm about to release the puppets we saved up. Distract him. Jacob quickly ordered before 3 whale race puppets appeared from his pendant. What? The other guy was shocked as he was about to thrust his spear when those 5 giant whale race members appeared out of nowhere and released powerful magic attacks. The surrounding water began to compress, making the surrounding pressure even worse. At this moment, Jacob was finally able to land on his feet, and his mind recovered. The runic lines around his arms and feet suddenly shimmered in a crimson hue, and the hole in his chest began to recover. Jacob noticed that the amount of cursed blood stored in his body was quickly depleting, making him emit killing intent as only he knew just how hard it was to collect this blood. He didn't seem surprised by the healing effect, though, since he had long discovered this property of the cursed blood, sound tremor. At this moment, the other guy activated another spell when he noticed Jacob recovering and those whales gathering blue magic power around his fist. Jacob, this time, didn't dare to take this spell head-on, and he decided to use the soul force to cover his ears. Although he didn't know if this would work or not, for some reason, he tried and then quickly swam in another direction to escape from this spell range. Although those whale puppets were at the peak of the unique rank, they were still nowhere near the level of a beyond unique rank expert. The moment the soul tremor landed on their bodies, they were ripped into shreds. However, Jacob almost dodged this spell, and because of his soul force, the soul waves didn't affect him at all. His eyes shimmered with faint blue light as he looked towards the cloaked man and noticed the boots he was wearing. They were clearly some treasure to move around the water effectively. The space they were fighting in was only 50x50 in size, and Jacob had a clear advantage when it came to reaching his 3-meter-tall enemy. Since he discovered that his soul force was able to tackle the sound magic, he has no more misgivings. He again charged towards the cloaked man, his swords shimmering in blue light, and the surrounding water started to revolve. I don't know what kind of tricks you are using, but it's all futile soul shift, he coldly scoffed. He still thought Jacob hadn't learned his lesson and wanted to charge right at him. He launched another spell, and he prepared his spear to attack him again. This time, he even stuck some kind of talisman on the spear shaft, making the spear shimmer in a menacing purple lightning. He wanted to finish Jacob off because he was getting a bad feeling about him because of the puppets he had just used. However, this time, something unexpected happened. The sound shift, a magic spell that could directly disrupt someone's movements by affecting their sense of direction and even create an illusion, didn't work on Jacob at all. In a sense, sound magic falls into the category of spiritual magic, and since Jacob has already awakened the soul force, which was the most powerful force of spiritual magic, it will not affect him unless he can also use soul force with his soul magic. It won't affect Jacob at all. Jacob had never fought with someone who could affect his mind, especially after achieving the soul force. But now that he did, he discovered another property of the soul force. Caught by surprise, Jacob's sword directly slashed around his neck, but as someone who was also versatile in combat despite being a spirit magic user, the cloaked man quickly sifted his body by releasing sound ripples from his feet. However, the attack still landed on his shoulder, and the powerful rune suddenly shimmered beneath his cloak, and a metallic boom rang when Jacob's powerful attack landed on the armor. Ah, the armor shattered, and a deep cut imbued with water spirit magic appeared, starting from his shoulder all the way to his stomach. Blood dyed the water as he screamed in pain. For the first time, he felt the fear of death enveloping him. He had almost forgotten this feeling since stepping into the Beyond Unique rank and was so close to achieving the Inception Legend rank. Since he knew things were going sideways, he didn't hesitate to take out a teleportation talisman and instantly activated it. Just you wait, he left these words filled with hatred behind before he vanished. However, Jacob didn't seem frustrated by it at all. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have easily beheaded him because he was too close to him. Because of the pain and surprise, the cloaked man didn't notice and thought that he was fast enough to escape. But what he failed to notice was that the moment his armor was pierced, an extremely fine dark streak entered his body from his wound before he was teleported. Jacob's eyes shimmered in a crimson hue as all the blood in the water started to enter his body. He could feel the dense vitality of that cloaked man's blood. His lips curled up in a bloodthirsty smile as he muttered, "I don't think I need to wait since you'll be coming here on your own very soon." 675, Chapter 675, Chapter 675, Exposure of Star Hackers. A few hundred miles away from the hidden tunnel's location, a cloaked figure with a deep wound on his chest appeared. Damn it, where did that monster come from? He cursed before taking out a bottle filled with glowing gray liquid, carefully attaching it to the cavity below his mask, and then pushing it. The gray liquid quickly emptied in his mouth, and the wound on his chest began to heal at visible speed, and soon it was completely closed. Damn bastard, he had me use this precious Beyond Unique rank healing elixir, not to mention that billions of ZC worth talisman. And here I thought I would leave without incurring any losses. Nonetheless, since I'm already out the range, I can activate all the rune booms and hope that bastard will be caught up in the explosion. Even if he won't be killed, he'll draw those fanatics' attention. Malice shimmered in his eyes as he was about to remove the runic plate, but he suddenly felt a bit sluggish. I'm tired so quickly? He thought in confusion, but then he realized that his vision was slowly turning dark, and the next moment he fell into entral slumber. Suddenly, his eyes opened again, but they were completely lifeless without any emotion, and he muttered emotionlessly, "How spraining, sir, would gonna want to hear this." The next moment, he quickly swims in the same direction where he just escaped from. After the small battle, Jacob didn't do anything. He just sat there calmly and waited while he slowly recovered his stamina. Let's see, it won't be too long now. I'm really curious about this guy's background and what he was up to, Jacob thought with a little anticipation. He knew he might have caught a big fish this time, and he was very interested in which organization that guy belonged to. After all, a Beyond Unique rank expert must have a high status in any organization on the surface, and that information could do wonders in his hands. Not to mention, it's been over 2 decades since he came to the Deep Ocean, so he was a little curious about the situation up there, especially any news about the legendary key. Although he had the key, it was still dormant, and he checked on it every day by taking it out of the pendant and seeing if there was any reaction. Furthermore, his Star Watch hasn't been activated in these last 2 decades since he didn't want others to distract or disturb me, not to mention he was still wary of the Star Hackers. After a few hours, Jacob suddenly looked towards the sealed door, and his lips curled up as he sensed Autark's arrival. He wasn't worried about Autark, and he didn't have to worry about him not getting inside even if a runic lock locked the door. After Autark became a unique rank, he was able to access the space rings with the mystic signatures of his victims. Strangely, though, Autark didn't seem to have his own mystic signature. He could mimic his victim's mystic signature if he were using that body. Although it was somewhat disappointing since Jacob would have been able to unlock all the rings with mystic signatures if Autark had his own, it was still enough if he got what was inside the rings of important persons. At this moment, the sealed door suddenly opened, and the cloaked figure appeared, making Jacob's cold and cruel smile grow even more. Autark removed the hood from the head and revealed the handsome face of an elf who was wearing a corporeal mask around his face. "So, who was he?" Jacob asked calmly. "His name is Dewey, and in his organization he was known as Anonymous Star Number 5, one of the 9 anonymous stars of the Star Hackers, which we also knew as Atlas." Atlas emotionlessly revealed. Jacob, who was calm, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard this. He was utterly incredulous, as if he had heard something wrong. "Come again?" he asked again as he stood up. Autark repeated the same words without hesitation, and Jacob remained silent for a long time. It was simply too startling for him. After all, he wasn't expecting to encounter a Star Hacker in this place, not to mention that he seemed to be pretty high up in the rankings. If Jacob were vigilant against any organization, the Atlas would be on top because it was simply too mysterious and careful. It didn't leave behind any clues about its activities and operated like a ghost. Lastly, its black technology made it even more dangerous, and the Star Network considered it enemies. Even the SAAI was against it. After calming down a little, ecstasy shone in his eyes as he looked towards Anonymous Star Number 5, who was now dead and replaced by Autark. He quickly said in a stern tone, Tell me everything you know about Atlas and what they were up to. Leave nothing behind. I want to know every detail about their organization, ranks, and hideouts. Jacob would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance to get a hold of his enemy's details, especially the enemy who posed a threat to every organization in the Lesser Planes. Autark nodded and started to tell him everything in Anonymous Star Number 5's memories that he deemed useful. He began by explaining Dewey's recruitment and how, because of his genius intellect, he was able to climb the ranks of the Star Hackers and earn the position of an Anonymous Star. It took a few hours to explain everything, but Jacob didn't care since he was carefully memorizing everything about the Atlas. Furthermore, he also learned about their hideouts and very high-level spies in the 3 factions who were directly under Anonymous Star Number 5's control. The more he heard, the more astonished he became, and his expression started to change when he heard that the Star-Lord had sent all 9 Anonymous Stars here 2 decades ago, around the same time he had vanished from the Dark City. When he heard about the Ocean Oracle and learned that she could pinpoint the legendary key's location, Jacob's expression became icy and foreboding. Although he had heard about the Ocean Oracle, he thought it was just a rumor, not to mention that the Ocean Oracle's location or affiliation were all secret. But he never expected that the Ocean Oracle was the true leader of the Siren Hymn Temple. She even seemed to have some say in the 3 empires. Her position was simply too high and important. Even Masha, a member of the Siren race, didn't know about Ocean Oracle's presence in the Siren Hymn Temple. In fact, even the Priest Lords didn't know, but somehow, the Star Lord was able to pinpoint her location, which was even more startling. However, he was still relieved to hear that the Ocean Oracle rejected the Atlas request and even killed the puppet they sent to approach her. But they didn't actually leave and started to make plans to abduct her by sowing discord among the Siren Hymn Temple. They were planning to cause a huge commotion by starting a war among large regions, and when everything would be hectic, they would have abducted the Ocean Oracle. However, this plan was not easily or could be achieved in the short term, so they spent over 2 decades and took advantage of the corporation in the large regions. However, they were very close to their objective when the Star-Lord suddenly called off the entire mission and told them to leave the Siren Hymn Temple and return. But unexpectedly, Jacob suddenly appeared in the same passage that Anonymous Star Number 5 was planning to use as an escape route after using explosions to cause trouble for the Siren Hymn Temple because he was frustrated about the mission cancellation. In fact, all the 9 Anonymous Stars were involved in this little stunt they wanted to pull off before leaving the Star Ocean, just to let loose some pent-up steam. In the end, this little revenge act of theirs ended up benefiting Jacob, and now he knew everything that could push the entire Atlas into an endless abyss of despair. 676, Chapter 676, I Need Her Gone. After Jacob organized all the information he had received from Autark, he didn't look very pleased. In fact, he suddenly felt a foreboding feeling because of the mysterious Ocean Oracle's presence. The Ocean Oracle's involvement in the legendary key's matter was a huge variable that Jacob hadn't even considered before. He was even compelled to summon Cursed Immortality and asked if it was possible to pinpoint the legendary key or his location through this mysterious power. But first, he decided to deal with those remaining 8 Anonymous Stars, because not only was it an opportunity to greatly reduce the Star Hacker's prowess, but he hadn't found 8 beyond unique ranked beings blood together this easily. However, it wasn't easy either since they didn't easily meet. There wasn't any good reason since they could do everything through calls and private networks. They have their own secret network called the Anarchy Network, which is like the Star Network but not as powerful. However, it was still powerful enough to maintain its privacy from the Star Network for a very long time and go against it to some extent. The black technology they controlled was all done through this network, and there were even authority levels like the Star Network for different ranking members. For security purposes, they only contacted each other through the Anarchy Network and weren't allowed to share their private star IDs with each other. This rule was not just for the high-ranking members, but for the entire organization. Lastly, what interested Jacob was the Star Hacker's private database of black technology, hidden information, blueprints, and other secret knowledge gathered on the Anarchy Network. Since they're going to retreat after causing trouble for the Siren Hymn Temple, we can assume the remaining 8 are up the same thing that this guy was doing, right? Jacob in a neutral tone. Yes, sir. Anonymous 1 was the one who told Dewey about their retreat, and he seems to have encouraged this massive destruction. He seems to hate the ocean races, Autark replied. A faint glimmer flashed past Jacob's eyes as he nodded in understanding. Then we can assume that despite not having an absolute leader among them except for the elusive Star-Lord, they all still trust Anonymous 1 as their leader to some extent. So, if we can hunt down Anonymous 1, approaching the rest of them will be easy and even easier to ambush them. All right, we'll go after Anonymous 1 first. Try contacting him and telling him you've discovered a very important secret of the Ocean Oracle and can only tell him that upon meeting. Make it as believable as possible. If you sense he's getting suspicious, don't push too hard. After all, they still don't know Dewey is dead because you are replacing him. But when you changed your body, the Anarchy Network would instantly discover his death and alert the others. So, we're looking to turn him into a puppet first, before that special Anarchy signature vanishes completely. When we're discovered, we can make it look like the Ocean Oracle schemed against them and killed them all. Let's see if we can find trouble for this Ocean Oracle. I need her gone. She's too dangerous to remain alive, Jacob coldly ordered, as he had already put the Ocean Oracle on top of his killing list. He didn't dare be careless with the legendary key, since calamity would await him if others found out about the key's whereabouts. Furthermore, he was also worried that the Star Hackers would be discovered about his immunity to the Oath contract, since he had signed a Zodiac Oath contract with them when he tricked them in the Dark City to avert their attention to the dead-free sword. This might be a huge blunder, and even more dangerous if others got hold of this information. That's also why he wanted to cause chaos among the Star Hackers, so they wouldn't be bothered by the legendary key's matter anymore. Autark nodded in acknowledgement and started to prepare by activating the Anarchy Watch, which was actually a modified version of the Star Watch by the Star Hackers. Although they couldn't fully grasp the technology behind the Star Watch, they were still able to modify it using their technology, which had been built upon countless trials and failures. While Autark was about to lay a trap for anonymous Star Number 1, Jacob fell into deep contemplation. It seems the unique planes won't give up on the legendary key so easily, especially since the time is continuing to be shortened. If there are hidden quasi-legend rank experts hidden among these organizations, as I suspected after encountering the Dark Battle Arena, then it's quite possible that they are already searching for it. I'm not sure where I stand against a quasi-legend rank expert with my current, but I might only be able to escape, not fight them head on. My only trump card against them is the Planet Destroyer, but it also comes with a huge cost. Then there are the ocean races. I don't know where they stand when it comes to legendary key. Although I've never found any information regarding the legendary key among countless victims of ocean races, the presence of Ocean Oracle changed everything. Since the Star Hackers had already approached her, she already knew about the legendary key's existence, but for some reason, she refused their request. It's either because she wasn't interested, or because she didn't want to give it to others after finding out about it. Then there is also a faint chance that the Ocean Oracle can't predict the location, or it comes with a steep price she wasn't willing to pay. No matter the reason, she must be dealt with. I can't leave a variable like her alone, and I need to hasten my pace of longevity schema. Since that's the case, Jacob's eyes flashed with a chilly light and a runic plate appeared in his hand. Dewey held the same runic plate when Jacob barged in on him. Autark had already handed everything in Dewey's space ring to Jacob. The runic plate began to shimmer at his moment as Jacob thought, I only need blood, and this little scheme of Star Hackers just happened to be aligned with my needs. I-677 Chapter 677 Carnage, in Siren Hymn, Temple 1 Boom. A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the middle of the Holy Polaris region, very close to the regional temple, startling many. Chaos soon followed, and this wasn't the end of it, not by a long shot. Similar explosions occurred at different important points of the Holy Polaris region, especially close to the prayer temples where the sirens usually pray to their goddess. The authorities of the Holy Polaris region suddenly went hectic because of this sudden attack, and the Priest Lord, the Polaris High Priest, was in the middle of this mess as he had to report this to the main temple, as well as to calm the public down quickly and found the terrorist who dares to attack the Siren Hymn temple. However, the sirens were used to peace, and their higher-ups were filled with corruption thanks to the efforts of some cunning outsiders. Now, their organization was thrown into a maelstrom because the terrorists attacked not just the temples, but the secret wealth of these corrupted priests as well. Now, they could either report this to the higher-ups, and once the investigation starts, they will be hanged for their treachery, or they could keep this under wraps as long as possible before clearing their traces as quickly as possible. So, most of them naturally chose the latter option, which hurt them even more. The entire Holy Polaris region fell into chaos. Upheaval was everything. The sirens tried to flee, but it was easier said than done because there was a protective barrier around the core of each large region. That made them sitting ducks. The explosions continued for an entire hour and left behind an absolute mess and ruins. The water was dyed in blood as pieces of flash floated around it. However, as the saying goes, someone's misfortune is someone's fortune, and that's exactly what this chaos spells for Jacob. He left the secret tunnel location before he triggered the mass destruction of the Holy Polaris region, just according to the Star Hackers' plan. Dewey especially placed a runic bomb around the secret passage, which would be buried under the ruins once he escaped through it. He was even planning on blowing the tunnel once he used it. But alas, he met with his dead person named Jacob, and now all this little revenge act was benefiting Jacob. Looking at the chaotic scene as the sirens desperately tried to flee, some were lifting rubble to help the trapped sirens escape. As someone who caused all this, he felt nothing. Jacob could tell that his mind was becoming extremely dismissive towards other deaths. He didn't feel anything about killing thousands of people just for his own selfishness, especially since he had started to carve the longevity schema. It was like with his outer appearance, his emotions were also stripping off. He didn't know if this was good or bad, but despite these strange changes in his mentality, the resolve he had back then, the longing for immortality remained the same. It intensified even. Maybe his mind was twisting in ways Jacob couldn't even fathom, But as long as he continued towards his goal, he didn't mind becoming a monster. Or maybe he had already become one. Let's try these new insights I got after absorbing so much blood. If this works, then very little blood would go to waste. Even if this draws attention, the Polaris High Priestess is only an intermediate stage beyond unique rank expert, and I don't think she would be arriving too soon since, according to Autark, she would be wiping her own ass. I must admit, these star hackers really know how to trap others by using their own greed against them. Guard me, if others approach, kill them all without mercy. Jacob issued Autark an order since Autark was still using Dewey's body. Jacob let him keep it until he got his hands on anonymous star No-Byte-1, who agreed to meet with Dewey after he heard about Dewey finding a very important secret of the Star Oracle. He didn't suspect anything, especially after spending 2 decades in this place together. They had developed a little trust among themselves, and this was the case for all 9 anonymous stars. Autark nodded and guarded a few meters away from Jacob while he released his puppet poison to create magic puppets. This was the easiest way to guard Jacob and not leave any witnesses behind. Jacob let Autark do as he pleased since he was the one who taught Autark this method and sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the runic lines on his arms and feet started to glow crimson, and the cursed path glory gem in his pendant started to glow as if resonating with the runic lines of longevity schema. The next moment, an invisible suction force started to ooze from Jacob's body. However, this invisible suction force didn't stir the water or anything else. However, something strange happened as this suction force slowly expanded under Jacob's powerful control of blood manipulation and his newfound understanding of it. Slowly, the water around Jacob started to become red, and the color continued to deepen until it stuck out like a light tower in the middle of darkness. Not only that, but the blood in the water outside started to vanish. This was not only happening to this small area. In fact, as the blood was growing larger around Jacob, it was attracting even more blood from far away, and this range continued to grow as the blood around Jacob increased. Those sirens, still pretty rattled about the attack, noticed that the surrounding blood seemed to have come alive and flowed in a peculiar direction as if something was attracting it. Blood, even from under the rubble, started to seep out, and for those who were still alive yet only unconscious, their blood also started to flow out of their veins. The sirens panicked again. They had no idea who was performing this strange sorcery and thought the attack was not over yet. Jacob, on the other hand, was completely focused. He could perceive the blood around him even in the far distance. He could sense blood thousands of miles away and attract it towards himself as long as it was ownerless or the owner had no control over it. This was all thanks to the runic lines of longevity schema. His control over blood was growing, and unknowingly he started comprehending another level of blood manipulation, also known as blood magic. 678, Chapter 678, Carnage, in Siren Hymn Temple 2. What the hell is going on? Who dares to attack the Holy Temple? A beautiful siren in a white outfit, who was emitting a bloodthirsty aura, roared furiously as she was looking at the reports of mass destruction, and even the western part of her own home was blown into smithereens a few moments ago. This siren was none other than the Polaris High Priest of the Holy Polaris region, and right now she was going hectic not because her people were dying, it was because her hidden treasure troves were also just blown up, and those lowly followers were taking full advantage of this situation and looting everything to their heart's content. This not only made Polaris High Priest's heart bleed, but she was panicking because once this matter of secretly keeping a portion of the temple offering reaches the main temple, her head would roll in her goddess's stone feet. No, I can't report this. I need to remove my traces quickly, and only then will I report it back. I hope those hateful bastards of the other regions won't interfere. She desperately prayed sincerely for the first time in a long while. At this moment, another siren holding a spear adorned in golden battle armor quickly barged in, making the Polaris High Priest jump in trepidation because she was too agitated. The siren in armor couldn't help but sigh, seeing the Polaris High Priest losing her mind. She couldn't help but think that she had brought it upon herself. She shouldn't have given in to the devil's whispers, and now many innocent lives were being harmed. "My lord, we need to seek help from the main temple," she solemnly requested. Polaris High Priest breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was only her chief Regent Templar. However, after she heard her request, her expression turned dark and she retorted, "Absolutely no, we can handle this on our own. There's no need to bother the Holy Temple for such a trifle matter." The Templar frowned as she was already expecting this much. "Forgive me, my lord, but it seemed someone has already done it, and I'm afraid the main temple has already dispatched Holy Hymn Templars." "What?" Polaris High Priest screamed in disbelief and trembled with trepidation. Who? Who dared to undermine the authority of Priest Lord? Sacrifice those heretics to wash away their sins? And what the hell were you doing? She ordered furiously. The Templar's eyes went cold as she clearly didn't like this behavior and replied impassively, "Forgive me, my lord, but that might be impossible at this moment, and I was also helpless in this matter, I'm afraid." "What? Why?" Polaris High Priest ground her teeth, and she found her Templar annoyed for some reason. The Templar replied with a hint of killing intent filled with hate and fury. "The thing is, my lord, the Holy Polaris region wasn't the only one who suffered this abrupt terrorist attack. 9 more suffered the same kinds of attacks out of 18 large regions, including the Holy Polaris region. Over half of our territory was attacked in just 2 days. This kind of thing is impossible to hide from the main temple. Now, I just received news that the Holy Hymn Templars will be here in a few hours. They already know about the attack on the Holy Polaris region. It didn't matter if we reported it or not. But I'm afraid if you didn't report it, they might suspect something uncanny about you, my lord. After all, it's been 3 days, and you're still keeping it to yourself. The Polaris High Priest paled, and she shuddered just after thinking about what kind of blunder she had made. If what the Templar was telling was true, then she would be sacrificed even without any investigation for hiding such a matter. Cool, quickly. We are going to report this post hastily to the main temple. We were busy rescuing those pitiful souls and praying for those who returned to the goddess's embrace. Do you understand me? The Polaris High Priest righteously and meaningfully stated as she quickly left towards a hidden chamber to contact the temple. After witnessing this scene, the Templar couldn't help but scoff inwardly and lamented, "She's no longer that sharp, witted, and devoted high priest anymore. She's cursed by the goddess for damnation. Even I can easily trick her now. I guess it's about time to clean up the territory." Her eyes turned deadly cold and filled with holy radiance. As someone who only served the goddess, she didn't have loyalty to anyone else but the Ocean Oracle, the messenger of the goddess. Despite growing up with the Polaris High Priest and as her personal Templar, she has no loyalty or any feelings of empathy towards her. She was a true fanatic and blinded by her faith. Now that she finally had the chance to punish the Polaris High Priest for all her sins toward the goddess, she would not miss it, and there were many like her doing the same thing right now. In the secret chamber of the main Siren Hymn Temple, the Holy Maiden Natalie was kneeling in front of the membrane-like veil, where the silhouette of Ocean Oracle Mercy was present at his moment. What's this strange situation? Do you figure out who's behind this huge attack? Is it related to the empires? Mercy questioned in a gentle yet extremely perplexed tone, and she sounded exhausted for some reason. Forgive me, your holiness, but this incompetent descendant couldn't unravel anything regarding this sudden attack. However, I've already contacted the 3 empires and made them swear an oath, and, unexpectedly, they swore the oath of innocence without any hesitation. Please instruct me what to do now. Natalie replied with a helpless tone. Did they take the oath of innocence? Then it's most likely they weren't behind this, Mercy's uncertain voice rang. Natalie hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Holiness, I have another piece of information, but I don't know whether I should believe it or not. But now that the 3 empires had sworn the oath of innocence, I couldn't help but continue to think about it. Please judge it yourself. I'm too stupid. Oh? There's something else? Tell me. You don't need to blame yourself for this, my child. You're too pure for this filthy world. Mercy gently said, which made Natalie's entire body tremble with ecstasy. She's praised me. Suddenly, an absurd smile flashed past her face, but Mercy could see it since Natalie was kneeling with her head down. 679, Chapter 679, Digging Your Own Grave. Natalie quickly hid her infatuation and stated respectfully, "A few hours ago, through our information network, we received a secret message from an unknown source. According to this message, all this upheaval is caused by star hackers of a secret organization on the surface called Atlas. And they were the ones who approached Her Holiness over 2 decades ago to find the location of the legendary key." Mercy on the side suddenly widened her eyes slightly when she heard this, and a cold glint flashed past her eyes. "Did you find the source of this message?" Natalie shook her head slightly. "No, Your Holiness. The messenger was very clever and used one of our own people to send it. Although I don't know how they were able to get a hold of this message center, whoever they were, they knew how to use it. If I'm not wrong, they should be one of our hidden informative, but I'm not completely sure." Mercy frowned a little. "All right, you are excused. Focus on calming down the masses and recovering all the damage. Anyone involved in this, even if they had the slightest bit of involvement in this, capture them for interrogation." Natalie hesitated momentarily before asking, "What about the priest lords? Although the attackers caused upheaval, they also exposed many of the priest lords' corruptions. They were completely aware of their dirty deeds and all the wealth they had hidden from us." Mercy dismissively replied as if she didn't care about this little problem at all. "Do you still need to ask? As my proxy, you should know how to deal with these degenerates better. There's no need to ask my permission for such trifle matters." Natalie's eyes flashed coldly as she nodded. "I understand." Then she quickly left. Mercy also left the secret chamber and headed towards the prayer hall where the statue of the mermaid goddess was located. But now there were many more statues, and in addition to those, there was a cloaked midget. "What happened?" the midget asked in a static voice. Mercy sighed as she grimly stated, "Unexpectedly, 9 large regions of the Siren Hymn Temple suffered terrorist attacks in the past 3 days. Do you want to hear something even more absurd? We received a secret message stating that those attacks were done by none other than the star hackers of Atlas." The midget was startled and uttered incredulously, "Impossible! They shouldn't be here." Mercy scoffed in derision. "That's what I thought as well. After all, you told me they were doing something else to help us locate the legendary key, yet here they are, causing problems in my territory." The midget fell into silence before replying after a while, "I'll look into it. If they are the ones behind this, I'll owe you an explanation." Mercy deeply looked at the midget's hooded face, which was enshrouded by a dark fog. She couldn't see through it, no matter what. In the end, she sighed in resignation. I don't have any choice in this matter, do I? I still don't understand the purpose behind all this. She said this while looking at all those statues emitting a peculiar undulation, and inwardly she felt ecstatic, but she still maintained her helpless expression. After all, she knew this deal was nothing but a godsend for her, and that's why she was willing to comply with this midget's demands. Didn't I already tell you? Since there's some kind of problem locating the legendary key, we'll just have to locate the person holding it. Freesword and his crew were the only people who were supposed to have it. Furthermore, Freesword last appeared many years ago, and his actions at that time were very strange, so this will greatly help us in locating the legendary key. Even though prophesizing a person is more difficult than an item, I've already given you more than enough for this task, he impassively stated, clearly having no intention of revealing his hidden motives. Mercy didn't push further since she knew better. After all, she was getting the long end of the stick in this deal, so she was content. She was just annoyed by the fact that someone was causing trouble when she was so close to achieving her goal. After all, once she achieved her goal, the entire Siren Hymn Temple could turn to ruin for all she cared. I understand. I'm just a little curious. After all, you want me to prophesize all the people on this list, and you even go out of your way to collect all the information I need to perform an oracle about them. I have to admit, you know even more than Ocean Oracle than myself, Mercy innocently stated. Don't overthink it. This is all just a precaution to make sure that even if Freesword isn't the one holding the legendary key, it could be with one of his crew members or anyone who came in contact with him. We need to end this once and for all since time is running out, the midget explained coolly. Like hell, I believe you. There is something you want from one of these people on this list, and I'll know once I perform an oracle about them. No matter how much you tried to hide it, I'm also a golden constant. Those who wander the infinite time are prone to observe time differently, she sneered inwardly but didn't let it show on her face. Then let's start without any further ado. Let me experience this fate soul formation that we spend so much effort and these many faith-type treasures to build. Mercy chuckled with a hint of excitement before she moved towards the runic platform in the middle of the statues. The midget didn't speak and only watched her going in. His eyes flashed coldly. You're digging your own grave by probing into the matter of Timeless City Lord, just like my old self. Under his cloak, a gloating smile appeared on his face, showing his sharp rows of teeth as if he were extremely pleased with someone else heading towards the same abyss he once fell into. 680, Chapter 680, Star-Lord's Plot, 1-1. In a dark, secluded area of the deep ocean, a cloak giant figure wearing a unique oxygen mask appeared, riding an ocean beast resembling a seahorse. But unlike a typical seahorse, this one has huge wings like glowing fines, and there was a large horn on its head. This was a winged bullet horse of the Siren Hymn Temple, which used to travel under the ocean, just the whales of the mighty whale empire. The giant figure controlled the winged bullet horse and stopped in this area after looking at the marked location on his star watch. He then sent a message and waited. Thereupon, another white winged bullet horse appeared, and riding it was a tall, cloaked figure wearing the same type of equipment as the waiting giant. Anonymous 5, I came here as soon as I got the chance. You should understand that I was busy with my region. The giant finally spoke with a chuckle, clearly in a good mood for some reason. Anonymous star number 5, Dewey, who was none other than Autark, nodded and replied with a contemptuous sneer. Heh, I know, Anonymous 1, since I was doing the same thing, and I have to admit, it was damn satisfying. Ha 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 ha. Anonymous star 1 burst into wanton laughter, very happy with Dewey's reply, and said, Indeed, we can't just leave those bastards alone after wasting years of our efforts. Anyway, we can talk about this later. First, tell me what you get on the Ocean Oracle. And you did well to contact me right away since we can be able to claim more credit if we capture or kill that arrogant bitch. Heh, that's what I had in mind as well. Since I have your words, I can rest assured. The thing I found out about the Ocean Oracle, Dewey started to talk, and Anonymous Star 1 listened attentively. But right at this moment, Anonymous Star 1's hidden expression suddenly changed as a sense of crisis overwhelmed him. Boom. But he was too slow because by the time he realized that something was amiss, a glowing bullet appeared out of nowhere and hit his spin. His armor was pierced, and then an explosion occurred. Anonymous Star 1 was sent flying, and his winged bullet horse was startled and instantly ran away. About 50 miles away from Autark and Anonymous Star 1's position, Jacob retrieved the huge sniper rifle lit in runic lines into his armor finger ring, and his eyes turned back to normal. He chuckled coldly. Despite the water pressure, the quantum rifle is still working fine, and I'm not even using the quantum bullets yet. However, some minor adjustments in space runes are still required that I can use to improve it slightly. Nonetheless, even a perfect stage beyond unique ranker couldn't dodge it. Jacob calmly analyzed this form of the planet destroyer and took a few mantle notes to improve its performance further. Nevertheless, he was still very satisfied with it and quickly headed towards Anonymous Star 1 and Autark's position. Anonymous Star 1's entire armor was cracked as blood, and his charred flesh tainted the surrounding water. He was too wounded to be worried about what had just transpired, but he was aghast and fearful nonetheless. After all, he never imagined that something like a single bullet could approach him, much less pierce through his defenses and almost kill him. However, what he didn't know was that if he weren't at the perfect stage beyond the unique rank Aura Expert, he wouldn't even be alive right now. However, he was still alive and conscious, which showed just how treacherous his physical body and will is. But Jacob also knew that a single atomic bullet wasn't enough to kill a beyond unique rank expert, and he only used one because he needed him alive. Autark moved according to plan. Once Jacob destroyed the armor around Anonymous Star 1, and Anonymous Star 1 was still in a weak state of absolute shock and pain, Autark used the puppet poison magic to turn him into his puppet. This part was crucial since if they let him die, the Star Hackers would know it, and then Jacob couldn't hunt the rest of them. The puppets created by Autark were essentially alive, but they no longer had their own will unless they could escape from his range, and this much was enough to spell the Anonymous Star's certain doom, and it would be a circle blow to Star Hackers as a whole. Because of Anonymous Star 1's current state, no matter how strong his will or physical strength, he couldn't resist Autark's magic, and soon, the painful whimpers coming out of his mouth stopped. Jacob, riding his thunder whale, also appeared at this moment. After seeing the blood in the water, he didn't waste it and absorbed it all. Speaking of which, after gathering blood in the Holy Polaris region, his cursed blood was filled, and even beyond that, for his runic lines were glowing in crimson color now, he noticed that no matter the amount of blood, the runic lines on his bones could store any amount of it. At least, he still didn't know their current limits. The more cursed blood he condensed and stored in those runic lines, the more brilliant their glow. But it also had disadvantages, as he always needed to hide them, or he would be like a glowing beacon in the darkness, and this annoyed him just as much as his giant height. Yet he had no choice in this matter, and needed to wait until he awakened his mystic signature to use the Gluttony Mask. Jacob looked at the Anonymous Star 1, who was a 29-meter-tall giant, even more gigantic than Jacob, and he mused that it might have something to do with his power rank since a giant's height was directly related to his prowess. He also felt relief since his height had stopped increasing after he started the longevity scheme no matter how much his power grew, or he might be the same size as this guy. Sir, he's a puppet now, Autark spoke with telepathy at this moment. Jacob nodded before he ordered, now, use him to draw the rest of the Anonymous Stars here one by one, and we'll follow the same plan. Oh, and ask him if he knew anything about the Ocean Oracle that the other Anonymous Stars did not. Autark was about to follow his command when Anonymous Star 1, who was now healing because Autark allowed him to use the healing liquid, suddenly said in an emotionless tone, Master, Star-Lord is contacting me. Jacob's eyes narrowed with a hint of surprise. Tell him to take it and act normal, and have him use the open voice function. I want to hear everything. 681, Chapter 681, Star-Lord's Plot 2WW. Slot Lord's Plot 2W. The moment Anonymous Star 1 accepted the call, Star-Lord's static voice with a hint of heaviness rang, How's the mission going? Jacob's eyes narrowed instantly because, according to Dewey's memories, there shouldn't be any mission for the Anonymous Stars at this moment, and they waited for them to continue. Autark had already ordered Anonymous Star 1 to act normal, and as a magic puppet, he couldn't disobey his master, so he replied in his usual static tone, Everything is going according to plan, my lord. The Siren Hymn Temple is in complete chaos. Did the others suspect anything yet? Star-Lord asked again without commenting on Anonymous Star 1's report. Anonymous Star 1 replied after thinking for a moment, As far as I could tell, only Anonymous Star 2 and Anonymous Star 7 seemed to have suspected something unusual while the others were only somewhat surprised, but just as my lord predicted, they gave in to their inner rang and go along with some fun before leaving. So, this was also Star-Lord's plan to cause chaos by using the Anonymous Star's pent-up frustration. Now I understand why I found their actions so strange. After all, how could a secret organization allow its members to run wantonly like idiots since the chances of them exposing themselves increased tremendously? However, the real question is why the hell would he need to use deception to trick them into taking these actions? They would have done exactly this if he had just ordered it, so then why all the trouble and manipulation though? It seemed Anonymous Star 1 knew something, and Star-Lord also trusted him over the other, Jacob mused while he sharply looked at Anonymous Star 1's wrist from where the Star-Lord's voice was sounding. Although he now had core information about the Star Hackers, he still didn't know who the Star-Lord was. He was simply too secretive and a very dangerous individual. He didn't leave any clues about his identity or any kind of opening to exploit. That's how he controlled those Anonymous Stars without getting bested up by them, and Anonymous Star 1 seemed to be completely loyal to him. Now, Jacob was thinking of changing his plan slightly, at least no longer going after the Anonymous Stars for the time being. This Star-Lord plan seemed harmful to the Siren Hymn Temple, and he even assumed that their end goal was still the Ocean Oracle. He didn't mind letting them do all the work if their goal was still the Ocean Oracle. Then, when everything was over, he would swoop in and get rid of the Ocean Oracle and, most likely, her legendary quality blood. You did a great job this time. But for some strange reason, your involvement in these attacks was leaked, and now the Ocean Oracle knows about it. Who do you think is responsible for it? Star-Lord suddenly said something unexpected, darkening Jacob's expression. How did he know about the secret message I sent to the main temple to sow discord between them and scatter the temple's main forces? Could he have someone at the top of the temple's hierarchy who could get this message? Don't tell me that message didn't even reach where I wanted it to be. Jacob was again slightly baffled by this Star-Lord's resourcefulness, and despite having a clear advantage over him, he still seemed to be at a disadvantage. Jacob then thought of something and ordered Autark to interfere with Anonymous Star-Run's reply, this time slightly. Anonymous Star-Run said, "How can you be so sure? You don't think we have a traitor among us, right? What a foolish question. You know better than to ask me this. After all our dealings, I thought you should have known by now that my words are not to be taken lightly," Star-Lord coldly uttered. He seemed somewhat discontent because Anonymous Star-1 was doubting him. Is he just angry or pretending to be so he could avoid answering that? Jacob coldly thought before giving Autark new instructions. "I'm sorry, my lord. I was out of my depths just now." Anonymous Star-1 quickly apologized, as he would if he were in control. Don't let it happen again." Star-Lord harumphed coldly. "As for the matter of having traitors among the 9 anonymous stars, even I found it highly unlikely. However, except for you 9, no one else is present, and according to the security protocols, you can't tell anyone about our organization or use its name in any way. That's why I'm also somewhat incredulous about this information, but it's 100% accurate, so this could only mean that one of the 9 anonymous stars has either found a loophole in the oath contract or been captured by someone who could infiltrate their mind without them knowing it," Star-Lord stated coldly. Jacob cocked an eyebrow in surprise. He almost guessed the truth. What a terrifying fellow. He deserves to die even more than the Ocean Oracle. However, he's too cunning and careful. Furthermore, I'm truly curious about how it is informative that he trusted even more than the Oath and Anonymous Stars. Moreover, if he's telling all this to Anonymous Star-1, then this means he's absolutely sure Anonymous Star-1 couldn't turn against him. I need information from Anonymous Star-1 after all. Nonetheless, things are becoming more complicated. If that's the case, what do you need me to do, my lord? If there's a traitor, it would be extremely hard to find them." Anonymous Star-1 inquired, and Jacob also wanted to know Star-Lord's answer to this question. It's impossible to find a traitor among them since they are the most excellent star hackers of the unique planes. I was only able to manipulate them after affecting their minds for 2 decades, and even that was for just this one task. Although it would be a real pity, the presence of a traitor among ourselves is too dangerous to ignore. It could be the end of us all, so I want you to kill the other 8 anonymous stars and then deliver their heads to the main temple of the Siren Hymn, Temple, and... Jacob was shocked when he heard this completely unexpected response and the rest of Star-Lord's plot, which sent a shiver down his spine. 682 Chapter 682 Bloodbags 1. After the call with the Star-Lord, Jacob fell into silence. He was thinking about what the Star-Lord had just said, and he couldn't believe this was his plan all along. Nonetheless, he somewhat agreed with the Star-Lord's plot, and even felt slightly appreciative of the guy for giving him this unexpected opportunity. Furthermore, he also starts to interrogate Anonymous Star-1 to get more information out of him, especially about his relationship with Star-Lord and why he would trust him over the others. It turned out that Anonymous Star-1 couldn't refuse Star-Lord's commands or go against him because he was poisoned when he was anointed as Anonymous Star No. 1 by Star-Lord. This poison was so deadly that even 3 Steps of Legend experts would die if they didn't take antidotes in short intervals. Not only that, but this poison seemed to be incurable, and Anonymous Star-1 needed the antidote every 3 months, or he'd die a gruesome death. In the end, he had no choice but to listen to Star-Lord's every command to prolong his life while he was also secretly looking for a method to get rid of this poison for many years. But just as Star-Lord said, this poison seems to have no cure. No one can even recognize it, so he couldn't just be Star-Lord's puppet and do his dirty deeds while taking all the dangers involved with it. However, Anonymous Star-1 is now a true puppet, and despite still fearing the poison, he can't go against Autark even if it means sacrificing his life. Yet Jacob still found it quite strange. Earlier, when he absorbed Anonymous Star-1's blood, he didn't feel any poison trace in him, nor did he feel any kind of effect on himself. So, he was also not sure what kind of poison it was, but he was still quite intrigued. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't have time to investigate poison experiments, so he continued to interrogate Anonymous Star-1. Although he received more new information that was far more detailed than Dewey's, he still couldn't find anything essential about Star-Lord. Just like Dewey, Anonymous Star-1 didn't have any clue about Star-Lord's appearance, gender, or race. That guy was too cautious and discreet. Nonetheless, Jacob still found something useful. According to Anonymous Star, after years of observation and his own hatred towards the Star-Lord, he managed to find something. Anonymous Star-1 revealed that he had received very important mission handouts multiple times on the outskirts of the Riddle Archipelago. He assumed that Star-Lord might have some connection with this dangerous no-return zone, and this would also explain the strange poison. However, he had no proof, and the Riddle Archipelago was too dangerous to venture into or investigate, so he could only keep his assumption to himself. He didn't dare let Star-Lord know of his intentions since he was afraid of dying. Still, this made Jacob even more wary of Star-Lord, and he decided to be careful of this mysterious guy. The integration lasted for quite a while before Jacob was satisfied and made up his mind. We'll go with Star-Lord's plan since it's aligned with my own plan. Contact the rest of the anonymous stars, we need to collect their heads. Jacob coolly ordered Autark, who was now in control of Anonymous Star 5 and Anonymous Star 1. Autark didn't tarry and quickly commanded Anonymous Star 1 to contact the others and lure them into their traps one by one. On the other hand, Jacob was musing, the Riddle Archipelago is considered even more dangerous than the vicious Calamity Fog Zone where I encountered those bugs. If this Star-Lord is really hiding there, then it would be nigh impossible to do anything about it. I guess I can't annihilate the entire Atlas in the unique planes. Without cutting off the leader's head, it would be only a matter of time before the rest of the body grows back. Nonetheless, this doesn't mean I have to be passive. After all, these guys have some of the most fearsome hidden forces in unique planes. Given Star-Lord's tone and how effortlessly he ordered the anonymous stars to be killed, it wouldn't be wrong to presume that even the 3 steps of legend experts are expandable. This could only mean they are hiding more forces that even the anonymous stars are unaware of. Then this also means more potent blood for me, and I might get something unexpected from the Star Network by going against them. Jacob needed as much blood as he could get, and the Star Hackers just happened to meet the bill. He was also very interested in their black technologies, which could help him further improve his own. Most importantly, he could evade the Star Network with their black technology anytime he wanted, so giving up on the Atlas was something Jacob didn't even consider, at least not for Star-Lord, since his threat was not big enough yet. After half an hour, Autark reported, "Sir, we're ready to proceed." Jacob's lips rose slightly as he nodded. Then let's get it over with, and then head towards the main Siren Hymn Temple. After all, we still have to take care of Ocean Oracle after this. Afterward, Jacob again took his position as a sniper far away from the area and waited for the other anonymous stars to show up. Their plan was quite simple. Anonymous Star 1 had invited them to a very important meeting and even used the Star-Lord's name so that they couldn't refuse. However, he didn't summon them at the same time. Instead, he told them to come at different times so there would be no complications when Jacob killed them one by one. Furthermore, since Star-Lord has already ordered their death, he no longer needs to worry about alerting the Atlas's AI and no longer needs to hold. After all, he got all the information he needed, and those guys now only have value as high-level blood bags. 683, Chapter 683 Blood Bags 2. Why did he call a meeting so abruptly instead of leaving? Riding on a winged bullet horse, a 1.8-meter-tall cloaked figure was deep in thought. He was Anonymous Star number 2. This whole thing was quite suspicious since the organization won't let its members be reckless no matter where we operate. Yet, all of a sudden, Anonymous Star 1 decided to be reckless and even told us to do the same. And now that we have caused so much chaos, why did he call a meeting so close to the Siren Hymn Temple of all places? No matter how I look at it, there is something going on. Anonymous Star 2 was always very cautious around his peers, especially Anonymous Star 1 because he knew they were the same type of people. Because of that, he found Anonymous Star 1's recent actions out of place, so he was always on guard. If those orders hadn't come from Anonymous Star 1 and someone else had told him to be reckless, he would have never agreed to them. But he knew Anonymous Star 1 had a deeper connection with the Star-Lord, and he was the oldest of them all, so he just followed along, thinking that the organization had some hidden agenda, and he wanted to know what it was. However, as he was drawing closer to the meeting place, he felt somewhat uneasy because of his instincts, which had never failed him before. Furthermore, Anonymous Star 2 has a very special bloodline, which he always hides from others, and even the Atlas bloodline analysis device can't be seen through it. Those instincts were also generated by this special bloodline, so he didn't dare ignore them. Suddenly, he stopped the winged bullet horse as his eyes shimmered in neon light. I've always listened to my instincts, and they have never let me down, so I shouldn't start ignoring them now. Should I proceed with the plan ahead of time? But if I leave now, I might not be able to enter the path of legend. However, my life is more important. I guess I have to use that ability now. If the warning from my bloodline is correct and my life is really in danger, then I'll escape a calamity, and the Atlas would also think I'm dead and gone. But if this danger is not from the Atlas, or if I'm wrong, then I'll just have to make sure they won't find me out. In the end, doing this will only benefit me despite decreasing my power by half. Determination flashed past Anonymous Star 2's cold eyes, and he no longer hesitated. After making sure that he was completely alone, he started to mutter a chat in an unknown language. Blood Hydra Incarnation. The moment he uttered this, Anonymous Star 2's entire body suddenly lit in neon light, and the next moment, a strange phenomenon took place. A faint phantom appeared behind him. The only noticeable feature of this phantom was that it seemed to have 4 heads. Suddenly, the phantom behind started to split, following Anonymous Star 2's real body. Thereupon, the cloaked Anonymous Star 2 was still standing on his potion, but the phantom behind him only had a single head now. But beside him was standing a figure of a child who was naked and covered in a neon membrane. He has pristine blue scale skin and a bald head with the appearance of a lizard and human hybrid, and behind this child was now a three-headed phantom. The child's eyes opened at that moment, revealing vertical blue pupils. He ordered the anonymous star 2, which seemed to have turned to normal, but his power level had greatly decreased. He was more like an empty husk right now. "Go ahead," the child uttered in his childish yet commanding tone. The anonymous star 2 merely nodded before he took off one of the 2 space rings on his finger and gave it to the child. Then he rode off on the horse towards the meeting place. Seeing the anonymous star 2 leaving, the child's eyes flashed with creepy coldness. "Atlas, if you dare to backstab me, then I'll make sure to pay in kind 1,000-fold. I better leave this darn deep ocean before the bloodline protection wears off. I won't be able to handle this pressure without the bloodline protection." When Anonymous Star 2 reached the location of the meeting decided by Anonymous Star 1, he was surprised to see the other 8 Anonymous Stars already there, who seemed to be waiting for his arrival. Well, since everything is here, this could only mean I was wrong. However, just when he thought that he was safe since all the Anonymous Stars were there, this means Anonymous Star 1 shouldn't have had any malicious intentions. After all, if he dared to scheme against him, he would have lost the trust of the other Anonymous Stars. But alas, he didn't know that those Anonymous Stars had already turned into puppets, and the moment Anonymous Star 2 appeared, a bullet greeted him from behind, directly blasting apart his defenses. Furthermore, because of his using his bloodline ability, he was nowhere near his peak power, so he instantly died, unlike the other beyond unique rank Anonymous Stars. Anonymous Star 2, in his child form, was heading towards the surface. He was only able to witness this scene before his clone died, and he couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine before his eyes emitted dense killing intent. Although his instinct saved his life again, he still felt a deep sense of betrayal despite having had such thoughts towards Atlas before. Still, this cost him a Blood Hydra incarnation, which was akin to a free lifeline, so he was filled with rage and vowed to get back at Atlas and Anonymous Stars for this. However, if he could have witnessed the scene further after his death, he wouldn't have had such thoughts because the moment Anonymous Star 2 died, Jacob appeared. However, there was a frown on his face since Anonymous Star 2 died too easily, unlike the other Anonymous Stars, which made him somewhat suspicious. However, when Anonymous Star 1 confirmed that it was indeed Anonymous Star 2's dead body with the Anarchy Network, and it also had his life signature and all, Jacob couldn't find any fault in this. In the end, Jacob's suspicion didn't last long, and he thought Anonymous Star 2 should be the weakest among his peers. Since he had hunted all the Anonymous Stars in these past few days, it was time to get their blood, while he naturally spared Anonymous Star 1 since he needed him. However, when he started absorbing the Anonymous Stars' blood, starting with Anonymous Star 2, he was shocked by the sheer potency of Anonymous Star 2's blood. It was like he was absorbing the blood of 10 beyond unique rank experts all at once, and this made him very curious about Anonymous Star 2's race. 684, Chapter 684, 5 Life Phantom Hydra. After Jacob had absorbed all the blood of Anonymous Star Nose, 2 to 9, he decided it was time to sculpt his lower legs, starting from his ankles. So he found a secluded place and let Autark guard him, who was now in Anonymous Star 1's body. But first, he asked Immortality what was Anonymous Star 2's race. His blood was so potent despite his weak physique. Jacob still couldn't forget about the potent blood vitality of Anonymous Star 2 and wanted to know about his race. If there were more like him, he didn't mind putting some effort into investigating their whereabouts. After all, the more potent the blood vitality, the better it was for him, for it would greatly increase his speed of completing the 3rd stage. Hehehe, so you've noticed that, huh? Immortality laughed with great relish and wrote, "Well, it's only natural because he has a true legendary bloodline like a wyvern, slightly stronger even. He's a 5-life Phantom Hydra, and what you've killed was merely his blood incarnation." Jacob's eyes widened when he heard this unexpected revelation and quickly questioned, "So, he's still alive? What kind of race is this Phantom Hydra?" Because the Anonymous Star 1 clearly confirmed his death, but you're telling me that was just some kind of clone that can even fool detection of a life signature and bypass the oath contract? Jacob felt agitated because this ability was simply too ridiculous, and he would give away anything to have such an ability himself. Furthermore, this legendary bloodline was even stronger than a wyvern, and now Jacob was feeling uneasy because if this guy was alive and was just a mere clone, then this meant he had experienced everything, and now he was in the wind. Although Jacob had quickly killed him, he still didn't know how much he had seen, which made Jacob frown gravely. Not to mention, it was quite clear that he could also bypass the oath contract like him, or he wouldn't be able to pull such a stunt on the Atlas. It's not a clone, but an incarnation. You see, the 5-life Phantom Hydra has a very special bloodline aspect named Lifeline that grants it 5 lives, which means you must kill it 5 times before you can completely kill it. Furthermore, the 5-life Phantom Hydra can willingly split those lives into Blood Hydra incarnation by sacrificing half of his lifespan and power rank. Although this ability is quite pricey, once it splits into an incarnation, the process isn't reversible, and a lifeline will be gone. However, if used in a correct situation, it can be a lifesaver and can grant it a new slate. When the main body split away from an incarnation, if it had any kind of restraints like contracts or unbreakable oaths, or if the body was afflicted with some powerful poisons or curses, it was left behind on the incarnation. Furthermore, the main body's life signature will also change, including the mystic signature. That's why this aspect is called Lifeline. It can grant a new life to the 5-life Phantom Hydra. The incarnation you just killed should be this 5-life Phantom Hydra's second life incarnation, which left him with 3 more lifelines. Since he dared to use an incarnation, this could only mean he's long gone. Ha 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 ha. Immortality laughed towards the end, as if enjoying Jacob's gloomy expression. I didn't know there was a bloodline like this out there, Jacob muttered as he was completely enticed by this bloodline aspect and couldn't help but want it for himself. But alas, he knew it was just a pipe dream since he had missed his chance, and the third stage didn't allow him to rob others of their aspects like the second stage. However, it was only momentarily since even if he had known about such a bloodline, he wouldn't have put his progress on hold just to search for such an elusive bloodline. After all, a legendary bloodline was simply too rare in lower galaxies, and hunting them required power, so he didn't feel much regret. But how did he find out about this ambush? I made sure the others hadn't alerted each other and hunted them one by one. Yet, this guy was able to predict and even use this ridiculous ability by paying such a price. Only someone with absolute confirmation could have resolved it using a lifeline, Jacob thought out loud. This was still very strange, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable as he thought someone was watching him. In truth, this question was directed at Immortality since he knew there was something more to this Hydra and wanted to know. Ha 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 ha, just ask if you want my opinion, and it wasn't like this is a big deal. He was able to avoid your little scheme because of his Hydra instincts, which are very keen when it comes to sensing mortal danger to their lives. Since he wasn't arrogant enough to ignore those Hydra instincts, he was able to keep the rest of his lives while only paying with 1, Immortality explained. Jacob's eyes winded slightly because something instantly came to mind when he heard about these Hydra instincts. Isn't it just like the fighting giant spirit? You can say that. Immortality didn't deny Jacob's comparison. After getting the information about the hidden secret behind the anonymous Star 2, Jacob ordered Autarch to be even more careful. Although he had already confirmed that there wasn't any hidden danger around him with Immortality, he was still wary of anonymous Star 2. Only then did he start the sculpting of the longevity scheme on his lower legs. This time, it took Jacob around a month until he exhausted all his blood vitality again, but he wasn't too depressed about it since he could tell after completing both of his lower legs and even completing around 2% of his upper right leg with extra blood he might already be as strong as a newly advanced Inception Legend rank expert. However, he had no way of knowing for sure, and Immortality refused to tell him his current power level. Nonetheless, what mattered most was the progress of the cursed bone marrow, and after enduring months of pain, it had reached 31,201%. After getting familiar with his new strength, he was finally ready, and he directly ordered Autarch, "Let's go, we are going to the heart of the Siren Hymn Temple." 685, Chapter 685, Hoist by his own petard. 1. After the chaos caused by the 9 anonymous stars, the Siren Hymn Temple was filled with gloom and in a state of emergency. Even the 3 empires had noticed this, but they didn't do anything and silently observed from the shadows. Furthermore, they were busy tracking down the legendary key's location given to them by the Ocean Oracle, and since this was an internal matter of the Siren Hymn Temple, they also didn't want others to interfere in this. However, because the main temple sent huge forces to investigate and clean up their rotten priest lords, this decreased the security of the main temple by at least half, which made it easier for those who knew their way around this place to sneak in. However, it was still quite difficult with all the defensive formations in this place. But if someone had the ability to turn anyone below the legendary rank into its puppets, then even this much security wasn't enough, not to mention if this also involved a huge scheme in place. This was exactly what happened, as Jacob easily bypassed the security of the Siren Hymn Temple and entered the heart of their territory with Autarch's help and the Star-Lord's scheme. There was a huge city in this place called the Mermaid Faith City, and this could be considered the Siren Hymn Temple's capital city. In this place, only those accepted directly in the main temple can enter after many passing trials and prove their faith. All the priest lords under the Siren Hymn Temple were also anointed from this place, which was extremely huge and beautifully built. Glowing buildings surrounded the colossal main temple in the center. However, despite its high security, Star-Lord was able to put a spy in this place, who was one of the 20 Templar Masters of the Siren Hymn Temple, which were surprisingly under Star-Lord's thumb. A Templar Master was like an Imperial General, and only Templar Grandmasters ranked above them, followed by the Holy Maiden and the Ocean Oracle, so one could only imagine just how startling the Star-Lord's capabilities were. When Anonymous Star 1 reported that the task of killing the other 8 Anonymous Stars had been completed, Star-Lord gave him this Templar Master's location and even an easy way to enter the Mermaid Faith City. Even Jacob was surprised by this and followed Star-Lord's instructions. However, Jacob still tweaks this plan to make it even more flawless. The original plan was for Anonymous Star 1 to approach this Templar Master, and then she would give him her identity and token so he could easily enter the Siren Hymn Temple. He was supposed to use an illusion array of beyond unique rank to disguise himself as this Templar Master. This disguised method was created by an illusion array of beyond unique rank, which put an extremely powerful illusion around the user's body and made him appear in anything scanned by the array. However, this method has a huge flaw, which is that if someone touches the body, they would be able to easily tell that it wasn't real and could easily see through the illusion, or if they had eyes like Jacob, it was bound to fail. That's why Jacob decided not to use this method. While the Templar Master's guard was down and she was busy explaining her role to Anonymous Star Run, he had Autark make her into his puppet. After all, there won't be any chance of others seeing through this disguise if she isn't wearing any. Besides, Jacob wasn't planning on following Star-Lord's entire plan, he was just flowing it until it suited him. Jacob manipulates all this while he hides in shadows, and once Autark turns this Templar Master into his puppet, he also has his retreat to him since sacrificing Autark wasn't part of his plan. Now, the puppet Templar Master was swimming in the hallways of the Siren Hymn Temple and approaching the core area, and she approached it, faint runes around the passage shimmered. However, when she reached the gigantic gate, she was stopped by another siren who had a muscular build. She was 6 meters tall and was wearing full body armor, and her eyes were icy cold. Templar Master Eula, what are you doing in this place? I wasn't told you have an audience with the Holy Maiden. The stern-faced armored siren questioned coldly while looking at the puppet Templar Master named Eula. Grandmaster Lydia. Eula greeted with a bow and her tone were respectful. She said, I seek your forgiveness for coming here without any prior notification, but this matter is of utmost importance and I had no choice but to come here personally since we can't trust anyone with going on recently. I'm sure the Holy Maiden would not reject my audience because this matter involved the attackers involved in the recent blasts. The sooner I report this to the Holy Maiden, the faster we can calm all this chaos down, Eula said with a grave expression. Grandmaster Templar Lydia, who was one of the 5 Grandmaster Templars, was an early-stage Inception Legend rank expert of the Siren Hymn Temple. Her duty was to protect this place with her life, and her loyalty was unquestionable. So, when she heard this, her eyes flashed with killing intent as if she wanted to personally bring judgment to those degenerates who dared to cause such chaos in this holy place. She even blamed them for corrupting their innocent priest lords. I'll alert the Holy Maid right away. Please wait. Lydia quickly agreed and didn't question Eula's credibility for a moment since she had personally seen her grow up and even gave her pointers. Lydia then took out a small talisman and muttered something in it before the runes on the talisman shimmered and faded slightly. Thereupon, a cold, majestic voice rang from the talisman, led her to the audience hall. I'll be there. Lydia then stowed away the talisman and nodded towards Eula with a hint of appreciation in her stern eyes. Let's go, Master Templar Eula. You've done great service to the temple, and you have my utmost gratitude. Eula bowed slightly and didn't shun away from Lydia's praise. It's something I should do, or I won't be able to show my face to the goddess in the afterlife. Little did anyone know, whether it was the Star Lord or the Siren Hymn Temple, that this was the start of a huge event that would forever change everything for everyone, especially Jacob. 686, Chapter 686, hoist by his own petard. 2. Lydia and Eula entered a grand hall filled with luminous pearls and grand statues. In the top center of the hall was sitting the breathtaking siren Natalie, on an emerald throne, wearing an impassive impression on her charming face, giving off an air of aloofness. She didn't seem anything like her docile self in front of Ocean Oracle. Both Lydia and Eula prostrate themselves in front of Natalie. We greet Holy Maiden of Supreme Goddess. Natalie merely nodded in acknowledgement before she got to the point while looking at Eula. Master Templar Eula, do you have something important to report? Eula and Lydia stood up while Lydia kept her silence. Eula spoke respectfully. Indeed, I received something unexpected a few hours ago with a message. Please take a look. Eula, under Natalie and Lydia's expectant gazes, took something out of her space ring. It was a large cylindrical glass container filled with a translucent green liquid. However, when they saw the contents of this container, their expression changed because there were 8 heads of different species, and they were not from the ocean races either. Natalie knit her brows tightly and asked, What's the meaning of this? Eula didn't explain, and instead, she took out something else. There were 2 scrolls, one white and one gray. The gray one seemed to have a runic seal on it, while the white one was completely plain. Eula then handed over those scrolls to bewildered Lydia and said respectfully, Grandmaster, please present them to the Holy Maiden after checking if there's something wrong with them. Lydia snapped out of her stupor and solemnly nodded. She then scanned those scrolls, especially the one with the runic seal, to make sure there wasn't any trick on them. After she confirmed that there wasn't anything wrong, using her magic, she sent them towards Natalie, who was watching this silently, but a hint of impatience was present in her curious eyes. They are fine, Lydia commented. Natalie nodded and received those scrolls. Then she opened the white scroll since it didn't have a seal on it. As for the other one with a runic seal, she knew if she tried to force the seal open, its contents would be destroyed, and she would need a proper method to unseal it. That's why she went for the white one first. However, when she read what was written on the white scroll, her expression changed slightly. For the Holy Maiden, I present you the heads of the offenders behind the chaos of your temple. Please accept my goodwill, and I left something important in the sealed scroll. The method to open this seal is known to the Ocean Oracle. If you give it to her, she'll instantly know what it is. Sender, follower of Mermaid Goddess. Natalie fell into contemplated silence, unsure whether to believe this sender or not. The contents of this scroll were simply too important to be ignored, not to mention that those 8 heads were also striking proof. Furthermore, she knew not just anything could enter the Mermaid Faith City, especially now since it was under a strict curfew, not to mention that this sender was able to deliver it directly to Eula without getting caught by her. She still didn't doubt Eula's loyalty, and it hadn't occurred to her that she was a spy. I presume that you weren't able to capture this messenger, right? Natalie asked in a somewhat grim tone. Eula nodded with a bitter expression and bowed. I seek your forgiveness. This person was simply too cunning, and I don't know how they were able to sneak this into my quarters. No one noticed it, and that's why I harshly punished those incompetent guards. I also launched an investigation to comb through the city. Natalie shook her head. I'm not blaming you, Master Templar. You did your part perfectly. Please continue with the search and see if you can find anything. I asked Grandmaster Templar to assist Master Templar in this as well. Meanwhile, leave that container here. I'll seek Her Holiness's guidance. I understand. I'll make the arrangement right away. Both Eula and Lydia agreed without hesitation, and they quickly left to search for this mysterious messenger. Natalie was now left alone with the container and the scrolls. Natalie didn't bring them to Mercy right away. With a wave of her hand, she pulled the container with the heads in her hand, and magic started to gather in her hand. She was scanning those heads to see if she found something about them. A hint of shock flashed past her eyes. They died very recently, and the element glyphs on their skulls have all started to spread through their skulls, and they are vague. They were beyond unique rank experts. Just who could have hunted them all? Some Inception Legend rank expert that I'm not aware of. When a unique rank expert started to understand their element glyph and started to convert their magic orbits into aura or spirit orbits, the element glyphs on their skulls started to bloom and spread on their bones, starting from their skulls. A perfect stage. Beyond unique rank element glyph would have spread through their entire skull, and their outlines would have been of a vague shade. A perfect stage Inception Legend rank would have their bodies converted into a spirit body or aura body, which would have their element glyph spread on their entire skeleton, and it would be of dark shade. Therefore, this rank was known as the Inception Legend body. For a quasi-legend, the element glyphs on their bones started to change mysteriously and spread to their magic cores. Those glyph marks on the bones appeared ethereal. This was the easiest way to identify someone's 3 steps of Legend's rank. If she had some doubts about their identity now that she found that they were beyond unique rank experts, those doubts began to vanish, and she started to believe the contents of the letter. Natalie then looked towards the sealed scroll in her hand, and she finally made a decision. Although Her Holiness told me not to disturb her unless something of absolute importance occurred, this matter is very important, especially this sealed scroll. I have to alert her. Thereafter, she quickly made her way toward the Oracle Audience Hall, but she failed to notice that something else was hidden underneath those element glyphs, and they worked as a smokescreen for it. 687 Chapter 687 Hoist by His Own Petard. Within the secret prayer hall of the Siren Hymn Temple, Mercy was sitting in the middle of the Fate Soul formation while surrounded by an ethereal white light, and the states around the formation were glowing brightly. In front of Mercy were a few dry corpses of sirens, and another siren was in the process of turning into one. At this moment, the light around Mercy dimmed down, and the formation also stopped. She looked towards the cloaked figure who was waiting for her to finish and said in a grim tone with a hint of shock, "This Herald fellow is also dead." The cloaked figure spoke at this moment. Don't you find it amusing yet terrifying that, including Free Sword, his crew is dead, but somehow he's still proclaimed alive? Mercy frowned and replied, I don't understand what you're implying. That's the thing. You can only perform an oracle on the person who is still alive, but you can't tell when and where they died. Now that we have pretty much confirmed that Free Sword and almost all his crew are dead, this has me thinking, who killed them and then took the legendary key? Whoever this person is, he has to be extremely cunning. Then why are you still insisting on finding out about these people's whereabouts if you think the legendary key has already been taken? Shouldn't we be trying to locate the legendary key now? With this Fate Soul formation, I don't think an error like before would transpire, Mercy stated with some uncertainty. If before she was speculating that Golden Constant 87001 was scheming something and there was something special about Free Sword and his crew, now she had no idea what he was trying to achieve by having her perform Oracle on dead beings. Just keep going, only 3 people left on the list, and if nothing happens, you can do as you please. But we need to do this until the list ends. Golden Constant 87001 coolly replied, but his tone was firm. In truth, he was also starting to doubt Timeless City Lord's decision and no longer had any clue what he wanted to achieve by doing this. If it were on him, he would have also given up after finding out Free Sword and most of his crew were dead. But he had to complete this mission no matter how reluctant he was, or he found it meaningless. Mercy's frown deepened. But since she wasn't the one exhausting her lifespan to perform these meaningless oracles, and she was even getting this Fate Soul formation out of it, she decided to get over it. However, at this moment, when she was about to continue, Natalie's voice sounded in her mind, "Your Holiness, please forgive me, but there is an urgent matter that requires your attention." Just now, after Mercy heard about what Eula had brought and that sealed scroll, she was astounded. She couldn't help but look towards Golden Constant 87,001 again and ask, "I just received a message from the Holy Maiden that she received 8 heads and a sealed scroll. According to her, those heads belong to the attackers involved in the recent incident. As for the sealed scroll, the sender stated that I should know the method to unseal it. Is this your doing?" Golden Constant 87,001 didn't refute her statement and merely shrugged his shoulder. "You were the one who wanted an explanation on this matter, so I'm giving you an explanation. As for that sealed scroll, consider it compensation and a written apology from the reckless person who offended you without knowing your status." Mercy's lips curled up slightly. "So, you told the Star Hackers who their real master is, huh?" "Sometimes, we need to teach our dogs how to behave in the presence of their master, or they might start thinking about biting us," Golden Constant 87,001 dismissively stated. "Heh, that dog must have been devastated when he found out that he had someone holding his leash and wasn't as free as he thought he was." Mercy coldly sneered as she agreed with Golden Constant 87,001's statement. The next moment, Mercy vanished from her spot, and after a little while she reappeared with a glass container filled with 8 heads and a sealed scroll. "Well, consider this matter over. I accept your explanation." Mercy seemed very pleased as she asked while waving the sealed gray scroll in front of Golden Constant 87,001. "So, how should I open it? I'm quite curious what's inside." Golden Constant 87,001 didn't reply and pointed his sharp finger toward the scroll. A faint dark blue beam shot out from it and directly entered the runic sealed on the scroll. The seal instantly vanished and the scroll was unsealed. However, what both Golden Constant 87,001 and Mercy failed to notice was that hidden in the runic seal was an extremely tiny crimson dot. The moment the seal was opened, the crimson dot vanished with it. They were both confident that the owner of this scroll would never dare to play any trick against them, but they didn't know that there was someone else who had touched this scroll. Now, Mercy was about to open the scroll when one of the heads in the glass container suddenly flashed with an ethereal black light. Mercy and Golden Constant 87,001 instantly noticed it. "What's this?" Mercy asked curiously, as she thought this was also Golden Constant 87,001's arrangements. However, Golden Constant 87,001 said something unexpected with a hint of uncertainty. "This, I don't know." Just as his voice trailed off, round objections started to pour in within the glass container, glowing dark brown. 1.3.5.9. The glowing objections continued to pour out, and soon the glass container broke because of their numbers. Both Mercy and Golden Constant 87,001 were alarmed by those mysterious, as they didn't have any magic fluctuations, but they seemed to be pulsing. "What the hell is going on?" Mercy was agitated and angry. "I don't know." "Quickly use your magic to gather them." Golden Constant 87,001 sprang into action. He didn't have time to answer Mercy, and he also had no idea what was going on. However, at this moment, the small round object stopped pouring out, and a 20-meter-long cylindrical object filled with glowing dark brown liquid appeared. The moment it appeared, both Mercy and Golden Constant 87,001 heard a faint sound, beep. The next moment, a blinding white light started to bloom like an apocalyptic volcano. 688, Chapter 688, Jacob's Scheme. A day before, Eula entered the Siren Hymn Temple with the head container and sealed scroll. "So, this is the thing that Star-Lord wants to deliver with 8 anonymous stars' heads." Jacob analyzed the gray scroll with a seal on it, but he didn't try to unseal it because he knew he would destroy it without a proper method, and his plan would fail if that happened. Eula, standing in front of Jacob, replied emotionlessly like a puppet. "Yes, I received this scroll a few days ago through teleportation transportation. I was ordered to hand it over to Anonymous Star Number 1 together with my identity, and then I was supposed to leave the Mermaid Faith City and return to the base." How interesting. Even Anonymous Star 1 wasn't aware of your true identity as Anonymous Star Number 10. He was also ordered to deliver this scroll with the heads to the Ocean Oracle, and was quite confident that she would personally receive it. "And your orders were different before, right?" Jacob asked with a hint of uncertainty. "Yes, the plan was to sneak into the temple together with Anonymous Star 1 when most of the Templars were away and kidnap the Ocean Oracle. However, Star-Lord suddenly changed it," Eula replied truthfully. Jacob frowned a little as he still didn't understand why the Star-Lord made such changes. "This Star-Lord really knows how to plant a spy, but I still don't understand what he wanted to achieve by this. The answer probably lies within this scroll, but I can't open it. Well, whatever, since his plan is going to help me, I'm pretty content with it. Go and wait for me to finish my preparation. Make sure no one comes to this place." Eula nodded in agreement before she left Jacob alone in this secret room inside her residence. "What is your order for me, sir?" Autark asked, who was still inside Anonymous Star Number 1's body and standing behind Jacob. Jacob replied, "For what I'm about to do, Eula would be sufficient. I don't want you to be caught by this, so it won't be long before you have to discard this body as well. I understand." Autark didn't ask further questions, became silent, and let Jacob do what he wanted. Now, how many bombs would be sufficient to blow up an entire city protected by a three-step legend rank formation? Jacob thought as he looked at the scroll. Jacob's plan was simple. He wanted to blow up the entire Mermaid Faith city with the Ocean Oracle. But to make this plan work, he needed to make sure the Ocean Oracle was in the range of those blasts because he still didn't know what her rank was. So, to ensure this attack didn't fail, he decided to use almost all his explosives that couldn't be used with Planet Destroyer. Jacob then carefully carved a space rune under the skull of Anonymous Star 2, right under those runic lines, because it would be very hard to discover with those runic lines present. Afterward, he stored all those bombs in that space rune, which had a 20-meter space. He had done this many times to make the Planet Destroyer, so it wasn't hard for him to do the same with a skull. All he needed were materials and to be extremely careful not to damage the skull. This process was like making a space ring and a skull of beyond unique rank being more than resilient enough to achieve it. But it was still not enough, because despite storing those bombs in this hidden space rune, he still needed a trigger to blast them. Since he didn't want to be anywhere near when this blast happened, he used a magic trigger. He first connected all those bombs with a simple magic rune that was connected to a magic remote control, and then he installed it in a sun missile, which was even more powerful than the one he used in the Dead Faction territory. As for its trigger, it was also very simple. It can be triggered by anyone and isn't complex. Most importantly, its size is minuscule, so it can't be noticed by others unless they are looking for it. So, he sneakily carved it above the runic seal of the sealed scroll. Now, even if Ocean Oracle didn't receive this scroll, as long as someone opened it or the runic seal was destroyed, the trigger would be activated the very next moment. All Jacob needs is for them to be present in the middle of the Siren Hymn Temple the moment the trigger is active, and he will still achieve his goal. To make sure it happens, he has Autarch as security. This will be the end of not only the main Siren Hymn Temple, but also the Mermaid Faith City, not to mention all the blood he would harvest once all those powerful sirens present in the city die because of it. This will also be his final act. He leaves the deep ocean for good because, after this, he knows a huge upheaval will start in it, and he doesn't want anywhere near that despite it being quite useful for him. He was simply planning to head towards the Dead Faction territory to complete the evolution of his Hex Core and to get rid of that damn Insect Queen. Furthermore, if he greatly diminished the power of the ocean races, who would go against the surface for him? His plan was far deeper than just getting rid of the threat named Ocean Oracle. Present over 100 miles away from the Mermaid Faith City, Jacob was sitting cross-legged on his thunder whale and was calmly waiting for his cue. Despite the ocean's dark surroundings, Jacob was looking in the direction of the Mermaid Faith City. Right at this moment, Jacob's eyes narrowed when he sensed something in the calm water. Did it work? The next moment, in the dark surroundings, Jacob saw a white light blooming far away like a rising sun. Boom. The deafening noise could be heard clearly even from this distance, and the white light continued to grow and quickly approached Jacob. Jacob's lips curled up. It's far more powerful than I've anticipated it to be. I should probably keep my distance. I can feel the incoming shockwaves and heat even from here. Under Jacob's command, the thunder whale instantly turned around and fled from the light at full speed. However, the light was too fast and enveloped the thunder whale. 689, Chapter 689, Pay the Piper, one surface, somewhere in the Star Ocean, was located a hidden isle known as Lightning Isle by its inhabitants, the Lightning Elf race. The Lightning Elf race is one of the hidden races of the unique planes and one of the few 3 steps of legend races. The Lightning Isle was surrounded by a purple lightning field all year long, and many exotic flora of lightning type were present in this place, making it ideal for those with an affinity for lightning. However, Lightning Isle still falls far behind when compared to the Thunder Giant mountain range of Thunder Giant race, the race with an Inception Legend rank alliance leader no less. Furthermore, if the Thunder Giant found out that there was another race other than them that could use lightning or thunder elements, and they were also keeping such a dense lightning-filled land hidden from them, it would not end well for the Lightning Elf race. Their reason for them to remain hidden all this time despite their prowess also happened to be because of the Thunder Giants. In the center of the Lightning Isle was a village of lightning elves. Houses were made of huge purple trees with white thunder-like markings, and many rope bridges connected these houses and trees like a highway. In the center of this down-to-nature place was a colossal tree, and on this tree was the largest house present in this village because it was the house of the Chief of Lightning Elves. At this moment, sitting inside this house were 2 purple-skinned elves playing a chess game. One elf appeared to be in his late 30s and had a handsome appearance, while the other elf was like an old man in his early 60s, and both resembled each other greatly. But the resemblance didn't just end with their facial features. In fact, the shrewdness and intelligence in their eyes were almost identical. If Jacob were here, he would have instantly recognized this middle-aged, purple-skinned elf dressed in an ordinary fashion and playing chess because he was none other than the former president of the Alchemy Guild of the Epic Plains, Nelson N. Elliott. As for the old elf who was making a move on the chessboard, he is Nelson's father and also the chief of Lightning Elves, Vincent N. Elliott. The moment Vincent placed his chess piece, Nelson narrowed his eyes as he almost instantly analyzed the board and looked at his father with a frown. Old ghost, are you going easy on me? Vincent didn't seem to be bothered by Nelson calling him old ghost, and he looked Nelson in the eyes as creepy coldness surfaced in his eyes, and he said meaningfully in his husky voice, I miscalculated. Nelson was startled when he heard those two completely unexpected words. He knew Vincent wasn't someone who would admit something like this, especially right in front of his son. He was nothing but merciless towards his own son, more than anyone else, in fact. Old ghost, there is something wrong, isn't it? First, you barged into my room out of nowhere and then dragged me here to play chess. And now you're making this mistake and even admitting that you've miscalculated? Don't tell me. You only being nice to, so you could go after Ellie? Nelson was fully on guard. He looked at his father as if he were a fiend and ready to fight to the death if he sensed even a little bit of hesitancy in Vincent's answer. Vincent's lips twitched a little, and he sighed ruefully. You have intelligence far superior to mine, yet you squander it by doing nothing but indulge yourself in all sorts of nonsense. I even let you snuck away in the hope that you might mature after experiencing life. But even after 2 centuries, you only returned because your impatient daughter had provoked someone she shouldn't have and almost got both of you killed in the process. Although you have matured quite a lot, you have become even more foolish in my eyes because of your daughter. She's nothing like us, and despite her grand ambition, she had no idea how to realize it without relying on you. So, if I had even a little bit of interest in her, just kill me right there and then because I would have lost my sanity. Nelson pursed his lips, as he clearly didn't like Vincent calling Ellie an absolute moron in roundabout ways. But he knew Ellie's shortcomings even better than Vincent, and what Vincent just said wasn't a lie either. Just leave her alone. I'm not like you, who wants his child to be a tool for his own ambition. For me, as long as she can live happily by doing anything she wants, I'll be content. And as a parent, it's my duty to make sure to correct her mistakes and protect her from any danger. Even if it means sacrificing my pride, even my life is too cheap compared to hers. He didn't have any shred of mischief when he said those words, and he was solemn. Vincent looked deeply into Nelson's determined, unwavering eyes and sighed ruefully again. I know I haven't done a good job as a father after your mother passed away, but that doesn't mean I consider you a tool for my ambition. And I can imagine why you feel like that. I guess we never even talked like this before, have we? Vincent chuckled in a self-depraved manner. Nelson's expression became grave when he saw Vincent behaving like a gambler who had lost everything and was now seeking redemption. He instantly sensed something was amiss with Vincent. Old ghost, be honest with me. Is there a problem even you can't solve? Tell me. We might have our differences, but I can still help you. After all, even if I hate to admit it, we are still family. Vincent remained silent for a while before his lips rose in a faint smile, which sent a shiver down Nelson's spine because he didn't remember the last time Vincent had that kind of smile on his face. He had a very bad feeling about this. Vincent finally spoke at this moment. Since you said that it's a parent's duty to protect their children and defend them even if they make a grave mistake. Now, I wonder if the child would have the same sense of responsibility if the parents ended up making such mistakes. Enough with your riddles. Just come clean with me. What the hell did you do? Nelson barked with a hint of agitation. Nelson didn't like the look in Vincent's eyes because he knew that if someone like Vincent was saying he made a mistake, then this matter was huge, so huge that it might involve the entire unique planes. 690, Chapter 690, Chapter 690. Pay the piper. 2. Vincent didn't lose his composure like Nelson and said, Why are you reacting like your daughter? Didn't I always teach you to be calm no matter the situation? I guess she got that impatience from you after all. Old ghost, do you still have a mind to joke? Just tell me, what's the matter? Or is this one of your mind games? Nelson questioned with a dark expression, but he just knew Vincent was serious. Vincent sighed again and said, Well, since things are turning hectic, hiding from you will be meaningless. You have long guessed about my identity as the Star Lord of the Star Hackers, and this is one of the reasons you decided to run away back then, isn't that right? Nelson's eyes narrowed. And why are you admitting it right now? He didn't deny Vincent's claim, and his heart became heavy. Vincent replied with a deep tone, Nelson, I never intended to hide it from you to begin with. Do you think back then it was a mere coincidence that you stumbled upon my meeting with number 1? Nelson's eyes winded at this moment as he suddenly thought of something, and he exclaimed, You were testing me. Do you want to see how I reacted after learning that you were the leader of the Star Hackers, the biggest criminal organization of the unique plane? Just what were you thinking, and why didn't you tell me or even stop me from sneaking away? Now, I'm sure you knew everything, so why? If I tell you I want to test you and then recruit you into the organization as my successor as the next Star-Lord, would you believe me? Vincent questioned back, his expression impossible to read. Nelson thought for a moment before he shook his head. No, I won't completely believe it. That might have been a test, but that test wasn't just simply about seeing how I react, wasn't it? Vincent's lips rose slightly as he nodded, as expected of my son. Indeed, it wasn't just about seeing how you react after learning my identity. I also wanted to give you a choice to choose another path, a path different from mine. Although you ended up choosing that path, I was expecting a lot more to tell you the truth, and you really disappointed me. Well, I guess I'm the one to blame for it as well, since I thought you were like me, who wanted to hold power to rule everything. His voice was filled with disappointment, but there was a hint of guilt hidden in it. Nelson's eyes dilated a little, and he coldly stated, "Since I disappoint you, why are we having this chat? Just what had you done? Is it related to star hackers? Don't tell me someone is rebelling against you and they are succeeding. If it's true, then I'm even more disappointed in you, old ghost." Vincent's eyes turned deadly cold as he retorted, "If that were the case, it would have been quite intriguing to tell you the truth. You know, I rise from nothing, especially when our race was on the verge of annihilation because the Thunder Giants wanted our secret technique. I saved as many of our clansmen as I could and then hid them when everyone was searching for us like bloody hounds. Then I joined the Atlas and climbed my way up to the rank of Star Lord by defeating that useless, good-for-nothing idiot. Then I even found this place for our race to flourish. Now, almost all those people who had witnessed that calamity have died, and I'm the only one alive. Those newcomers didn't even remember their past and just how much their predecessors had sacrificed for them, you included. However, truthfully, I don't care because my ambition wasn't just to end in the unique plains. I wanted to escape this backwater place and enter the ocean named the Middle Plains. But I'm a selfish person who didn't want to discard what I've achieved through so much effort. That's why I want to leave behind my legacy, and that's why I made you. However, when the time arrived, I think I got soft-hearted because you are my own flesh and blood. I knew from the start that you were different because you never had to suffer anything that I did. And why should you? After all, what's the meaning of having so much power if I can't even give my own son what he wants? So, I just let you do as you wish, especially after you decided to look away and abandon your birthright. Even after you returned as my granddaughter, you just decided to live peacefully and support your own child. You could have asked me to let you join the Atlas since you might have thought that I was testing you. You even hide this information from Ellie because you knew if she finds out, she will definitely want to join it because she craves power just like her grandfather, and she doesn't want to spend her life in this barren village. Well, I can't blame you for it since you knew if she joined Atlas, you wouldn't be able to help her unless you were in a high position. Knowing me, I would rather let her die than cover up for her mistakes. I could have also used her to make you join the Atlas because she's your weakness, but again, I didn't and leave you alone. Vincent smiled in self-mockery because he was admitting that even something as ruthless as him couldn't bring himself to force his own flesh and blood into this inescapable quicksand. Nelson also felt complicated as he looked at his father. He had never seen the man like this. As far as he could remember, the Vincent he knew was ruthless and calculative. He wouldn't hesitate to push even his own child to death to achieve his own goal. But now the Vincent in front of him wasn't giving him that vibe. He just appeared to be an old man filled with regret. "I'm asking you again, why are you telling me all this now? If you need my help, just ask. We are family, you old fool." Nelson scoffed with a somewhat warm tone, and he felt irritated seeing his father like this. After all, he might not admit it, but Vincent was still the person he respected the most in this world. "Family," Vincent muttered before he looked at Nelson and smiled. His smile was warm but filled with regret. "I am telling you all this because I finally realized that the position of power that I was so reluctant to let go of and waste my life to acquire was nothing but an illusion." "What do you mean?" Nelson asked with squinted eyes. "I always thought that I was the one manipulating the chessboard named Unique Planes, but it turned out that someone else was the real player, and I am just like everyone else, a chess piece who thought he had escaped the chessboard. The star hackers are actually—" Vincent was about to reveal something when his expression changed. At that moment, a static voice rang in his mind. "Star-Lord, the Lord has demanded an audience with you immediately. Please head to this location, 197-1983-3974-3234 within an hour, or you'll be deemed a traitor." 691, Chapter 691, Pay the Piper. 3. On a remote island with a scarce amount of mana, Star-Lord, or more accurately, Vincent, appeared wearing dark robes with a hood covering his head. He approached a tree that seemed just like any other tree on this island and pressed his hand on it. The next moment, the star watch on his wrist shimmered, and the tree suddenly trembled before a myriad of runes appeared on its surface, and a runic circle appeared under Vincent. The next moment, Vincent's figure vanished without a trace, and the tree returned to its normal state as if nothing had happened. Thereafter, Vincent was teleported into a dark space where the only source of light was a white goblet ignited with blue flames. Where is this place? Vincent's eyes narrowed, and an uneasy feeling gripped his heart because he hadn't been in this place before, and the atmosphere didn't sit too well with him either. However, he didn't have the option to not come in this, because the person who summoned him wasn't someone he could just refuse or even question his decision. He was no longer the master of his own because he recently discovered a scary truth about the Atlas, and that was, the star hackers weren't the core of Atlas. Instead, they were just Atlas's branch, and this discovery shocked Vincent to his very core. Vincent still might have been ignorant about this fact if he hadn't started the chaos in the Siren Hymn Temple. Truth be told, this discovery hit him harder than anything in his life, and he almost lost his purpose in life. But when he thought about it more carefully, a sudden realization hit him. Since even the star hackers were a mere branch of this organization that nobody was aware of, what if he could join their ranks and then reach the top? Wasn't it far better? However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy since they were far more careful. He didn't even know about them despite being the Star Lord of the Star Hackers for so many years. He knew joining their ranks would be too difficult, and with his lifespan approaching its end, he didn't have time to play the long game. So, he decided to be obedient, at least until he entered the Middle Planes, became a Fable legendary rank being, and increased his lifespan. He was sure that a Fable legendary rank wouldn't be ignored, and he might have a chance to join the actual organization's rank. He even thought this might be the chance he had been waiting for. If only he knew just how ignorant he was and that this was just a pipe dream. At this moment, a static voice rang from the Goblet of Fire, Star-Lord, or should I say, Vincent N. Elliott of Lightning Elves. It's our first time speaking to each other. Vincent's eyes narrowed as he looked at the blazing blue flames and bowed his head submissively. I was also quite curious about the Lord. I'm honored to have an audience with you finally. His tone was respectful, or he was making it that way. Heh, you didn't sound like someone who discovered he isn't the top bosses of the Atlas. But that's the thing I liked about you, Vincent. You are the most competent Star Lord of the Star Hackers I've ever seen in the Unique Planes, and that's the only reason I'm willing to give you another chance to admit your sin. The voice suddenly turned icy as a mountainous pressure suddenly enveloped Vincent out of nowhere. Vincent's expression paled, and he instantly fell on his knees without even putting any resistance. It was like he was a helpless common rank in front of a unique rank being. The gap in power was simply too great. How is this possible? I'm an initial stage quasi-legend rank, damn it. Vincent was completely horrified, and any thought of resisting this lord dashed instantaneously. Sin, but I've already made amends and even handed over the ancient forbidden formula for my mistake. B, but if it's not enough, please tell me how I should make up for my ignorant mistake. Vincent spoke while clenching his teeth, as he was finding it hard to breathe properly. He still thinks this was all happening because of the chaos he caused in the Siren Hymn Temple, and the compensation he handed over still wasn't enough to make amends. He was already holding on to something else just in case things went south, and it seemed he had to use it now. Although it was his biggest secret, as long as he could live, he didn't care what he had to sacrifice. The voice sounded startled and fell into silence, but the pressure didn't decrease a little bit. After an eerie wait, the voice spoke again. Why do I get this feeling that you have no idea what you just did? I only followed the decree I received from the Anarchy that day. If I made a mistake, please give me another chance to make it right. If that ancient forbidden formation isn't enough to make up for my mistake, I'm willing to hand over something else, Vincent quickly replied. We are not on the same page, are we? The voice muttered before it spoke in a cold tone. Didn't you rigid with the forbidden formation scroll in the hope you might be able to kill me with it? Vincent was flabbergasted when he heard that absurd accusation and quickly shook his head. No, I won't dare. I know my limit. Please think about it. Why would I risk doing anything to you when I'm not even sure if you are the leader of Atlas? For all I know, you could be just a proxy for the real leader. Furthermore, I won't get anything out of it because I'm not even part of the real Atlas and have no clue about its real purpose or its whereabouts. Not to mention, even if I had such thoughts, I would never dare to do something so foolish and then show my face. This is clearly a huge misunderstanding. He tried to explain the best he could because he sensed something had gone wrong with the delivery. Now that you said it out loud, it is indeed quite peculiar, and I know how astute you are. The voice seemed convinced, but the pressure on Vincent still didn't decrease even a little. Very well, I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence. If you really have nothing to do with this, then I want you to find the true culprit. Since it was your men who made the delivery, the responsibility to find the truth is also yours. Prove your innocence first and then your competence. If you fail to do any one of them, prepare to suffer the consequences, for there is no place for incompetent people in Atlas, the voice coldly declared. Vincent was really at a loss this time around. He didn't even know what he was being accused of when he had done nothing. But the other party didn't give him any chance to explain, and at this moment, some kind of mechanism suddenly triggered, and the floor in front of Vincent suddenly slid open. The next moment, a white pillar with multicolor runic lines started to rise from the open floor. Vincent's eyes widened in disbelief when he thought about the origin of this pillar and even thought he was hallucinating because this pillar should only exist in one place. At this moment, the voice spoke again with a hint of playfulness as if he had guessed what Vincent was thinking. Vincent, prove your innocence by going through the trial of Truth Pillar. Verse 692. Chapter 692, The End or the Beginning. 1. When a sudden, blinding flash erupted from the depths of the ocean, turning the inky blackness into a searing white, many witnessed this scene and felt the raw power sear their retinas. Those who were anywhere near close to the range of white light lurched violently, tossed around like toys in a bathtub by an unseen giant. Silence, an unnatural silence descended, broken only by the groaning tremors and shockwaves like raging beasts. This lasted for about 5 minutes before the light started to fade away. However, despite the blinding light absence, it didn't mean everything had returned to normal. It was far from it. The temperature of the area around the blast was like a raging inferno as huge amounts of bubbles and fog were rising and spreading, making it impossible for anything to be visible. In this fiery fog, Jacob's figure was floating in the water, completely unbothered by the high temperature or the powerful radiation around him. But the thunder whale mount of his was nowhere to be seen, and there were some faint burning marks on his winder breaker. I thought I would end up in a somewhat miserable state, but it seems I've underestimated the cursed bone marrow stage. Not only my resistance to fire and poison has increased, but I can even sense the dense blood mixed in this fog and water. The explosion was simply too strong, and I don't think anything would have survived. Even if they did, they would have already turned into ashes because of the radiation heat waves. But just to make sure those 3 steps of legends are really gone, I better check. After all, since nothing happened to me, it might be because I was too far away from the explosion. Let's see how the epicenter of the explosion is doing. Furthermore, the closer I'm to the source of blood, I'll be able to gather it more quickly, even if it completely diluted into water or fog. As long as the blood is in some kind of tangible state, I can extract it, and this ability is getting stronger with each runic line sculpted to my bones. Jacob smiled coldly as he used his magic to swim toward the location of Mermaid Faith City. Although the temperature was rising as he went closer, and the mist was getting thicker and darker, he remained unaffected, and with his eyes, nothing remained hidden from him. At this moment, Jacob arrived and saw that the location of the Mermaid Faith City was now a deep crater of molten rocks glowing in angry red. Tsunamic shockwaves, invisible yet powerful, rippled outwards, churning the water into a roiling maelstrom. However, Jacob's expression changed because, with his eyes, he spotted something extremely unusual within this molten crater. He saw dense color spectrum particles in the shape of silhouettes gathering together in the center, and they seemed to be sheltered by colored lines. Living things protected by a magic barrier, Jacob instantly recognized those color spectrums. But he wasn't much shocked because he was expecting this much from people above unique rank. After all, if he could rank the current explosion, it would be around the level of Advanced Inception Legend rank, which means no one should survive below this stage, and even a quasi-legend might suffer injuries if they were at the center of this. But this was still his speculation since he didn't have enough data on both ranks. He was still astounded when he noticed that more than one person had survived that blast. He didn't think Siren Hymn Temple was hiding such experts. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't planning on spearing anyone, especially if that survivor was the Ocean Oracle. After all, he was doing all this to get rid of this troublesome opponent. Although he didn't know why, from the moment he heard about Ocean Oracle, his killing intent was instantly provoked, and he was hell-bent on killing her no matter what. It was like she had provoked something inside him, and because her ability was just as dangerous, both Jacob's mind and instincts were on a unanimous decision to kill her. Jacob, enduring the terrible heat, quickly made his way toward the hidden barrier he was seeing. It was clearly not visible to the naked eye, and the 2 people inside it seemed extremely weak. If not for their potent power, they would have been long dead, and Jacob mused they might be healing right now. After all, he still completely reads the changes in the color spectrum of flaws in the eyes of Judge, and can only make vague guesses from his own experience and experiments. Other than the judgment gaze, he still had no clue about the true depths of his eyes, and Immortality just refused to reveal everything. Nonetheless, he was still doing fine and slowly learning about his eyes, and he knew he would one day master them completely. Jacob arrives in front of the invisible barrier, hiding his presence with stealth since he doesn't want to alert the other party. Fire aura suddenly covers Jacob's fist at this moment, and using his full power, he throws a punch right at the invisible barrier. He wanted to test his new strength and see if he could blast apart. This barrier seems to have protected these people from the blast. Boom! A huge shockwave released, and a sound like a glass shattered rang. In front of Jacob, it was like an illusion had shattered, and 2 bodies enveloped by a gentle green mist were revealed. Both suddenly opened their eyes, which seemed to be empty, like black holes with clear shock and terror, especially when they noticed 2 golden bloodthirsty eyes staring at them at this moment like they were just pieces of high-quality meat. "Who are you?" Their voices were eerie as they questioned at the same time. Jacob couldn't help but carefully notice their charred bodies, but he felt something strange about these 2 as a peculiar kind of feeling rose in his heart, a feeling of utter disgust and contempt. However, before Jacob could make sense of this strange feeling, he noticed both charred beings started to gather their magic secretly, and he felt threatened. So, without hesitation, Jacob directly controlled the fiery water around him. With a simple thought, the water turned into countless blades and shredded those 2 into countless pieces before they could even react. But what happened next was something Jacob wasn't expecting. I-693, Chapter 693, The End or the Beginning, Tai 6. The moment Jacob shredded those 2 charred bodies, a strange scene took place. Right where those 2 bodies were located, a golden light suddenly shone, and 2 tiny hourglasses with black frames suddenly appeared in the middle of this golden light. They seemed to be filled with golden sand, and space suddenly started to tremble. The next moment, a dark vortex appeared behind those hourglasses, and they seemed to be about to escape into it. What the hell? Jacob was shocked when he witnessed this strange scene as his eyes were affixed on those 2 ethereal hourglasses. However, Jacob didn't feel any kind of danger from them. Instead, his cursed heart suddenly started to beat wildly the moment those 2 hourglasses appeared like it was attracted to them. Before Jacob could react or even comprehend what was happening, an invisible suction force suddenly released from his body. Feeling that invisible force, the two hourglasses trembled and quickly tried to enter the vortex. But, the next moment, those two hourglasses started to drag towards Jacob, and they were trembling and trying to pull away, but that invisible suction force, which seemed to originate from his cursed heart, didn't let that happen, no matter how much they struggled. However, Jacob was even more shocked and filled with agitation because he tried to calm his heartbeat and get away from those mysterious hourglasses, since he had no idea what they were or why his cursed heart was reacting this way. But to his shock, his heart was simply out of his control and even his body refused to move. At this moment, he felt a sudden jolt of excitement from his blood and craving like never before. He felt like he had been thirsty for ages. Stop fighting your instincts and absorb them. They are very beneficial to you. At this moment, Immortalita's eerie rang in his head. He hadn't heard this voice for a very long time. Jacob was naturally astounded when he heard Immortalita's voice and stopped resisting, but it didn't mean he wasn't curious. Just what are these things, and why is my heart reacting this way? Why do they seem alive? He asked with a grave expression. He could feel his blood boiling in excitement and his heart beating even more wildly as those hourglasses drew near. Ha 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 ha! They're just a bunch of idiots trying to cheat death by imitating something they shouldn't have. As for what exactly they are, you need to find out yourself. All I can tell is that golden sand hourglass is akin to 40,000 unique rank dark beings' dead flames, and it will give you enough blood vitality to complete your entire leg as well as 1,000 years of free lifespan. Immortality dropped a huge bomb. Jacob's eyes widened in shock as he instantly comprehended what this meant. If he added all his previous kills, he could not only evolve his hex core now, but he would also gain a huge amount of blood vitality and 1,000 years of lifespan to boot. Just what kind of species are they, and what do you mean by trying to cheat death by imitating something they shouldn't have had? Jacob didn't let this go since it sounded too good to be true, and it was his first time hearing about it. After all, if something like this existed that could allow him to bypass the restrictions of killing dark beings to evolve his hex core on such a level, then he should have known this much earlier. Didn't I tell you? It's up to you to find out and believe me when I say it had nothing to do with their races. I told you what I can. Just rejoice that you hit the jackpot. Ha 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 ha. Immortality laughed like crazy. Jacob clearly didn't like this answer, but he knew he wouldn't get anything else from Immortality now, and he didn't have time to push further. At this moment, those two hourglasses were close to his chest, and they were resisting even more furiously, but to no avail. The next moment, his cursed heart's heartbeat was so fast that its crimson projection was visible on his chest, and when the hourglasses touched his clothes, they simply bypassed them as if they didn't exist and directly entered his body. Suddenly, Jacob felt two explosions in his body, and a dense amount of mysterious energy swept through his entire body. The runic lines on his bones suddenly became alive, while the cursed path glory gem in his pendant started to glow brightly, and the hex core in his cursed heart started to revolve. Jacob could feel huge changes starting to take place in his body all at once. He didn't have time to pay attention to anything else, so he quickly sat down on the burning ground without hesitation to observe what was happening. In the timeless city, the city lord appeared in front of a huge hourglass at this moment. Suddenly, a static voice rang. Number 192 incarnation, Dark Elf of Golden Constant, 87,001 has died unnaturally. Number 90th incarnation, Mermaid Siren of Golden Constant, 88,925 has died unnaturally. Golden Constant 87,001 has been demoted to Silver Constant 9999999. Golden Constant 88,925 has been demoted to Silver Constant 19900 and 1,000,000, reshuffling the constant rankings. So, they really ended up dying, huh? Just who was behind that explosion? Since Vincent had passed the truth pillar, it wasn't him. I had seen the recording before they died. It was a well-crafted scheme by someone, and just when they were about to complete the list as well. Furthermore, someone who could make a bomb that could kill two quasi-legendary rank experts wasn't recorded in our database, the Timeless City Lord muttered in a grave tone. However, at his moment, the huge hourglass suddenly trembled, which was completely out of the ordinary. Error, error, error. The static voice suddenly boomed, making the City Lord gobsmacked. Former Golden Constant 87,001 and Golden Constant 88,925's life hourglass has been failed to retrieve. The life hourglass's connection has been permanently severed. Former Golden Constant 87 and Golden Constant 88,925 can't be revived and have died permanently. Reporting this unnatural event to the utmost important timeless mission has been issued to all the constants present in the lesser galaxy of Taurus. The Timeless City Lord was in utter disbelief, as if he was hearing something absurd and impossible. But when the symbol of an hourglass suddenly appeared on his forehead and foreign information appeared in his brain, he knew it wasn't an illusion. Two undying constants have really met their doom. 694, Chapter 694, Cursed Mystic Signature 1. In the depths of the ocean, a thunder whale was making its way toward the surface, and it appeared like a bullet cutting through water. On top of the thunder was sitting Jacob, who was still thinking about the surreal event that took place over 6 days ago. Just what could be those hourglasses? From that damn book's subtle words, they can help cheat death, and this ability originated from something extremely powerful. Could it be another universal godly scripture? Jacob could only think of this possibility since he was sure that Immortica wouldn't have phrased it like this if it wasn't something it acknowledged. But the question is, who were they, and are there more like them? Since they were in the Siren Hymn Temple, they might have had a relationship with the Ocean Oracle. I should have let Autark absorb their brains before killing them. I was too hasty. However, it wasn't entirely my fault since I had no idea I would stumble upon something like this. Now, although my Hex Core has evolved into a unique rank magic core, and I'm overflowing with blood vitality after absorbing those 2 hourglasses and the blood vitality scattered in the water, that darn book used its chance to speak to me directly, and now I can't summon it for 30 days. But I can't stay in the deep ocean another, since not only would the empires be curious about what happened, but if the people behind those 2 also came to investigate their deaths, it might be troublesome. After all, I can't take my chances against these people who might have had some sort of relationship with a universal godly scripture. Even if this is just my speculation, I can't expose myself, so leaving the deep ocean and lying low in the unique plains is the right choice until I can summon Immortica again and start the longevity schema again. Jacob mused gravely as he looked ahead. He could feel the gravity getting lesser, and after living for decades under that terrible gravity, he was feeling as if his body were becoming light as a feather. At this moment, Jacob's eyes suddenly shimmered with ecstasy as he flipped his hand, and a locked space ring appeared in his hand. If it had been before, he would have been frustrated since he wouldn't be able to unlock it. However, after his Hex Core's evolution, he could feel the presence of his mystic signature clashing with that of this space ring. Yes, he finally got his mystic signature. But what made Jacob uncertain was that despite the Hex Core becoming a unique rank magic core, he didn't awaken the element glyph. He didn't know if there was something wrong since he had used the scripture of blank to create a fake spirit glyph in his Hex Core, or if it was just because of Immortica. He decided to ask Immortica about it once he could summon it again. Nonetheless, now that he has the mystic signature, he can do many things that weren't possible before. For example, the life substitute doll he received as a reward for his early achievement, and the title Reward for Lone Hero of Life can only be used with the mystic signature. This life substitute doll is extremely precious because it can allow the owner to escape deathly situations by taking the place of the owner when he is on the brink of death and teleporting him 100 miles away, and he can recover his 10% health. After awakening his mystic signature, Jacob instantly used it on the life substitute doll, and it turned into a runic tattoo just below his neckline. Another such treasure was the Gluttony Mask, but he stopped it because he needed to quickly escape the blast area. Now that he was finally out of the woods, he first decided to try opening these space rings, which he had received from his final 2 victims, who were also the owners of those 2 mysterious hourglasses. Jacob followed his instincts, and as his mystic signature clashed with the mystic signature of the space ring, he tried to fight it by releasing his mana. Since the owner of the mystic signature was dead and wasn't there to resist Jacob's advance, the space ring suddenly trembled as if something shattered in it. The next moment, Jacob could feel a faint connection with the space ring. It was a strange feeling, and it meant that Jacob was now the owner of this space ring because it now had his mystic signature. Although he was elated, he didn't waste time. He quickly scanned the space ring to see what was inside, hoping to get some kind of clue about those 2's backgrounds. What a filthy rich guy. Jacob was surprised when he saw mountains of magic gems, and from their dense magic energy he could feel they were all advanced and unique ranks. Furthermore, this space ring was far more spacious than the one he was currently wearing. It has 1,000 cubic meters of space, and Jacob mused that this space ring was above the advanced unique rank because he knew an advanced unique rank space ring can only have around 500 new 600 cubic meters of space. Other than the mountains of magic gems, he found many peculiar things, like a shelf filled with books, a pile of scrolls and weapons, a statue that gave off a peculiar aura, a pile of space rings, and many others. Jacob then quickly opened the other ring before further investigating its contents to see if there was something similar in the second ring as well. The second space ring, however, was not like the previous one because it was only 550 cubic meters in diameter, and he found something strange in it. Why are there so many dry corpses in it? It seems like their blood vitality was drained before they died. Jacob was astounded since he was very familiar with this kind of effect. After seeing the corpses' fishtails, he was sure they belonged to the Siren race. Could this ring have belonged to the Ocean Oracle? So, she was also part of this hourglass organization? But what was she doing by sucking the Siren's vitality? Jacob became confused and even curious because it was simply too strange. The more he knew, the more confused he got. But one thing was clear. Whatever was happening back there was far from simple. 695, Chapter 695, Cursed Mystic Signature. Jacob didn't stop with only those 2 space rings. While he was reaching the surface, he opened every locked space ring in his possession and arranged its contents, throwing away the useless stuff in them. By the time he was done, he could see the light up ahead. It was apparently day on the surface, and seeing the sunlight after so many years excited Jacob for a moment. However, his excitement didn't last long, as he knew he wasn't out of the woods. The Ice Fiend Locust Queen might send her army the moment she realized that Jacob was reachable again. Nonetheless, Jacob was ready. The moment he reached the surface, he stored away the Thunder Whale, took out the flying ship, and set its destination towards Unique Plains. After all, even if Ice Fiend Locust Queen sent millions of her minions, only the unique rank ones would be able to enter the Unique Plains, and then killing them wouldn't be just his problem, would it? Now, I should test that mask. Its importance is too much just to ignore it. Jacob's eyes shimmered with anticipation as he flipped his hand. A white, faceless mask appeared in his hand, which seemed extremely ordinary. There were no eye sockets in this mask, and it appeared like a mask carved from white wood. It was the gluttony mask he got from the treasury of Witch Palace in the Epic Plains. According to that palace AI, the Witch Queen found this mask in a no-return zone, and its rank is unknown. This mask has two functions. The first one is that it can feed on the corpse of a living being and then polymorph into that exact same being that it devoured. But the moment it feeds another corpse, the previous disguise will be overwritten with the new one. The second ability is the most troublesome one. It can evolve its rank by consuming powerful corpses, but apparently it can also affect the user's mind the stronger it gets, and might even devour the user's mind. However, I don't think I should have any problem with it since I had already awakened my soul force, and Nyx's soul defense is also there to protect my mind. I would be fine as long as Gluttony Mask won't evolve into legendary rank. Pascha, after Jacob made up his mind, he didn't delay. Hawk's mana started to pour out from his hand, covering the white mask. The process of imprinting the mystic signature was quite simple. It exists within the owner's magic energy. If the user awakens the mystic signature and the items can accept it, the mystic signature will automatically imprint on the items. At least, this was the known method of using the mystic signature. Furthermore, a powerful mystic signature can easily override a weaker one, and if the previous owner of the mystic signature is dead, the process is even simpler. Lastly, if the mystic signature owner is still alive and someone else with a powerful mystic signature erased the former's mystic signature, they will suffer a backlash, hence instantly knowing about the destruction of their mystic signature. Although Jacob didn't know how strong his mystic signature was compared to the others, he was sure that it was quite powerful. After all, he easily got rid of those two quasi-legends mystic signatures like they were nothing and without much effort, but still, he needs more input, especially against a mystic signature of a living being. However, few treasures could use a mystic signature since the method of making a mystic signature treasure was strictly controlled by factions or powerful entities. Even the space rings with mystic signatures were quite rare, and they barely hit the public market before they were already distributed among the high-ranking members. The moment the hex mana touched the smooth surface of the gluttony mask, it suddenly came alive and trembled as it started to absorb the hex mana like a sponge. Jacob was a little startled, but he didn't stop and continued to pour more hex mana. At this moment, he noticed something. Dark crimson lines started to appear on the forehead of the mask, slowly forming a peculiar shape. When the peculiar shape was completed, Jacob was shocked because it was a dark crimson infinity symbol. He found that the outline of this infinity symbol was made with an extremely tiny, complex glyph structure. Is this how my mystic signature looks? Jacob wondered as he saw the mystic signature slowly start to fade away, and the mask stopped absorbing his mana. Jacob frowned slightly because the mask didn't change at all, and it still looked ordinary. However, right at this moment, the mask trembled slightly, and something foreign suddenly surfaced in Jacob's mind, astounding him. When he focused on something foreign, he was even more shocked because it was memories related to the gluttony mask. It actually contained the method to use it and even information about its two abilities. So, the first ability is called the Gluttony Shapeshift, and the second, the Gluttony Genesis. Jacob looked at the gluttony mask with shining eyes as he wasn't expecting something like this to happen. Nonetheless, now that he knew how to use it, he didn't hesitate anymore and directly put it on his face. The moment the mask touched his skin, Jacob felt as if he was wearing an extremely thin, cold membrane. Despite the lack of eye sockets or breathing space for his mouth, he could still see and breathe fine as if he weren't anywhere above them. When he let go, the mask was directly attached to his face. The next moment, a black flash of light suddenly pulsed on the mask, and it started to fade away, revealing Jacob's face again. However, Jacob could still feel its presence. He knew the mask was now completely attached to his very soul, and it could only be taken off when he died, or he willingly took it off by removing his mystic signature. No one would be able to tell its existence unless they could directly peer into his soul, for it was a soul artifact. 696, Chapter 696, The Gluttony Mask. With the information Jacob got from the Gluttony Mask, he noticed one thing. It was called a soul artifact. Although he didn't know what a soul artifact was, he was sure that it was deeply interconnected to the soul, which was quite obvious by its name. Jacob still took a mantle note to inquire about it from Immortica once he can summon it again. For now, he was more curious about testing the Gluttony Mask's abilities. Well, I don't have any corpses from the surface, nor do I have much variety, and I don't know if the gluttony mask will directly evolve into a unique rank treasure if I directly feed it a unique rank corpse, since there is no in-depth information about these two abilities. Let's try. Jacob then took out a dry siren corpse he found in the Ocean Oracle space ring. The next moment, he touched the corpse and thought, Gluttony shapeshift, gluttony. The moment he thought about activating the gluttony shapeshift function's first aspect, the gluttony, an astonishing scene took place. From Jacob's hand that was touching the corpse, a black hole suddenly appeared in the middle of his palm and instantly sucked the entire corpse in. Jacob was startled for a moment, but he didn't lose his focus, and the next moment he felt the gluttony mask on his face release a cold sensation that lasted for about 10 seconds. Once it was gone, Jacob tried using the shapeshift aspect of the gluttony shapeshift function, but this time nothing happened. A faint frown appeared on his face. Just as I thought, the entire corpse means it shouldn't have its vitality missing. This also means the puppets that Autark personally devours would have the same reaction. Pity I had already devoured other magic puppets. Still, I should check once I find a puppet for Autark to devour. Otherwise, it should work on the corpse I killed without removing its vitality. Moreover, the mask's rank didn't increase either, and it's still at the basic epic rank, so I can be sure that it also required a complete corpse to raise its rank. However, I don't feel any kind of mantle instability from the mask yet. It might be because it's too weak right now. I need to do more experiments, especially with the 3 steps of legend corpses. Only then would I truly know this mask's effect on my mind. Jacob wasn't too worried since he would be able to put his theories to the test very soon once he arrived in the unique planes. Now that he had already put on the gluttony mask, he wouldn't be at ease until he knew its limits. But one thing Jacob still didn't understand was why the Witch Queen left this mask behind. After all, despite its flaws, the benefits were simply too great, and that's what made Jacob somewhat apprehensive about it. Despite that, he knew he needed this mask now more than ever because his transformation happened as he was competing in the final stage of the first phase. So, to keep himself and his secret hidden, he had to take this risk. At this moment, on the floating island, the Ice Fiend Locust Queen's eye suddenly shimmered with dense killing as her gigantic body stirred the caldera of volcanic ice, and millions of Ice Fiend locusts became restless, mirroring their queen's rageful mood. The thief finally left his molehill. She mumbled in her eerie metallic voice before she issued an absolute command, steer the island towards the thief. I want to see how he can escape this time. Taking my things is not easy. The next moment, the floating island suddenly trembled before it started to drift towards Jacob. It looked just like a huge cloud of mist, but whoever came in its way would not be able to live to tell the tale. This was just the start of another calamity brought by the Faceless Ancient upon the entirety of unique planes. Somewhere far, far away from the lesser galaxy of Taurus was a beautiful palace on top of a mountain peak. At this moment, within this palace, sitting on a massive throne, was an imposing woman wearing nothing but black. She was as beautiful as a fairy, but her eyes were exempt from any warmth as she was impassively looking at the kneeling figure of a humanoid beast with fox ears and 2 tails. Your Imperial Majesty, the legendary key, has been acquired by your loyal subjects from the Plane Trials, and they are on their way with it as we speak. The man stated with a hint of ecstasy. He was clearly very excited about acquiring the legendary key. The woman's eyes shimmered when she heard it, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. Prepare approximate rewards for their service. You may go now and make further arrangements for the opening of the Path of Legend. Bring the key to me once it arrives. This subject won't disappoint you. The man quickly nodded, but a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes as if he wanted to say something before leaving. The woman noticed it and said coolly, Is there something you want to add? Speak without restraint. The man pulled a difficult expression before he finally decided to speak. I seek your Majesty's forgiveness for what I'm about to say. I just received a message stating that the delegates of the 3 factions want to negotiate with Her Majesty to enter the Path of Legend. The woman's eyes turned deadly cold as she sneered. They just wouldn't learn, do they? First, they tried to suppress me and assassinate me but failed and got beaten back miserably. Then, they even formed an alliance among themselves to resist me, and again, when they were beaten like dead dogs, they ran away. Only after that did they acknowledge my rule, and I even spared them since I didn't want to commit genocide. And now that they had the gall to negotiate with me when they found I got the legendary key, do those shameless dogs think I'm so gullible? The man trembled when he sensed the rage behind the woman's words. He took a deep breath and bowed his head. I understand. I'll send your reply right away. He quickly got up and started to head towards the exit. The woman's eyes flashed with a peculiar hint as she watched the man leave before she suddenly said, Tell them, if they want to enter the Path of Legend with me, I want complete command over their troops. Before this could happen, I want all the secret information they are hiding about the Path of Legend, as well as all the information they had on the Middle Galaxies. The man suddenly stopped before he looked back at the woman with shock. He was mesmerized by her beauty, but he quickly snapped out of it when he saw her eyes become deadly sharp, and he quickly averted his eyes since he knew that woman would kill anyone who looked at her like this. He quickly said before leaving, "I will send your decree right away." The moment the man left, the woman was alone, and at this moment she couldn't help but sigh, "About goddamn time I got that troublesome key." She completely lost her dignified air and appeared like a frustrated woman who had overworked herself. However, right at this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang in her head. "Legatee, I just sense my correlate universal godly artifact being activated by someone in one of the lesser galaxies." 697, Chapter 697. A Hope 1 Jacob reached the unique plains without a hitch and couldn't help but feel slightly nostalgic after seeing lush plains without gravity or water. However, he knew this peace wouldn't last long because if his guess were right, the unique planes would soon plunge into chaos, and in truth, for him, chaos was a huge opportunity. Nonetheless, he still had some unfinished business he needed to take care of in the unique planes, so he steered the flying ship in another direction, which was his next destination. Moreover, he was also on the lookout for some living beings to experiment with the gluttony mask. At this moment, Jacob suddenly thought of Zoe and Sophie, whom he hadn't contacted for over 2 decades. He was supposed to help Zoe become the Dark Duke, but then his circumstances changed, and he left the Dark City and the surface. He knew Zoe and Sophie had tried to contact him several times during his seclusion, but he completely ignored everything and stowed his star watch in the Infinity Pendant. Now that he was back, he decided to try contacting Sophie again to get some up-to-date information about the unique planes, or what had been happening since he was in the deep ocean, but he wasn't too hopeful about her picking up. However, to his surprise, she picked up the moment his call connected with her, and Sophie's anxious voice rang, "My lord, is that you?" She really sounded worried, which made Jacob feel something foreign that he seemed to have forgotten, and he couldn't put his finger on it. Still, he completely ignored it and said in an impassive tone, "Indeed, it's me, or do you think someone else can use my star ID?" "Thank the heavens that you are all right. We were really worried about you when we weren't able to reach you," Sophie said, sounding both relieved and indignant. "You don't have to worry about my safety. I'm not that easy to harm," Jacob impassively stated. "Just where were you?" Sophie asked in exasperation. Jacob wanted to refute and shut her down for some reason, as he didn't like her tone for some reason. But he didn't, because he knew Sophie and Zoe were valuable pawns, and falling out with them while he was at fault would be an idiotic move. "Something came up, and I had to go under. I apologize for my lack of contact, but it was necessary, and even if I had contacted you, there was nothing you could have done, and I would have been able to help you. I just got back and decided to contact you and ask if any peculiar events happened while I was away," Jacob impassively stated as he subtly explained his reason for remaining hidden all these years. "Then, did you solve your problem?" she asked with a hint of worry, but she didn't ask what the problem was since she knew Jacob wouldn't tell her if he didn't want to, and she would only annoy him if she pushed further. "Not yet, but that problem is no longer threatening, so there's no need for you to concern yourself with it." Sophie sighed in relief before she said, "If you want information about the events that took place in the unique planes while you were away, then please contact Lady Zoe. She'll be able to explain more accurately. Furthermore, she was also very worried about you and my lord. She had endured quite a lot because of your sudden disappearance from the unique planes Dark City. Please help her. She's not a bad person," she solemnly stated with a hint of concern. She knew that for Jacob, Zoe might be just a pawn. After all, she wasn't any different, but she really hoped that Jacob would treat her a little nicely, not indifferently. Although Jacob had removed the parasite gem from her as well, and she was no longer his slave, she still considered herself his subordinate. Jacob's eyes flashed with a peculiar light before he replied, "I'll see what I can do. After all, I promised her that I'd make her the Dark Duke when she agreed to come here with me. You don't have to worry. If she won't betray my trust, I'll do what I can. Now, I'll contact her. Thank you for your input." Jacob was about to end the call when Sophie spoke in a hurry. "Wait, my lord, is there anything else?" he asked with a frown. Nothing, it's just, will I be seeing you soon, my lord? I can now properly serve you since Lady Zoe helped me with my bloodline. Now, I'm a Tier 8 unique rank sorceress and advanced unique rank potion, rune, and pill alchemist. Moreover, soon I'll break through to Tier 9, she asked with an expectant tone, and she sounded quite proud when she told him about her progress. Jacob was also a little surprised to hear that Sophie had managed to reach almost a peak unique rank and 3 alchemist fields in over 2 decades. After mulling it over for a moment, he replied, "If you really want to follow me further, you have to become an expert in the 3 steps of legend. Unique rank is nothing in front of me anymore, nor do they serve any grand purpose in the place where I'm heading. What is 3 steps of legend?" Sophie was baffled by those words since it was the first time she had heard them, and she couldn't help but feel her heart racing since Jacob hadn't directly refused her and even told her she could really follow him. "That's for you to find. If you can't even find this information, then I don't think you have any chance to progress. Now, I'm hanging up," Jacob impassively stated before he cut the call this time without waiting for Sophie's reply, but he frowned deeply. Why did you give her hope? Are you really planning on letting her tag along? What the hell is going on? Jacob's eyes narrowed as he felt something he hadn't felt for anyone in this place ever since he had come to the Zodiac Plains. Anticipation. 698. Chapter 698. A Hope 20 afterward, Jacob called Zoe, and like Sophie, she sounded quite shocked and also relieved that Jacob was fine and alive. Jacob felt annoyed for some reason, but he didn't know why, and he subtly explained why he hadn't been available all these years, just like he did with Sophie. Only then did Zoe get to the main point. Please, if you ever decide to hide again, at least inform me or Sophie. Although I know you don't expect much from us, we are not as incompetent as you think of us. Still, I'm glad that you still remember us. Anyhow, about the information you want to know, I know you only want to hear about events on your level, and I had a feeling that you might contact me to know about them if you ever decided to come back. She sounded somewhat sarcastic, making Jacob grimace, but he remained silent and let her continue. The first thing you know is about the Dark Duke. After you abruptly left the Unique Plains Dark City, the Dark Duke came to find me and inquired about your whereabouts, which I had no idea about myself. Even my uncle seemed quite flustered about your disappearance. I don't know why they were both so interested in you, but knowing my grandfather, I can assume his interest in you wasn't anything but good. However, since I don't know anything, he had to give up. But I never expected that he would make me sign an oath contract just to confirm if I'm telling the truth or not, and he even made me contact you forcibly. Her tone was icy cold at this moment, since she was clearly quite displeased and no longer trusted her clan. But just as I said, I had no idea about your actions, so he got nothing. But his expression wasn't good when you didn't pick up my call, and even after leaving, he assigned some people to keep an eye on me and Sophie. After that, something happened around 9 years after you leave, and this was quite a shocking event. The three absolute factions suddenly announced their alliance, and this caused quite a ruck, especially because of the alliance between life and dead factions. But this was just the start, because soon after that, they all started a mass search all over the Unique Plains. As for the target of their search, I couldn't find out even to this day, but anyone with the slightest suspicion was taken away by the three factions and never heard from again. You can even find the results of this mass search to this day. Furthermore, from what I found out from my connections, you were also the target of that search, and the person who gave your name was also the Dark Duke. Moreover, that search scale wasn't just limited to the conflict plains, even the territories under the three factions were searched thoroughly. This search stopped suddenly around 5 years ago, and no one knows the reason for it. However, something even more shocking happened afterward. I don't know about other factions, but the Dark Kingdom suddenly sent out its top force somewhere, and that includes the Dark Duke and many other high-ups of the Dark Kingdom. But if I'm not wrong, it wasn't just the Dark Kingdom that suddenly sent their top force somewhere, the other facts might have done the same. However, I can tell you for sure that they are never seen in the Unique Plains. It's as if they had vanished into thin air. Even to this day, the Dark Duke and those higher-ups have yet to return, and the current person who oversees the Dark Kingdom is none other than my father. These are the only noteworthy events that I could think of that you might be interested in, Zoe stated solemnly. Jacob's eyes narrowed dangerously when he heard the Dark Duke was targeting him. Although he already knew about Fullwood's tricks he tried to use on him back in the Dark City, he still found it a hassle to eliminate him. But now that he thinks about it, it seems the Dark Duke was involved with Fullwood from the start. He didn't mind collecting some new blood, and he still hadn't forgotten about the Spirit Tree Nectar. However, Jacob's attention was more on the three factions' strange movements, and he could only think of one that could possibly bring them together. Were they searching for the legendary key? But what could they be doing now? Jacob mused, finding all this very suspicious. He wasn't as reckless as before after encountering those two hourglass bearers. He knew there were too many hidden powers, and they were far more dangerous than the ones in light. Anything could happen if he weren't careful. Well, if that bug bitch reacted the same way as I'm expecting her to, then I can wait and watch how those factions would react to it. I might find something unexpected with Autark's assistance. And having Zoe in the Dark City has proven to be quite beneficial for me now. Once I entered the Middle Galaxies, I needed more pawns like her since I had to be even more careful there. I have to change some of my habits. Thank you for this information, Miss Zoe. I really appreciate it. You have also suffered quite a lot because of my sudden disappearance. Tell me, what are you required to become a Dark Duke? I see what I can do to help you. Since the Dark Duke is absent, this might be a good chance for you to rise to become a Dark Duke and take over the Dark Kingdom. Zoe didn't reply for a few moments, as if startled by his words or just contemplating her next words. She finally spoke in a grave tone. If you can really help me, then I won't hide it from you. I have already reached the required merit for becoming Dark Duke no longer ago. However, what I hadn't expected was that there was another secret requirement that only came to light after I completed the merit requirement. The requirement is to become an expert in the Inception Legend rank. From what I gathered, there seem to be 3 more ranks above the unique rank, and they are known as the 3 Steps of Legend. I wonder if Mr. Jack had heard about them. Jacob was startled when he heard those words and couldn't help but wince his brows because he knew just how difficult this requirement was to clear. 699, Chapter 699, A Vicious Cycle, Nighttime, the Hidden Headquarters of the Treaty of Legends. At the edge of a cliff, a tall woman in a black Gothic dress stood as strong, humid winds of the ocean brushed past her curvaceous figure, fluttering her long black hair in the air. She looked at the half-moon and the starry sky in a daze, as if in deep thought. She was the leader of the Treaty of Legends, Queen. At this moment, the Queen suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, and her eyes behind her mask suddenly narrowed dangerously. She coldly uttered, "What it is, diminutive?" Almost instantly, a midget suddenly appeared beside her and cackled in his impish voice. I thought I would find you here. What, admiring the waning moon again? Or is there something bothering you again, my fair lady? The queen's eyes turned icy. Even if we are alone, you don't have the right to speak to me in this tone. If you are here to waste my time, then scram. If the other members of the treaty were here, they would have been absolutely shocked after seeing Diminutive get away with just a retort, but not lose a limb or two by talking with the queen like this. Everyone knows just how dangerous and short-tempered this woman is, and no one had the guts to talk with her like this, but Diminutive was doing just that. Diminutive, however, didn't back down and cackled again in amusement. Huh, as feisty as ever I see. But this just makes you even more charming in my eyes. There is really no one like you in this fucking dump. He was literally playing with Tiger's whiskers at this moment. However, the queen still didn't decapitate his head and only released her bone-chilling aura in warning. Are you sure you want to continue? I'm no longer like my past self. Diminutive lips curled up, revealing his sharp fangs. He clearly wasn't bothered by her aura, but suddenly he raised his hand in surrender and playfully said, All right, I'll try another day, I guess. We have all the time in the world, and by fate, we are stuck together. Unfortunately. The queen scoffed as she retracted her aura since Diminutive could no longer spout more nonsense and asked again in a cold tone, Now, out with it. How beautiful. Diminutive clicked his tongue, and before the queen could go on a rampage, he quickly continued without teasing her anymore. Well, my fair lady, the good news is, the formation is at its final phase of completion. The bad news is, the fog island above the vicious calamity fog zone had left the ice plains for some reason, and it's heading directly in the direction of the conflict plains. The queen's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. She knew about the vicious calamity fog zone, especially the true reason it was declared a no-return zone, the floating island, which they called the Fog Island. Furthermore, since this news was coming directly from Diminutive, she knew it must be true because this guy might look like the weakest of the treaty. In truth, he was unfathomable, and just liked to hide under sheep's clothing. After all, the vicious calamity fog zone's Fog Island was even bad news for her, but he could easily spy on it, and this was just one of his mysterious abilities. If she weren't wary of this midget and not confident enough to beat him, she would have long gotten rid of him because he was simply too dangerous and manipulative. Nonetheless, he was still one of the reasons the Treaty of Legends could be reached at this point, and without his help, it would have been very difficult to control the unique planes. Has someone provoked the Locust Queen? No, there shouldn't be anyone who could provoke her and then live to tell the tale. Why is she up to after all these years of peace? Why reacting like this now? The queen asked in a serious tone as she knew just how grave this matter was, and if the Locust Queen really wanted to raise hell in the unique planes, then it might thwart their plans. Diminutive shrugged his shoulder dismissively as he said, Who knows what's going on in that insect's mind? I'm pretty sure there wasn't anyone who had visited the vicious calamity fog zone, and there was no trace of battles in the ice plains. But I'm not completely certain since I can't always keep an eye on that insect. I would rather keep my eyes on you, my fair lady. The queen's eyes narrowed dangerously. You still have a mind to play your mind games? This is no longer a matter that we can ignore. If, by any chance, Locust Queen went on a frenzy on the conflict plains, we both know the three factions would have acted, or the SAAI would make sure to strip them of their lofty statuses. Without their connections and status, they are nothing but a useless waste of space for us. Diminutive didn't refute her words and sighed. It's quite ironic, don't you think? Those ignorant mortals think that the Star Network is there to protect them and make their lives easier, but the reality is they are just like sheep who are being raised for someone's entertainment. Even more ironic is that those fools were willing to become the shepherds. The moment this sheep farm was threatened, those shepherds would have to protect it even with their lives, or they would lose everything, and they didn't even know about it. Ha ha ha, the Diminutive lampooned as he burst into chilly laughter filled with deep resentment and hatred. He didn't appear as carefree as before. The queen knew why Diminutive was reacting this way and commented in a profound, bitter tone as deeply looked towards the vast, endless starry sky. Nothing is free in Zodiac Plains. If you get something, then you have to prove you are worthy of keeping it, or it will take it back just like it gave it to you in a heartbeat. But when it takes back, it will also take back your life as compensation. Only by breaking free from this vicious cycle can you truly be free. Otherwise, we are all just puppets dancing for its entertainment until we break. 700, Chapter 700, Cardinal Spirit Church. In the neutral plans of the conflict plains, a lusty mountain range was located, known as the Holy Mountain Range, because here was located the branch of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, the Cardinal Spirit Church. The Cardinal Spirit Church was different from the other powers among the three factions because only the fairy humans held true power there, while the others could only be believers of the temple's faith, the Holy Justice God. Despite their small numbers, the Cardinal Spirit Church and its main temple still controlled huge power, and their influence was even deeper than that of the other factions, especially among the common folks. One of the main reasons for the fairy humans' influence and tight control over the temple was their innate affinity with the light element and their heritage of holy magic, which could only be performed using the light element. Gravely injured and afflicted people from all over the conflict plains come to the Holy Mountain Range to seek the church's help in healing, and some even come here to cure various poisons and curses. Although there was also alchemy for these purposes, it was simply too costly, and some alchemy ingredients were too hard to find or in various dangerous places. Even if someone had both wealth and the means to gather them, there was still a chance that they might never be able to reach the alchemist or that the alchemist failed in the process, hence wasting the materials. That's why the Cardinal Spirit Church held such influence. However, for this exact reason, entering the Holy Mountain Range was very troublesome. At one time, thousands of people gathered outside the mountain gates just to wait for their turn. Because there was a rule that each day only 5,000 people could enter the Holy Mountain, and then they had to leave within 3 days, or they will be detained and deported out of the mountain range while also entering the blacklist of the church, never able to step inside again. At this moment, just like always, the entrance of the Holy Mountain Range was filled with a myriad of people and their temporary tents as they waited for their turn. They weren't worried about someone else entering before them because they had their entrance token, which they brought from the star server of the Cardinal Spirit Church. This entrance token cost 10 million ZC, and once someone turned in, they would receive a message from the Star Network. Then, they had to report within an hour before their token would turn invalid, and it wasn't refundable. Among these myriad people, a scared-faced elf with dark hair and ebony skin wearing full-body armor was sitting alone on a thick branch of a tall tree. His dark brown eyes were cold as he watched the colossal mountain gates hundreds of meters away from here with scrutiny. "Would you mind if we joined you, friend?" A jolly voice suddenly caught the dark elf's attention. Averting his eyes, he coldly looked down and saw another tall elf with emerald hair and a toned build adorned in clean white robes. Beside him was a small, delicate elf girl with similar emerald hair bound in a ponytail. She looked at him with her big, round eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. However, despite the summer heat, a thick scarf was wrapped around her neck, looking quite out of place. The dark elf thoughtfully replied, "Suit yourself, this tree didn't just belong to me." The wood elf was a little startled by the dark elf's reply before he smiled in appreciation and nodded, "Thank you." The next moment, he picked up the little elf girl in his arms and jumped, directly reaching the top of the tree and gracefully landed on another branch a few meters away from where the dark elf was sitting. He then carefully placed the little elf girl on the branch, took out a strange black binocular with runes engraved on its frame, gave it to the little elf girl, and gently said, "Here, you can watch the Holy Mountain gates as much as you want." "Thank you, Daddy," the little elf girl said in her delicate voice. Her eyes shone with elation as she quickly grabbed the binoculars and placed them before her eyes. The wood elf lovingly creased her head gently before he sat down, looked towards the dark elf, and asked in a friendly tone, "So, what happened to you?" The dark elf glanced at the scarf around the little girl's neck peculiarly before he finally averted his eyes, looked towards the wood elf, and said a single word, "Poison." The wood elf's expression became grave as he nodded. "Will you be all right until your turn arrives? You don't have to worry about a stranger like me," the dark elf impassively replied. The wood elf smiled in embarrassment. "Forgive me if I overstepped just now. Don't worry, we won't bother you anymore. My little girl wanted to see the mountain gates, but there were simply too many people around that place, which would make her agitate. Once she fulfills her curiosity, we'll leave." The dark elf nodded, then hesitated for a moment and asked, glancing at the little elf girl, "What happened to her?" The wood elf was startled by this unexpected question, and the little girl suddenly peered towards the dark elf. "Why do you think I'm here for her?" the wood elf asked with curiosity. "Since the crowd agitates your daughter and this place really isn't for sightseeing, it's quite obvious. Furthermore, the scarf around her neck is too eye-catching, and I can sense a peculiar energy around her neck," the dark elf replied coolly. The wood elf's eyes widened as his expression suddenly changed. "You can sense the curse around her neck?" The dark elf's eyes shimmered in realization. "So, it's a curse?" The wood elf agitatedly nodded. "Indeed, since her birth, she's been afflicted with this mysterious curse, and because of it, she can't cultivate magic or go anywhere near mana. If she did, then that curse started to torment her for hours. I can't afford to seek the witch race's alchemists, so I start saving money to try holy magic since it said that holy magic is the best way to cure a curse. However, you are the first one who could sense the curse from her. Do you know anything? If you can help my little girl, I'll do anything." His eyes shimmered with hope as he looked at the dark elf with an intense, pleading look. The dark elf didn't reply, but looked towards the little girl, who was now looking at him with a curious yet hopeful glance. "Why did my hex core suddenly react when this girl got closer to me? Does this curse have any affinity with me?" The dark elf, or Jacob, who was now using the gluttony mask to disguise himself as a dark elf, couldn't help but think as his curiosity was piqued.